Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Ian along with the top nationwide and worldwide headlines this morning. We do want to get you up to speed with all of the information on the side panel on your screens, and also bring you up to date on some things that we're going to be looking at throughout the morning. At 7 a.m. Eastern time, we are expecting NATO defense ministers to meet as Ukraine's nuclear power plant once again has lost power. We're also going to be monitoring the situation internationally as President Joe Biden warns of consequences for Saudi Arabia after oil production cuts and gas prices continue to rise here in the United States. But our show will begin, of course, with the latest out of Florida as rescue and recovery efforts are underway across the state. We do want to remind you and let you all know that at 9 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to be having a Hurricane Ian relief special with live interviews and exclusive coverage, not only of what exactly happened back on that day now 2 weeks ago, but also what the rescue and recovery efforts are currently like on the ground. So please be sure to stick around with us and join us a little bit later on this morning for that exclusive show. Cleanup efforts are beginning to ramp up in the hardest hit areas of Southwest Florida. Local officials say looting, though, remains a problem as recovery efforts continue. Our Fox Weather's Will Nunley has more this morning. Let's take a listen.
Nearly 2 weeks after Hurricane Ian, major search and rescue efforts in the region have been completed. Crews that flew into Southwest Florida are now returning home. Some say they conducted thousands of searches during their time here.
We're coming back to, places that are intact on our homes and stuff, and they're going to be, months, if not years, dealing with the effects of what they saw and are experiencing.
For many of those people they helped, the emotional toll will grow in the weeks ahead. Residents in the hardest hit areas are returning to see what remains of their homes and recovering whatever belongings they can.
I lost my home, lost my job, nowhere to stay. I'm living in a tent.
In Tampa, dozens of cleanup crews are working 12-hour shifts to remove storm debris. City officials say it could take up to 2 months to complete the process.
We're asking residents the really small stuff, leaves, twigs, things that can't be picked up by hand or with a grapple truck, to go ahead and bag that material or put it in a container.
As recovery efforts continue, concerns are growing about crime and looting in the region. In Naples, at least 2 people were arrested on Sunday for a looting crime spree. Lee County says it's arrested more than a dozen since the storm. Local officials issuing this warning.
People have the right to be safe and secure in their homes. Those that want to pray, go somewhere else. Leave our state. We don't even want you here.
Some of the recovery efforts could be hampered this week as forecasters predict rain moving into the area. In Fort Myers, Will Nunley, Fox Weather.
Thank you to Will for that report. We're going to continue to bring you up to speed on all of the latest information coming into our newsroom this morning. And we do once again want to remind you that at 9 a.m. Eastern time, our Hurricane Ian relief special will be live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Josh Breslow actually caught up with the Charlotte County Sheriff. I do want to play back this interview for you right here on the show.
Sheriff, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
No, thank you for having me.
So many people, of course, are talking about Lee County, Fort Myers, Sanibel Island, that area, but we know that Charlotte County and Punta Gorda saw damage as well. Charlotte County had the second largest number of power outages there. So describe for me the damage that you are seeing in Charlotte County.
Yeah, post-storm, we had 100% of the county was without power. Florida Power and Light, I'd have to say, has done a phenomenal job with getting those who can receive power up and powered within 2 weeks. So they've done a great job. But yes, this storm was just a massive, slow-moving, powerful storm, and it basically affected virtually every part of my county. We've got the wind and the rain damage is what we saw here. I got parts of my county that received up to 24 inches of rain, and there were areas that were flooded that I've never ever seen flooded before. One of the things that I am very thankful for is that we didn't get the storm surge. My heart goes out to all those down in Lee County along the beach area there where they did receive the surge. But if I received the surge here in Charlotte County, it would have been devastating. About 75% of my residents live on or near the water and are within the flood zone. So 75% of the people would have felt that surge, and it just would have been devastating to this county.
I mean, I can only imagine. So, what have the last 2 weeks been like for you personally? We're talking about the recovery efforts. And I mean, what has it been like for you as this is your county?
Well, I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate, but I lived through Charlie. I was working for the sheriff's office back then. So I kind of had an idea of what went wrong there and what went right there. And we tried to implement our plan here. All the entities within the county worked very well together, and we collaborate on things throughout the year. So we got a great working relationship. We train for this every year. We know that we're going to have hurricanes every year. We never know where they're going to go. So, it's just a matter of us all getting focused, all getting on the same page. Right after the storm hit, it's a little chaotic because we're out assessing the damage, seeing exactly what's going on. We did sustain quite a bit of damage. We had areas that we had to do search and rescue to because the neighborhoods were just devastated. Homes were just gone. So we had to get in there and recover people, rescue people. And then trying to work on Florida Power and Light, like I mentioned earlier, them coming in, getting the power outages fixed. It just takes a massive amount of coordination with many different entities. And I think overall we did a good job. Did we do perfect? Probably not. There the things we could have done better? Could we have prepared a little bit better? Maybe. But it's been a work in progress, and I'm just very thankful that I do have a great working relationship with everybody in the community, because there was no infighting, which sometimes you hear in other communities. We all came together, we all worked together, and we're getting the job done.
What does Charlotte County need to be able to rebuild? I know you said it sounds like certain parts of it were demolished. What is needed to rebuild Charlotte County, and can it look like it did before?
Well, as I stated, I lived through Charlie, and Charlie, although it was a much smaller storm and it was kind of isolated where it did the damage within the county, it still did quite a bit of damage. And I saw that community rebuilt, and it was rebuilt better than it was before. And it turned out to be a beautiful waterfront community. So yes, we can rebuild. People just need to be resilient, which I think we are very resilient here. We deal with these storms every year. So it's just a matter of patience. And, we got to look out for one another too, because unfortunately, we are going to start seeing that the unlicensed contractors and the fraudsters are coming through, and they're going to be trying to scam our people.
And on that same topic there, I mean, have you guys seen looters there? And what message do you want to make sure to get across to people, as there is the potential for looters to be going through their homes essentially while they're not there?
Yes, well, right now we have a curfew that runs from 10 to 6, which is going to be ending Thursday morning. But we have seen an uptick in our burglaries. Our burglaries actually have gone up 271% since the storm. So there are people out there taking advantage of those who had suffered greatly, and they can't secure their homes, they can't get their property out. But we have extra patrols out there. We have law enforcement from around the state that have come to help us out to secure. Our arrests are up tremendously too. So they're out there, they're doing our curfew violations, they're making arrests on thefts, on burglaries. So overall, our arrests are up 86%.
And a lot of times, unfortunately, you do see many of the deaths that happen are after a storm, as people are working those repairs, as the waters are high, that sort of thing. What advice do you have for people right now who are working to repair their homes and build them back up and that sort of thing? What advice do you have for them?
Well, advice I have for them, if they don't have the expertise in making that repair or hardening that building, don't do it. Find somebody who can do it for you. Don't take any undue chances, because you're absolutely right. We had a gentleman last week who was trying to do some work in his canal, and he ended up drowning. So don't take any undue risk. If you need help, get the professionals there to do it for you.
What does it mean for you to see so much support, not just from the state of Florida, but more than 1,800 personnel from 26 different states came out here to help with those recovery efforts?
Oh, it's been great. It's been tremendous. We see this time and time again, especially with the Florida Sheriff's Association. We have our task force, and we are ready to deploy assets anywhere they need to go when the call comes in. And I was the task force chair for many, many years for the association. So I have sent people out to these various missions to help counties that have been struck by hurricanes such as this. And I knew the cavalry was coming, and it's just a big relief to know that when the time comes, help is going to be there. And I just want to thank everybody who has responded, everybody who has supported my staff, supported my community, and has helped our people and allowed me a chance to give my people some time off so they can recover, because I've had virtually everybody in my agency have had some kind of damage. Some may have lost some shingles, and some I've had complete devastation to their homes. So having these resources come in, it's allowed me to let my staff take the time to focus on their needs and their family. And so for that, I am forever grateful.
And on that same note, what message do you have to people who are donating to help with the recovery efforts, for instance, maybe to the Red Cross or other organizations?
Well, they're great organizations. And if anybody has the ability to do it, even all year round, continue to donate to these organizations, because you never know when it's going to be needed, when a disaster is going to happen, and those resources are going to be needed. So they're always going to need the money. They're going to need supplies. So if you can donate, please donate.
Sheriff, anything else that you want to add that you want to make sure people know?
Well, I just want to thank my community too. My community has been, although we've been turned upside down, and we've had people reach their breaking point, which is expected. Overall, this community has pulled together like it always has. They've supported my agency over and over and time again. They know what we're trying to do out there to keep them safe. And I want to thank them for always supporting this office.
Excellent insight there from our very own Live Now from Fox's Josh Breslow, speaking to the Charlotte County Sheriff, a man who certainly has been busy over the course of the last 2 weeks, helping the people of his community recover from this Category 4 hurricane that came barreling through and left just utter devastation in its path. Once again, we do want to remind you that our Live Now from Fox Hurricane Ian special is going to air right here on the show coming up at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So join us for that. We're going to have some really insightful interviews with people who were live on the ground just moments after this storm hit. That is, exclusive interviews with officials, and so you'll be sure to want to join us for that special, once again coming up at 9 a.m. Eastern time. I do want to begin with getting you up to speed on the latest stories coming into our newsroom. And for this next one, we actually are going to head out internationally, because we are monitoring quite a few international stories this morning. The first one, of course, the latest out of the war in Ukraine. On your screens, you are seeing NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. We are expecting him to once again speak later on this morning at 7 a.m. Eastern time. He is going to be meeting with NATO defense ministers. Yes, that includes our Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, who is going to speak. NATO is on the ready in the event of a nuclear attack and remains vigilant. The 30-nation military alliance will hold its annual drills next week to test the state of readiness of its nuclear capabilities. Speaking of those nuclear capabilities, we can report to you all that the nuclear power plant in Ukraine, the Zaporizhzhia power plant, has actually once again lost external power. This has been a story that we have been monitoring very closely since the beginning of this war. The head of the United Nations nuclear watchdog said just today that a Ukrainian nuclear power plant, once again that power plant known as the Zaporizhzhia power plant, has been surrounded by Russian troops for quite some time, and it has lost all external power needed for vital safety systems for the second time in 5 days. The International Atomic Energy Agency Director General Rafael Grossi, we've heard him speak here on the show. He actually said that the agency monitors at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant reported this interruption and said backup diesel generators are keeping nuclear safety at this time. We do have our reporters on the ground covering the very latest when it comes to the situation in Ukraine. I want to touch base first and foremost with our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, who is live in the Ukrainian capital.
A shocking new Russian air offensive entered its second day on Tuesday. Thousands of Ukrainians taking shelter as bombs, missiles, and drones hit cities across the country. The strikes appear to be aimed almost exclusively at population centers and civilian infrastructure, part of an apparent shift in Vladimir Putin's playbook, following heavy losses by Russian troops on the ground.
What Putin is resorting to right now is trying to defeat the Ukrainian people, trying to crush their will. And that's what these attacks are all about.
And those losses are piling up. Some Western estimates put the number of Russian battle deaths as high as 25,000 as Ukrainian forces keep retaking territory. But as this new air offensive ramps up, officials here are now asking for more defensive weapons, including the National Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile Systems, or NASAMS.
It's a small system. It takes 2 operators, but it's got a great slant range, 50 miles. It's got a radar that'll pick up well beyond that. And it's designed against drones and cruise missiles as well.
That was the main topic as G7 leaders met virtually on Tuesday to reaffirm their support for Ukraine. President Biden reassuring his Ukrainian counterpart of America's, quote, unwavering commitment to hold Russia accountable for its war, while President Zelensky vowed to keep fighting despite these new airstrikes.
The Russian leader still has room for further escalation, but we can overcome this threat. We have a formula for peace.
NATO members and allies are meeting on Wednesday to discuss deploying new air defense systems to Ukraine. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you to Trey for that report. We once again are monitoring the latest international response to the situation on the ground in Ukraine. Ukraine's president, as you just heard there in Trey Yingst's piece, he's urging the U.S. and its partners to hit Russia with even tougher sanctions following 2 days of brutal attacks against civilian targets. Our Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich tells us President Biden has a lot of work to do to help de-escalate this conflict.
I was doing Meet the Press, and lightning struck a little pond behind my house.
President Biden gave virtual remarks on fire prevention, but took no questions from press after an emergency huddle with G7 leaders and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Russian escalation in its war in Ukraine. Fox's Trey Yingst in country.
Right now, we're less than a mile from the Russian border. Just a few days ago, Ukrainian troops repelled another attack here. These trenches were actually dug by the Russians when they controlled this area a few weeks ago. Off in the distance, artillery fire continues as Vladimir Putin is looking to put pressure on the Ukrainian army as they defend the southern and eastern parts of their country.
The Group of Seven, in a statement, condemned Putin's nuclear rhetoric and Moscow's latest missile attacks on Ukrainian citizens.
President Biden has also discussed with G7 partners what more we can do together to prioritize air defense capabilities for Ukraine, which has been and will continue to be a U.S. priority.
But no detail on what new steps the West is taking to deter Putin.
He's also sitting on a stockpile of more than 2,000 tactical nuclear weapons. It's not only part of their doctrine, so-called escalate to de-escalate doctrine, that they, don't rule out the use of these tactically, but they put them on every weapon system, including mines, including artillery pieces.
Russia's foreign minister suggested Putin would take a meeting with Biden next month at the G20 summit if it's offered.
We repeatedly said we never turn down meetings. If there is an invitation, then we will consider it.
Biden, in an interview with CNN, appearing to keep the door open, being careful not to insult the Russian president.
Do you think Putin is a rational actor?
I think he is a rational actor who's miscalculated significantly.
So if he's not rational and...
No, I didn't say he's not rational.
You said the speech is what?
I think the speech is, okay. His objectives were not right.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen called on allies to disperse funds to Ukraine as quickly as possible after a bilateral meeting with the country's finance minister, but she refused to answer a question from our colleagues at Fox Business about how the world would keep countries like India and China accountable to a pending Russian oil price cap. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And speaking of those oil price caps, we're also monitoring another big story internationally that does obviously have direct correlation to the situation on the ground in Ukraine. President Joe Biden is warning Saudi Arabia of consequences over their decision to cut oil production. So a lot of international stories that were actually addressed in the latest White House press briefing with spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre. I do want to play it back for you because these are the direct stances from the President of the United States and his administration on these top international issues. Let's listen in.
Sexual orientation or gender identity. This is something we continue to strive toward and fight for, particularly as we continue to see a wave of anti-LGBTQ legislation across the country. And it's why I'm so honored to serve the President and the First Lady, who have stood with the LGBTQ community for many years and will continue to stand with all those who come out. And we are thinking about those who are coming out or those who are thinking about coming out, and we are here for you, and we will continue to support you. Thank you. With that, I now want to turn to our special guest for today. Today we have White House COVID-19 Response Coordinator, Dr. Jha, back with us in the room. He is going to discuss the benefits of the updated vaccines, the new vaccines that you have heard us talk about here, and our work to ensure that all eligible Americans do get vaccinated ahead of the winter. With that, Dr. Jha, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, KJP, and thank you for your personal story. Thank you all for having me back. Happy to be back here. I know families around the country are starting to make plans for Thanksgiving. Mine is. We're thinking about the holidays ahead. It's going to be here sooner than most people know. And we're all looking forward to a really good holiday season. The challenge with holiday seasons every year is it's also a time where contagious respiratory viruses like influenza, RSV, and again this year COVID spread much more quickly. And we have seen an increase in COVID infections, hospitalizations, and deaths each of the last 2 winters. And we are carefully monitoring the rise of several subvariants that are evolving rapidly and emerging around the world, including ones that evade some of our treatments. And given what we've seen in Australia this summer, our summer, their winter, it's reasonable to expect we're going to see a significant flu season this year. So we have some challenges ahead as we plan and as we look at the winter in front of us. But the good news is we are not helpless against these challenges, right? In fact, what happens in the weeks and months ahead will have a large impact on how the winter goes. And really what happens in this winter is largely up to us as the American people. So let me talk about what tools we have, what we can do to make sure we have a safe and healthy fall, winter, holiday season. We have updated bivalent vaccines that are designed to target the original version of COVID. I think you should see slides up. You do, great. That target both the original version of COVID from 2020, as well as Omicron, the BA.5 version that's circulating right now. And based on everything we know about immunology and science and vaccines, these updated vaccines should provide a much higher level of protection against infection, against transmission, and certainly against serious illness and hospitalizations and deaths. And just like people get the flu shot each year, even if you've had the flu in the past or if you got a flu shot the year before, it's really critical that everyone 12 and older should go get this updated annual COVID-19 vaccine. So you're protected this fall and winter, and you're protected year-round. So my message today from this briefing room is very simple. Don't wait. Get your new flu shot and get your new COVID shot today.
Some very important updates here on the COVID-19 front, but as promised, I do actually want to fast forward here and get you to the point where they are talking about these top international issues, so let's listen in.
As long as it takes. Yesterday, President Biden spoke with President Zelensky and pledged to continue providing Ukraine with the support needed to defend itself, including advanced air defense systems. And today, G7 leaders met virtually for more than 90 minutes to continue coordinating our efforts to impose costs on Russia and provide Ukraine with economic security and humanitarian assistance. President Biden has also discussed with G7 partners what more we can do together to prioritize air defense capabilities for Ukraine, which has been and will continue to be a U.S. priority. Secretary Austin will continue that discussion at the Ukraine Defense Contact Group in Brussels. That will be tomorrow. Today, as well, the president also welcomed a historic breakthrough in the Middle East. After months of mediation by the United States, the governments of Israel and Lebanon have agreed to formally end their maritime boundary dispute and establish a permanent maritime boundary between them. The president spoke this morning with Prime Minister of Israel, Lapid, and President of Lebanon, Michel Aoun, who confirmed the readiness of both governments to move forward with this agreement. We want to also thank President Emmanuel Macron of France and his government for their support in these negotiations. The president has long believed that energy, particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean, should serve as a tool for cooperation, stability, security, and prosperity, not for conflict. He first worked on this issue nearly a decade ago as vice president and is pleased that U.S. mediation and persistent diplomacy finally led to this breakthrough today. The agreement will provide for the development of energy fields for the benefit of both countries, setting the stage for a more stable and prosperous region and harnessing vital new energy resources for the world. It protects Israel's security and economic interests, critical to promoting its regional integration. It provides Lebanon the space to begin its own exploitation of energy resources and marks a new chapter of hope following years of crisis. And it promotes the interest of the United States and the American people in a more stable, prosperous, and integrated Middle East region with reduced risk of new conflicts. All central themes of the president's visit to the region this past summer. We are pleased to have achieved this breakthrough today and congratulate everyone involved. And finally, I also want to recognize that today is International Day of the Girl. Today is an opportunity to celebrate the power of young women and girls around the world by championing their safety and rights. In particular, today we are thinking of the brave young women and girls leading the ongoing protest in Iran. Women should be able to express themselves how they want and wear what they want, free from violence or harassment. There's still so much work to be done to create an equitable country and world for our daughters and granddaughters. The Biden-Harris administration has and will continue to prioritize that work by creating opportunities for economic security and advancing equal access to education, job training, and jobs, by fighting to protect and expand girls' access to health care, and by working to address the scourge of gender-based violence wherever it occurs. President Biden and Vice President Harris will continue to speak out for women and girls around the globe. With that, Chris, you want to kick us off?
Sure. There's been talk about reassessing the relationship with Saudi Arabia. What is the administration prepared to do at this point as far as reassessing it? It would involve weapons sales, diplomatic relations. Can you talk about some of the options here?
So from the beginning of the administration, since taking office, the president has been very clear that the United States needs a different sort of relationship with Saudi Arabia. He has said that from very early on. And I have said this last week when OPEC made the decision to align their energy policy with Russia's war aims and against the American people, further underscores that reasoning to realign that relationship, to reevaluate that relationship with Saudi Arabia. We are reviewing where we are currently right now, and we'll be watching closely over the coming weeks and months as well, consulting with our allies and also with our with members of Congress, and decisions will be made once that policy review is underway. And but to be clear, I'm not going to get ahead of that, but that's the process that we're going to take next.
For the review?
Don't have a timeline, but clearly this is something that we're going to closely monitor. And we have said from the beginning we need to kind of reassess and have a different relationship with Saudi Arabia, and especially after the decision that was made by OPEC+. And we were very clear about that last week. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. Does President Biden believe that Saudi Arabia sides with Russia in this war?
Well, we believe by the decision that OPEC Plus made last week, there certainly are aligning themselves with Russia. And right now, this is not a time to be aligning with Russia, especially with this brutal, unprecedented war that they have started in Ukraine. And we have been very clear about that. The president has been very clear about that since the beginning of this war. And so this action that they took, this decision that OPEC Plus made last week, proves that that's where they are aligning their energy policy is with Russia.
So given that, Senator Bob Menendez, the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, has proposed that the U.S. basically stop selling arms to Saudi Arabia. Is that something the president would consider?
Again, the president has been very clear that we need to find a different sort of relationship with Saudi Arabia. We are going to look at, assess our policies, get a sense of how we're going to, actions that we're going to take. And so we're reviewing this. I don't want to get ahead of the president's decision, but again, I don't have anything specific to that particular question, but we are going to have a review of where we are and take a really, really deliberate, close look.
Thanks, Corinne. Ahead of the UN vote tomorrow on this draft resolution condemning Russia's annexation of parts of Ukraine, could you walk us through what's at stake for the administration, particularly as it relates to President Biden's push to keep this coalition united this far into this war?
Well, we have been very clear about what we're seeing, the aggression against Ukraine by Russia. We and our allies, our allies in Europe, our allies across the globe, one thing I would say is when we started this process, Putin had thought that he would, bring forth a weaker NATO, that there was no way that we would have this strong alliance. And what we were able to prove, the president, because of the president's leadership, is that now we see an alliance that's even stronger than it's been in modern times. Our coalition is strong. We have held the major democracies together. Putin has been counting on a split, as I just said, and he hasn't had it. It has not happened. And so after the first G7 of this administration, there were questions about whether America is back, and we are indeed back. So the president has spent a lot of time talking to leaders, as he did today. He's done that face-to-face, on the phone, in the Oval, again, like he did today with the G7 leaders, yesterday as he did with President Zelensky. And look, we are going to continue to have these conversations. It is important for this alliance to stick together. But you heard, I'm sure all of you saw the readout, the statement from the G7, and what they are going to continue to do, to provide economic assistance and security assistance to Ukraine. They're going to continue to call out Putin and what he's doing with the annexation, what he's doing with the nuclear strikes, and you are seeing a stronger NATO, a stronger Europe, and we're going to continue to hold Putin accountable.
So if we are indeed seeing a stronger Europe, will we see non-allied countries lend their support to this resolution tomorrow? Are you confident that you'll have 100 countries signing on?
I'm not gonna get ahead of what the vote is gonna look like at the UN, but we have been very clear. We have been very clear as to saying to all countries, now is not the time. Now is not the time to support Russia's war. Now is the time to speak out as we're seeing this brutal war that was started by Mr. Putin. And we've said this many times before. This war can end today. It could end today, and it is up to President Putin to end this war.
You mentioned weeks and months for this Saudi review. Does the president feel under any particular time pressure to act swiftly?
Don't have a timeline, but we've been clear. I don't want to get ahead of this review process that we're going to go under, but don't have a timeline. But we have been very clear. You heard from me, last week. You've heard from my colleagues. This OPEC Plus decision, on their energy policy, was indeed self-serving, and it's going to hurt, middle and low economies, countries across the country, and that is a problem.
Who's leading the review?
I don't have a person in particular to speak to who's going to be leading the review. Clearly, this is an an effort across the White House that we're going to push forward with. Clearly, the National Security Council is going to be involved in this review as well. But this is something that the president is going to take very seriously, and we'll have more to share. I don't want to get ahead of it.
And last thing, what does the White House make of these reports that Elon Musk has been talking to Vladimir Putin about Ukraine?
So we've been very clear. I was asked a similar question about this last week about Elon Musk. Look, the president has been clear as well and believes that decisions about negotiations are decisions for Ukraine to make. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. We have said that for months. And, as you saw, I was just mentioning the G7 leaders. They put out a statement following their meeting with President Zelensky today. We welcome President Zelensky's readiness for a just peace, which would include the following elements: respecting the UN charters, protecting of territorial integrity and sovereignty, and safeguarding Ukraine's ability to defend itself in the future, ensuring Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction, including exploring avenues to do so with the funds from Russia, and pursuing accountability for Russians' crimes committed during the war. But diplomacy requires both sides engaging in good faith to de-escalate. And we have seen no signs at all from Vladimir Putin that he is prepared to stop the onslaught and the atrocities. So he could stop. Again, this war today, this is a war that he started, and he could stop it if he wishes.
Green, the president, has made clear that the U.S. will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. Does that extend into next year? And how much is the White House thinking about how that level of support could be complicated if Democrats no longer control Congress?
So look, we've been very clear. But let me just be also clear about this. The support that we have seen, it has been bipartisan, right? The support that we have seen in the funding that has been approved by Congress, the $40 billion not too long ago, the most recent funding that we saw that was with the CR, that was bipartisan as well. And so you have seen both sides come together in supporting Ukraine, who is, again, fighting for their democracy, fighting for their freedom, and we will continue to condemn Russia and their unprovoked war, and we'll continue to do that. We will continue to hold them accountable. But again, don't have a timeline for you, because as we see this could end today if President Putin chooses. Again, this is his war that he has started, but we will be there for Ukraine to support their bravery as they are fighting against this aggression as long as it takes. Don't have a timeline. As we have said many times before, this war has gone on for too long.
And can you talk to us a little bit about the thinking on the president's upcoming travel? He's going to the West Coast tomorrow. He isn't visiting Arizona or Nevada. I mean, we have 4 weeks until the midterm. Should we expect to see him travel to some of the more competitive states, campaign alongside some of the candidates who are in very competitive races.
So, as I've said many times, we here at the White House, this administration, we respect the Hatch Act. So I'm going to be very mindful of that. And I cannot speak of the 2022 midterm elections or any elections from this podium. But, you know, we've been very clear that the president's going to go out, the vice president's going to go out, the cabinet secretaries, and you'll see Democrats in Congress. They're going to talk about the success that we have seen in this administration in the last 19 months. And, you know, we have talked about the bipartisan infrastructure law and how that's going to change. That's going to change our infrastructure, repair our bridges and roads, and it also strengthen our supply chain. So we're going to talk about that. He's going to talk about the Inflation Reduction Act, which is going to help our seniors lower costs, make Medicare be able to negotiate prices. It's going to help energy costs. That's what you're going to hear the president talking about. He's going to talk about the CHIPS Act. He did that last week, going to IBM, going to Volvo, and talking about how the CHIPS Act is going to, again, secure and protect our national security, make that stronger, but also bring back manufacturing jobs right here in the U.S. and giving the opportunity to those businesses to come back and actually really do the things that we have been wanting to see in this country for decades now, create good paying jobs. And so that's what you're going to hear the president talk about his economy, how he's able to put forth a policy that really doesn't leave anybody behind, builds the economy from the bottom up, middle out. And so that's what you're going to continue to hear from us. I don't have any specific locations to share in the next 4 weeks, but of course the president loves being out there, and you'll continue to see the president traveling.
I guess I was just wondering, you know, if he is eager to talk about his accomplishments on a trip like this one where he is going all the way to the West Coast. Would there have been deliberations of, well, why not go to a state like Arizona or Nevada to talk about those accomplishments?
Look, he's going to go to California, he's going to go to Colorado, he's going to go to Oregon to talk about those accomplishments. There'll be many more trips to announce and for the president to be out there and talk directly to the American people. I don't have anything more specific to lay out as to where he's going in the next 4 weeks. But again, I also want to be very, very mindful of what I say here at the podium as well.
He's not welcome on the trail, correct, Kareem?
We get the Consumer Price Index for September on Thursday. What does the administration expect from that?
So you're talking about the CPI, the upcoming number on inflation. So look, you know, the president has made, as far as his economic policy, he's made lowering costs for the American people, bringing the inflation down, his #1 economic priority, and that continues to be, do that. We know that there's more work to do, but we have seen some important progress for the American people. A couple of things that I lay out. We've seen real disposable income and real consumer spending both increase in part thanks to the strength of our job market. Gas prices are down over $1 per gallon since their peak this summer. That's an overall decline of 22%. And we're giving families a little bit more breathing room. I just talked about the Inflation Reduction Act that's going to lower costs as we think about healthcare, as we think about energy and healthcare premiums, to be more specific. And, you know, here's the thing. And we've seen this week, and we saw it last week, how Republicans in Congress, as we know, voted against the Inflation Reduction Act. But the first thing that they want to do is repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, which means that they would be playing into or supporting or lifting up the wealthiest special interest groups. Why would you do that? Why would you take away an opportunity to lower cost for seniors? Why would you take away the opportunity to lower costs when it comes to energy? Why would you take away the opportunity to fight climate change in a way that we have not seen, an investment in a way that we have not seen? And so that's how we see the important progress that we have made. Clearly, we will be paying close attention to that data as it comes out.
The Reserve has been responding to these inflation reports by raising interest rates, and the White House's response to that has been to say the Fed is independent, we respect their independence. Is there ever a point where that might change, where the White House might consider critiquing Fed policy, particularly if we fall into a recession?
Again, we've been very clear about the Federal Reserve. They are independent. We believe that they have the strongest monetary policy to deal with this moment, and we are going to allow them to do the work that they are currently doing. I'm not going to be responding to any actions that they're taking because we truly do believe in the independence of the Fed. Go ahead, Eli.
Thanks, Green. The President has condemned racism many times since taking office. I wonder if he's followed the situation on the Los Angeles City Council with Nuri Martinez and the leaked recording of her using racist remarks to describe a colleague's black son. She said today she's taking a leave of absence, but there are others, Senator Padilla, Mayor Garcetti, who have called for her to resign. Has the President followed this? Does he have a reaction to what's going on?
Yes, he's followed this, spoke to him about it yesterday. Look, the President is glad to see that one of the participants in that conversation has resigned, but they all should. He believes that they all should resign. The language that was used and tolerated during that conversation was unacceptable, and it was appalling. They should all step down. And here's the difference between Democrats and MAGA Republicans. When a Democrat says something racist or anti-Semitic, we hold them. We hold Democrats accountable. When a MAGA Republican says something racist or anti-Semitic, they are embraced by cheering crowds and become celebrated and sought after endorsements. Senator Tuberville, let's not forget, this just happened, saying black people commit crimes. Doug Mastriano attacking his opponent in Pennsylvania governor's race for sending his children to a Jewish day school. The president used to say, and I'll quote the president right now, quote, "Hate never goes away, it only hides." But lately, it's just one in the open at these extreme MAGA rallies. It's just out, pardon me, it's just out in the open at these extreme MAGA rallies, end quote. Okay.
So the IMF cut global forecast today and for the U.S. I'm wondering if that forecast matches what the White House is seeing internally, and if you have any concerns about their warning that, the worst is yet to come.
So I've said this before, and I'll say this again. The president has a message for the American people, and he wants them to know the following. Because of Americans' resilience and the economic strategy we pursued from day one in this administration with his economic policy, the United States of America is in a stronger position than any other country to navigate what we're seeing currently, these global challenges, and what we have seen during the 19 months of this president's administration. And so that is the first thing that we want to make sure that the American people understand. Look, jobs are up, incomes are up, people are back to work, and American manufacturing is roaring back. And the economic legislation signed again by this president, when we think about the Inflation Reduction Act, when we think about CHIPS Act, are encouraging investment right here in the United States. That will make our economy stronger and more resilient for years to come. And that is also something important to note. So now, of course, we're going to continue to monitor this closely. We're going to watch this closely. The president continues to meet. He's going to meet with his senior members of his economic team, as we have sent updates about that these last 2 weeks on the global economic development. That is important. We take this very seriously, and this is meetings that he regularly does. And so, but we believe we are in a stronger position than many other many other countries when it comes to dealing with global challenges.
One more. The president of Poland said that
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are listening back into the latest updates provided from the White House. Spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre on a slew of international topics. Speaking on the international front, here's a live look at Brussels, Belgium. We are expecting NATO defense ministers to meet today at NATO headquarters. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg and other defense ministers are arriving now. We are expecting remarks from the NATO Secretary General to come down around 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Obviously, a big topic of discussion is the war in Ukraine. This information does come and this meeting does come as tensions are rising on the ground in Ukraine. We can report that the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has lost external power on the ground in Ukraine. This also does come as we have learned that NATO will go ahead with its annual drills next week to test the state of readiness of its nuclear capabilities. Unfortunately, we did just lose that feed, but lucky for you, I do have a backup because we here on Live Now from Fox are prepared for anything and everything. It is 6 a.m. here on the East Coast, and I do want to make sure that you are waking up with us this morning with a look at all of your top stories. We are going to begin the show with a bit of a recap on the stateside front. Let's take you out to some of the video coming into our newsroom on rescue and recovery efforts now fully underway across the state of Florida. Now officially 2 weeks after Hurricane Ian hit that state. We can report that at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on the show, we are going to have a Hurricane Ian relief special, live interviews, exclusive coverage, so please be sure to join us for that. We do want to make sure that you are heading out the door with a full recap of what the situation on the ground is like here in Florida. Cleanup efforts are beginning to ramp up in the hardest hit areas of the state. Local officials, though, say looting remains a problem. Our Fox Weather's Will Nunley has the latest.
Nearly 2 weeks after Hurricane Ian, major search and rescue efforts in the region have been completed. Crews that flew into southwest Florida are now returning home. Some say they conducted thousands of searches during their time here.
We're coming back to, places that are intact on our homes and stuff, and they're going to be, months, if not years, dealing with the effects of what they saw and are experiencing.
For many of those people they helped, the emotional toll will grow in the weeks ahead. Residents in the hardest hit areas are returning to see what remains of their homes and recovering whatever belongings they can.
I lost my home, lost my job, nowhere to stay. I'm living in a tent.
In Tampa, dozens of cleanup crews are working 12-hour shifts to remove storm debris. City officials say it could take up to 2 months to complete the process.
We're asking residents the really small stuff, leaves, twigs, things that can't be picked up with by hand or with a grapple truck, to go ahead and bag that material or put it in a container.
As recovery efforts continue, concerns are growing about crime and looting in the region. In Naples, at least 2 people were arrested on Sunday for a looting crime spree. Lee County says it's arrested more than a dozen since the storm. Local officials issuing this warning.
People have the right to be safe and secure in their homes. Those that want to pray, go somewhere else. Leave our state. We don't even want you here.
Some of the recovery efforts could be hampered this week as forecasters predict rain moving into the area. In Fort Myers, Will Nunley, Fox Weather.
Thank you to Will for that report. We are once again going to have a Hurricane Ian relief special right here on Live Now from Fox coming up in the 9 a.m. hour. You will be sure to join us for that. We're going to have live interviews and exclusive coverage. And as we have officially hit the 2-week mark, we are hearing incredible stories of survival from people trapped in Ian's path. That includes a man who jumped out of a window and swam through floodwaters to rescue his mother. Live Now from Fox's Josh Breslow spoke with that man, Johnny Lauder. Let's listen in.
Johnny Lauder, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
So first off, did you ever think this was going to go as viral as it did?
No. This wasn't even meant to be put out. This was videos and pictures I was sending to the family to let them know I was okay and how far I was from grandma's house.
And I want to start before we talk a little further with showing some of that. So take a look.
We look at 4 feet of water and I've been swimming forever. Oh my God.
We're arriving to grandma's, or I'm arriving to grandma's. I don't know what time it is, 3:41. All right. Love everybody.
Status update for the family. It's now 6:30. It's the aftermath of Ian. I'm with my mom. I got her up on the table, wrapped up so she doesn't go into hypothermia. She only has one leg, so it's going to be very difficult trying to get out of here. You can see the water outside is still up to the window. Better look from that side. You can see it's up to the window. Just waiting for it to get down more. It was up to the table where she's at. She basically lost everything. I live closer to the water, so I know everything is gone as well. Main thing is we're safe, so yay, Florida life. 6:10, we're now leaving. Pushing a wheelchair, half deep water. Yeah, that's done. We have a little bit of a trek ahead of us, but we'll try to get somewhere safe.
So, Johnny, walk me through the rescue, how it all happened, and what led to you going over there to rescue your mom.
What had happened is we knew the storm was coming. I have an 84-year-old mother who's extremely stubborn, to put it lightly. She's in a wheelchair. She only has one leg. She has this bad skin condition where she has open sores, about 80% of her body. She basically said she wouldn't evacuate, and she'd fight me kicking and screaming, and she didn't want me or any of my sons over at her house. I have a 20-year-old son at home, and then I have a 26-year-old son who lives about 4 blocks from my house. And then 4 blocks from his house, about a half mile, is where my mom resides. So my boys are like me. We weren't going to leave grandma behind. We wanted to evacuate, but since she wasn't going, we're not going. So I went to my oldest son's house, and I stayed with him and his girlfriend and my youngest son. And that was basically where we kind of set up base camp. So if something was to go wrong, at least I'm halfway to her house. Now, because of prior hurricanes, I got about a foot in my house before. My mother only got about 6 inches. So we weren't expecting it to be as big as it was. So we were watching TV, ironically, when my youngest son yells out, "The water's here." We look out the window, and there's about 3 feet at that time outside the window. And the sliding glass doors in the patio, we moved the curtains, and we had about 6 inches of water, which rapidly grew to about 2.5 feet within not even 5 minutes. My youngest was on the phone the whole time with my mom, giving me status updates. She reported it was at her ankle, then it was at the bottom of her chair. And once it hit the belly button, I knew that was it. We're running out of time. So I made sure the kids were safe first. They're not kids, but made sure they were safe. There was an attic scuttle inside one of the closets in my son's one of his bedrooms. So we put my 2 sons, his girlfriend, a rabbit, a bird, and a very fat cat with provisions, batteries, phones, everything, food, and a way to chop through the roof if necessary into the attic. As soon as I saw the last leg was going up in there, I dove out the window and started the trek to my mom's house. When I got out the window, the water was up to my sternum, so probably about 4 feet of water, 4.5 feet. My mom's house is roughly a half mile from my son's house, so I had to make maybe a quarter of a block to her street, and then from there was a straight shot down to her house. When I made it out to the driveway, I just snapped a picture of the cars. It was already up to the windows and rising fast. The street in front of my son's house, it did have a current. A work van, I guess you would call, like a big white van, was kind of floating past me. So I got to the corner, and it was my mom's street. That's where the water was coming from the Gulf, coming towards us. I knew the dangers going in. I mean, I could have been taken by the current. I could have had debris hit me, power lines in the water, but it's mom. And my phone, my Apple Watch, everything's just going off. Now I got family texting me, "Are you guys okay?" And now I have my kids in the attic also wondering, am I alive and how far I am from grandma? So my hands are wet. I can't text. I had my phone in my shoulder pocket, and every chance that I got between the kicking and the pushing and trying to make my way through, I would catch my breath, take a selfie, send it to them, take a picture of the street where I'm at because they're familiar with the area and they would know how far I am from grandma's to let her know, how far I am. Put the phone away and then trek on. It was pretty miraculous, and I would have to say it's divine intervention. But halfway to my mom's, I was pretty exhausted, and I'm looking up at the bells on the power lines, and they're all arcing and sparking. So of course I'm trying to see if there's a hum or buzz in the water or something if I'm getting too close. And I took a snapshot of the street, and as I look up to look at the sparks and I look back down, not even a minute later, a knee board magically appears in front of me. There was nothing on the street, and this knee board appears, and it made it so much easier to cut through the water with the knee board. As I approached my mom's house, it was this overwhelming sensation of terror and relief at the same time, because I could hear her screaming. Terror because I didn't know if something had fallen on her or she was hurt, but then relief knowing that she still had air in her lungs and I wasn't too late. Went to the front door, couldn't open the door with the pressure of the water, went around to the back of her house, got the kitchen window out, and that's when I saw the water was up to her chest, chin. And if I'd have been 30 minutes later, it might have been a whole different type of interview. But snapped that picture immediately. She was in joy. I know it looks kind of terrifying in the picture, but she was just so happy to see me. She was smiling. She doesn't have teeth, but trust me, she was smiling. I knew it wasn't over. So I sent the picture to the kids so they would be fine and know that grandma's okay. Jumped into the window. Again, like I said, she has a skin condition. So I know that bacteria-ridden water wouldn't be good. She was shivering like a chihuahua. So from past experience and training, I know I had, get her out of the water because hypothermia is going to start kicking in. So I scurried through her house. I found a small table, stacked the kitchen table on top of that table. The only thing dry in the whole house was a pair of sheets that I found on one of her shelves in her closet. As I'm approaching her with the sheets, she's like, no, not those. Those are my good sheets. But I said, we don't have time for that. Those are your only sheets. So I wrapped her up, kept her warm, gave her some peanut butter and jelly that I could find. Everything's floating around us from the refrigerator to beds to sofa. It was just surreal. We waited for, I know I said the times as I'm approaching, it's in the videos, it was probably about 3 hours. We waited for the water to subside. It got up to her window, and thank God after that, it just started going down. If it would have gotten higher, I would have held her head treading water for as long as I had to. But when the water got about halfway down, my youngest son, who's 20, he knew to come. It was going to be still dangerous, but not as dangerous. He made his way to the house to help me get her out because of all the debris and everything and the obstacles with her wheelchair. We got her out of the house, back in her chair, and outside it was probably, I would say, up to our thighs and her waist, sometimes a little lower in her courtyard. But once we got to the street, there were areas where it was up to her chest in water. When we made it to the street, I kind of made a quick little snippet video saying, we're done and we're taking grandma, getting her out of there somewhere safe. And then we made the trek back, which was longer than the way to my son's house because we passed my son's street and I was trying to get to a hotel that I knew had dry ground. One of my mom's neighbors is an elderly Haitian woman, which my Creole is not the greatest, but I understood arthritis. She could barely walk and she had all her belongings in a garbage bag. So after I snapped that video, I basically put my phone away, put her over one shoulder and put her bag on the other while my son pushed my mom. Once we got to the hotel, I knew the lady said she had a son that lived not in town. I said, call your son, let him know you're okay. I tried to put my mother inside the hotel just in the lobby to warm up. And the clerk said, sorry, there's no rooms available and you got to get her out of here. So then it was take mom back to my son's house. We got back to my oldest son's house and fortunately they only had about a foot and a half of water get into the house. The doors and everything held up pretty well. And once we got her home, we realized we had to get that water off of her. But since she's in a wheelchair, we can't, she has one leg, we can't get her in the tub. So we had to make the trek back to my mom's to get her special bench that she uses to bathe herself. And that's when we saw it was absolutely disgusting and gut wrenching, the inside of the house. We brought her bench back, had her wash up just to make sure she's okay because of the open wounds and sores. That's when the next day we put her on a soggy couch and we at least had power. And food that was still in the refrigerator. But the next day, my son found out that we were on a boil notice, which we didn't know because we weren't getting alerts the day of. So we weren't sure if that water was good. It was compromised. So we called the EMS. Paramedics came out, took her to the hospital. And unfortunately, we were right. She got bacterial infections in a lot of the wounds. But they treated her. She's at a rehabilitation center right now. She's in a warm bed. She's happy to be here. She's making friends everywhere. So we're just very, very, very fortunate. Very fortunate.
What were you thinking as you're going on this trip? You see just how high the water is. You get close to your mom's house and the water is getting high. What's going through your mind at that point before you see your mom? And then when you do see her and you see that she's alive?
I'm not going to lie if I say I wasn't nervous. But I've been in a lot of stressful situations in my life, running and risking everything to help somebody, but it's a little different when it's your mom. You try to push everything out of your mind. If you think about something and you hesitate, you lose, you get off focus, you can hurt yourself, and then you're no good to the person you're trying to help. So even though it was my mom, I was trying to think it wasn't my mom, but it was 21-year-old Johnny at the driver's seat, but 50-year-old Johnny was in the back seat whispering in my ear, and I had to tie him up and just ignore him and just push forward. Yeah, it's after the fact that now it sets in. And when I look at the picture, when I think about it, my eyes start to sweat. I start to feel like, oh man, things could have been really bad. And then I think about all the people who lost lives in the storm. And then, that's when it really kicks in, after the fact. During I tried to push it to the side, but there were times where I thought, oh my God, I'm not going to get there in time. Or what if I don't make it? And now I just, now my kids are going to be minus a grandma and minus a dad. So, but you just can't think about that. You gotta push forward.
For sure. And I know you told me you documented it really because you were trying to make sure that your family knew that you were okay. You weren't documenting it because you thought someone's going to watch this later, right?
No, I had no idea. The family members in Miami, my sister-in-law, they all got the videos and stuff and saw that we were okay. And finally, when we had a little bit of cell service, everybody's calling. But she started a GoFundMe for us, and she put it on her Facebook, and somehow this just exploded where everybody wanted to talk to me. And I'm like, I'm just a boy who went to go help his mom, I mean, who wouldn't do that for their mom? I do it for your mom. I do it for anybody else's mom, but I prefer not to have to. So she's going to evacuate next time, whether she likes it or not, but she's changed her tone. She realizes to not risk other people's lives just for her life. So, but yeah, we had no idea, no intention this was going to get the way it got. So I didn't want to tell a story, but a lot of people told me that, with this world of sad and bad happening right now, sometimes, a happy ending is what's needed. And at the same time, if anybody can take away anything from my story, is Mother Nature is a beautiful, cruel, and unforgiving woman, and we do not need to take her lightly. And, the signs are there. Hurricane, we have days, to evacuate and prepare. And if, I'd rather see people come back and cry over everything that they lost than have their loved ones come down and cry over the loved ones they lost. So we lost everything. My mom lost everything. My son lost furniture, but we got each other. I haven't lost my job. I haven't lost my family, and I haven't lost hope. So, it's like a computer. It has two buttons. You have a power and a reset. It's just my reset button that got hit. Well, we just pick ourselves up and those around us and move forward. So we'll get through this.
And like you said there, you hear a lot of stories that don't have the happiest of endings. Thankfully, this one does. And that's why, we definitely wanted to share it there. But thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. Is there anything else that you want to add at all?
No, I can't think of anything other than when any storm or anything's happening, take the necessary precautions, get your loved ones out. If I have to tie her up and carry her out of her house, the next time I will. But I love that right now. It breaks me up, and been thinking about it. The amount of people and outpouring of support that I've gotten through this thing from people that I don't even know. Really chokes me up, Oh, sorry. Yeah. And the way the community's been, and it's a shame that it takes a natural disaster for us all to come together like this. And if we could just do this every day and be like this world will be a better place. That's all.
Beautiful final words there from this interview with A man, Johnny Lauder, who saves his mother. Really compelling insight and a really touching ending where he says, you know, it shouldn't just be in the wake of natural disasters that we see communities come together. Thank you very much to our very own Live Now from Fox's Josh Breslow for that interview. We do want to remind you that our Hurricane Ian relief special is going to begin at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Live interviews, exclusive coverage, similar to the one that you just heard there, will be heard during that hour, so you'll want to be sure to join us for that. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest international headlines coming into our newsroom as we are monitoring a big day ahead for NATO defense ministers as they are meeting in Brussels, Belgium. All of those details right after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are bringing you up to speed on the latest international headlines. Big day ahead out of NATO headquarters in Brussels, Belgium. NATO defense ministers are set to meet today. All of this does come just a day after leaders of the G7 met. Ukrainian's president is urging the United States and its partners to hit Russia with even tougher sanctions following 2 days of brutal attacks against civilian targets in Ukraine. Nearly 30% of the country's energy infrastructure has been hit since Monday. These developments come as international leaders discuss their options. We do know that NATO defense ministers are meeting today, and all of this does come also after NATO confirmed yesterday in this address by NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg that it will go ahead with its annual drills next week to test the state of readiness of its nuclear capabilities. At a news conference just yesterday in Brussels, which is where this video is from, NATO Chief Jens Stoltenberg said canceling the nuclear deterrent exercises now would send the wrong signal to Moscow. This information does come as we're learning today that Ukraine's nuclear power plant, that Zaporizhzhia power plant, has officially lost external power yet again. This has been the second time now in 5 days that the nuclear power plant has lost all of its external power, meaning that it is relying now solely on backup diesel generators to keeping the nuclear safety and security equipment operational. The repeated loss of the Zaporizhzhia's off-site power is a deeply worrying development, and it underlines the urgent need for a nuclear safety and security protection zone around the site. That was a direct quote from the International Atomic Energy Agency Director General, Rafael Grossi. So we are expecting quite a few big updates to come out of this meeting today, out of Brussels. Brussels, Belgium. And our reporters are covering all of these latest international headlines. Our Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich tells us President Joe Biden says he has a lot of work to do to help de-escalate this conflict. Let's listen in.
Meet the press, and lightning struck a little pond behind my house.
President Biden gave virtual remarks on fire prevention, but took no questions from press after an emergency huddle with G7 leaders and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky on Russian escalation in its war in Ukraine. Fox's Trey Yingst in country.
Right now, we're less than a mile from the Russian border. Just a few days ago, Ukrainian troops repelled another attack here. These trenches were actually dug by the Russians when they controlled this area a few weeks ago. Off in the distance, artillery fire continues as Vladimir Putin is looking to put pressure on the Ukrainian army as they defend the southern and eastern parts of their country.
The Group of Seven, in a statement, condemned Putin's nuclear rhetoric and Moscow's latest missile attacks on Ukrainian citizens.
President Biden has also discussed with G7 partners what more we can do together to prioritize air defense capabilities for Ukraine, which has been and will continue to be a U.S. priority.
But no detail on what new steps the West is taking to deter Putin.
He's also sitting on a stockpile of more than 2,000 tactical nuclear weapons. It's not only part of their doctrine, so-called escalate to de-escalate doctrine, that they, don't rule out the use of these tactically, but they put them on every weapon system, including mines, including artillery pieces.
Russia's foreign minister suggested Putin would take a meeting with Biden next month at the G20 summit if it's offered.
We repeatedly said we never turn down meetings. If there is an invitation, then we will consider it.
Biden, in an interview with CNN, appearing to keep the door open, being careful not to insult the Russian president.
Do you think Putin is a rational actor?
I think he is a rational actor who's miscalculated significantly.
So if he's not rational and...
No, I didn't say he's not rational.
You said the speech is wasn't
I think the speech is...
Okay.
His objectives were not right.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen called on allies to disperse funds to Ukraine as quickly as possible after a bilateral meeting with the country's finance minister, but she refused to answer a question from our colleagues at Fox Business about how the world would keep countries like India and China accountable to a pending Russian oil price cap. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Thank you to Jackie for that report. You did see Trey Yingst appear in that piece. We are going to touch base with him now. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst is in the Ukrainian capital with more on how Ukraine is asking the United States and other Western allies for advanced missile defense systems. Let's listen in.
A shocking new Russian air offensive entered its second day on Tuesday. Thousands of Ukrainians taking shelter as bombs, missiles, and drones hit cities across the country. The strikes appear to be aimed almost exclusively at population centers and civilian infrastructure, part of an apparent shift in Vladimir Putin's playbook, following heavy losses by Russian troops on the ground.
What Putin is resorting to right now is trying to defeat the Ukrainian people, trying to crush their will. And that's what these attacks are all about.
And those losses are piling up. Some Western estimates put the number of Russian battle deaths as high as 25,000 as Ukrainian forces keep retaking territory. But as this new air offensive ramps up, officials here are now asking for more defensive weapons, including the National Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile Systems, or NASAMS.
It's a small system. It takes 2 operators, but it's got a great slant range, 50 miles. It's got a radar that'll pick up well beyond that. And it's designed against drones and cruise missiles as well.
That was the main topic as G7 leaders met virtually on Tuesday to reaffirm their support for Ukraine. President Biden reassuring his Ukrainian counterpart of America's, quote, unwavering commitment to hold Russia accountable for its war, while President Zelensky vowed to keep fighting despite these new airstrikes.
The Russian leader still has room for further escalation, but we can overcome this threat. We have a formula for peace.
NATO members and allies are meeting on Wednesday to discuss deploying new air defense systems to Ukraine. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Thank you to Trey for that report. Several U.S. airports had their websites hacked this week, and now a group of pro-Russian hackers is claiming responsibility. Our Fox News correspondent Eric Shawn has more.
A pro-Russian hacking group says it knocked several U.S. websites offline this week. On Tuesday, that group, KillNet, said it hacked the entire network infrastructure of JP Morgan Chase Bank. While there has been no evidence the claim is true, officials say they are aware and monitoring the situation. KillNet also says it attacked the websites of more than a dozen U.S. airports on Monday, among them Chicago O'Hare, Los Angeles International Airport, and Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson. But airport officials say no flight operations were affected. KillNet has ramped up hacking in countries that oppose Russia's invasion of Ukraine. While the group supports the Kremlin, the Biden administration says its direct ties to Moscow are unknown.
We just don't really understand fully who's behind this, what the motivation was, certainly at what level, if any, Kremlin officials were aware. We just don't know. We're going to investigate this. We're going to try to get to the bottom of it.
Former U.S. Defense Intelligence Officer Rebecca Koffler says cyber warfare is part of Russia President Vladimir Putin's playbook. And it could increase, she says, in the months ahead as Moscow suffers more setbacks on the battlefield.
He's going to target exactly what he's targeting right now, the civilian infrastructure, with cyber attacks, space warfare operations, underwater strikes.
Last week, KillNet claimed responsibility for denial of service attacks on government websites in several states. In New York, Eric Shawn, Fox News.
And on the topic of the latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine, obviously this is having impacts on gas prices worldwide. We are monitoring gas prices that unfortunately are on the rise yet again. $3.92 is the national average for a gallon of regular gas. All of this does come after a stern response from the White House after Saudi Arabia officially cut oil production. This is another story on the international front that we are monitoring here on the show. President Joe Biden warning Saudi Arabia of consequences over that decision to cut oil production. This was discussed in the latest White House press briefing with Karine Jean-Pierre, and I do want to play back for you a small excerpt from that briefing. Let's listen in.
Waiver from our commitment to support Ukraine as long as it takes. Yesterday, President Biden spoke with President Zelensky and pledged to continue providing Ukraine with the support needed to defend itself, including advanced air defense systems. And today, G7 leaders met virtually for more than 90 minutes to continue coordinating our efforts to impose costs on Russia and provide Ukraine with economic security and humanitarian assistance. President Biden has also discussed with G7 partners what more we can do together to prioritize air defense capabilities for Ukraine, which has been and will continue to be a U.S. priority. Secretary Austin will continue that discussion at the Ukraine Defense Contact Group in Brussels. That will be tomorrow. Today, as well, the president also welcomed a historic breakthrough in the Middle East. After months of mediation by the United States, the governments of Israel and Lebanon have agreed to formally end their maritime boundary dispute and establish a permanent maritime boundary between them. The president spoke this morning with Prime Minister of Israel, Lapid, and President of Lebanon, Michel Aoun, who confirmed the readiness of both governments to move forward with this agreement. We want to also thank President Emmanuel Macron of France and his government for their support in these negotiations. The president has long believed that energy, particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean, should serve as a tool for cooperation, stability, security, and prosperity, not for conflict. He first worked on this issue nearly a decade ago as vice president and is pleased that U.S. mediation and persistent diplomacy finally led to this breakthrough today. The agreement will provide for the development of energy fields for the benefit of both countries, setting the stage for a more stable and prosperous region and harnessing vital new energy resources for the world. It protects Israel's security and economic interests, critical to promoting its regional integration. It provides Lebanon the space to begin its own exploitation of energy resources and marks a new chapter of hope following years of crisis. And it promotes the interest of the United States and the American people in a more stable, prosperous, and integrated Middle East region with reduced risk of new conflicts. All central themes of the President's visit to the region this past summer. We are pleased to have achieved this breakthrough today and congratulate everyone involved. And finally, I also want to recognize that today is International Day of the Girl. Today is an opportunity to celebrate the power of young women and girls around the world by championing their safety and rights. In particular, today we are thinking of the brave young women and girls leading the ongoing protest in Iran. Women should be able to express themselves how they want and wear what they want, free from violence or harassment. There's still so much work to be done to create an equitable country and world for our daughters and granddaughters. The Biden-Harris administration has and will continue to prioritize that work by creating opportunities for economic security and advancing equal access to education, job training, and jobs, by fighting to protect and expand girls' access to health care, and by working to address the scourge of gender-based violence wherever it occurs. President Biden and Vice President Harris will continue to speak out for women and girls around the globe. With that, Chris, you want to kick us off?
Sure. There's been talk about reassessing the relationship with Saudi Arabia. What is the administration prepared to do at this point as far as reassessing it? It would involve weapons sales, diplomatic relations. Can you talk about some of the options here?
So from the beginning of the administration, since taking office, the president has been very clear that the United States needs a different sort of relationship with Saudi Arabia. He has said that from very early on. And I have said this last week when OPEC made the decision to align their energy policy with Russia's war aims and against the American people, further underscores that reasoning to realign that relationship, to reevaluate that relationship with Saudi Arabia. We are reviewing where we are currently right now, and we'll be watching closely over the coming weeks and months as well, consulting with our allies and also with members of Congress, and decisions will be made once that policy review is underway. And but to be clear, I'm not going to get ahead of that, but that's the process that we're going to take next.
For the review?
Don't have a timeline, but clearly this is something that we're going to closely monitor. And we have said from the beginning we need to kind of reassess and have a different relationship with Saudi Arabia, and especially after the decision that was made by OPEC+. And we were very clear about that last week. Go ahead.
Thanks, Green. Does President Biden believe that Saudi Arabia sides with Russia in this war?
Well, we believe by the decision that OPEC Plus made last week, there certainly are aligning themselves with Russia. And right now, this is not a time to be aligning with Russia, especially with this brutal, unprecedented war that they have started in Ukraine. And we have been very clear about that. The president has been very clear about that since the beginning of this war. And so this action that they took, this decision that OPEC Plus made last week, proves that that's where they are aligning their energy policy, is with Russia.
So given that, Senator Bob Menendez, the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, has proposed that the U.S. basically stop selling arms to Saudi Arabia. Is that something the president would consider?
Again, the president has been very clear that we need to find a different sort of relationship with Saudi Arabia. We are going to look at, assess our policies, get a sense of how we're going to, actions that we're going to take. And so we're reviewing this. I don't want to get ahead of the president's decision, but again, I don't have anything specific to that particular question, but we are going to have a review of where we are and take a really, really deliberate, close look.
Thanks, Green. Ahead of the UN vote tomorrow on this draft resolution condemning Russia's annexation of parts of Ukraine, could you walk us through what's at stake for the administration, particularly as it relates to President Biden's push to keep this coalition united this far into this war?
Well, we have been very clear about what we're seeing, the aggression against Ukraine by Russia. We and our allies, our allies in Europe, our allies across the globe, when one thing I would say is when we started this process, Putin had thought that he would, bring forth a weaker NATO, that there was no way that we would have this strong alliance. And what we were able to prove, the president, because of the president's leadership, is that now we see an alliance that's even stronger than it's been in modern times. Our coalition is strong. We have held the major democracies together. Putin has been counting on a split, as I just said, and he hasn't had it. It has not happened. And so after the first G7 of this administration, there were questions about whether America is back, and we are indeed back.
The latest updates from Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre as she recaps the Biden administration's response to a slew of international issues. Of course, we did bring you those latest updates from the latest G7 virtual meeting that took place yesterday. We are expecting NATO defense ministers to meet today in Brussels, Belgium. We're expecting remarks from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg to come down in just about 20 minutes. So stay tuned for that latest update right here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to bring things back stateside, though. Here's a live look at New York City as the sun is rising on this Wednesday morning, and we are recapping subway crime that has been on the rise. A man is recovering this morning after another violent assault in the city's subway system. This comes after the NYPD commissioner did tour subway stations yesterday and vowed to make the system safer. Our Fox 5 New York team has been covering this story for us. Fox 5's Robert Moses is live outside of Columbus Circle. Robert, welcome in. What's the latest?
Gabby, it's good to see you. At this point, on a typical weekday here in New York City, subway ridership has been hovering around 60% of pre-pandemic levels. This recent spate of violence in the city's mass transit system will not help boost that number. The northbound 1 train approaching the 59th Street Columbus Circle station, two men got into an argument. Cops say the suspect hit the victim with an unknown object, cut him with a knife he was waving around, then pepper sprayed him. The victim got off the train at 59th Street and was taken to Mount Sinai West in stable condition. The suspect got away. Transit crime remains a big problem as city officials try to coax commuters back onto subways and buses. According to just released NYPD statistics, transit crime is up 41.4% this year compared to last, virtually unchanged from last week's numbers.
Obviously, we're concerned about the safety of New Yorkers. The subway has to be safe.
The NYPD says it is beefing up its presence on 15 train lines in 20 troubled stations. Police Commissioner Keyshawn Sewell toured parts of the system yesterday.
We have had a challenging few weeks, but we are repeatedly doing train coverage. We're increasing the lines where we're going to see more officers.
In a span of a little more than a week, 3 people were murdered in the transit system. First, a father was killed on board a Brooklyn-bound L train. Just days later, another man was fatally stabbed at a 4-train station in the Bronx. And then on Sunday night, a man was fatally stabbed aboard a bus in the Bronx. According to the Post, the number of killings in the subway system between 2020 and 2022 exceeded the number between 2008 and 2019, even with lower pandemic ridership.
We have more to do, and we're here to do it.
And as we mentioned, the suspect in this most recent case is still on the loose, according to police. And just to situate this attack in a wider context, according to some new numbers we just received yesterday, the office occupancy rate here in New York City stands at about 46.1%. And while that's higher than other major cities across the country, it is still pretty low. And city officials say that in order to increase that number, the mass transit system has to be safe. Gabby, back to you.
Robert, thank you very much for the information. This is a story we've been following for quite some time and will continue to do so. Stay safe out there. We do want to send you back out to a different vantage point of New York City. We'll continue to monitor this subway crime that we have been seeing on the rise for months now. Our Fox 5's Robert Moses with great insight there. It is 6:43 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with your latest business headlines as you are taking a live now look at New York City. Stocks expected to open now within the next 3 hours or so. We'll get you up to speed on those latest business headlines and also get you up to speed on gas prices that continue to rise. President Joe Biden, this is going to be top of his agenda as we inch closer to those midterm elections. So a lot of news waiting for you right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we do want to get you up to speed on the latest business headlines. Stocks ending mixed at the end of Tuesday ahead of 2 key inflation reports. The NASDAQ and the S&P 500 both slipped, while the Dow finished the day with a slight gain. So it really was a mixed bag. This ahead of the release of the Producer Price Index on Wednesday, followed by the Consumer Price Index on Thursday. So we'll, of course, keep you up to speed on those latest reports coming into our newsroom. All of this comes as President Joe Biden now says a recession is possible. If it happens, he thinks it will be, in his words, slight. Our Fox News correspondent Douglas Zader reports from Washington this morning as new inflation numbers are out today. Let's listen in.
The Producer Price Index today gives us a read on what's called wholesale inflation as rising prices continue to be a potent political issue. Prices continue to rise for just about everything. So should Americans brace for even more bad news? A recession ahead?
No. Look, they've been saying this now every 6 months they say this.
We've already seen 2 consecutive quarters of negative economic growth, a traditional definition of a recession. But in a rare sit-down interview with CNN, the president downplayed concerns.
If it is, it'll be a very slight recession. That is, we'll move down slightly. Look, think about what's happened. We have done more. We're in a better position than any other major country in the world, economically and politically.
But even before today's new price data, the head of the Cleveland Fed, who helps set interest rates, said inflation may not have even peaked.
There's been no progress on inflation.
Inflation readings have persisted at the highest levels in 40 years.
And a big contributor to that, gas prices. And the president says he's considering taking action against Saudi Arabia after OPEC recently decided to cut oil production.
I'm not going to get into what I'd consider and what I have in mind, but there will be consequences.
And tomorrow we get another read on inflation when the Consumer Price Index is released for September. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you to Doug for that report. National gas prices continue to rise over the last 2 weeks. The national average for a gallon of regular gas across this country is $3.92. Kelly O'Grady reports no state sees higher prices, though, than California. Let's listen in.
You may have noticed that gas prices are rising across the nation, but nowhere is near as much as in California. Now, Governor Gavin Newsom is calling for an investigation into price gouging. He recently tweeted, "I'm calling for a special session to address the greed of oil companies. Gas prices are too high. Time to enact a windfall profits tax directly on oil companies that are ripping you off at the pump." The idea would be to tax profits above a certain amount and then redistribute that money back to drivers with a gas rebate. Now, that session is going to begin December 5th, conveniently after the midterms, given that raising taxes is never a popular thing to do. But Republicans are pushing back on that price gouging accusation, instead citing California's high regulatory fees for why it's so expensive. For context, every time you fill up at the pump in California, over 20% of the price comes from taxes and environmental fees, about $1.20 a gallon. Many oil industry execs warn a windfall profits tax on top of that would be detrimental, telling Fox Business, Governor Gavin Newsom has the ability to quickly lower gas prices by suspending gas taxes and his regulatory program costs, but he's deliberately chosen to make another policy decision to further increase costs on consumers through yet another tax on fuel. Valero is also hitting back on price gouging accusations, pointing to the fact that oil is determined by supply and demand, not a particular company. But the reality is that these oil companies, they're not racing to drill more, produce more, because California has made it very clear that the future does not lie in fossil fuels, but green energy. I'm Kelly O'Grady with Fox Business. Back to you.
Thank you to Kelly for that report. The sun is rising here on the East Coast, a stunning sunrise over the nation's capital. Call it a holiday hiring spree. Our Fox Business Network's David Asman has this story and more in this edition of Fox Means Business.
Well, another company is going on a hiring spree ahead of the holidays. Dollar Tree and Family Dollar will host a nationwide hiring event next Wednesday, October 19th. They're looking for sales associates, customer service representatives, stockers, and store managers. Stocks sputtering on Wall Street again Tuesday. The Dow snapping a 4-day losing streak, but the Nasdaq and the S&P 500 closed lower for the 5th session in a row. Consumers are expressing mixed views about rising prices. A survey by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York shows the median expectation is that the inflation rate will be up 5.4% 1 year from now. That's actually the lowest level since September of last year. But longer term, Americans think that over the next 5 years, inflation will remain higher than the Fed's goal of 2%. And speaking of rising prices, gas keeps creeping closer to $4 again. AAA says the national average cost for regular rose again on Tuesday to $3.92 a gallon. That's 12 cents more than a week ago and 20 cents higher than a month ago. That's business. I'm David Asman.
Thank you to David for that report. A new survey says the thought of holiday shopping is stressing many Americans out. The survey of 1,000 people by Groupon claims that 40% of Americans are worried about finding interesting or unique gifts for family and friends, while 63% say they're concerned about the economy and inflation. Some of the country's biggest retailers, though, are rolling out early holiday deals. Our Fox Business Network's Grady Trimble reports from an Amazon fulfillment center.
2, 1.
It's not even Halloween yet, but the holiday shopping deals are already here. It's the first ever Prime Early Access sale. I want to show you some of the items that you might want to scoop up today at a huge discount. In the electronics category, you can get Bose headphones, a sound bar, a Chromebook from anywhere between 30 to 60% off. Katie Condon is with Amazon. Pretty early to be thinking about holiday shopping, but it seems like consumers are ready for it, and you have sales on not only electronics, that's what people think about this time of year, but also on everyday household items that have really been more expensive because of inflation.
That's right. We have a variety of household goods. We've got detergent, things that you would normally find at the grocery store. You can also find at Amazon as part of our Prime Early Access sale.
And in order to meet the demand and get these items delivered to people's doorstep, you're going to need people this holiday season. You're already hiring.
That's right. We're hiring over 150,000 people this year. 40% of those workers typically turn into full-time employees, where you get that day one health care benefit, up to 20 weeks parental leave, and great competitive wages in the market. So we're just thrilled to be able to have the opportunity to deliver smiles and the great packages that people need for whatever life moment they're celebrating.
And we should point out it's not just Amazon getting a jump on these holiday deals. Target had deal days last week to try to beat Amazon to the punch. And then you've got Walmart offering early Black Friday deals. Adobe says that the discounts this holiday season are going to break records. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
Thank you to Grady for that report. Obviously, a big indicator of how inflation numbers will go. We are expecting some inflation reports to come out later today, so we will bring those numbers to you. But an element that has a high impact on how much we are going to pay at stores is, of course, gas and oil prices. We do want to make sure that you are up to speed on the latest international issues and how the United States is responding, as these issues are going to have an effect on everyday Americans. We do want to play back for you the latest update from the State Department spokesman Ned Price. Let's listen in.
Spokespeople claim the attacks destroyed their intended targets. These are their words. They hit their intended targets.
Early this morning,
wrapping your
police say
minds
on
around
board
that
a
for just
northbound
moment.
one
Playgrounds,
train approaching the
schools,
59th Street
apartment
Columbus
buildings, city streets, intended targets. They look to have been designed to destroy power grids, heating, and electrical infrastructure, leaving Ukraine in the cold and the dark as winter approaches. We have always said this is a brutal war of aggression, and these strikes seem to suggest that brutality and brutality alone is the point. The Kremlin's attacks were brutal and absolutely unjustified, but they are also signs of weakness and desperation. As we've said, there is one aggressor in this war. It is Russia. Only Russia is escalating this war in search of profit and ambition, leaving death, destruction, atrocities, and countless trampled futures in its wake. There is one person who can stop this war now and withdraw Russia's forces, and that, of course, is Vladimir Putin. As we come up to another important United Nations vote to condemn Russia's attempts to annex parts of Ukraine, the international community has a responsibility to make clear that President Putin's actions are completely unacceptable. Ukraine, like every other sovereign country around the world, has the right to choose its own future and live peacefully inside its own internationally recognized borders. And for the rest of the world, there can be no such thing as neutrality for countries that subscribe to the principles of the UN Charter. This war is about Russia's aggression in Ukraine, but in some ways, the stakes are even larger. The core principles of the UN Charter are at stake. Next, as you've heard from the President, and as you soon will hear from the Secretary, today the governments of Israel and Lebanon have announced consensus on a historic deal to end their maritime boundary dispute and establish a permanent maritime boundary between the two countries. This is a remarkable diplomatic achievement. This monumental breakthrough in Middle East diplomacy promises to usher in a new era of regional cooperation while also promoting prosperity, security, and stability through unleashing vital energy resources to the world. As we thank the leaders of Israel and Lebanon for their willingness to negotiate and for U.S. Presidential Coordinator Hochstein's leadership in bringing the parties together, we urge a quick finalization and implementation of the agreement to the benefit of the region and the world. Today's announcement is a testament to the President's vision for the Middle East, one that is more secure, more integrated, and prosperous, an outcome achieved through diplomacy and cooperation. It is also reflective of the transformative power of American diplomacy. Through active engagement, we were able to help bring about an outcome manifestly in the interests of Israel, Lebanon, the countries of the region, and those well beyond. And finally, today the United States recognizes the 10th anniversary for the International Day of the Girl Child. Suffice to say, 10 years into recognizing this day, we are not where we should be or could be. Today, we recognize girls' tremendous achievements and unique challenges they face. Empowering girls is a priority for the United States, and that means we must prioritize their education, their future leadership, and the prevention and response to the disproportionate gender-based violence they face, including female genital mutilation and cutting, and child early and forced marriage. The United Nations Children Fund reports up to 10 million additional girls will be at risk of child marriage, and 2 million additional girls will be at risk of female genital mutilation due to the impacts of COVID-19. Last year, we issued the first ever U.S. National Strategy on Gender Equity and Equality to advance the rights and empowerments of women and girls in all their diversity. This year, we'll release an action-oriented update to the U.S. strategy to prevent and respond to gender-based violence globally. It will include an emphasis on girls, the unique risks they face, and their role as agents of change in preventing and responding to gender-based violence. We also remain committed to the rights and empowerment of girls as evident through our annual contribution to UNICEF and the UNFPA joint program to end female genital mutilation and cutting, through our ongoing core funding to UN Women and the Office of the UN Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflict, including an additional $400,000 for the SRSG's office that the Deputy Secretary was pleased to announce just a few weeks ago during UNGA, and through support for the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR, the DREAMS partnership, which support programs focused on economic strengthening, gender-based violence prevention, post-violence care, and sexual and reproductive health services. Today, Deputy Secretary Sherman, along with the Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues, will host a small reception with Too Young to Wed, an organization whose mission, like ours, is designed to empower girls and put an end to gender-based violence. With that, happy to take your questions.
Great. Thank you, and welcome back.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll return to Israel, Lebanon later in the briefing, but if that deal is testament to the President's vision for the Middle East, I'm wondering how the whole situation with Saudi Arabia right now fits into that vision, because certainly calls from the Hill and the White House saying that it's ready to recalibrate or looking at recalibrating the relationship don't particularly bode well or necessarily bode well for that. So how do I know that they're two completely different things, but the vision for the Middle East is a broader thing. So what does it say about it?
It is, and it says it's a work in progress. When it comes to Saudi Arabia, we've had an occasion over the past several days especially to speak to our relationship with Saudi Arabia, but it's really something that we've spoken to since the earliest days of this administration. You remember when this administration came into office, we spoke of the need to recalibrate our relationship with Saudi Arabia in a way that served our interests, those direct national interests, the interests we have in the region, the interests we, in some instances, share with the Saudis and other regional partners. The President has been clear all along, and actually going back to the time before he was elected president, that we need a different sort of relationship with Saudi Arabia. I think the events of the last few days just put that in fairly stark relief. The decision last week on the part of OPEC to align itself and to align its energy policy with Russia's war aims and against the interests of the American people, it underscores what we have said all along. It underscores what the President has said for years now. To the proposals that we've heard from the Hill, from other corners, we are reviewing where we are. We'll be watching very closely, talking to partners and stakeholders over the course of the next weeks and months. We'll consult with allies. We'll continue to consult with Congress, and the decisions on what that relationship should look like, how it might need to change. Those are decisions that we'll reach in a deliberative, consultative fashion, but just not going to get ahead of where we are now.
Based on the analysis so far, and presumably there has been some, since it's not like this OPEC decision was yesterday, it's been several days now. Based on the preliminary analysis, at least, is there any way to recalibrate this relationship without it benefiting Iran?
As I said, Matt, there are interests that we have in the region. That is the reason why America has been engaged in the region. That is the reason, the principal reason, why this administration has been so engaged in the region. There are security challenges, some of which emanate from Iran, certainly. We won't take our eye off the threat that Iran poses, not only to the region, but in some ways beyond. You have seen us separate and apart from any single bilateral relationship we have with the region, respond and take action, in some cases multilaterally, in some cases unilaterally, against the malign actions and malign influence that Iran has perpetrated, that Iran has attempted to export throughout the region. We are not going to cast aside any of the important tools that we need to wield to ensure that Iran does not pose a threat to American people, to American interests, and to our broader interests in the region. That certainly won't change.
Okay, well, that then suggests that the calls coming from some people on the Hill to cut off or suspend arms sales to the Saudis are just a non-starter for the administration.
Matt, our North Star, our guiding principle will be to see to it that we have a relationship that serves our interests. This is not a bilateral relationship that has always served our interests. Since we came into office, we have sought to recalibrate it, to make changes to the relationship, and we've spoken to some of those changes, that some of which we took in the earliest days and weeks of the administration. But we're going to continue to consult with stakeholders, to consult with Congress, to consult with partners around the world about what more we can and should do to see to it that this relationship is optimized in terms of how it can serve our interests.
Can I just follow up Matt's question? Now, you said that OPEC lined up behind Putin. In essence, that's what you said, and against the interests of the American people. Isn't that really a little bit, I mean, it's not the refinery's fault. It is the reduction of OPEC production that is really putting Americans into some sort of a hardship in the gas stations out there?
I didn't hear the first part of your question.
The first part of my question, you are saying that the decision of OPEC to reduce its production is what's causing pain for the American people. And it's not, let's say, refineries that are inoperable, it's not domestic issues, it's not supply, chain supply, whatever it is. Is that what you're saying?
Our position, well before the decision that was announced last week and still to this day, is that energy supply needs to meet energy demand. That is the simplest rule of economics. It applies today, just as it has applied previously. But it is especially important today because of where we are in terms of the global economic recovery, a recovery that in some corners of the world is facing headwinds, facing continued headwinds from COVID, facing renewed headwinds from President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Now, of course, we're not a member of OPEC, but OPEC had an opportunity to take a step to see to it that supply better met demand. They chose not to do that. They chose to take a step that would not serve our interests, does not serve the longer-term interests of countries in the region, but it certainly serves the shorter-term interests of countries like Russia, a country that stands to gain, at least in the near term, from elevated oil prices. But as we said last week, this was a misguided decision. It was a deeply disappointing decision. And over the longer term, it is a decision that won't work to the benefit of OPEC. It won't work to the benefit of OPEC's individual member countries. In fact, this will lead countries around the world who are not members of the cartel to take steps to become even more resilient, to become even more energy independent, to explore steps to lessen the grip that the OPEC cartel has on global energy prices. This was, to that end, a short-sighted decision that over the longer term won't serve anyone's interests.
Was, in retrospect, was the president's trip in July or visit to the meeting, the GCC meeting in July, was it a mistake, perhaps?
It wasn't a mistake because, Saeed, as we've said all along, it was not about merely one interest. It was about a multiplicity of interests. The president's visit to Jeddah was in the context of a GCC summit, GCC +3. There are a number of interests that we have with the GCC. There are a number of interests, shared interests, that we have with the Saudis. All of those, or at least many of those, I should say, were explored in the context of that GCC +3 engagement. Now, what was a mistake, as we said before, what was disappointing for us, what was short-sighted, was the decision that OPEC announced last week. Humara.
Can I just move to lateral? Russian foreign
Anything else on?
Yeah,
Let me take a couple final questions here, Leon.
Yeah. Can you say here now for sure that the administration would oppose any sort of legislation calling for cutting the arms deals to Saudi Arabia? Are you in a position to say that? And then just to follow up to that, has there been some reports that certain high-level meetings between the United States and the Saudis have been canceled? Is that correct? Can you confirm that?
I'm just not going to weigh in on specific legislative proposals today. What I will say, what I already have said, is that we will engage very closely with Congress. There are members of Congress who have ideas about how we can change this relationship, how we can fashion this relationship into one that better serves America's interests. We want to hear those ideas. We want to explore those ideas. We want to pressure test those ideas. We'll continue to consult with Congress. We'll consult with our partners around the world. This is a process that will take place over the course of weeks and months, and it will be deliberate, it will be deliberative, and it will be consultative, as it should be. When it comes to our engagement with the Saudis, I don't have any meetings to confirm. I don't have any meetings to speak to. I think you may be referring to reports that we have canceled certain engagements. I would expect that the multilateral mid-level engagements you're referring to will be rescheduled at some point. As you know, our travel plans and circumstances often change. We have to be responsive to that. They'll be adjusted as we determine what's in our national interest, as our engagement in the region needs to be. The President, as we said before, will review our bilateral relationship with the Saudis. He'll review that with Congress. We'll review it with countries around the world and take steps that we believe are in our interest. Kylie?
Specific meetings aside, would you say... You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 7:11 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are taking a look back at the latest update from our State Department when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Let's step away from this press conference because we do have a live event coming to our Live Now from Fox desk. As you see here, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is joining other world leaders. This is the opening remarks for NATO. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Great to see you all at our 6th meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. We've come together again today, united by our shared determination to help Ukraine defend its sovereignty, its territory, and its people from Russia's unjust and unprovoked assault. The whole world has just seen yet again the malice and cruelty of Putin's war of choice, rooted in aggression and waged with deep contempt for the rules of war. Russia's latest barrage against Ukraine's cities has again killed and wounded innocent civilians and put targets with no military purpose in the crosshairs. But Russia's latest assaults have only deepened the determination of the Ukrainian people and further united countries of goodwill from every region on earth. So we gather again today to support Ukraine's inalienable rights to defend itself. And our resolve and steadiness of purpose has only been strengthened. Now, everyone here understands how this war began. As President Biden noted, quote, "No one threatened Russia, and no one other than Russia sought conflict. Putin chose war. But Ukraine chose to defend itself, and it has done so magnificently." Now, Putin assumed that his forces could quickly conquer all of Ukraine. He assumed that he could roll into Kyiv. He assumed that Ukraine could never mount a counteroffensive to retake its sovereign territory in Kharkiv and beyond. He assumed that the world would stand idly by as he attempted to annex 4 additional regions of Ukraine. And he assumed that we wouldn't summon the unity and the resolve to stand up to his imperial war of choice. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see how mistaken all those assumptions were, well, just look at the battlefield today. And just look around this room. Now, Putin is trying to mobilize more forces and to claim sovereign Ukraine territory for Russia. He's lashing out against civilian targets and infrastructure in Ukraine's cities. And he's using irresponsible threats and rhetoric. But we remain united, focused, and resolute. Nations of goodwill have seen through Russia's sham attempt to annex Ukrainian lands. Countries around the globe have rejected Putin's grim vision of a world where big powers can trample borders by force. And proud people in Europe and far beyond have stood up for the rules-based international order that keeps us all secure. That shared determination to reinforce our common security is what brings this contact group together again. Governments around the world have rushed to provide Ukraine's troops with the support that they need to defend their country and their citizens. That has made a demonstrable difference on the battlefield over and over again. Just since we last met in September, we've all watched as Ukraine has made extraordinary gains on the battlefield. And despite Putin's new assaults, Ukrainian forces have changed the dynamics of this war. They've liberated hundreds of towns from Russian occupation, and they've retaken thousands of square kilometers of their land. These victories belong to the Ukrainian soldiers, but the contact group's security assistance, training, and sustainment efforts have been vital. We've made tremendous progress by working together, and as the war has changed, so has the mission of this contact group changed. When we met last month, the contact group committed itself to sustain Ukraine's self-defense for the long haul, and that's exactly what we are doing. Because our support for Ukraine's right to defend itself doesn't hinge on the outcome of any particular battle. Our resolve to support Ukraine's defenders extends through all seasons. So this contact group stands united and determined. We will continue to boost Ukraine's defensive capabilities for today's urgent needs and for the long haul. So the members of this group have committed billions of dollars in military aid to Ukraine, along with humanitarian and financial assistance. We've also spurred new investments in our industrial bases to meet Ukraine's defense requirements, as well as our own. And my government is deeply committed to helping Ukraine defend itself from Russian aggression. 2 weeks ago, the United States announced a $1.1 billion security assistance package under our Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. And that included 18 additional HIMARS and their rocket munitions, as well as hundreds of vehicles, dozens of radars, and many counter-unmanned aircraft systems, and much more. And we will produce and deliver these highly effective capabilities over the course of the coming months, and in some cases, years, even as we continue to meet Ukraine's most pressing self-defense requirements in real time. And just last week, President Biden approved our 22nd drawdown from U.S. stocks to swiftly provide more of the foundational systems that have helped Ukraine succeed on the battlefield. The package includes 4 more HIMARS, 16 M777 howitzers, 75,000 more rounds of 155 millimeter ammunition, and more. And we are increasingly posturing ourselves to support Ukraine's defense needs for the challenging months and years ahead. I'm proud that with President Biden's leadership, U.S. security assistance to Ukraine since Russia's all-out invasion on February 24th now totals some $16.8 billion. And I'm deeply grateful to our valued allies and partners who continue to come forward with important assistance packages of their own. Our coordinated team approach is helping to strengthen Ukraine's brave defenders for the long haul. And that means a flow of urgent capabilities to Ukraine now. It means intensifying training efforts to help Ukraine's defenders make the best of their new capabilities. And it means pushing our industrial bases to innovate as we provide Ukraine with the tools that it needs for the hard road ahead. Last month, we talked about bringing our national armaments directors together, and I'm pleased to say that their first meeting was a success and an important step toward tackling the industrial-based challenges that we face. So I look forward to continuing our work on our long-term investments with an eye toward improving production, interoperability, and sustainment capacity. Now, I am very pleased that we're joined once more by some of Ukraine's brave commanders. Let me again thank my dear friend, Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Oleksiy Reznikov, for his outstanding leadership. And let me also welcome Ukraine's Joint Forces Commander, Major General Moskalyov. We deeply appreciate your presence here today, and we know how terribly your people have suffered in Russia's needless war of aggression. We've watched as Putin tries to force untrained, unwitting Russian civilians to the front lines. And we've seen the stark contrast with Ukraine, which has shown the world that the military and moral power of a free people fighting for their democracy and their sovereignty prevails. That courage inspires us all, and I'm also inspired by the close coordination and cooperation among nations of goodwill that have spurred so much progress on the battlefield. And I'm inspired as well by the determination of the leaders in this room to stand by Ukraine in its fight for freedom. This contact group in a galvanized world will support Ukraine's self-defense for the long haul. We will stand together to defend the rules-based international order that strengthens our common security. As President Biden has said, we will stand by Ukraine's defenders for as long as it takes. So thank you all for coming, and now we'll pause a moment while our friends in the media depart, and then we'll hear from our Ukrainian colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. Opening remarks from the United States Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin as he meets with other world leaders to discuss Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, Ukraine's president is urging the United States and its partners to hit Russia with even tougher sanctions following 2 days of brutal attacks against civilian targets. Nearly 30% of the country's energy infrastructure has been hit since Monday alone. Now, the group of 7, that's what we just witnessed, opened this meeting by condemning Putin's nuclear rhetoric and Moscow's latest missile attacks on Ukrainian citizens. Again, this Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting with other NATO members in Belgium this morning. This United States-led group is coordinating efforts on the ground and with NATO allies to support Ukraine's fight against Russian forces. We'll have more right after this break.
To President Macron when they met, and further, that there'll be no new.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:25 a.m. as we bring you all this live event from the United Kingdom. We have here British Prime Minister Liz Truss taking weekly questions from Parliament.
Well, the Home Secretary is committed to dealing with this very, very difficult issue of the small boats in the Channel. We do need to sort it out. We're committed to legislating, and we're also committed to getting an agreement with the French government. I did discuss it with President Macron last week, and the Home Secretary is following up.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, this Friday, Christine Graham MSP and I are hosting a community drop-in event on the cost of living crisis in Gorebridge. This will be a chance for local residents to come and meet with a range of partners to get advice and guidance on what they can do to help survive the current crisis. Could I extend an invite to the Prime Minister to come to this event on Friday so that my constituents could ask her directly what real-life experience means to address the cost rises that they are facing, and so that she can apologise to them for the disastrous decisions her government are making?
Yes. Well, I completely understand that families are struggling, and that is why this government acted within a week of coming into office to put in place the energy price guarantee so people aren't facing £6,000 bills. And that's why we've reversed the increase in national insurance. That's why we're cutting basic rate tax to make sure families are keeping more of their own money. And we're also making sure that the most vulnerable households get an extra £1,200 of support. I hope he is going to communicate that to his constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first thank the Prime Minister for her warm words on Sir David Amess, who is sorely missed in this place. Small and medium-sized enterprises are the lifeblood of our economy, and I warmly welcome the expansion of the small business threshold. Does my right honourable friend agree that only the Conservative Party is on the side of enterprise with their determination to unleash the full potential of our great country?
Well, we understand in the Conservative Party who pays our wages. And it's the people who get up every day and go to work. It's the businesses who set up. Those are the people driving our economy, and we will be unashamedly pro-growth, pro-business and pro-opportunity.
Rosie Cooper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents were absolutely delighted that the fracking application in West Lancashire was withdrawn after a moratorium was declared. Since then, we've not seen any new scientific evidence that indicates fracking would now be safe. So, despite this, the government have decided to reverse that moratorium, committing to grant fracking licences only in areas that have local consent. So I would be grateful if the Prime Minister would reassure West Lancashire residents, my constituents, and please explain in detail how she will honour her statement that fracking licences, none of them will be forced on communities that don't want it.
Well, first of all, can I offer my best wishes to the Honourable Lady on her appointment as the chair of the Merseycare NHS Trust. I can absolutely assure her and colleagues around the House that fracking will only go ahead in areas where there is local community support.
Anthony Brown. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, a bomb in Afghanistan killed 35 girls and young women. They were Hazaras from the country's second largest ethnic minority who are being massacred under the Taliban. Today, outside Parliament, Hazaras from across the UK, including from my constituency, are gathering, calling for international support to stop the slaughter. And we're joined here today by representatives of the Hazara Council of Great Britain. Will my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, support the Hazaras in trying to stop the killings and arrange for her ministers to meet their representatives?
Well, it is extremely concerning what is taking place in Afghanistan, and I'm afraid the reversal of women's rights and women's opportunities. And one of the things we have done is make sure we're restoring the aid budget for women and girls. And I'm sure my friend, the right honourable friend, the Forest.
Hospitals who worry that their roofs might collapse at any moment. Hitchinbrook Hospital, Frimley Park Hospital and Queen Elizabeth Hospital in the Prime Minister's own local area. These are just three of a number of hospitals who need hundreds of millions of pounds, some of them urgently. So will the Prime Minister promise that every affected hospital will be given the money they need to fix these dangerous roofs in the next 12 months?
Well, I do want to correct the Honourable Lady, because what we are doing is simply not putting up corporation tax. It's not a tax cut, we're just not raising corporation tax. And I feel it would be wrong in a time when we are trying to attract investment into our country, at a time of global economic slowdown, to be raising taxes, because it will bring less revenue in. And the way that we are going to get the money to fund our National Health Service, the way that we're going to get money to fund our schools, is by having a strong economy with companies investing and creating jobs.
I fully support this government's growth agenda, Prime Minister. Would she agree with me that this can be achieved whilst also protecting and restoring our precious nature and ecosystems and working with our farmers so that we do meet our legally binding target to restore nature by 2030? I know she understands this. She has precious talk streams in her own constituency. And will she agree that if we get this right, there will be more jobs, skills, opportunities, because every nation in the world depends on its natural environment?
Well, my honourable friend did a fantastic job promoting the natural environment when she was at DEFRA. We are going to deliver economic growth in an environmentally friendly way. What this is about improving the processes and deliver better outcomes, both for the environment whilst making sure we have a growing economy as well. And those two things go hand in hand.
Mothers.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister wants us to believe that fracking will reduce our energy bills, but it was not so long ago that her Chancellor said that those calling for fracking's return misunderstand the situation and that no amount of shale gas would be enough to lower the European price any time soon. So, Prime Minister, is the Chancellor wrong about that?
That's right, Justin.
We are pulling every lever to improve our energy supply in Britain. Whether it's the North Sea and opening up more opportunity there, which the opposition frontbench are against, whether it's fracking, whether it's more renewables, which I'm very supportive of, whether it's more solar panels in the right place, whether it's more nuclear power stations, which are opposed by the SNP. We are doing everything we can because we can never be in a situation again where we are dependent on authoritarian regimes for our energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past week, serious safeguarding failures by the children's charity Mermaids have come to light. Revelations that the charity sent breast-flattening devices to young girls behind their parents' back, promoted harmful medical and surgical procedures to children, hired a trustee with links to paedophile organisations, and a digital engagement manager who posted pornographic images online, including of himself dressed as a schoolgirl. For years, despite whistleblowers raising alarm, Mermaids have had unfettered access to vulnerable children. Does my right honourable friend agree that it has taken far too long for these concerns to be taken seriously? And does she also agree that it is high time for a police investigation into the activities of Mermaids and its staff?
It's very important that under 18s are able to develop their own decision-making capabilities and not be forced into any kind of activity. And what I would say on the subject of the investigation she raises, of course those matters should be raised and should be properly looked at.
Sir Oldney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For my constituents in Richmond Park and for communities across South West London, from Wimbledon to Elmbridge, any expansion of Heathrow would be disastrous. A third runway would see over 6 million more tonnes of carbon pumped into the atmosphere every year and 2 million households affected by increased noise levels. Last week, the Transport Secretary said she supported Heathrow expansion. The Prime Minister has previously stated she would support a fourth runway. So, does the Prime Minister stand by her previous comments, or will she rule out government support for construction of a third runway at Heathrow?
Well, I absolutely agree with what the Transport Secretary said in her comments. And what we need to do is make sure that industries like the air industry become more environmentally friendly. You know, I support the development of low carbon technology in those sectors. That's the way we will help grow the economy but also serve the environment.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm delighted to hear the Prime Minister be such a champion for nuclear. My question is, when will the mission and plan for Great British Nuclear be announced? The market needs the confidence to invest in new nuclear, like Wilbur in my constituency of Ardismore, to help us achieve net zero for our energy security and to get thousands of high-quality jobs.
Well, I can tell my honourable friend that Great British Nuclear will be set up this year and it will be bringing forward new nuclear projects. I'm delighted about her support for Wilfer and to make sure that we have nuclear power provided in Wales. I'd just like to see it right across the United Kingdom too.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I welcome her to her place. I'm not sure how you measure a good honeymoon, Mr. Speaker. But after 5 weeks of a crisis conceived in Downing Street, of crashing pensions, interest rates rising, mortgage market turmoil and complete financial chaos, the country has been left wanting divorce. In 2 recent polls, 60% of this country want an immediate general election. The Prime Minister claims she's in listening mode. Will she give way to the public?
Mr. Speaker, I think the last thing we need is a general election.
That concludes Prime Minister's questions. Let the people leave.
You're streaming live now from Fox as we take this live now look from inside of the House of Commons in the United Kingdom. We just witnessed the British Prime Minister Liz Truss taking weekly questions from Parliament. The time is now 7:38. Let's take a quick commercial break, and when we return, we'll bring you all more on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:40 a.m. here on the East Coast, continuing our 7 o'clock hour with Putin's war on Ukraine. Ukraine is asking the United States and other Western allies for advanced missile defense systems as Russia continues pounding civilian targets from the sky. Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft brings us more.
Security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you on this Tuesday. Let's talk about the West's response. So the G7 leaders and President Biden kind of convened this meeting today with Volodymyr Zelensky, but we still don't really have what a concrete response is going to be from the West to what we have seen over the last 2 days in cities all across Ukraine, just being rained on by missile and drone strikes. What do you think a solid response should be, and when do you think we're going to see it?
Well, Andrew, the most substantive response we could do would be to put NASAMS in there as fast as possible. We don't have a lot of them. We've been promising these for quite some time. They've been on the list of things that are coming. Now I understand they're coming very fast. I'm not quite sure what that is. Although with that said, there is a very advanced German anti-air defense missile system, which as of today, they said the first ones of 4 have arrived. And I imagine they're going to put those into action, probably around Kyiv, maybe 1 or 2 other big cities. They don't have a lot of them. And I think the same is going to be true with NASAMS. What I see is we're going to be using strong language. We'll be using every diplomatic lever we have. I don't know what we have left in the kit bag of sanctions that we can impose, although we can put pressure on other countries to put more pressure on Russia. But the thing to remember in the background is that Russia doesn't have a lot of precision cruise missiles, precision guided missiles. What they do have, I think Monday we saw a lot of those basically used up. And I haven't got an exact count on what they used today, but my guess, my educated guess would be it's substantially less than what they did Monday. About half of the missiles and half of the drones that they used Monday were actually taken out by anti-air systems. That was taken out with their current capabilities, without the NASAMS and this advanced German system. And with these other systems, I think you're going to see that more gets taken out. I'm also kind of curious to find out if this big strike on Monday, and particularly the big strike today, if they were again using SA-300 anti-air defense missiles, those big honking high-altitude missiles, for ground attack. It's a very bad choice for a weapon system to be using it in that manner. But in the past, we've seen where they've done that because they simply don't have the missiles. And when you're looking at the targets that were hit, you know, they put a hole in the ground in a children's park. They hit the German consulate. There's nothing gained from that. They hit apartment buildings. They just hit a lot. You know, they hit like the middle of a street. You know, Russia puts out propaganda to say, oh, these were precision guided missiles and they hit all their intended targets. They took out critical infrastructure. I'm not sure what taking out the seesaw in downtown Kyiv really achieves for them militarily. What it looks to me is, you know, it's like the clock that's broken, and it's going to be right twice a day. All right. And that's kind of how I feel about these missiles. Some of them may have actually hit the targets they're being sent for. Some of these, I think, were pretty much fire and forget. Just aim them in the general direction and hope they hit something. But this epitomizes what in World War II, they would have called this a terror campaign. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to terrorize the Ukrainian people. He's trying to, in some ways, indirectly terrorize the West to put pressure on Ukraine to make concessions to the Russians, and it's having the exact opposite effect. All this has done is reinforce the view that Putin is a brutal, unconscionable mass killer, capable of war crimes. It has solidified Western resolve, solidified U.S. resolve. It's going to cause more aid, particularly anti-air defense systems, to be rushed into Ukraine. And most importantly, it has reinforced Ukrainian resolve. They are not going to stand down. And if his goal was to push things to the negotiating table, I think he pushed that negotiating table pretty far away by his actions. And the more he does like this, the further away he's pushing that, not only the negotiating table, but pushing away any prospects of a negotiated settlement anytime soon.
Okay, so the G7 countries, after this video conference today, they put out quite a lengthy statement, Hal, and these were their requirements for peace: respect for Ukraine's territorial integrity, safeguarding of Ukrainian defense, Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction, potentially with funds from Russia, and accountability for Russian war crimes. Okay. So you have that going on today. And then there was this pretty explosive report out of Vice News today. I'm not sure if you saw this, having to do with apparently a discussion Elon Musk had with Vladimir Putin. I believe this happened sometime in late December, according to Ian Bremmer in his newsletter. And I want to go over some of what was said in that report, because according to Ian Bremmer, this is relaying Musk's conversation with Putin, that Putin apparently was prepared to negotiate, but only if Crimea remained Russian, if Ukraine accepted a form of permanent neutrality, and that Ukraine recognizes the annexation of Luhansk, Donetsk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia. So the complete opposite of what the G7 said in their call today. So very, very far away, Hal. And so first, what did you make of this report in Vice News?
Well, the report in Vice News is kind of funny because somebody made a cartoon afterwards, and they took an old World War II picture and they wrote on the sign, you know, negotiate with Hitler now. and that was kind of a bit of a meme to you know, the idea that Elon Musk, and he's not the only one who's saying, look, let's talk to Putin, or I'm talking to Putin. You know, look, Putin is involved with war crimes up to his ears. This current terror campaign with the missiles, everything we've seen today says that any negotiation has to come through strength and a uniformity of purpose. And what I see is the G7 gave that. If you look at the key components they listed, you know, territorial integrity of Ukraine, that's the whole shoot match. That's everything to include Crimea. And that is the crown jewel for Russia. They want Crimea. And the reason they want Crimea goes back to historically, it's Sevastopol and some minor ports, but primarily Sevastopol and that big Black Sea port. That is really, for Russia, the only consistently year-round warm water port they have. Every other port Russia has freezes over for part of the year. So even though it's not optimal because they have to go through the Dardanelles Straits down through Turkey in order to get to the Mediterranean to get in and out of there, so there is that. But it is a year-round warm water port. That was strategically why it was so important for them in 2014, or at least they felt it was, to go in there in the way they did and to annex it in the way that they did, albeit it was unlawful, but still, that was their purpose. Now what they've done, and prior to probably February 24th, there could have been a meaningful discussion on what Russia's role or presence would be within Crimea. I could have seen where they could negotiate something like a long-term basing agreement with Russia or something like that. But now, and everything that has gone from the end of February till today has led to this point where that is simply not on the table. In fact, any of these early discussions, things months back where they're talking about, well, maybe we can meet with the Russians on this, or not we, but I should say the Ukrainians could meet with the Russians on this, or the U.S. could meet with the Russians to talk about something. Any of the stuff that's all hypothetical, that Crimea is really right now off the table. And I think the G7 made this very clear. They also brought up war crimes. And that's something that, until they pulled north of Kyiv and pulled out, the extent of the war crimes really wasn't known. And now the war crimes is a big piece on the table. And for Russia, this gets into the essence of sovereignty, because if they negotiate with the war crimes, they're going to talk about possibly handing back or handing over Russians that could be tried in the International Criminal Court. And I don't think Russia is too enthusiastic about that. So, on the one hand, I kind of look at this, I look at this thing with Elon Musk and this stuff, and it's so much noise. Mm-hmm. It's disturbing, but it's so much noise. But I look at the G7, and that shows a unity of opinion. I don't know that the G7 some months back could have put out a statement quite that strong.
Oh, okay.
But now they can.
Yeah, and I just want to say Musk is denying this on Twitter today, that a conversation to this order ever occurred. Hal, while we have you, we want to move away from the war in Ukraine. We want to talk about the U.S.-Saudi relationship, because the Biden administration is responding. The Saudi royal family is responding, of course, after that announcement that I would say caught the White House off guard last week, that OPEC Plus will be cutting oil production by 2 million barrels of oil a day. So, Hal, apparently, White House spokesperson John Kirby today said that the president believes the U.S. needs to reevaluate its relationship with Saudi Arabia. What does that mean?
That's a good question. That opens up a door for any interpretation on that. But what it does say is that we're definitely not going to sit tight and allow the current relationship to go unchanged, if you will. Basically, it's a diplomatic way of signaling to the Saudis that they have crossed a very serious line in terms of what they've done. And what they've done, and this is what Senator Bob Menendez, who's the chairman of the Armed Services Committee in the Senate, has made very clear, is what they've done, what OPEC has done, particularly with the Saudis in the lead on this, by cutting back 2 billion barrels a day. What they have done is they have empowered Russia. Now, there are other things behind this. There are, if you look at the long-term prospects with a global recession, pretty much an assured thing that's going to happen, and with that, a decrease in demand for oil, it is inevitable that oil prices are going to drop. And that's what everybody's concerned about in OPEC, is that they're going to have less revenue from oil. There's also in the back, I think, in many of their minds, that Russia will eventually lose this war in Ukraine, that Putin may not be there anymore, and that all of a sudden, at some point, that Russian oil and gas may come flooding into the market and further decrease the price, particularly when you're talking about, reparations payments to Ukraine. They may do that, is sell a lot of gas and oil simply to fund whatever those reparations might be. So that might be playing in the background. However, what the White House was asking was hold off for another month, which I don't think was too much to ask for. Hold off for another month on what you're talking about. Don't do this right now. And by doing this right now, number one, they have strengthened Russia's hands internationally. It also is seen as a deliberate interference with the elections, the midterm elections here. By doing that, it jacks up the price of oil, which is going to jack up the price of gasoline, which reflects in people's opinion of how the country is being run.
Right.
And there's a lot of experts who've been saying this all day in the news, that this looks like Saudi Arabia and to maybe some other OPEC members as well, are doing this as a way to influence the U.S. election away from the Biden administration.
Oh, wow.
And certainly Biden has made it very clear he is not the biggest fan of MBS by a long stretch.
Right.
They have a pretty tough relationship. And so, real politic, there's probably something to that. I'm not ruling that out.
Hal, to your point, though, the Wall Street Journal today was reporting from the Saudi side of all of this that Prince Mohammed has told advisors he's not willing to sacrifice much for the Biden administration, citing its critical view of the Saudi war in Yemen, its bid to close a nuclear deal with Iran, and Biden's own comments on the prince, kind of what you were alluding to. This all comes, though, after news came today that the United States is reportedly canceling an October 17th meeting between the Gulf Cooperation Council Working Group. The subject of that meeting was Iran integrated air and missile defense. It was supposed to take place in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. So you're seeing some ramifications of the White House kind of displeasure with the Saudis over the cancellation of this meeting. Is that a good move, though? Does it do anything, or does it worsen things?
This is interesting. First off, when you talk about Saudi Arabia, I'll be blunt. You're talking about a lot of weapons sales. Okay, they buy a lot of weapons. They historically have bought a lot of weapons from the United States. The other big supplier, of course, they can look to the French for certain items. They could potentially look to the Chinese for certain items and other countries. But they buy a lot of U.S. weapons. We have a very long, very deep relationship with Saudi Arabia. Aramco, the big Saudi oil company, well, that Aramco is the AM is for America. That shows you how big we are or what our presence is within Saudi Arabia. So this is not an insubstantial relationship. And I personally, Desert Storm, I was there. We defended the kingdom against an Iraqi invasion that came south of the border. That was probably, they hoped to go to, they want probably go down to Riyadh and overthrow the Saudi government. They didn't get too far. It was thousands and thousands of Iraqis against dozens of Marines. Obviously, the combat power was clearly with the Marines, and we pushed them right back. But I say that half in jest. Actually, I know the guys who were actually there on the line. Initially, it was something like that, and we did push them back. But we have a deep investment in Saudi Arabia, and so when we say these things, I think that will come to the prince in a lot of different ways.
Okay.
All right. There's a lot of different connections there over the years. Now, with that said, I may just want to add one thing. The Saudis are very astute at reading what's happening in the region. That's their backyard. That's what they do. They're looking at probably what's going on with Iran right now. Obviously, they're not happy. They're not pleased about the attempts to reinvigorate the nuclear agreement. All right. They're not happy with a number of other things, but certainly not with what Biden was saying when he's running for president about, the Khashoggi thing. But the other side is they're also looking at what's going on in Iran right now, and they're thinking this might be 1979.
Wow.
And with that, if it's successful for the protesters, like 1979 was for those protesters, in their minds, that kind of goes to the price of gas and oil.
Yeah.
If the regime changes, suddenly you might have a supply of gas and oil on the global market that you didn't have before. And I got to tell you, the Saudis They think through this stuff. They look at the oil market probably as close as anybody I've ever seen, and they're always looking 2 steps ahead to figure out what's going on. So there are some economic fundamentals that are behind this decision. It's not.
General, dear Stefano, ambassadors, dear heads of representations and heads of missions, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a pleasure to finally be with you again in person. This year, I was able to travel to some of your countries, and I've had the opportunity to witness firsthand the excellent work you are doing on the ground. You're the ones who are bringing Europe to the world, and I really, really want to thank you for that work, because it is so necessary, and you are doing such an excellent work in these very difficult times. So some of the visits we've witnessed together will be etched in my memory forever. One of them was my very first trip to Ukraine in April. And I'm sure that Matti, if he's here with us, yeah, Matti, you will very much remember that. When we arrived in Bucha, Russian soldiers had just left. We saw body bags lined up. We saw mass graves right next to a church. It's a horror, and these are pictures I'll never ever forget in my life. But when I went back to Kyiv this year, I think it was in June and it was in September, I saw a country that is eager to take back its life and its normal routine. So roads and bridges have been repaired. Shops were open again. We saw people in the streets. And this tells me one thing. Even if Russian missiles are now falling again on Ukrainian cities, they won't break the Ukrainian spirit. This is for sure. And look at what had happened on Monday morning in the metro stations in Kyiv. You might have read it. Thousands of people took shelter underground, and they started to sing songs of hope, songs of pride, songs that tell the Russians, we are not afraid. And us, the European Union, we must keep supporting Ukraine through thick and thin as long as it takes. Just like we've done since February, our response to the invasion has surprised not only Putin, but I think the whole world. We put together the first sanctions in a matter of days. And then it was followed, the first package of sanctions, by 8 consecutive sanctions packages to leave no stone unturned. The latest package in response to the sham referenda in the occupied Ukrainian territories. We've supported Ukraine with funds, summing up to 19 billion euros since the beginning of the war. And there's not included what the European Peace Facility is giving to the equipment with military capabilities and weapons. We have given full support and immediate temporary protection to the Ukrainian refugees that were coming to the European Union. I think it were over 8.1 million refugees that came to the European Union. Round about 5 million have gone back to Ukraine. That's a good sign too. But it is amazing to see how fast we were in welcoming them. People opened their hearts and their homes, and we gave them immediately the temporary protection, which was access to the labor market, access to schools, access to healthcare, for example. We have enabled the solidarity lanes so that Ukrainian farmers can keep feeding the world. 60% of Ukrainian grain is leaving the country via our European solidarity lanes. We are restoring schools and co-leading the reconstruction effort. And we have granted, enthusiastically, candidate status to Ukraine, and I think we all can take pride in this work. It shows basically how much we can achieve with unity and with determination. And we must stay the course, especially now as the war enters in a new phase. The illegal annexation of 4 Ukrainian regions by Russia brings the challenge against the international system to a completely new level. Putin has taken sovereign Ukrainian land with an unprovoked act of aggression. He has forced people to vote at gunpoint. And he has even threatened to use nuclear weapons if Ukrainians reclaim the land that belongs to them. This is worrying, not only for Russia's neighbors. This is an attack against the entire UN Charter. Putin has even asked in his speech on annexation, and I quote, "Who did ever agree on a rules-based global order?" End of quote. Well, the Russians did, certainly. They did it when they signed the UN Charter, just like all other nations of the world, and when they negotiated the Helsinki Final Act. The rules-based global order belongs to the world. It is the best antidote against perpetual instability in all continents. And all nations in the world see this. Interestingly, even some of Russia's closest allies are questioning Putin's war of choice and refusing to recognize the sham referenda. The Samarkand summit, where China and India have clearly voiced concerns about the war, was a fiasco for Russia. But there is no room for complacency about this. Russia's failure alone won't save the rules-based global order, because the Kremlin's revisionism is not the only nor the most serious threat to the rules-based order. The so-called no-limit partnership declared by Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping is also a clear challenge to the post-war order built on the core values of the UN Charter. And of course, we are observing carefully the aftermath of the 20th Congress of the Chinese Communist Party to see any changes to China's international posture. Independent of this, we need to counter this global challenge. We must rebuild trust in our global goals, in our global rules, and the universal values at their heart. And we all know that this is not an easy task. I was at the United Nations last month, and I have listened to the concerns of countries from all over the world, just like you do it every single day in your work. Many countries feel that the global economy and the international system do not work for them. Some have even fallen for Russia's propaganda. Russia's propaganda that is trying to deflect blame for the causes of the energy and food crisis. And therefore, all of us in this room must speak up and stand up for the truth. And I know that you're doing this tirelessly every single day. I know this is tough. I know this is hard work. I know that sometimes you are exhausted. And we think like, but I've said that over and over again. But I just want to thank you for that, because this is the essence of your work, and this is the essence of the trust that is built abroad into the European Union. I believe Europe must always speak up for the values we believe in and support everyone who is fighting for these values. For instance, the brave Iranian women who demand freedom and equality. A young woman was killed by the so-called morality police. Thousands of peaceful protesters are being beaten and detained, men and women, lawyers and journalists, activists and ordinary citizens. This is a cry for equality. It's a cry for women's rights. And our message must be crystal clear. We must call for the violence to stop. Women must have a chance to choose. And we must hold accountable those who are responsible for the repression of women. So I believe now is the time to sanction these people who are responsible. The shocking violence inflicted on the Iranian people cannot stay unanswered, and we have to work on sanctions together. But there is more. In these times of transformation and these times of turmoil, Europe must even engage more on the global stage. We must consolidate our capacity to protect our values. We must reach out to all countries, from like-minded democracies to others who may share some of our interests on specific issues. So today I would like to draw some lessons on how we can engage with different partners. First of all, with like-minded democracies. Second, with future members of our union. Third, with our wider neighborhood. And finally, with countries all across the world as a means to promote our interests and to advance our values on global stage. So let me begin with the like-minded partners. Never before have I experienced such an intense cooperation with the White House as I did this year. It is a cooperation we have built since the start of President Biden's mandate, when we managed to find a solution to long-standing issues, you know them all, such as the steel tariffs, the Airbus-Boeing dispute, and securing data flow. And our cooperation got even stronger in the run-up to Russia's invasion. I was in Washington in November as tensions started to rise at our eastern border, you recall Belarus. And we saw the growing threat. And we confirmed our support to Ukraine's independence and territorial integrity. So we prepared the sanctions very early this year, already with the White House. And when Ukraine was invaded by Russia, we were ready to act. We coordinated our sanctions round after round. We stepped up our energy coordination and energy supplies on both sides. It helped enormously that I had the agreement with President Biden on the LNG, and they really stepped up in delivering LNG towards the European Union. And this made it possible for us to diversify away from Russian fossil fuels. And now, the transatlantic bond is stronger than ever at a crucial time for Europe. This is not only about our friends in the United States, but about all our like-minded partners. This core of like-minded democracies share our values and our outlook on the world. They are our most natural partners on all the most pressing issues of our times. And let me mention 3 of these issues. First, on energy. As you all witness, Russia keeps using its fossil fuels as a weapon against us. And like-minded partners like the United States and, for example, Norway have massively stepped up and helped us break free from our very dangerous dependency. Let me give you 2 figures. At the beginning of the war, if you look at pipeline gas, the imported pipeline gas, 41% was imported from Russia. Now we're down to 7.5% in only 8 months. This is a huge move. It's an enormous decrease, necessary decrease. We would have never, ever been able to do that if it wouldn't have been for our close friends and partners like, for example, Norway and like the United States with LNG coming in. So now we have to work even more closely with exactly those partners to calm down the price of gas imports. Because we all see that because of the Russian behavior cutting gas supplies to the European Union, overall energy is scarce in the world. The market is really tired. So the prices are skyrocketing. And therefore, we have started talks with Norway. We want to find deals that can be beneficial for both sides. Our partners have an interest to secure long-term contracts, of course with us, the largest market on earth, and at the same time to invest in renewables. The Norwegians say, if we lower prices, less revenues will go to the wealth fund, which is for the next generation. So you take something away from the next generation. Let's look together into the topic of renewables. And we, of course, have an interest to curb the crazy peaks in energy prices while also transforming towards renewables. So there is a lot of common ground. Second example, the international investment. The United States and other partners share our value-based approach to infrastructure investment. And we have the same goals. For instance, to speed up the transition to clean energy or to strengthen healthcare in developing countries. So why don't we team up with them on joint projects and complementary investments? And this is exactly what we are planning together with the United States. President Biden and I are convening a leaders' summit really to push forward a value-based investment agenda for the world. I'll come back to that later, that's Global Gateway. But I just want to mention the third example that shows how important these moves are with our best friends. That is raw materials. Take lithium or take rare earth metals. They are vital for our green and digital transition. No wind turbine, no solar panel without these raw materials. The demand for them will exponentially increase, that's for sure. That is good news, first of all, because it shows that the green transition is progressing. That's good. The not so good news is one country dominates the whole global market, and that's China. So, in addition, these resources should always be extracted in a responsible way. That should be our goal, both for the environment and for local communities. So part of the solution is to step up our cooperation with like-minded partners, like Canada, like Chile, or like Australia, because together we can both secure the resources we need and promote a value-based approach to the extraction of raw materials. We must mobilize our collective power to shape global goods and the world of tomorrow. My second point is about future members of our union. It's now a year ago that I visited the Western Balkans, and it was so obvious that our opponents look at the Western Balkans as a geopolitical chessboard. Their goal is to drive a wedge between the Western Balkans and the rest of Europe. And yet, the overwhelming majority, and that's heartwarming, the overwhelming majorities of citizens in the Western Balkans aspire to be part of the European Union. And that is why we must strengthen the credibility of our accession process. This year, the opening of the accession process and the negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia was a true milestone. Finally. It was tough to get there, to say the least, but we are there now. That's important. We must make sure that every positive step that is done in a country, that a country takes, brings it really closer to the European Union. And in parallel, we must push the integration of our economies even further. 1 year ago, I walked on an EU-funded bridge connecting Croatia with Bosnia and Herzegovina. I saw railway projects, I saw schools, I saw hospitals and kindergartens that were financed all across the region by the European Union. So this kind of engagement is even more relevant today, as the fallout of Putin's energy war is also hitting the region. 2 weeks ago, I was in Sofia for the inauguration of a new gas interconnector with Greece. It will serve not only Bulgaria, but also North Macedonia and Serbia. As the Western Balkans are asking for our support ahead of a difficult winter, this is exactly the way to go. Contrast foreign influence in Europe through more cooperation and a stronger European perspective. Ukraine and Moldova are now candidates for joining our union. And today, we have proposed to grant candidate status to Bosnia and Herzegovina in the college decision. We have recognized Georgia's European perspective too. So, wind of change is once again blowing through Europe, and we have to capture this momentum. We have to push for this momentum. The Western Balkans belong in our family, and we have to make this very, very clear. It is a bit like in the 1970s, when Spain, Portugal, and Greece choose democracy. Oh, when freedom fighters tore down the Berlin Wall. I vividly remember that. Of course, it is up to the candidate countries to reform their economies and their institutions and to advance towards our union. But it is our responsibility to support them in every possible way. I think that is Europe's moment, and it is up to us to seize that moment. Dear ambassadors, our neighbors face the same challenges as we face: Russian aggression, energy insecurity, climate change, the threats to our open societies. There's an urgent need to work with all of them, including those who do not seek to join our union. And this is the third angle I want to look at on how we can engage with different partners. This is actually what led to the first meeting of the European Political Community in Prague last week. 44 countries have come together with a common agenda when it comes to European security, to the green and digital transition, to defending our democratic way of life. We all share a common sense of purpose. And I was glad, I must say, that our British friends also decided to join. That's good. There's a lot of work to do together. Take our trilateral energy, for example, that we closed in June with Egypt and Israel. It has played an important role in our strategy to get rid of the Russian fossil fuels. But my visits in Cairo and Jerusalem were about much more than gas, because our goal remains the transition away from fossil fuels, and the Mediterranean countries hold an immense potential for renewable energy. For example, we have launched a new hydrogen partnership that looks very promising for both Europe and Egypt. And at the same time, we're working in the same direction with other Northern African countries too, because we know we need the energy, we need renewable energy, we need the hydrogen, and those Northern African countries have in abundance all the resources that are necessary. So all of a sudden, this energy crisis that we see at the moment makes a huge tectonic shift in the region, because we are diversifying away from Russia. And just let me give you one figure. Before the war, the European Union was 75% of the global demand of pipeline gas. 75%. So this huge demand is moving away from Russia and turning towards the global south. Not only looking for fossil fuels right now as we need them immediately, but mainly looking at a future that is with renewable energy, that's clean, and where they have, the other side of the Mediterranean, they have the resources in abundance. So Europe can promote and accompany their transition from a fossil fuel economy for all of us towards a net zero future. This is Europe's offer to third countries, starting with our neighbors. It is based on our European interests and on our values, and it is designed to deliver long-lasting benefits to the countries that choose to do business with us. Of course, as I said, it is not only about energy. In Cairo, I also announced that we will invest 3 billion euros to improve food systems in the region. Millions of people in the Middle East and North Africa are now facing the consequences of Putin's war on Ukrainian crops. It is to address this crisis that we created the so-called solidarity lanes for Ukrainian exports. Over 10 million tons of Ukrainian grain, oilseeds and other products have already been exported via our solidarity lanes. Today, over 60% of Ukrainian food exports rely on these lanes. And 30% of Ukraine's grain exports are going immediately to low and middle income countries in Africa, in the Middle East and in Asia. So I think it's very important that we set the record straight. It is Putin who created with his war the food crisis, and it is Europe that is working to end it. And that's the story that we have to tell all together. The Middle East and North Africa also face, of course, a long-term food security issue. You know that local agriculture needs to adapt to the changing climate. And modern technology offers a great number of solutions. So from precision irrigation to vertical farming to new crops adapted to climate change, but they have to be brought to the region. So Europe can contribute with both investment and, of course, world-class expertise. That's the reason why we have set aside 7.7 billion euros only until 2024, so it's a lot of money for a short time, for the food security topic. Countries all across our region have an urgent need to transform their economies for the challenges of a new era. And our union's greatest strength has always been its transformative power, our capacity to promote economic and social progress through cooperation. And it is in this spirit that we must also step up our engagement in Central Asia. The region is a gateway between Europe, Russia and China. And it is going through an era of turbulent transformation. Some countries are pushing for reforms that seemed unthinkable just a few months ago, and they deserve all our political and economic support. So this is the time to enhance our economic engagement in Central Asia and provide alternatives to the region and to be connected to the global economy. I want Europe to be a partner for change in Central Asia, because the global geopolitics are also changing. You know that tectonic plates are shifting, and in times like these, we must be ready to sail uncharted waters. We must engage beyond our immediate neighborhood and the circle of our traditional allies. I think only if we do this can we contribute into shaping the future of fast-changing regions and make a positive difference in the lives of millions of people. And this leads me to my fourth and final point on Europe's global engagement. At the beginning of this year, I had the opportunity to visit Senegal and meet a group of young entrepreneurs. And they told me about all the obstacles they face. But it was amazing to see how much energy, how much talent these young people in Africa and Senegal had and showed. And then I visited a national project for vaccine manufacturing, which we are financing through Global Gateway Investment Program, a place where Africa's pharmaceutical independence is taking shape with Europe's support. It is mRNA vaccines being produced in Africa for Africa. So just the step we have to do. It has been 1 year now since we launched our Global Gateway Investment Programme. And since then, the demand for a strong and value-based infrastructure investment programme has only grown stronger. First, COVID has highlighted the urgency of investing in resilient health systems, but also, for example, in the digital infrastructure. Second, more and more countries are dealing with the rise in energy and food prices. And third, a Belt and Road debt crisis is now in full swing. Tens of countries are massively indebted with China. 8 of these countries, from Angola to Laos, will spend in 2022 more than 2% of their gross national income to pay their debt to China. Our Global Gateway investment is about giving countries a better choice, to give them an alternative. It's investments that will be sustainable, not only for our partners' finances, that's important, yes, but also for the environment and, of course, for the local communities. They have to benefit from that. And I mentioned our investment in vaccine manufacturing in Africa that we are also now extending to Latin America. There's so much to do. For instance, we are financing new energy and transport corridors in Africa. We will invest in clean power generation, in the electrification of rural areas, in the connection between landlocked regions and the big cities and the coast. Or take the Asian Pacific, where the footprint of Chinese investment is massive, of course. A good example is our new Just Transition partnership with Vietnam, which aims to accelerate the transition from coal into the renewables. That's a huge leap forward, and we're supporting that. And we're supporting the Pacific state of Kiribati to build a new harbor that will bring new opportunities to one of the islands while respecting the fragile environment. So Global Gateway is the opportunity to end unhealthy dependencies and to invest in partnerships of equals instead. That is our offer to the world. 300 billion of possible investment. But we need the good projects. We need the mature projects. And that's where we need you. You are the ones who know the regions. You are the ones who know the partners. We need your advice. We need your knowledge. And I know that I can rely on that. This is where your role as ambassadors is so crucial. You're basically our ears on the ground. Europe needs you. We need your knowledge. We need your expertise. We need, you know it all in the region, your connections to the region. Europe needs you to identify ideas and projects for Global Gateway that can make a real difference in our partner countries. And you are in the unique position to bring together our member states that are part of Global Gateway to focus on common strategies and on common priorities. We all know that it is so important to be present in the regions where you are the ambassadors, that we show this is one European voice that is speaking to our partners. Therefore, bringing together our member states, bringing together the European level, I very much rely on you because you are the ones who can make it happen. We all know that we must do more together. More than ever before, our fate, so Europe's fate, depends on our global outreach. The war in Ukraine will be decided first and foremost by Ukraine's brave fighters in Kherson, in Kharkiv, and all along the front line. We know that. But it will also be decided by our global response to Russia's aggression. So we need all continents to rise up in defense for the rules-based order. Because the rules-based order belongs to all nations in the world. The war in Ukraine is not only a European war. It is a war for the future of the entire world. So Europe's horizon can only be the entire world. And I truly count on you to keep up the excellent work you're doing and to bring our voice and our values to all corners of the world. Let me wish you a very good conference. Many thanks for listening to me, and in this sense, long live Europe.
All right, everyone, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, my name is Josh Breslow. What you were listening to right there was Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission president there, speaking, saying that the International Court for Russian War Crimes investigation is needed. She spoke there for just about 30 minutes, but you can see that is now over from the ambassadors' conference. They're going to switch the feed here. Let's actually take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have more of your coverage coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:36 over on the East Coast and 5:36 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back to the latest information here on Hurricane Ian. The storm made landfall in southwest Florida around Fort Myers 2 weeks ago today. The storm was a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 150 miles per hour and even stronger gusts. The storm left a trail of destruction, as you see, all across the state from coast to coast. In the wake of Ian, at least 113 people have lost their lives, 104 of those in the state of Florida alone. Extensive damage there. So coming up at 9 o'clock this morning Eastern Time, about 24 minutes from now, we will be having our event here. We're going to do a full hour commercial-free where we will help raise money for the Red Cross, telling you what kind of work they are doing on the ground and how you can help them out. For now, though, I do want to play the latest briefing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis with the latest information on rescues, power, and what lies ahead.
As I saw state reps, Jared Perdue, Florida Department of Transportation, Eric Szilagyi, CEO of Florida Power and Light, Melissa Satius, State President for Florida for Duke Energy, Denise Vidal, CEO of Lee County Electrical Cooperative, And then I didn't see, is Michael Bjorklund here? Where is he? Here. Oh, okay. Okay, good. Thanks for coming. He's the Executive VP for the Florida Electrical Cooperatives Association. And of course, Holly Smith, Mayor of Sanibel. I see Jimmy Petronas here as well, our CFO. So I want to thank them for being here. So we, as many of you know, that when the dust settled off this hurricane, you saw the Sanibel Causeway severed in 3 different locations. We, of course, were flying in search and rescue immediately after the storm passed, and that was the #1 priority in those original days, and rightfully so. But we also understood that there was going to be a lot of need for services because we needed to make sure we could rebuild these islands, including Sanibel. We had folks come to me, I guess over a week ago now, asking about the Pine Island Bridge. Is there something could be done? A lot of people said you just can't do it. People need to leave the island. That was not acceptable for those residents, and so we worked with FDOT. We said Florida would take it on, and we were able to produce a temporary bridge in 3 days, and so they've had access now for almost a week on Pine Island. Sanibel, as you can see, a little bit more complicated because you have it's a bigger it's a big causeway, 3 different locations. And so what we did was last week had air assets bring in electrical workers, utility workers, people that could help with a lot of the infrastructure damage that was done. As well, last week we started deploying barges to Sanibel Island with equipment and supplies for power restoration. We also wanted to ensure wraparound services like running water are available as quickly as possible. And at the end of the day, we're in a situation where even though we're working really hard on this causeway, we didn't want to wait until that was somehow completed before you even started on the other stuff. So we had to figure out a way to get people there. So they have been there and they've been working, and we're really proud that people have done it. But as good as that is, you know, you can only helicopter or barge so many people and so much equipment. So we were looking at ways, how can we get more trucks on the island of Sanibel as soon as possible? Kevin Guthrie and I had talked with the feds about potentially bringing in almost like an amphibious landing craft that would bring, like it could bring tanks in the military. And then we said, okay, well, we will do that if we can load up all these trucks. However, as we were working on those arrangements, and we actually would have had that here probably when? Today or yet? Tomorrow? Yeah, so this week we would have had that. But I'm actually very happy to be able to report that's not going to be necessary because any minute now, right behind us, the temporary Sanibel Causeway repairs that have already been undertaken will allow this massive convoy that you see out there, 200 bucket trucks, 150 line and pickup trucks towing 50 trailers, 2 tractor trailers, other first responders. They are actually going to be able to cross Sanibel Causeway and drive onto the island today. And this includes Lee County Electrical Cooperative, FPL, Duke, other partners. They brought in other folks from the municipal and the co-ops that are here helping massive numbers of people. I mean, I said over a week ago we wanted Lee County to have more linemen anywhere, and you've seen that. I mean, if you're driving in here, massive convoy. So the convoy is going to get there. They are going to be working to restore the power situation. It will require some of this to be rebuilt. I mean, for those of you who've been out on that island, you know, you see concrete poles, utility poles snapped in half, and that's actually a pretty common sight to see. So it is going to require a lot of manpower. It's going to require a lot of effort, but it's something that will be done. So that will end up really moving this forward from where we otherwise would have been. Because if you think about it, if we didn't do the causeway, or if we had let the causeway linger and then didn't send anyone on the island, then nothing would have happened up to this point. And so we're happy to have done that. Now, once the convoy goes across, they have to continue with some of the repairs. It is not going to be ready to have full-time civilian traffic. And so we said that this was something that would be done by the end of October. and I'm actually able to report now that 21, that this will be open for civilian use October 21st. So that's going to be an amazing thing to have. And we're happy to be able to do that. So,
There they go.
Are they going?
There they go.
There you go, guys, right behind us, ahead of schedule. It was supposed to be 3 o'clock today. They thought they'd get it. Now they got more, and it's going. And that's going to be a bit. Now, you notice you got to go pretty slow because this is a temporary patch, but we're happy that that's something that is being done. We also are happy, of course, we did do the Pine Island Bridge, so that allowed a lot of electrical. You have LCEC, Duke Energy that are on Pine Island. Now, there's some significant damage to the infrastructure there. I saw a lot of lines down, utility poles broken. So they're working. They believe that this week you will have at least 1/4 of the island restored, including the island center, water treatment plant substation, and then grocery stores like Publix and Winn-Dixie, and they'll talk more about that shortly. Next week, you're going to have the northern part as well as Matlacha, so that'll be really, really good. So bottom line is there's major progress being done because that bridge has allowed us to get the people across that need to get across. And there's a lot of folks, I mean, Pine Island people are very resilient. They're running their generators. They were doing all that like right at the beginning. But it sure is better to be hooked up to the grid. So that's what's being worked on, and it's really been, I think, a great effort. I mean, I think I can report now, and one of these, they're all going to come up and speak who are running these electrical outfits. But I think statewide now, other than the barrier islands, I think you basically have 1,000 people that are without power in the entire state of Florida. And so that's a pretty significant undertaking. There will be some homes that may not be able to receive power, will require an electrician to come out and make sure things, because there was a lot of damage with the flooding and other things, and that's just the nature of it. But now we're in a situation where you're really looking at those barrier islands, and we've got probably more resources than have ever been put to bear on any one of those things. So I just want to thank everybody that's been involved in that. I also want to thank the First Lady of Florida for doing the Florida Disaster Fund, over $41 million that we've raised for that. And if you want to go, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org, or text disaster 20222 if you want to make a contribution. And we've got more people that are going to contribute. Other charitable groups want to get involved. So you're going to see more, and I think it's going to make a difference. But how some of that money's going, I was just in Charlotte County yesterday. You know, they have a group that what they do is they bring massive amounts of tools to areas of disaster, and they loan them out to different groups that are going to help. So you'll have some group that's going to go to your house and they're going to remove debris. They need a chainsaw. They can just get the chainsaw from this group and do. So that's a group that's gotten support. We're also working, and hopefully have an announcement today about helping some of our first responders that were displaced by this. So there's a whole host of good that can be done with it, and we're really, really happy that that's the case. One other thing I know, because first of all, they did a really good job of restoring fuel. I don't think we really truly had a fuel shortage. I think it was just some of the gas stations didn't have electrical in places where that was a problem. Kevin sent trucks, tankers to places like Arcadia. They sent it to Dunbar to help the residents. So we're happy to have done that. We have, in effect, a fuel tax holiday for the state tax in Florida, 25 cents a gallon. So what that means is Florida actually now has the 4th lowest gas prices in the United States. So that's the good news of that. The bad news is, I mean, OPEC is cutting. The price of gas is going through the roof in a whole bunch of places. And so we have provided relief. It would be higher if we hadn't done that. But I think, and I've been saying this for now many weeks, you are going to see, unfortunately, I think you're going to see the price of gas go up between now and the end of the year. And it could go up substantially given all the dynamics that we're seeing, particularly with OPEC cutting production. And of course, our own production has been neutered intentionally, which is not, I think, a very good decision. But nevertheless, that leaves a lot of pain at the pump. So it has gone up, and I think it will be because of the policies we see. but Florida's fourth lowest, largely because we do have our gas tax holiday in effect. So I just want to thank everybody for their effort. I'm glad that we're able to move this stuff ahead of schedule. It's a great sight to see all those trucks going out there on Sanibel. I know that there's a lot of work to do, and I know it's going to take a lot of effort, but that's what you want to see. It shows you that we're stepping up to the task. So, okay, we're going to hear from some of our speakers, starting with Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you again for your continued support of the division and the state agencies are responding in your leadership. This image behind us showcases the tireless work and the commitment the administration has made to restoring power and resources to communities in Southwest Florida. Myself and Jared Perdue were just talking before we came out here that there's never been the cooperation between state agencies, and I know we've said that a couple of times now, but that's directly attributed to the leadership of this man standing to my left to put together a team that doesn't have ego. They check it at the door, and we just work together for the common good of those individuals that are Floridians. So again, Governor, thank you for that. It also represents the massive logistical operation that the division has implemented to ensure the proper commodities, transportation, and equipment of resources were in place to immediately respond to the impacts of this hurricane. To date, the division is deployed or is actively deploying, as you see behind us, the following resources for distribution to the impacted areas on the barrier islands. 4 barges to aid in the delivery of commodities in Lee County and Pilot Island and Sanibel Island. 3 heavy trucks that are a part of this convoy going across that will then continue on to North Captiva Island. Trailers for restrooms, showers, laundry, sleeping, sanitation to ensure the care of first responders in the field, and drone teams to assess flooded areas. The division has also opened an additional fuel depot on Pine Island for a total of 13 fuel depots across the central and southwest Florida to provide fuel to first responders and those hardest hit impacted areas. A public mobile fuel depot is open to provide fuel for vehicles and gas cans for generators to impacted residents in the Waukesha Recreation Center and Park in Harlem Heights. These fueling depots have dispensed over 1.2 million gallons of fuel to these individuals. In addition, the division has also distributed nearly 50 million bottles of water, over 13 million shelf-stable meals. The division stands ready to continue the heavy logistical work. We are also committed to ensuring that residents have support they need to navigate the recovery process. I am pleased to announce that 2 additional disaster recovery centers have opened, this being Polk County and Seminole County. Polk is at the W.H. Stewart Center, and Seminole is at the Seminole State College. These one-stop shops provide residents with the needed assistance to better help them understand the recovery process. This includes speaking with representatives on site, learning more about programs, getting an update on the status of your FEMA application, speaking with someone to help you understand any letters or notices you receive from FEMA, and information in locating housing or rental assistance. We understand that navigating the recovery process and programs available may be very overwhelming. Please know that the division, along with local, state, and federal partners, will be there with you throughout this entire process. FEMA has started sending out letters to individuals. Some of those letters are approval letters. Some of those letters are non-approvals. I want everybody to understand that in many cases, when FEMA sends out a non-approval letter, all they're asking for is additional information. You have the opportunity to provide additional information and then have your claim approved. Do not think that just because you get a letter that says either denial or not approved doesn't mean that's the end of the line. Read the entire portion of the letter that asks what it is that they need to see from you before you go down an appeal process or denial process. Governor, again, thank you so much for your leadership, and to all of our state agencies, thank you very much.
Okay, Jared Perdue.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis. I really am privileged to serve under Governor DeSantis' leadership. It continues to get results day in and day out. I'd also like to recognize Director Guthrie for his continued hard work and great partnership. Without Director Guthrie, without the governor's leadership, we would not be able to mobilize the resources that we've mobilized and get things done as quickly as we have. The Department of Transportation's top priorities is always safety and mobility, and as you've heard and seen these last few weeks under emergency conditions, those don't change, they actually get amplified. So many dedicated FDOT staff came from all over the state and are here working around the clock to help every single community recover from this storm. Since the storm passed, various crews jumped into action to ensure mobility and safety through all of the disaster areas. They've performed over 2,500 bridge inspections, made 5,000 miles of state roads passable for emergency responders, and also restored thousands of traffic signals to operation. Construction work also commenced, as you've heard, to regain access to the barrier islands that were cut off from the mainland. With our partner Lee County and our contractor Des Moines, we were able to restore access to Pine Island in under 3 days, showing the drive and commitment that FDOT and all of our team members have in helping Florida families recover. Now we've moved on to do the same with the Sanibel Island Causeway. Hundreds of trucks and equipment have been mobilized to the area, and various crews are now working along the entire project corridor. Crews have been working in parallel at different locations along the entire causeway, both landside and marine side, as you can see, to expedite repairs and make today's convoy of utility trucks, personnel, and support vehicles possible. The majority of the work to repair the causeway consists of restoring the roadway and land that led up to the bridge structures. As you've heard from the governor, there was significant damage to the land part of the causeway. The actual bridge structures, thankfully, are in good shape and have been inspected and are safe for passage. And so now it's really a matter of getting the causeway rebuilt and linking everything back together. Ajax Paving and Superior Construction have been working nonstop to get the temporary repairs far enough along to get the convoy through today. And once all of these trucks are across, the next step will be to lay asphalt and road striping to get the facility open to the public. FDOT understands how desperately drivable access is needed, and the original estimate to have the Sanibel Island Causeway open was by the end of the month. As you heard from Governor DeSantis, after mobilizing the equipment and crews and the progress we've made over the last week, we're happy to report that the repairs are now going to be open to the public by October the 21st. Governor DeSantis continues to think beyond the normal way of doing business to bring relief to communities the quickest way possible. And that is very apparent today, bringing all the experts and resources together, getting everybody aligned behind a common goal, and truly making a difference in people's lives. Knowing the damage that was sustained here, it's incredible that just after a week of work, we're able to bring almost 400 utility trucks over the causeway. Governor DeSantis asked us to deliver, and that's what we plan to do. Our teams in Lee County will be pushing even harder to get it done as fast as we possibly can. Working in coordination with our partners has helped allow us to serve Floridians quickly and efficiently. And I would like to thank all of our law enforcement partners and first responders and emergency responders. Thank you so much. Here at FDOT, we especially have a very close partnership with our transportation partners in the Florida Highway Patrol. They've been a huge help in providing mobility and safety throughout this whole storm event. FDOT looks forward to the days ahead as we make further progress on the temporary repairs and offer this community one more step towards recovery. Thank you, Governor.
Okay. All right, Eric Szilagyi, FPL.
Thank you, Governor. You know, Hurricane Ian has been life-altering for so many of our fellow Floridians, particularly all of those here in Southwest Florida. And as the governor said, the road ahead is going to be difficult. For some, unfortunately, it's going to take months, if not years, to completely rebuild everything that Ian, has robbed from them in just a matter of hours. And of course, our thoughts and prayers go out to all of those who have lost loved ones during this storm. But if there's one thing that I know about Floridians, it's that we're resilient. And I can tell you that I speak every single day with Denise and leaders at Lee County Electric Cooperative to coordinate our working with them to support all that we can do, because we are all part of Team Florida. We know firsthand the challenges of restoring on islands and the creativity that it actually requires. Just yesterday, FPL completed the restoration of all of our customers on Little Gasparilla Island, which meant using barges to move trucks and equipment, and even floating some poles across Gasparilla Bay here in order to get the equipment over to them. We had to remove trees and debris and clear a landing spot for the barges, and we've had to use all-terrain vehicles in order to transport some of the equipment once on the island. The restoration, frankly, doesn't get any more difficult than that. But we remain committed to helping Sanibel Island rebuild, and we will work with Lee County Electric Cooperative and all of their teams who are working so hard to restore power to all of their customers. We continue to provide support, including a restoration workforce of more than 200, of which we just saw some roll across the bridge, over 500 power poles, lots of critical equipment that is now, thanks to the efforts of DOT and everybody to get that bridge open, flowing onto the island. Look, I know it's difficult to be without power, and so I want to say thank you for your patience and your understanding. It is a real challenge. I am happy to announce on Fort Myers Beach, now that it is safe to restore power, we have actually energized Fort Myers Beach, and last night turned on our first street lights on the southern part of the island. We're working through the day, we'll work through the night, and we'll continue to get more street lights up. Unfortunately, most of the buildings there are not able today to accept power safely, but when they are, FPL will be ready to energize them. Finally, I want to conclude by thanking Governor DeSantis for bringing everybody together during this time of need. Look, leadership in these circumstances particularly matters. And every single time I picked up the phone, which was unfortunately frequently, and called the governor and asked for help, you were there. That matters. It matters in being able to get things done quickly and safely. I also want to take a moment to thank our Chief Financial Officer, Jimmy Petronas. Look, it matters that Florida went into this storm season financially strong with an A-rated balance sheet, because if there's one thing we also know about storm restoration, it's not cheap. This is a multi-billion-dollar issue that we are going to have to deal with as a state, and we are going into this financially strong thanks to your leadership as well, Jimmy, so thank you. I also want to take a moment to thank all law enforcement, sheriff here, Lee County, but also across the state, Florida Highway Patrol, Division of Emergency Management, the Department of Transportation, and the National Guard. None of the ability to move the equipment, the people, what we need to do to get this job done is possible without their support and their teamwork, so thank you. With this restoration, it's been a colossal effort, and I personally could not be more proud to be part of Team Florida.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, my name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. What you are watching right there is a Live Now replay of Governor Ron DeSantis' latest update just yesterday on the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. The governor has been providing those updates on a daily basis. So for the next hour or so, we are going to throw out our commercial breaks as we work with the Red Cross to help raise money for those in need. Let's kick off here at 9:01 on the East Coast. Hurricane Ian made landfall in southwest Florida around Fort Myers 2 weeks ago today. The storm was a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 150 miles per hour and even stronger gusts. The storm left a trail of destruction across the state from coast to coast. In the wake of Ian, at least 113 people lost their lives, 104 of those in the state of Florida alone, and the death toll unfortunately could rise. Thousands of homes have been damaged or destroyed, and at one point more than 2.5 million homes and businesses lost power. 14 days later, 99% of power has now been restored in the state, but those relief efforts are ongoing, and the journey there to recover has only just started.
And it's just devastating. You don't know where to begin.
Figured, it's not going to be that bad, and I figured we'd ride it out. Worst mistake of my life.
Is there anybody in there?
There will, of course, be many more rescues that are added to the tiller. We absolutely expect to have mortality from this hurricane.
This could be the deadliest hurricane in Florida's history.
I don't know what else to do.
I just don't know.
All right, so those were just some of the survivors there speaking about what they experienced during Hurricane Ian. You also heard from Governor DeSantis and President Biden. Live Now from Fox has teamed up with the American Red Cross to help those impacted by the storm. You can see that QR code right there on the bottom left corner of the screen. So grab your phone right now, open the camera app, click the link that shows up, and it will take you straight to that donation page. All proceeds will go straight to those who need it most. In addition to the $1 million donated by Fox Corporation, as of this morning, nearly $1.5 million in donations have been made by Fox employees and you, our amazing viewers. So thank you so much for that. For the next hour, we're going to bring you stories of survival, stories of humanity, those who put their lives on the line to help their neighbors, and a whole lot more. I do want to learn a little bit more about the Red Cross and what they are doing, so I'm going to bring in spokesperson here, Lori Arnold, live with us. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your partnership.
Of course. So we've seen the images. We have all seen Sanibel Island, Fort Myers, and Naples, but being there in person, I imagine, is so much different.
It really is. You know, there's no camera in the world that can really capture what we are actually seeing with our own eyes. We've spent some time in the Fort Myers Beach area in some of the neighborhoods that have been just utterly demolished by this hurricane. And what we see is absolutely undescribable. One person that we spoke to explained it as if his house had been turned into a snow globe and had been shaken up, and then all the water seeped out and everything just sunk to the floor. And that's exactly what it looks like. Everything's in disarray. Houses are completely gutted. There's nothing left in them. Roofs and trees and boats. The boats are the thing that are just unbelievable when you see boats in people's yards upside down on trees. It's absolutely indescribable just how devastating this storm has been.
And so tell me where you've traveled to, you personally, so far, what you've seen, and seeing those people impacted. What are they saying to you?
I've spent most of my time here in Fort Myers. A lot of it has been right here in this very shelter. I'm at the Hertz Arena. I've been to a couple of the other shelters as well. And what I'm hearing over and over and over are stories of absolutely harrowing escapes. One of the people in the clips earlier was mentioning how they decided to ride out the storm. That was the worst experience or worst decision they've made. I've heard a lot of people say that. I've heard a lot of people say how grateful they were that they did decide to evacuate before the storm. People have, this storm has hurt people in unbelievable ways. A lot of people, you know, their houses are destroyed. A lot of them have no houses left. So many people who have worked their whole lives to get to where they are right now are now having to rebuild from scratch. And it's devastating. People just need help. They need hope. And that's what the Red Cross is here to do. We're here to bring them help, take care of those physical needs like food, shelter, emotional and spiritual care, physical care when it comes to health services. But we're really here to bring compassion and hope. And that's what I feel like we can do the best, is just give people a sense of we'll be there with them as they're working through this next few steps.
And that's what people want to know. They want that comfort and they want that help. So a question that we do get a lot is, where does the money go? How does your donation help the people there who are impacted by Hurricane Ian, who lost their home and are now cleaning up the damage?
I'm glad you asked that. I think that's a really important question. The donations that are coming in here are helping in a myriad ways. They are helping open up these shelters, provide cots for people to sleep on, blankets. Everybody gets their own blankets. We've got food. We're feeding 3 meals a day to, I think at this point we've served close to 1 million meals and snacks. We're at about 900,000 something. It's providing the volunteers who are here to bring in those health services. So when people have lost their medications, we're able to help them get those recovered. If they've lost a wheelchair or a cane or a CPAP machine, any kind of medical equipment, those donations are helping recover those costs so that the people don't have to take those costs on themselves. It's also taking care of, like I said, the mental health volunteers who are here. We have trained healthcare providers who are here just to listen and talk to people through what they're going through. All of that takes money. Everything we give is completely free to the people who need it, but it's not free for us to provide it. And so those dollars coming from our donors, whether how small or how large, they make a huge difference. You know, I tell people, you know, $10 gets people blankets, 2 blankets. So no gift is too small, and we are just incredibly grateful that people have been so generous during this storm, because everybody here in the shelter, they need help.
Yeah, another question that we do get quite a bit. We know, of course, that people can scan that QR code. They can donate to the American Red Cross, but can they volunteer or do anything else to help out to help these victims here?
Absolutely. We're always looking for volunteers. And as time goes by, we know people are going to want to come and volunteer. So if you have a look at our website, redcross.org/volunteer today, you can find some of those essential needs that we have right now for volunteering. And we've had lots of great people from the community come into these shelters, help us in our feeding sites. We've got volunteers who are bringing in all kinds of support. And if you want to help, the greatest volunteering, giving blood, making a financial donation, those are the best ways to help the people who have been affected by Hurricane Ian.
Any idea how long the American Red Cross will be there on the ground helping out? Because I know this is going to be a long process.
It is. It is going to be a very long process. The Red Cross, we have a goal of getting people back into their homes or back into a new home as quickly as possible. But we know that in a storm of this magnitude, that's going to take a long time. So the Red Cross is going to be here for as long as we're needed. We are working very diligently to get people back into their homes if they're able to go home. And we're working with people who don't have a home to go back to. We're working with our community partners. We're working with our government agencies to find at least some kind of temporary housing, if not long-term housing, so that they can begin their recovery journey. It's going to be a long journey. We're going to be here through that recovery. Our shelters are going to be open for as long as they're needed. Our feeding is going to be there for as long as needed. And, you know, the Red Cross, we're not going to walk away, 2 weeks after this storm. That's not going to happen.
Of course. Lori Arnold, thanks for being here. Is there anything else that you want people to know who are watching right now and really just want to help?
I just want people to know, again, I'm so glad you asked that question about where your dollars go. People want to give during a situation like this. I am always absolutely amazed by the generosity of the public. People want to know if they can donate their clothing, their extra blankets and things. And what's been amazing is we've gotten so much of that stuff that everybody has those items. What we need are the financial donations so that we can get the things that aren't being donated, such as food. We have to make sure that we're very careful about what food we serve, because obviously we want to make sure that we keep everybody healthy and safe. The donations help us purchase those individual items that people don't necessarily think about. If somebody needs a specialized kind of wheelchair or somebody needs some kind of specialized machinery, that helps us get those things. And so I just want to remind people that your dollars are being cared for. As a donor myself to the Red Cross, I trust what we're doing, and I know that we lead with compassion, we lead with transparency, and we just really need the support of the general public to make everyone's start to recovery a little bit easier.
All right, Lori Arnold with the Red Cross, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, I do want to get to more of the video that shows the aftermath of Ian here. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis providing those daily updates to the people throughout the state. The governor says there have been 2,500 rescues performed, with more than 1,000 team members performing search and rescues. Northport, which is in Sarasota County on the Gulf Coast, was one of the hardest hit cities in the Tampa Bay area. Northport, again, over there in Sarasota. Now, in the days after Ian, Northport fire rescue crews were going out 5 to even 6 times a day, checking on residents who were surrounded by that rising water. Our Fox 13 Tampa team's Kimberly Quizon went along for the ride.
The water is one thing, But there are other obstacles Northport Fire Rescue crews face trying to reach the stranded.
We got trees down power lines.
They're working to reach homes off Sumter Boulevard near Lady Slipper Avenue.
It's definitely a lot to deal with.
This is not a river or a lake. This is a Northport neighborhood. Floodwaters from the Myakkahatchee Creek have swallowed up the roads.
I think the storm took some people by surprise at how much rain it dumped and the amount of damage that established.
Deputy Chief Scott Lane and crews work around the clock, checking on residents and helping them out.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
So far, 900 evacuations have taken place in flooded areas, but some chose to stay, like Alex Koval.
We've been here fighting for our home. We got paths, so we couldn't leave.
And down the street, neighbors Sue and Dick also remain.
Our property value went up because we were on an island.
Exactly.
Now it's property again.
As floodwaters start to go down, their mission remains.
The last 6 days has been a roller coaster, both physically, emotionally. We've had really good support.
And they're also here to help when the waters recede and residents return home.
We're really rallying around each other, the agencies independently here, and the citizens are what's actually giving us the strength to kind of keep on and keep pushing for them. They're worth it.
And thank you so much to our partners over at Fox 13 Tampa and Fox 35 Orlando. We have been using a lot of their coverage, and that's what's so great about Live Now from Fox is we are a culmination of all of our affiliates across the country, and we do have a lot of them. The incredible stories of survival have been coming in from all over. We're hearing incredible stories there from people who are trapped in Ian's path. It was a race against time for Johnny Lauder. Every moment was crucial as the water was rising so fast. His mother trapped in her home in the Naples area, unable to walk and to escape. Johnny jumped out the window of his son's home where he was staying and swam through the floodwaters for several blocks to rescue his mother. He shared his story with me as the video of him documenting that journey went viral. Let's listen raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Johnny Lauder, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
So first off, did you ever think this was going to go as viral as it did?
No. This wasn't even meant to be put out. This was videos and pictures I was sending to the family to let them know I was okay and how far I was from Grandma's house.
And I want to start before we talk a little further with showing some of that. So take a look.
We look at 4 feet of water, and I've been swimming forever. Oh my God.
We're arriving to Grandma's. Or I'm arriving to Grandma's. I don't know what time it is. 3:41. All right. Love everybody.
Status update for the family. It's now 6:30. It's the aftermath of Ian. I'm with my mom. I got her up on the table, wrapped up so she doesn't go into hypothermia. She only has one leg, so it's going to be very difficult trying to get out of here. You can see the water outside is still up to the window. Better look from that side. You can see it's up to the window. Just waiting for it to get down more. It was up to the table where she's at. She basically lost everything. I live closer to the water, so I know everything is gone as well. Main thing is we're safe, so yay, Florida life. 6:10, we're now leaving. Pushing a wheelchair, half deep water. Yeah, that's done. We have a little bit of a trek ahead of us, but we'll try to get somewhere safe.
So, Johnny, walk me through the rescue, how it all happened, and what led to you going over there to rescue your mom.
What had happened is we knew the storm was coming. I have an 84-year-old mother who's extremely stubborn, to put it lightly. She's in a wheelchair. She only has one leg. She has this bad skin condition where she has open sores, about 80% of her body. She basically said she wouldn't evacuate, and she'd fight me kicking and screaming, and she didn't want me or any of my sons over at her house. I have a 20-year-old son at home, and then I have a 26-year-old son who lives about 4 blocks from my house. And then 4 blocks from his house, about a half mile, is where my mom resides. So my boys are like me. We weren't going to leave Grandma behind. We wanted to evacuate, but since she wasn't going, we're not going. So I went to my oldest son's house, and I stayed with him and his girlfriend and my youngest son. And that was basically where we kind of set up base camp. So if something was to go wrong, at least I'm halfway to her house. Now, because of prior hurricanes, I got about a foot in my house before. My mother only got about 6 inches. So we weren't expecting it to be as big as it was. So we were watching TV, ironically, when my youngest son yells out, "The water's here." We look out the window, and there's about 3 feet at that time outside the window. And the sliding glass doors in the patio, we moved the curtains, and we had about 6 inches of water, which rapidly grew to about 2.5 feet within not even 5 minutes. My youngest was on the phone the whole time with my mom, giving me status updates. She reported it was at her ankle, then it was at the bottom of her chair. And once it hit the belly button, I knew that was it. We're running out of time. So I made sure the kids were safe first. They're not kids, but made sure they were safe. There was an attic scuttle inside one of the closets in my son's one of his bedrooms. So we put my 2 sons, his girlfriend, a rabbit, a bird, and a very fat cat with provisions, batteries, phones, everything, food, and a way to chop through the roof if necessary into the attic. As soon as I saw the last leg was going up in there, I dove out the window and started the trek to my mom's house. When I got out the window, the water was up to my sternum, so probably about 4 feet of water, 4.5 feet. My mom's house is roughly a half mile from my son's house, so I had to make maybe a quarter of a block to her street, and then from there was a straight shot down to her house. When I made it out to the driveway, I just snapped a picture of the cars. It was already up to the windows and rising fast. The street in front of my son's house, it did have a current. A work van, I guess you would call, like a big white van, was kind of floating past me. So I got to the corner, and it was my mom's street. That's where the water was coming from the Gulf, coming towards us. I knew the dangers going in. I mean, I could have been taken by the current. I could have had debris hit me, power lines in the water, but it's mom. And my phone, my Apple Watch, everything's just going off. Now I got family texting me, "Are you guys okay?" And now I have my kids in the attic also wondering, am I alive and how far I am from grandma? So my hands are wet. I can't text. I had my phone in my shoulder pocket, and every chance that I got between the kicking and the pushing and trying to make my way through, I would catch my breath, take a selfie, send it to them, take a picture of the street where I'm at because they're familiar with the area and they would know how far I am from grandma's to let her know, how far I am. Put the phone away and then trek on. It was pretty miraculous, and I would have to say it's divine intervention. But halfway to my mom's, I was pretty exhausted, and I'm looking up at the bells on the power lines, and they're all arcing and sparking. So of course I'm trying to see if there's a hum or buzz in the water or something if I'm getting too close. And I took a snapshot of the street, and as I look up to look at the sparks, and I look back down, not even a minute later, a knee board magically appears in front of me. There was nothing on the street, and this knee board appears, and it made it so much easier to cut through the water with the knee board. As I approached my mom's house, it was this overwhelming sensation of terror and relief at the same time because I could hear her screaming. Terror because I didn't know if something had fallen on her or she was hurt, but then relief knowing that she still had air in her lungs and I wasn't too late. Went to the front door, couldn't open the door with the pressure of the water, went around to the back of her house, got the kitchen window out, and that's when I saw the water was up to her chest, chin. And if I'd have been 30 minutes later, it might have been a whole different type of interview. But snapped that picture immediately. She was in joy. I know it looks kind of terrifying in the picture, but she was just so happy to see me. She was smiling. She doesn't have teeth, but trust me, she was smiling. And I knew it wasn't over. So I sent the picture to the kids so they would be fine and know that grandma's okay. Jumped into the window. Again, like I said, she has a skin condition. So I know that bacteria-ridden water wouldn't be good. She was shivering like a chihuahua. So from past experience and training, I know I had, get her out of the water because hypothermia is going to start kicking in. So I scurried through her house. I found a small table, stacked a kitchen table on top of that table. The only thing dry in the whole house was a pair of sheets that I found on one of her shelves in her closet. As I'm approaching her with the sheets, she's like, "No, not those. Those are my good sheets." But I said, "We don't have time for that. Those are your only sheets. So I wrapped her up, kept her warm, gave her some peanut butter and jelly that I could find. Everything's floating around us from the refrigerator to beds to sofa. It was just surreal. We waited for, I know I said the times as I'm approaching, it's in the videos, it was probably about 3 hours. We waited for the water to subside. It got up to her window, and thank God after that, it just started going down. If it would have gotten higher, I would have held her head treading water for as long as I had to. But when the water got about halfway down, my youngest son, who's 20, he knew to come. It was going to be still dangerous, but not as dangerous. He made his way to the house to help me get her out because of all the debris and everything and the obstacles with her wheelchair. We got her out of the house, back in her chair, and outside it was probably, I would say, up to our thighs and her waist, sometimes a little lower in her courtyard. But once we got to the street, there were areas where it was up to her chest in water. When we made it to the street, I kind of made a quick little snippet video saying, we're done and we're taking grandma, getting her out of there somewhere safe. And then we made the trek back, which was longer than the way to my son's house because we passed my son's street and I was trying to get to a hotel that I knew had dry ground. One of my mom's neighbors is an elderly Haitian woman, which my Creole is not the greatest, but I understood arthritis and she could barely walk and she had all her belongings in a garbage bag. So after I snapped that video, I basically put my phone away, put her over one shoulder and put her bag on the other while my son pushed my mom. Once we got to the hotel, I knew the lady said she had a son that lived not in town. I said, call your son, let him know you're okay. I tried to put my mother inside the hotel, just in the lobby to warm up. And the clerk said, sorry, there's no rooms available and you got to get her out of here. So then it was take mom back to my son's house. We got back to my oldest son's house and fortunately they only had about a foot and a half of water get into the house. The doors and everything held up pretty well. And once we got her home, we realized we had to get that water off of her. But since she's in a wheelchair, we can't, she has one leg, we can't get her in the tub. So we had to make the trek back to my mom's to get her special bench that she uses to bathe herself. And that's when we saw it was absolutely disgusting and gut wrenching, the inside of the house. We brought her bench back, had her wash up just to make sure she's okay because of the open wounds and sores. That's when the next day we put her on a soggy couch and we at least had power and food that was still in the refrigerator. But the next day, my son found out that we were on a boil notice, which we didn't know because we weren't getting alerts the day of. So we weren't sure if that water was good. It was compromised. So we called the EMS. Paramedics came out, took her to the hospital, and unfortunately, we were right. She got bacterial infections in a lot of the wounds, but they treated her. She's at a rehabilitation center right now. She's in a warm bed. She's happy to be here. She's making friends everywhere. So we're just very, very, very fortunate. Very fortunate.
What were you thinking as you're going on this trip? You see just how high the water is. You get close to your mom's house and the water is getting high. What's going through your mind at that point before you see your mom? And then when you do see her and you see that she's alive?
I'm not going to lie if I say I wasn't nervous. But I've been in a lot of stressful situations in my life, running and risking everything to help somebody, but it's a little different when it's your mom. You try to push everything out of your mind. If you think about something and you hesitate, you lose, you get off focus, you can hurt yourself, and then you're no good to the person you're trying to help. So even though it was my mom, I was trying to think it wasn't my mom, but it was 21-year-old Johnny at the driver's seat, but 50-year-old Johnny was in the back seat whispering in my ear, and I had to tie him up and just ignore him and just push forward. Yeah, it's after the fact that now it sets in. And when I look at the picture, when I think about it, my eyes start to sweat. I start to feel like, oh man, things could have been really bad. And then I think about all the people who lost lives in the storm. And then, that's when it really kicks in, after the fact. During I tried to push it to the side, but there were times where I thought, oh my God, I'm not going to get there in time. Or what if I don't make it? And now I just, now my kids are going to be minus a grandma and minus a dad. So, but you just can't think about that. You gotta push forward.
For sure. And I know you told me you documented it really because you were trying to make sure that your family knew that you were okay. You weren't documenting it because you thought someone's going to watch this later, right?
No, I had no idea. The family members in Miami, my sister-in-law, they all got the videos and stuff and saw that we were okay. And finally, when we had a little bit of cell service, everybody's calling. But she started a GoFundMe for us, and she put it on her Facebook, and somehow this just exploded where everybody wanted to talk to me. And I'm like, I'm just a boy who went to go help his mom, you know? I mean, who wouldn't do that for their mom? I do it for your mom. I do it for anybody else's mom, but I prefer not to have to. So she's going to evacuate next time, whether she likes it or not, but she's changed her tone. She realizes to not risk other people's lives just for her life. So, but yeah, we had no idea, no intention this was going to get the way it got. So I didn't want to tell a story, but a lot of people told me that, you know, with this world of sad and bad happening right now, sometimes, you know, a happy ending is what's needed. And at the same time, if anybody can take away anything from my story, is Mother Nature is a beautiful, cruel, and unforgiving woman, and we do not need to take her lightly. And, you know, the signs are there. Hurricane, we have days, you know, to evacuate and prepare. And if, you know, I'd rather see people come back and cry over everything that they lost than have their loved ones come down and cry over the loved ones they lost. So we lost everything. My mom lost everything. My son lost furniture, but we got each other. You know, I haven't lost my job. I haven't lost my family, and I haven't lost hope. So, you know, it's like a computer. It has two buttons. You have a power and a reset. It's just my reset button that got hit. Well, we just pick ourselves up and those around us and move forward. So we'll get through this.
And like you said there, you hear a lot of stories that don't have the happiest of endings. Thankfully, this one does. And that's why, you know, we definitely wanted to share it there. But thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. Is there anything else that you want to add at all?
No, I can't think of anything other than if when any storm or anything's happening, take the necessary precautions, get your loved ones out. If I have to tie her up and carry her out of her house, the next time I will. But you know, I love that right now. It breaks me up, and been thinking about it. The amount of people and outpouring of support that I've gotten through this thing from people that I don't even know. Really chokes me up, you know. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. And the way the community's been, and it's a shame that it takes a natural disaster for us all to come together like this. And if we could just do this every day and be like this world will be a better place. That's all I have to say.
I agree. Johnny, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. And he's right, that would make the world a much better place. An amazing story there, the mother and son surviving, but they did lose everything. We're hearing those similar stories from all over the state of Florida. Our efforts are focused today on helping those who have been impacted. The damage here is almost indescribable. Live Now from Fox has teamed up with the American Red Cross to help those in need. You're going to see that QR code that is right there on the bottom left side of your screen. So take out your phone right now, open the camera app, click the link that shows up, and it will take you straight to that donation page. All proceeds go straight to those who need it most. In addition to the $1 million donated by Fox Corporation as of this morning, about $1.5 million in donations have been made by Fox employees and you, so thank you so much because every dollar does count. Let's head over to Venice here. The city of Venice is along Florida's Gulf Coast between Tampa and Fort Myers. The grounds of Venice High School were transformed into a shelter for people who lost all of their belongings. As our Fox 13 Tampa's Regina Gonzalez shows us, their resilience, positivity, and gratitude shine through.
You need help?
20-year-old Kenya Taylor and her family of 7 are now living in the gym of Venice High School.
Yep. And then turn it this way.
They came here after being rescued from their Northport home that was destroyed by Hurricane Ian by boat, with only a few belongings and the clothes on their backs.
We was walking, like hiking with our bags and stuff like that with the kids. We finally got to a church and they told us that they was going to take us to shelter.
They've been here for 3 days, and despite the circumstances, Kenya is using her time to pass along positivity and help the people around her sleeping area.
I help watch other people's kids and stuff like that, especially if they have to use the restroom. I understand what stress they're in.
Hey, what you doing?
You don't have to be like unkind. You don't have to be unkind at all. We all go through the same struggles.
Kenya and her family are a few of nearly 400 people from Sarasota County posting up on school grounds. Principal Zoltan Karesli says right now they can stay as long as they need, and volunteers are working in 24/7 shifts to make them as comfortable as possible.
We basically have a group of people that are helping us get people organized to have lunch in the cafeteria, to obviously shelter in the gyms. We have other rooms for people that need, medically dependent.
Venice high school students and teachers are volunteering. Public buses and private cars are transporting people to check on their homes or go to places like work.
Residents come in, we have them check in, and of course we have them tell us if they have dogs or cats.
Administrators didn't want to turn away people that had pets, so I am now standing in what was the boys' locker room, and now where dogs are being kept and cats are kept separately in another classroom. For residents like Nancy Buffalini, being able to keep her dog by her side eases a little stress. She's taking this day by day and is grateful for the little things.
This woman at the front told me, we're going to take care of you, we're going to feed you, and you're going to get a shower. And that's when I started to cry.
Regina Gonzalez, Fox 13 News.
And thank you so much to our partners at Fox 13 Tampa and, of course, Fox 35 Orlando. Look there over to the left side of your screen because every dollar counts, and many people ask when they donate to the Red Cross, what does it go toward? $100 does provide a full day of food and shelter for 2 people at an emergency shelter. $200 helps 4 people, and $400 provides 2 full days of food and shelter for 2 families. The Red Cross is helping so many people, and Andy Mack with Live Now from Fox caught up with one of them.
Welcome back, and we are so grateful to be joined now by Barbara down there in Florida, certainly a survivor of Hurricane Ian. First, Barbara, thank you so much for joining us, and just tell me a little bit about what we're doing right now. What are you up to right now?
So we've moved into the area where the Red Cross is working with us. They took information from us as to where we want to, what we want to do, where we want to go, and things in the background of how we got here and what our situation is. Some people can go back to their homes and, maybe rebuild, and they're excited about that. I wish I could do that, but we're going to have more serious decisions like a lot of the rest. Everybody's got to decide. So we're going to be, we were interviewed on the clipboards, and they're putting those things in order. And then we'll be taking, I think, just small groups or something, or maybe individually, to an area maybe closer to where our homes were if we lost our home and everything. Or some of them will go to have to go to the other coast because there's no facility here to be staying in. So that's going to be difficult for them. But it might give them a view of something new they see. Maybe they want to end up there. We're all going to get a different, new, fresh look at it because we're alive, and you can't take that away, and you can buy and rebuild anything, but we all have a special feeling we were here for a reason, and we can't wait to start our lives and explore again.
Believe it. Take me back through the last couple weeks for you. Where do you live, and what was it like seeing Hurricane Ian come through your town, your house?
Well, right now we live here. This is our new town, but I lived at Indian Creek Park, Indian Resort Park, right at Fort Myers Beach area. And I haven't been back there since right after the surge, when we were picked up and I was brought here by ambulance. But I want to go back, and I think I can do it now. I couldn't have been. And I think maybe we love Florida, so we're not gonna go too far away, but I think we'll stay kind of in the area, but that beach, it's gonna take a long time. All my favorite places are gone, even on the whole entire beach. And our home that we loved and built up over the past almost 20 years. And I think we're just gonna take a different look and a little bit of time to see what do we want to do. Maybe not live at 0 degree sea level. Maybe we want to be a little higher up. And it seems like some of the situations are changing.
Yes.
And everybody's really excited right now, though, because they're finally ready, to move on and to, where am I going to go next? And what was my reason really for still being here? And like I say, we've all learned so much. This is almost like a world, because there's people from every country you can think of in this building. And we shared a lot and helped each other, holding hand by hand to be able to make it through that. We have our days when it's really hard and remarkable to remember everything. And I was also fighting a cancer situation, and I get to go next week and get my papers. I think that I'm in remission now. So
That's
I'm
amazing.
very happy about that, because I started it with stage 4 cancer. And that was 1.5 years ago. And then it kind of fell into the hurricane situation. And I don't know. It's just been a long journey, but I think it's going to end good if I get that remission.
That's amazing. That is so amazing. Quite the journey. And I know you're so grateful for all of this. Take me back to, can you describe the moment Hurricane Ian hit Fort Myers Beach, your home? What were you seeing? What were you hearing? What was going through your mind?
Well, we had hotel reservations, which they canceled and didn't tell us. We had depended on that, but by then it was too late to go anywhere else and find any place else. So we just kind of looked around, and all of a sudden we saw our yard was filling up with water. And then the inner part, our Florida room, which is at one level, and then it goes up to where our living room and bedroom and different other rooms in our house are. And it all of a sudden was like up to our shoulders, and we couldn't get out because the water pressure, it happened so fast. I don't think it was supposed to come that quickly. And it happened so fast, we couldn't even get our doors open to get out. But then somehow my husband got a hold of them and got them open. And we only had 3 houses to move to where we could be on a second story. But I've never walked in, we had the 18th foot surge there, and I've never walked in like a river that's torrent and running. And I would try to stay just ahead of him a little bit. And then I would be way over here. The river, it gets controlled, the surge did. And I remembered watching, the only surge I had ever seen was Katrina, because we haven't had one here in Fort Myers in the 40 years I've been here. So I knew to get a hold of a tree, and we had the tall oak wood trees, and they had already started falling. So I got a hold of that, was trying to just lead myself over to where the house was. And I was trying to call my husband. He was behind me, but we couldn't even hear or see each other. And then I tripped on something, I think a little bit, and he thought I drowned, and he's still trying to hold on. Well, then this lady called to us because she wanted us to come up to the second floor where we were told we could go. And she came down, I almost drowned. She came down, grabbed me, picked me up, carried me up 2 flights of stairs. This woman was amazing. And she busted the windows open out of that house and on the patio deck, the second floor, and she went around, told me to stay put, opened, unlocked the door, picked me up, put me on the kitchen counter, and said, I'll be right back. She was going after my husband. And well, he had thought he had already lost me. And he said, I lost her. And she said, no, you didn't. I put her up on the kitchen counter. We're going upstairs now. And she helped him get up the steps. Now, we were there for probably 12 hours or more till the surge started stopping and then drifting out. It was kind of like a horror movie. I don't know how you describe that. And we forgot about all the alligators and big snakes that were in our area. We had 23 lakes in the park at Indian Creek. And we had almost forgot about that. And
that is a wild story. I'm sure it was terrifying to be in that moment as Hurricane Ian is bearing down on Fort Myers Beach. But you also talked about how grateful you are for that neighbor that rescued you and your husband, for the Red Cross. Can you describe just how grateful you feel for the people that helped you, the ambulance that came and got you guys out of there? How grateful do you feel for all of these people giving so much for you guys?
It's almost hard to even say. Even like you mentioned about the ambulance. After the surge then stopped, and we were told there'd be a shuttle the next day that would bring us to the center so we could feel safe and comfort. But it was almost a mile from where our particular homes were up to the office and where we would get that. So my husband was helping me and some other people because I was still suffering from all my cancer treatments, and then I was kind of weak. But I was in remission then, hopefully. But I was practically crawling, and he happened to see me, and he came took his stretcher out of the ambulance and came running down there and put me on. I kind of checked all my stats and made sure I was stabilized. And he told my husband, he started putting her in the back of the ambulance. You get in there, I'm taking you guys. And he drove us down here to that front door and brought us here because I don't know, we had lost our strength. The minute we got here, we got it back. We saw so many people that could do so much and make everybody smile almost by the end of that evening. And I just, their hearts, I can't imagine what their hearts, that it's like their passion to take care of people like us that was in that kind of situation. And I'm sure a lot of them lived here and they had their own things, but they put that aside and just gave us every bit they had to help us pull out and not give up. And by the end of that night, we knew we were going to be strong enough, and we were being rescued in a rescue center because I don't think we could have, I said, done it if we just had to go to a home somewhere, a family place. It took this was a village that was put through that, and everybody just suffered and was on the edge. They held us back, and they were our angels. And every day since that, and every day right up to today, I'm just glad to wake up. I wake up at 4 a.m. because I can't wait to see the Red Cross people come in and see what can I do for you today. I can't think of anything left, but they always have some little thing that, and they're constantly aware of our circumstances. And they tried to start encouraging us now because we're getting strong enough to be helped and to be taken to a transition area where we're going to be till we figure out what we want to do and settle with finding a different home, or if we want to go north, maybe some people. I like Florida, and my husband and I are going to stay here, but I'm not sure exactly what area for sure.
One thing I have learned about you in this short amount of time, Barbara, is that you just don't give up.
Oh,
Hurricane
no.
Ian, survivor. Cancer, stage 4. Hopefully we get the remission back, that diagnosis, survivor. Do you feel like you have a new lease on life with all of these events, even though they're wild events?
Absolutely. Even when they said, yeah, I was told that it was a little surprise, but that I had stage 4 cancer. And a lot of times at my age or whatever, they'll tell you how much time you have left and kind of help you organize maybe what you want to do with your time left. But I said, we have this great cancer here and they are doing amazing things. And I said, you know, I'm sure there must be something there. What have I got to lose? You know, I'm going to lose anyway if I don't do something. And I was given the best doctor, we call her Dr. B, and she made a special cancer chemotherapy for me, and it was plant-based, and she did it every week. She would check all my blood. It was getting a little better and a little better. But she said positivity is half the game. She said I made myself better because the positive attitude is very important in cancer. And I think I wouldn't be here now doing this if it wasn't for her. And what that center there is doing for people. And I had to have 6 months of chemotherapy and 6 months of radiation treatment. Every day I had to have the radiation treatment. I said by then I thought I'd gloat in the dark or something by then. But I'm a proof that you can come out of anything. Positive you gotta be. My husband thinks I should live at Disney World because I believe in everything.
Yes.
And they call him Mr. Negativity sometimes.
That is
but
too funny.
we balance each other out.
That is amazing. Barbara, thank you so much for joining us. We are so glad you're here to join us. And thank you to all the people at the Red Cross for what they do as well.
Oh, yes. They cannot, you can't imagine until you experience what the Red Cross is possible of, because they can do everything.
And thank you so much to Barbara there for sharing her story with us. Another amazing story. What you're looking at right now is just one of the shelters set up by the Red Cross. This is over at Hertz Arena outside of Fort Myers. Live now from Fox, teaming up with the Red Cross to help those in need. You can see that QR code that is right there on the bottom left side of your screen. Take out your phone, open the camera app, click that link that shows up, and it will take you straight to the donation page. All proceeds go straight to those who need it most. Amidst all of Ian's destruction, there is hope that communities have come together to help strangers recover and to rebuild. Fox 13 Tampa Bay's Kimberly Quizon introduces us to some of those strangers who use their boats to bring much-needed supplies to families in Southwest Florida when they needed it the most.
The bridge to Pine Island is back open to residents and first responders, but sometimes it's easier to travel around on boat, especially when you're bringing supplies not just to Pine Island, but to all of the coastal communities.
To see such historical buildings and the culture wiped away in a moment is absolutely heartbreaking.
And Richard Deere is doing anything he can to support those who've lost everything.
Everybody's lending a hand, and it's all 100% donations, all 100% time donated as well.
With donations of more than $10,000, he loads up a trailer in Sarasota and heads south to the Burnt Store boat ramp in Cape Coral. By boat, he hauls everything from toiletries to oil, generators, and tarps.
Right now, my biggest focus is trying to get tarps on roofs.
And that's because places like St. James and Pine Island still have no electricity or internet, leaving residents with no way to apply for federal programs that would help.
It could really get horrible for them if it starts to rain again and we don't have the roofs dried in. A few electrical cords here and there. Big old tarps. That's a generator.
Supply runs to Knight's Landing at Bukilia happen daily through Richard.
It's unbelievable how much stuff he's brought over here.
he is a godsend. I had people crying when we were dropping off stuff at their homes.
There's a big need on Pine Island, and we're very happy for the people who are donating it.
And as he heads further south,
it's a marker for a big stick that's in the right here.
He dodges obstacles in the water.
Hold on to it, we'll try to drag it backwards.
But there is hope in places like Cabbage Key.
You can tell by the dollar bills all hanging on the walls here that we were very fortunate.
Where docks and only trees seem to have sustained a brunt of the damage.
The outpouring from the community to us and the love they've shared has been, it's kind of how you rebuild from these kind of things.
And through the storm, hope remains as Richard and others load up their boats and head south.
We're going to continue doing it until they don't need any more help, and that's what we're trying to bring to our friends out here is comfort in more ways than one.
And Richard Deere has been doing this with his friends and even strangers that are volunteering to help. He says he will continue to come down here and bring supplies and to bring help until it is not needed any longer, which could take months. From Pine Island, Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
And thank you so much to Kimberly for that story. We do appreciate our Fox 13 Tampa team and our Fox 35 Orlando team for their coverage of the hurricane there. What you are looking at is more video. This is out of Naples, Florida, and it shows just how extreme that flooding was and how powerful the winds were. I do want to make it a little bit bigger so you can take a closer look there. There's no question that Ian brought out the best for so many good Samaritans here. It's been a lot of neighbors helping neighbors. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson spoke with Heath Johnson, just one of many Florida residents doing what they can to help.
The road to recovery in the state of Florida is well underway, but of course it's going to take many weeks upon months in certain areas to get everything cleaned up and also start to rebuild the entire state. And a lot of residents helping lend a hand, even if their homes may not have been hit as hard as their neighbors. And one of those people speaking with us here from Rotundo West, Florida, is Heath Johnson. And Heath, we appreciate you being here today with us. And let's just kind of talk about that leading up to the hurricane, because obviously Floridians, you guys are prepared for this season each and every single year.
Yeah, actually, so this is my first hurricane. We just moved here about a year ago. And so we experienced a little bit of Elsa last year. That one passed by in the Gulf. And then this year, this was our first hurricane where we've had to put up the storm shutters. And I've talked to a lot of people around here that when hurricanes come, a lot of them stick around, which is pretty interesting. But I've had family members in different states say, no, when they get big, get out. And so that's exactly what we did. We put up our shutters and we got out and we evacuated my family to Miami area and stayed there. And then after the hurricane passed over and came, we started heading back this way to get an understanding of what damage was done. And we were not able to come back to our home because we had no power, no water. And both of those things eliminated us from being able to actually stay in our house because we have 5 people that I have living in this house with me. So my family was able to stay here. So we ended up continuing to stay up in the Tampa area until we could get power back on and then water back on to be able to stay within the house. But during that time, we started a fund from some friends of mine that said, hey, we want to help you and your neighbors get back on your feet. And we raised about $5,000 for the local community here to be able to get people back on their feet and start the cleanup process. And so with that money, I bought 2 chainsaws, I got a generator, and we were able to donate a generator to a trailer park here inside of the Inglewood area. And they were able to get power to people that really need it, that couldn't afford a generator. And we've been running that generator for almost 5 days now. Their power just came back on last night. I've had my power now for a few days. And then we've gone around to, I can't even remember how many, it's been such a blur now, but we've gone to dozens of homes with the chainsaws and taking my sons and cutting up trees and cleaning up yards and just helping people get back on their feet again. There's a lot of older retired people that are physically unable to actually clean up their yards here. And so we've gone around and helped people that are physically unable, don't have the funds to actually hire people, and do this all for free. And being able to take this last week off and physically help people do that, I couldn't have done it without my employer. It was a tough week for us here, being kicked out of my home, but my employer said, you know what, do what you need to do. Part of our values for my company, we have these epic 2 values, and one of the values is community, and we believe in giving back to the community. And so my employer said, you know what, do what you need to do, go help your neighbors, take care of your house, and then come back when you're ready. And so I've been out of work for 2 weeks. I'm starting to return back to work this week. And I can't thank my employer, VMware, enough for being able to give me the time necessary to go help the local community.
Well, and I think that says it right there, too, that so many different people are showing their support, whether it be lending that time off or, in your case, too, even lending some extra manpower to those who might not be able to clean up their yards. Talk about that first time then coming back and seeing that hurricane damage, since it was the first time that you've been through this experience before. I'm sure it was very nerve-wracking, especially with not being able to return right away, knowing that you didn't have power. You didn't know what other issues you might be running into.
Yeah, exactly. We came across from Miami, and as soon as we hit into the Naples area, you could start to see the damage of trees coming down and stuff like that. And as you progress closer into Fort Myers, you really start to see the damage occur quite drastically. Trees down, and then as you get closer to where that eye wall passed through the area, things like Punta Gorda, and then closer to my home here in Englewood and Port Charlotte areas, you can really see the vegetation has been stripped clean. I've never seen the oak trees that we have here outside completely plucked clean of every leaf, and then all that stuff along with it just completely devastated homes. I literally didn't even recognize the area. Neither did my wife. We could not figure out where we were. Every street sign is down. There's not a stop sign or street sign intersection that's actually standing anymore. So it was difficult to even understand where are you, because you can't see landmarks anymore. You can't see street signs, and it's just completely obliterated. There are some areas, especially where there's some of those mobile home parks, where they're just completely devastated and wiped out. It looks like a bomb went off, and there's just metal shrapnel all over the place in some of those mobile home and community areas.
Yeah, and we've definitely seen some of that video footage and the pictures and the images, and certainly also from you as well, with some of the different places you've been helping clean up and bringing along your family too. Talk about that, why you think it was so important to have, your sons help out, and why you guys decided to extend beyond just helping your home and your direct neighbors.
Yeah, so I've been raised in a Christian home, and we believe in giving back to the community and being the hands and feet of Jesus wherever we can. And so that was a major part of us being able to go out and reach our community and show them, hey, we're here to help you no matter what has happened in your life. And so being able to help people that can't afford it or physically can't able to, wanted to be able to show my kids that we're going to jump in, feet first, and be able to help these people. We don't care where they are in life or what's going on in their life. We just want to help them and get them back on their feet again. And it was just kind of leading with an example for my kids to be able to do that. It was a great opportunity to teach them how to just give back to your neighbors and not look for opportunities to always make money. There's times and places where, doing a job and getting paid for it is good. But at this point in time, people may not have funds to be able to recover. And so at that point, let's jump in and just donate our time, our energy, our resources, and give back to the community. I wanted to be able to teach my kids some of those values as well.
And those are some lessons that certainly will be passed along, hopefully, too, and just continue to spread. And we know that there's so many people who are doing some great work. And it's not just Floridians. A lot of people, either traveling to help lend a hand, or maybe they're making donations. That's what it's all about, is everyone pulling together. But again, there's also a lot of roadblocks that I'm sure have been coming up in your way as well. Anything been challenging as you've been cleaning up over these past 2 weeks?
It's been a struggle in this local area to get gas for a little while. So it actually benefited us to actually not stay in the house. We stayed about an hour and a half north. We had to drive an hour and a half. And that's without traffic. It was some days taking us 3 hours to come back to our house just to go help these people locally. But that gave us the opportunity to pick up gasoline up there for the chainsaws and the generators and things like that, because gasoline stations were not online here. So things like that made it difficult for people to recover. So for us to be able to load up, I got photos of the back of my small SUV full of kids and full of gas containers and generators and water and just bringing supplies down that were not available here. So being able to just be able to come from a remote area and bring stuff in was very beneficial.
And hearing, what you're doing on your end, but then also seeing it through other organizations, even other neighbors and community members as well. What has been this experience now for you? Now that you've been through your first hurricane season, now you're in this kind of aftermath, cleanup mode. What's been some of the lessons that you've learned?
Yeah, so we've actually had the chance to meet and become friends with some of our direct neighbors now. On the blog that I posted, the daily blog of who we were helping, I made a new friend. His name is Nick. Nick and I used to wave at each other every morning. I'd go on a walk. Nick would go on a bike ride. And we were able to catch Nick out in his yard. He's in his 70s, single man, doesn't have insurance on his home. So it's going to cost him completely out of pocket to be able to fix up his house. And we were able to jump in, help him clean up his yard, cut down multiple trees, rake the entire yard, and get him back on his feet again on the outside of the house, and get things going for him. And so Nick and I are friends now. We're not just going to wave at each other as we pass each other in the morning, but we're going to continue to be friends. And we've met many other neighbors as well, right? I met an older lady. She's single. She used to fly UH-1 Huey helicopters in Desert Storm. I would have never known that she was a Desert Storm veteran. And so it was such an honor to be able to help a veteran that helped us in Desert Storm.
And when you're speaking with these new friends, that you guys have had this experience together, what else have they been saying since this was your first time? Obviously other people have been through it each and every single hurricane season. What's been some of the maybe advice or some of the words that they've shared with you? Because it does seem like each and every single time Floridians or wherever hurricanes hit, the people just come back. They keep their spirits up, they work together, and they bring everything back and sometimes even better. They make improvements.
Right. Yeah. So to that end, a lot of them, it's interesting just kind of discussing with a lot of them that actually stayed here. They said next time, just get out, especially when you get into these Category 4 storms that are getting anywhere close to your home. Leave the area. That's the best advice we've received the entire time. Anybody that actually stayed said never again. They would never, ever stay again.
I think that is another lesson to be learning from here. Any final thoughts that you thought you wanted to share, especially when it comes to the work that you've been doing, lending that extra hand, especially to some of those who may not have been able to get out and do it themselves and had to wait, weeks upon weeks for maybe some crews to come along and lend their hand?
Yeah, so there is still a massive recovery effort going on. And at this point, they need boots on the ground more than anything. I think there's a lot of funds and organizations coming to help. And I have to get back to work for my business. They've been very gracious to let me have time off and be hands and feet here on boots on the ground to help these people around me. But I need to get back to work, and there is still a ton of work to be done. We still have requests coming in. My family is going to continue to go out. School's not open here yet. They haven't been able to open the schools. So while school's not in session here, my kids are going to continue to go out and help the community. And then in my area, things are slowly coming online, and we're looking at a new normal. But in areas like Fort Myers and Punta Gorda and further south, where they had massive flooding, there is still extensive cleanup and extensive amount of work. And so if you have time and the ability to come volunteer, please join an organization like Samaritan's Purse or Operation Barbecue. Come and help. There's so much to be done here for quite a while yet.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things too. You want to see everyone pulling together and really addressing where the biggest needs are, and that's certainly something that you've been teaching your family and showing up for those who are most in need. We do appreciate you sharing a bit of your experience, especially as the cleanup is still continuing on. Heath Johnson joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much, Heath, for being here with us, and we hope you can continue to lend that hand as much as it's needed for as long as it's needed.
And thank you so much to our very own Christy Larson for that interview there. That man, just one of many, helping those victims of Hurricane Ian. You can also help as well. You're going to see that QR code that is right there at the bottom left side of your screen. Just pick up your phone, open the camera, and it'll give you a link that you can click, and that will take you over to a website where you can donate to help the victims of Hurricane Ian. Our coverage is not over just yet. We're going to have another full hour commercial-free coming up at 5 p.m. Eastern time today. We're actually going to have more stories throughout the day as well. We're going to take a quick break, but after that, much more coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:10 over on the East Coast and 7:10 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. We are continuing our coverage here of Hurricane Ian and the aftermath. We're going to have that QR code up there on the screen. You just have to pick up your phone, scan it, and you can make a donation to help those in need. Our very own Rain Augustine did speak with a meteorologist over at our Fox 13 Tampa team, where they discussed the fact that the initial cone showed that the storm was going to hit the Tampa Bay area, but at the last minute did shift southward. They have a detailed conversation. I want to play that for you raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine, and we are continuing our coverage of the aftermath and recovery of Hurricane Ian. Joining me now is Fox 13 Tampa meteorologist Tony Sadiku. Tony, thank you so much for joining. So, Hurricane Ian was originally forecast to make landfall in your area near Tampa and we witnessed
Yeah.
mandatory evacuations. The whole city quite panically prepared for the storm, but then there was a sudden change in the storm's forecast.
Yeah, there was. And, we knew this was a possibility. The issue with the forecast was the steering mechanism of the storm. We knew it was going to be fairly weak, and models just struggled to get a good handle on it, Rain. So that's why you saw a lot of the time in the National Hurricane Center discussion that there was a high degree of uncertainty with the forecast track with the storm. And that's why the cone was such a challenge to narrow up until literally a couple of days before the storm made landfall. So throughout the duration of the time we were tracking the storm, at least part of Southwest Florida was in that cone. And yeah, the cone did extend into the panhandle as well. So, the challenge, how do you plan for that, right? It's tough as an emergency manager to, in all of these coastal locations to issue evacuation orders. The message just has to be preparation, to have a plan. That way, should that cone get narrow right in your town, you're ready to go. And we saw a lot of those preparations underway here in the Tampa Bay area. Over the weekend, there were places distributing sandbags. There were people, buying those necessary supplies, filling their tanks, running to the store, grabbing the extra water. And, most people in our area didn't need it. But of course, it was a much different story for our neighbors to the south.
Yeah, and that's something that we all need to pay attention to, right? That cone of uncertainty, because I'm sure many people in Florida and people who live along the Gulf Coast, you hear about these hurricanes approaching and they think, we missed the last one, but it's always, as you mentioned, the right thing to do is to prepare. Also, I find it very interesting that Ian impacted cities not only along the coastal portion of Florida, but throughout Central Florida as well, and even well up into the Carolinas.
No doubt. And to that point, really quick, Rain, about the cone, it's so important that people do understand that message, because it's easy to kind of always focus on that center line. But the fact of the matter is, where the storm is expected to track when the Hurricane Center draws that cone, which is based on statistical data, it's really where the center of the storm could go. And we know these storms aren't just a point in space, right? They're expansive. The impacts are far-reaching. So that's why it's so important that if you are in that cone, that you prepare as if you could be facing a direct landfall, a direct impact with that storm. And absolutely, these storms, they're far-reaching. We saw a lot of impacts. Obviously, the worst of the weather, the storm surge impacts, the strongest winds were closer to the center where the storm made landfall, near Cayo Costa and Lee County. But the axis of the heaviest rain we saw was just to the north. So there were places in sections of, Sarasota, Hardy, DeSoto County, up in the Highlands that had upwards of 1 foot to 2 feet of rain, even in the Central Florida too, as the storm kind of cut through that center part of the state. And that presents a whole other impact with all the flooding.
What was our pool deck?
New Orlando that shut down roads.
I am up to my waist in water.
We saw as well, on the Peace River, the Mayaca River as well. And those rivers are still high. A lot of them are still at flood stage. And flood warnings remain to this day. So far-reaching impacts, no doubt.
It's been more than 1 week, and still many places in Central Florida are dealing with excess water in their neighborhoods. So we saw things like life-threatening storm surge, deadly storm surge, catastrophic winds, flooding, even in the Florida Peninsula, throughout the state of Florida. This is exactly what you forecast, pretty much.
Yeah, we knew that somewhere, wherever this was going to be, the impacts were going to be severe. You're talking about a Category 4 hurricane that was going to make landfall somewhere along the Gulf Coast of Florida. So somebody was going to, this thing wasn't going to dissipate, right? It was going to make landfall somewhere. We knew it was going to be a major storm, right? This thing was close to Cat 5 strength as it
as it was approaching and as it was making landfall. And again, just the challenges, those finer details, right? Our model intensity forecasts are still a little bit better than our track forecast, although the track forecast has improved greatly. We know day 4, day 5 model forecasts from the National Hurricane Center still have about a 150 to 200 mile margin of error. So, but all things considered, by Monday night, we kind of had a good idea that this thing was going to be a big storm for Southwest Florida.
So I'm sure that you forecast and weathered many storms as a meteorologist. What do you think is the most rewarding out of all of this?
You know, this is kind of the time where, you know, a lot of people are paying attention, right? It's not necessarily a sunny day. I mean, the weather like impacts everybody, you know, when you talk about a storm like this. So everybody's talking about it. Everybody's wondering. So it's an opportunity where you can really help answer questions. It's an opportunity to really serve your viewer and make sure that they have the necessary information that's really going to be life-saving for them. So, you know, I find that very rewarding. You know, it's a unique privilege that we get a chance to do this job. But it's also a responsibility that we don't take lightly, especially when we talk about a dangerous storm like that.
Yeah, we have reporters across the state of Florida in the conditions, showing the viewers what was going on so that they didn't have to leave their homes or ride out the storm. So this definitely is an honor, as you mentioned. All right, Fox 13's Tony Sadiku, any final thoughts before I let you go?
Yeah, I think what struck out to me in the aftermath of the storm is just the resilience of the folks down south, Rain, like just the people coming together, people helping each other during such difficult circumstances. Some people lost absolutely everything. Their homes completely lost. I used to live in the area, so I do have some attachment to the area. I used to work at the Fox affiliate down in the Fort Myers, Cape Coral area. I was there with them through Hurricane Irma, which made landfall as a major hurricane in Marco Island. And I saw this as well, right? The neighbors helping neighbors. It did not matter if they knew them prior to the storm. Afterwards, it was just like, how can I help? And I've seen a lot of the same things now. Literally, people, whatever they have, donating it. I mean, we're seeing that here in Tampa as well. So it's really proud to live in a community and a place that really looks after each other, because at the end of the day, we're all in this together. I mean, I have friends that have boats. They take them out. They try to they've distributed water and supplies while a lot of these islands have been cut off. Pine Island, Fort Myers Beach, and it is going to be a long road to recovery ahead. But we've been through this before, and we're resilient. And I know, as our thoughts and prayers continue to remain with a lot of those families impacted, that we're going to rebuild, and Southwest Florida is going to rebuild.
Thank you so much to our very own Rain Augustine for providing that information. The cone of uncertainty is something we hear a lot about, so we appreciate her going in and diving a little bit deeper to explain exactly what it means. What you are looking at right now is inside of a courtroom in Broward County, Florida. That is where the jury will get their case today and begin deliberations on the sentencing trial for Nicholas Cruz. He is the man who shot and killed 17 people over at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Broward County back in 2018. He pleaded guilty to charges of murder, and now that jury will decide whether he is sentenced to death or to life in prison. The prosecution does want him to get the death penalty, and his defense wants to have him get life in prison. The jury once again will begin those deliberations, and they will be sequestered during those deliberations, so we will keep you updated and bring you that information as soon as we do get a verdict. Time now is 10:20 on the East Coast and 7:20 on the West Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break, but We will be right back in just a few. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Inflation at the wholesale level rose more than expected for the month of September. This comes as prices for everyday necessities remain at a multi-decade high, squeezing businesses and millions of American households. The Labor Department did say today that its Producer Price Index, which measures inflation at the wholesale level before it reaches consumers, rose 0.4% in September from the previous month. Coming up in a little more than 5 minutes at 10:30 Eastern Time, Fox Business Network's Edward Lawrence will join us to explain what all of that means. Again, that's coming up at 10:30 Eastern Time. Right before we went to break, we told you about the Parkland trial, the latest there, as we do expect the jury to begin their deliberations. I do want to listen in because it appears that we do have audio right now. So let's listen live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, many of you have cell phones here in the courtroom. Like I've told you, you cannot bring your phones into the jury room. You'll need to leave your cell phones on the seat where they will be guarded by the court deputy while you deliberate. Now, the alternates are not going to be sequestered and we're not going to take your phones. But it's going to be up to you to follow the same rules, except that we let you see your family and watch TV, although you still can't watch anything about the case or the news, and you might be so excited to know what is happening. If that's the case, you can call my office and my assistant will either tell you, yes, there's a verdict, or no, there's not a verdict. She won't talk about it with you, but if you need that information, you can call her without violating any rules, and she'll tell you whether a verdict has been rendered. However, she is going to call you when a verdict is rendered to tell you you are no longer under the obligation not to discuss the case. Does everyone understand that rule? Please answer out loud. Yes. So if anybody, for some reason, gets your phone number or comes up to you in Publix, or, I don't know, a passenger on a plane finds out that our pilot here is serving on a jury, you cannot talk to them about it. You can't. You can talk to them about anything else, but not this. All right. Do not contact anyone to assist you in your deliberations, and these communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you have become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, You must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Remember, as I told you at the beginning of the trial, any notes that you took will be for your personal use. After you have completed your deliberations, the court deputy will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read them. So if you find out you're an alternate, your notes have to stay here. We will not destroy the notes until a verdict has been rendered. We will keep them safe, just like we do every night when you leave them here. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. And whether or not you took notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of any other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. During this trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. Prior to the start of deliberations, you will be shown how to operate the equipment in the jury room, which will allow you to view or hear any recordings. Firearms sent back to the jury room have been rendered inoperable, so they cannot be discharged. Not that you would try to, but just so you know and you feel safe, they cannot be discharged. However, if you wish to view any ammunition, we do not send back firearms and ammunition at the same time. If you wish to view the ammunition, let us know. We will have to remove the firearm and then allow you to view the ammunition. Also, if you wish to view any biohazardous material, which I believe is limited to DNA swabs, let us know. There's certain precautions we have to take before allowing you to perhaps touch those items. So put the request in writing, and we will do our best to facilitate that request. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot participate in your deliberations in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I prefer one decision over another. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court deputy signed by the foreperson. If you have any questions, I will talk to the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here.
All right, everyone, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening into the courtroom there in Broward County, Florida. That is where the trial is still underway for Nicholas Cruz. He is the man who has pleaded guilty to shooting and killing 17 people inside of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Broward County back in 2018. The jury there will begin their deliberations in just a few minutes here, and they will decide whether he is sentenced to life in prison or the death penalty. That is a case that we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to switch gears, though, and talk more about inflation. Let's talk about the economy here, because the Producer Price Index was released really earlier on this morning, not too long ago. And as always, we have the expert here, Fox Business Network's Edward Lawrence, who explains. And Edward, I know we ask this a lot, but can you break down what the PPI is for people who don't know?
Yeah, it's a less covered number, but it affects all of us. And the fact that this is the price that companies are paying to get the stuff that they need to make the stuff that we buy. So when that number comes in higher than inflation, there's an incentive for the company then to pass on the cost and put pressure on the stuff we buy to rise. So it does show, this number does show that it might be an indication that inflation has not peaked yet, because that number did come in at 8.5%. Inflation is at 8.3% overall. So therefore it's higher. So there's pressure for the companies to pass on the cost. You know, what's really interesting in this, before I get back to you, is that in core number, the number without food and energy prices, that number was huge for Producer Price Index. It was 7.2%, which is well above where the core CPI number is at 6.3%. Now, I know that's a lot of jargon, but what that shows economists is that without food and energy, without those volatile prices, that inflation is baked in. And when you have a 7.2%, well above the core of 6.3%, that is a lot of pressure for the company to pass on, and that is a big indication that inflation may not have peaked as of yet, so more economic pain to come. Josh?
Yeah, and that's the real question there that a lot of people are asking is, there was the thought that maybe inflation had peaked. And like you said, this essentially serves as an indication that maybe it hasn't.
Right, exactly. And that's going to be a problem for this administration going forward. I mean, we heard the president in an interview last night, we're seeing this beep, beep, beep of backing out of messaging from the White House right now because the president a year ago was saying we're not going to be in a recession. About 3 months ago, that message changed. The president says a recession is not likely. Now, as of yesterday, he's saying that it's possible we could get a recession, but it would be mild. So you see the messaging changing as we get these reports. The International Monetary Fund had a global economic report yesterday. The director of research for the IMF said the U.S. economy, along with China and the Eurozone, would stall next year. And these are all not good indicators for the future, Josh.
And we talk to you on a pretty regular basis, I would say. It seems just about every day there seems to be another report that is released. What are we expecting next that'll really impact people out there across America?
Yeah, tomorrow is the big one. That is another CPI inflation report. And what we're really looking for in that report, they do expect the overall number to come back down a little bit. But we're really looking at that core number because that is the entrenched inflation that you just can't get rid of. It's sticky, so to speak. And that would be an indication if the core inflation is either at the same level or rising. That'd be an indication for the Federal Reserve there's going to be another big rate hike, not just at the next meeting, which is in November, but also December and January, possibly even the third meeting into next year. So we're really looking at that core number to see if inflation is entrenched.
All right, our expert there, that is Fox Business Network's Edward Lawrence. Thank you so much, as always, for joining us. We appreciate your insight.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, time now is 10:37 over on the East Coast and 7:32, so 10:32. Anyway, we're going to go to a quick break, but we will be right back with more coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:35 on the East Coast. I do want to check in here in Waukesha, Wisconsin. We were showing you the Parkland trial over in Broward County, Florida, before we went to the break. However, it does appear right now that it's gone quiet there. So I do want to head to another trial that we are watching very closely in Waukesha, Wisconsin. This is Darrell Brooks, who is accused of driving his SUV into the Waukesha parade. This happening in November of last year, killing several people. He is on trial for murder here, and he is acting as his own defense. Now, he did last week cause quite a stir when he refused to change from his jail jumpsuit into a suit and tie. However, earlier this week, he decided that he would follow that instruction from the judge and wear the suit and tie. Right now, it does appear that he is questioning a witness, so I do want to listen in live on Unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Would it be fair to say that the only time anyone would see brake lights would be if you hit the brake?
If the driver hit the brakes, the brake lights would go on the vehicle.
So it would be fair to say that the only way that you would see brake lights would be if the driver of the vehicle hit the brakes.
That would be correct.
You did state in your testimony that you did not get a look at the driver. Would that be fair to say?
That was never part of my testimony. Nobody had asked me that question. Are you asking me that question if I had seen the driver?
I do recall you saying that you did not see the driver, so I guess that's...
In my testimony?
Yes.
Oh.
Hold on. He's going to ask you a question, and I'm going to ask that you answer that, okay?
Okay.
So go ahead, ask your question.
Did you at any time see the driver of the vehicle?
No.
You did testify to, when you were describing what you saw, you referred to the driver as he. Any reason why you would refer to the driver as he if you did not see the driver of the vehicle?
That would be like the proverbial we.
Well, there's males, there's females.
There are singles and there are togethers. I mean, when you say we, it's the proverbial we.
So
collectively, he would be along those lines as well.
Is it fair to say that you could have just answered as we instead of he?
Objection.
Grounds?
Sustained. Next question, sir.
Out of grounds on that?
It's argumentative. Rephrase your question.
Any reason why you would answer that question as he?
Objection. Irrelevant. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Asked and answered. Sustained.
Were you able to get a license plate of the vehicle?
No, I was not. I was focused, like I had said, on the body on the ground. So I did not get the license plate.
After the vehicle had passed the vehicle that you were in, did you see the vehicle strike anyone after that point?
I did not see the vehicle strike anyone after the vehicle had passed me, other than driving over, like I had stated, the body that it had already struck.
Did you observe the vehicle strike anyone while it was approaching your position?
Clarify your question, please.
Did you observe the vehicle strike anyone while it was approaching your position?
Yes, I saw it hit Jane.
While it was approaching you?
While it was coming up.
Or your vehicle, rather?
Yes.
Did you observe the vehicle strike anyone else in that moment?
No, just Jane.
And you said you went into a building called the Nice Ash after that? moment?
That is correct.
Do you recall about how long you were in the nice ash?
Hour and a half maybe. I would pop in and out because I was trying to wrap up the float and get us out of there. And then once I was told that I cannot touch my vehicle nor the float anymore because the area was deemed a crime scene, we went back in and made a plan on how we were going to get all of us home and then proceeded to leave. But businesses, I believe, were locked down, so no one could get in or out. They were locking their doors. Every time I went out, they would ask me, knock on the door, because we're locking it.
Do you recall about what time it was at that moment?
No. These are thoughts that you don't think about when you've been through something like this. I didn't sit there and note down times. I'm not trained in this.
Do you recall if it was still daytime or nighttime at the
Well,
time?
the parade started around 4:30, so it gets, and it was cloudy, so it was dusk. I mean, city lights were on. Emergencies vehicles, when they were pulling up, you saw the sirens, on the streets. You saw it was dusk. It was getting dark.
Would it be fair to say from the Exhibit 46 video that you were shown that it was pretty clear?
Again, wasn't focusing on the sky.
Do you agree or disagree? The video that you saw was clear. That was the question.
The video, the clarity of the video, or the skies? Please clarify
that
your
it
question.
was pretty much still daytime. You can see everything pretty clear. Everything was.
You can see, yes, it was clear. It was dusk. Lights were coming on. If the city lights, street lights were coming on.
Would it be fair to say you can recall lights coming on, but not the driver of the vehicle?
I think that's been answered, Your Honor.
Objection. Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer.
I can remember lights coming on because they are stationary. The vehicle was traveling past me at a rate of speed with a woman that I thought was my wife on the vehicle. Was not really paying attention to who was driving the vehicle. Again.
So would it be fair to say you were paying attention to the lights?
No.
So what would lead you to believe that they were in fact coming on at that time?
Objection. Argument
Grounds.
asked and answered.
The video that I...
Hold on. There's an objection. I have to rule on it first. That's okay. The objection is sustained. Next question, sir.
Do you recall the duration of time that you saw the brake lights?
No, I do not.
But you did in fact see brake lights?
Correct.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, briefly. Sir, after you saw brake lights, did you see the SUV or the red vehicle that you described ever come to a complete stop?
No.
Objection.
Did you?
Well, there's been an objection. It's overruled. His answer may stand.
Did you at any time see the driver of the vehicle pull over, stop, and get out to investigate what he or she had just struck?
Objection.
Overruled.
No.
Did you ever see the vehicle come to a complete stop at any time?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Statement called to next witness.
The state will call Heather Rashadi. And the state will call, I'm sorry, she's not here yet. The state will call Matt Harris.
Matt Harris? All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Harris, thank you for making your way up.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are taking a live look inside the courtroom in Waukesha, Wisconsin. This as the trial does continue in the case of the killings at the Waukesha Christmas Parade back in November of 2021. Darrell Brooks on trial, accused of driving an SUV into a crowd, killing 6 people and injuring dozens of others. We will take a listen back in Live, Raw, and Unfiltered, but I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More Live Now from Fox coming up in just a few. All right, well, that was very loud. I apologize for that. But we do want to listen in as President Biden did take off for Colorado within the last hour or so. He was asked about a variety of topics here, so let's listen in raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Blumenthal and Kano right now, they're calling for a stopping of U.S. arms sales to Saudi Arabia. Do you support that legislation?
We're going to react to Saudi Arabia, and they're doing a consultation when they come back, and we will take action.
Is a radical action nuclear weapons, sir?
What's the reaction to recent Russian attacks on civilian infrastructure in Ukraine?
Same as always, man. It's brutal. It's beyond the pale.
Does the radical action nuclear weapons?
You said you would be open to meeting with Vladimir Putin to discuss Brittany Griner. Have you seen any movement on that front?
Not with Putin.
Does the radical action nuclear weapons? It's not a by rule relation, right? Yes. Should there be any restrictions on abortion? Sir.
So that was President Biden answering questions from the media outside of the White House as he did leave for Colorado again within the last hour. A variety of topics, including Brittany Griner there. And we could get an answer on that ongoing situation. It's one that we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back over to Waukesha, Wisconsin. That is where the trial does resume for Darrell Brooks, the man who is accused of driving his SUV into a crowd during the Waukesha Christmas parade in November of last year, killing 6 people and injuring dozens of others. There is a witness on the stand right now, so let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Clipped that corner and then veered off, and I saw it continue on into the Dancing Grannies group.
So as you were looking to your left, which would be, and I'm horrible at directions, it would be to the east. As you were looking there, when you said you heard a gas?
Yeah, like an audible gasp, commotion, just an eerie sound of not parade sounds, just a loud, like, draws your attention to something is going on, but we couldn't see because, again, there was a large vehicle right there.
And I'm assuming the large vehicle that you're describing was part of the parade?
Correct.
Approximately how far to your left, as you're looking at the parade, was the vehicle when you first saw it, the red SUV that you've described?
Hold on, there's been an objection. I was mid-question, so if you could just re-ask it, I didn't hear it all.
Approximately how far from your position was the red SUV when you first saw it?
It would have been.
Oh.
There's been no objection to that, so he may answer.
Okay, thank you.
It would have been on, I believe that's the south side of the street, so maybe 30 feet.
So you first saw it approximately 30 feet to your left, and it would have been on the opposite side of the road from where you were seated.
Yeah, just on the other side of the large vehicle, that Suburban that was there.
So on the driver's side or the passenger
Driver's
side?
side.
Thank you. So the vehicle comes on the driver's side of that car that was in the parade. What do you see next?
I saw it come along the side of it, and then once it cleared that vehicle, it made it which would have been a right-hand turn right towards our corner. I remember having a split second of what is going on, and then I remember screaming, "Get back," because all of our children were right there. It came through, it veered off, and my immediate thought was he hit something in the front there and then continued off. I would say the parents, mostly the dads, kind of ran up there and kind of check on the children, and I recall at that moment, after a second pause, looking down the road to see where it was going. My immediate thought was to kind of run after it, and then I realized I had an injured child and a 3-year-old as well that was there. I distinctly remember seeing 2 victims laying in the street, and then I looked up the other way where I had come, and I saw a woman with plaid pajamas lying in the street up the road, and that's when I grabbed my daughter and grabbed her to pull her back.
So when you said that you looked to your right and you saw 2 other people in the roadway, were they from your group or were they from a different group?
This was after probably 3 to 4 seconds in duration. It was advanced up into the Dancing Grannies group that had just passed us.
Could you tell the path of travel as you said it was heading towards your corner and then it veered away? Do you recall, can you describe that?
Yeah, it veered away and then headed right back, continued down Main Street, seemingly right down the middle of the road.
Okay. And did you see it impact the grannies, or
I
did
did
you
not.
Just see bodies after the car went through them?
The victims on the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, do me a favor. Try to wait until she's fully asked the question. I know it can be a little nerve-wracking, just so that the record is clear.
You bet.
Thank you so much.
Sir, how old are the children, your children that were at the parade?
Objection.
Overruled.
My children at the time was 7, and my youngest was 3.
And they were, you indicated, if I can have Exhibit 51 back up? Again, if you can put an X approximately where you were standing.
I believe I was standing sort of right back there a little bit on the sidewalk.
Okay, and your 7-year-old was approximately where? And your 3-year-old?
She had just come back by me a few minutes prior, so she was back by me.
She was up on the curb.
Correct.
And the path of travel as the vehicle came towards you, can you put an arrow approximately where you think it was veering from and where it was going towards?
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
I believe it was coming right at us and then quickly went that way.
Okay, thank you. Were you able to estimate how fast the car was going?
Faster than normal speed limit on that road, I would say 25 to 30 miles per hour.
Did you hear a horn honking prior to it coming up on your group?
I did not.
Did the vehicle stop? Strike that. Were any people that were with your group injured?
Yes.
Who was injured?
My daughter, my 7-year-old daughter, had her foot ran over, her left foot, broke 4 toes, and also her tibia and fibula in her leg. And then there was another friend of ours, younger daughter, who was next to her. I believe she got sideswiped from the vehicle with some.
If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, it is 10:57 on the East Coast and 7:57 on the West Coast. Thanks so much for joining us. You're watching the trial now underway in the case of the killings at the Waukesha Christmas parade last year. Darrell Brooks is on trial, accused of driving his SUV into a crowd, killing 6 people and injuring several others. We will continue to follow that trial and bring you the latest as it does unfold. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but much more of our top stories coming up in just a few. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox.
morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to pop up the big board in full after markets opened and we started in the red. We are up in the green more than 100 points, which is always nice to see, especially as we have some people getting ready for a busy holiday shopping season ahead of us. I know I'm one of those people who just took a look at the calendar. We are already nearly halfway through October, which means we are just getting closer and closer to our holiday seasons. So right now, up in the green, more than 120 points. This is going to be, again, something we'll pop in and out of throughout the day, especially as we are still set to see more events unfold here before us, including President Biden, who is wheels up right now on Air Force One. He is set to make some remarks a little bit later here this afternoon. So for all of our viewers who have been watching here with us, he is traveling right now to Vail, Colorado. And around 3:30 in the afternoon Eastern time, 12:30 for those on the West Coast, President Biden will be making some remarks. He's speaking today on protecting and conserving America's iconic outdoor spaces. So we'll have to see if the president does do any conversations with media ahead of time or afterwards, answer any other questions surrounding all of those top stories, including the Russia-Ukraine war, as well as inflation. But good to see green here up on the big board. Online holiday shopping sales this year, they're expected to top $200 billion. This is projecting what could be a very large shopping season. Of course, a lot of new releases of technology also coming out. And many of us are just wondering, where are those good deals? What should be aware of as we're shopping for our friends and families online? So what we want to do is bring in here with the shortcut, Matt Swider, who's here with us now on Live Now from Fox. And Matt, I know you're always keeping us on track of the best tech deals out there, but this is really going to be a huge online shopping season. I feel like a lot of people just feel like it's the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, it's happening earlier than ever this year as well. So a lot of retailers tried to predict what consumers were going to do, and that included shopping earlier. People are afraid of inflation. They're also afraid of chip shortages that are delaying their ability to get products. So they're shopping sooner than ever, and that means deals are starting in October. So Black Friday is kind of moving up a little bit from after Thanksgiving to kind of right now. And Amazon right now is doing their second Prime Day. So they usually have Prime Day in June, and now they're doing another one right now, and there's a lot of deals to be had.
And as we think about, these special, Prime Days, or there's going to be a lot of stores starting to run a bunch of holiday specials ahead of the season. What are some things we should be aware of? Because, of course, there's always going to be scams out there, and then there's always going to be deals that look like they're deals, but that's always not the case.
Yeah, so shop at the big retailers that you know, like mom and pop shops are very good too. But when it comes to online interactions, going through Twitter or any social media platform, be very wary, especially when someone approaches you to pay through PayPal, Zelle, Cash App. All these are basically the 21st century of Western Union. It's where you go to see your money and you don't ever see it again after you submit it. So there's a lot of scams out there in the millions of dollars just among my followers that report to me over the past year. There are a lot of people getting scammed out of PS5s. So definitely be wary. Shop at the big retailers that you know, and that includes Best Buy, Target. You got Walmart. Walmart usually has the biggest inventory of electronics, followed by Best Buy, and Amazon is right up there as well.
So as we're looking then for these deals, how do you know it's actually a good one? Because I'm not going to lie, I'm sometimes one of those people who can be easily persuaded when it's on their top homepage and it has big red slash marks through it and new prices that are listed. And you may not know if that really was the case if you hadn't been researching that item. And you might have just clicked and added to your cart.
Right. Yeah, there are a lot of deals that are posing as deals, and really they just been that price the entire time, or they go up in price right before the holidays, and then when there's a sale, it suddenly goes back down in price, but it really was that the entire time, or most of the time. So there are deal trackers out there. There's a site called Camel that kind of tracks the price history over time. That's a really good one. And then there's your local media sites. So your tech sites, if you're shopping around for tech, or the Shortcut does that, but I also do it on Twitter. So there are a lot of these deal hunters out there, and that's kind of what I pivoted to a little bit. I'm doing the journalism, but then I'm trying to make sure that people get the best price for the stuff I'm recommending in my review. So definitely just, go to somebody who's an expert and try to follow them, because a lot of the times the retail websites will slash prices, but they've already been slashed all year.
Well, that's something that I know I was keeping track of. Was we became friends on Twitter first. I was following you for some of those tech deals, especially when there was such a short supply. Are we going to be running into that again this year, seeing a lot of people fighting over those just few items, because there is a shortage of some of our shipping items out there?
Absolutely, yeah. There's going to be some items. It's not going to be as bad as last year, but this year, the PS5 is still a little bit hard to get. The Xbox is easier to get these days, but I think that's because demand has been down. People are afraid to spend money right now. And also, there's just more supply. But as soon as all the little kids in the world just realize they don't have a PlayStation and they want one, demand is going to go through the roof for these things. And, come December, you're probably going to be out of luck if you don't have a PlayStation 5 secured by, October, November.
Well, I know we had been following you on Twitter just to make sure we were able to get on top of those deals as soon as they came out. That's a great place to keep track of what you're doing. But let's just go into some of these things we should be on the lookout for this holiday season. What are some of those gadgets and things that you want to remind people of that could be a great gift for someone?
Yeah, so really the top selling item that I'm seeing right now is this Apple Watch Series 8. So it's a brand new Apple Watch. It just launched last month. So Apple announced it last month. It's already $50 off for this. So I'm really impressed by that. That usually doesn't happen. Usually Apple prices remain constant. So you can tell manufacturers and retailers are trying to really lure people to their websites so that they buy that item and maybe another item or two in their cart. So that's a big one. Amazon usually has their own products for sale, discounted around this time. And it's really a good idea not to buy Amazon products unless they're on sale, because it usually happens 2-3 times a year. So the Amazon Echo Dot, I really like that, the one with the clock in it, because you can never have too many things telling you what time it is and when you're running late for things. And then I really like the GoPro. And my advice for this is to buy it on GoPro.com. They have a really what's a $50 discount. It acts like a $100 discount, but you have to sign up for their service that costs $50. But in the end, you're netting a $50 savings from that. So that is definitely shop around. It's not only one store that will have the best price. Sometimes Best Buy yesterday had a great price on a 55-inch TV. That same TV in 77 inches, it was a Sony TV, better price on Amazon. So you never know where you're going to get, so you got to shop around.
I think that's one of the biggest things is do a little bit of research before you just add it into your cart and click the buy button, and then make sure too that you're on those secure websites. I would hate to see people falling victim to scams, even though it does happen year round all the time. Yeah, definitely. If you have like a mom or a dad who's older, definitely make them aware of that, teach them that, because they're the ones that these scammers and these hackers target all the time, because they fall victim to it. Sometimes they'll purposely put a misspelling in there to say, all right, we don't want to attract the wrong people, but if someone's going to be fooled by that, then they're going to be fooled by the rest of the scam. So it's kind of an easy target for them. And I think, as you had mentioned before, the last thing too is just try to do it early, because I feel like that's something you always run into year after year is if you're not doing it ahead of time, you might have to pay extra costs to try to get it to your destination on time for the holidays. Yeah, I'm truly the worst at that, because I'm spitting out all the deals on the shortcut. I'm doing it on Twitter, and then I forget to get my own deal. So I either it's sold out because everybody else has bought it, or I just don't get around to it until the very, very end. And it's 3 a.m. usually when the deals on Amazon expire, midnight their time in Seattle. So I am rushing at the last second to get my own deals. So don't be like me. Be like I advise on Twitter. Buy the stuff early when you can. And any final thoughts, Matt, when it comes to our holiday shopping, especially since we know online sales this year really going to be skyrocketing? I feel like a lot of people just trying to do that for the ease, as well as trying to avoid those big crowds that we sometimes run into. Absolutely. So my best piece of advice year after year, I keep saying it, and it hasn't changed. Buy it
if it feels like it's a good deal now. A lot of people say, should I buy it now or should I wait? All these retailers have really good return policies, especially this time of year. And if you buy it and it still drops in price, you can buy it again, maybe cancel that order, or return that order within about 14 to 30 days, depending on the retailer. And then once it becomes November, usually that return window is extended to the end of January. So you have a lot of time to return something. If you have to buy it twice, do it. But if it drops $50 more, you can rebuy it. You can't go back in time and buy it at that cheaper price if that deal expires and it's only like $50 cheaper when it was $100 cheaper the week before.
So when all these packages start showing up at my door, I'm going to tell my husband, Matt told me to buy it. He told me to buy it now.
You can blame me. I'm willing to accept that blame, and I'm happy that we're still Twitter friends and we get to help each other out. So thank you.
As long as I sneak in a gift for him once in a while and amongst all those packages, he'll be fine. But we'll just show him a few of them, not all of them. But we do appreciate you helping us kind of make our way through this holiday shopping season, especially when more people are shifting to the online buying, helping keep us safe and keeping us aware of the great deals. Matt Swider joining us here from The Shortcut. We appreciate your time, Matt.
Thank you so much.
And Live Now from Fox will be back after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here with you as we continue to cover all the top stories, breaking news, as well as events happening across the country. Do want to remind our viewers that coming up later this afternoon from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time, we are going to be continuing on with more Hurricane Ian relief efforts, doing a 1-hour special to throw out those commercial breaks, raise more awareness as to what work has been done in the state of Florida and how all of our viewers can lend their hand and show some extra support to Floridians in need. We do know the death toll continues to rise as they are cleaning up that aftermath of Hurricane Ian. Unfortunately, now more than 110 people have been confirmed dead from Hurricane Ian, but that's not just in Florida, that's stretching all the way from Cuba up to Virginia as well. So we'll continue to follow the very latest with Ian cleanup, just as we're following the latest, as I mentioned, events happening across the country. We do have one happening right now in New York City where they're talking about universal universal care for children. So we did have some of the leaders in New York City speaking about what's known as the Universal Child Care Act. Let's go ahead and listen in live right here on Live Now from Fox to this rally happening in Manhattan.
Childcare deserts. Those of us who are parents have also talked about how difficult it is for us as parents, and so you can only imagine how that struggle is magnified exponentially for low-income families, for undocumented families. This is an issue affecting all of us. Childcare is simply unaffordable. We do not have enough of it in our city. And one of the things that really strikes me about this bill too is one of the pieces of legislation is to also make it easier to locate and cite and pass inspections for childcare centers. A childcare center, my own daycare center for my kids, closed right before the pandemic, right as it was starting, and all of us as parents organized. But the one thing I learned from that is how incredibly difficult it is when a daycare center closes to find new care for your child, especially for infants, and on top of that, how difficult it is for childcare workers to obtain employment in other daycare centers because of the numerous bureaucratic hurdles it takes to be licensed, to get certified, and to find another job. So from every single perspective, from a care standpoint, from a family standpoint, from a worker standpoint, we, not just as a city, but as an American society, are failing our families and our parents. And this bill is the first step on a long road, a much needed step when it comes to universal child care, to truly make sure we are supporting families. It is an issue of gender justice and racial justice and worker justice. So thank you all so much. I'm proud to stand here and fight together for this bill, for these bills. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you, thank you. Okay, and we're also going to hear from a number of advocates who are here. I'm going to start with Gregory Brender from the Daycare Council, who's been such a leader on this issue.
We love you, Greg.
Thank you to Councilmember Menon and all the great council members here, so many powerful allies. We're excited to be here on this day that important bills are passing for supporting universal, or moving New York towards universal child care. New York cannot recover without child care. In every neighborhood, in every part of the city, parents are desperately searching for affordable child care. And we need to invest as a city, as a state, as a nation in ensuring that every child, regardless of their zip code, regardless of their parents' income, regardless of their citizenship status, has access to high quality, affordable early childhood education. And to do that, we also need to support the people who make early childhood education possible. The hard-working teachers, directors, providers, support staff who are working every day, who worked every day through the pandemic to make sure that childcare is available for New York's children. This workforce is underpaid and underappreciated, and they're primarily women of color, and we must work to ensure, and we know that the council will be a strong ally, to ensure that they have the compensation and benefits that they deserve for the incredible work they're doing supporting every industry in New York. Thank you so much, and we're really grateful to all the leaders here today.
Thank you, Greg. And now it's my pleasure to introduce a colleague, also mom of two, Alexa Viles.
Hello, everyone. Yes, a proud mother of two beautiful daughters. My name is Alexa Viles. I'm the council member for District 38 in South Brooklyn, Sunset Park, Red Hook area. And again, mother of two children, and know very well how important childcare is. And so I'm just here and so excited to be able to support this incredible package of bills. And the truth of the matter is that this should not be a debatable situation. Everyone knows that childcare is fundamental for a functional, well-oiled society that cares for its humans. We should be doing this and making sure that we remove barriers, that every family has access to childcare. Again, no matter where the zip code, no matter what your status is, childcare is a fundamental human right in my perspective that we should, as a city, lean into, provide with great honor and excitement that we're doing that. So this is such an important body of work, and I'm so proud to stand with my colleagues. Thank you, Councilmember Menon, for the work leading the charge. This is just the start of what's yet to come. There's a lot more work to do, a lot more subsidy to be provided, and support to families in New York City to make sure that they receive dignified care across the board. So thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity, and really excited.
Thank you so much. And now I see we've been joined by our speaker. I'm going to give her a minute to come up here, but I'm so thrilled that our speaker, Adrienne Adams, is here, and I really want to deeply thank her for her leadership.
Good morning. Oh, thank you.
Thank you for your patience. We've got a lot going on this morning. Welcome, everyone. Thank you all for being here today as we prepare to enact a historic package of legislation in pursuit of an unprecedented feat, universal child care in New York City. I want to and I have to extend my gratitude to Councilmember Julie Menin for bringing us together today, for her leadership, her unwavering advocacy for working families in our city. Along with our colleagues, she has been a true champion for this package of bills, and I truly thank you, Julie. We're joined this morning by a powerful group of elected officials, always, advocates and leaders who have been calling for expanded child care for a very long time. I acknowledge all of them. I believe they've been acknowledged this morning, Julie, but I acknowledge you as well, colleagues. You know, I just have to say from a personal perspective that as a mother, as a wife, as a grandmother, I would have hoped this for myself some couple of years ago. But to see it happening during the legacy of the first women majority council. This is an exclamation point on legislative history for the people. Oh, but for the women of the city of New York. Let this continue to be the model. Let New York continue to be the model for this nation of what leadership and inclusivity looks like. We are unapologetic about that. So from the moment that this historic Women Majority Council took office, child care has been a top priority for us. As the first speaker who was a mother and a grandmother, I'm proud to lead a legislative body of young parents, parents-to-be, mothers, and some who may not even want children, but realize how important this issue is. We have an opportunity to advance and understand the importance of affordable child care to advance economic equity. Many of us have experienced the difficulties and hardships of juggling a career while raising young children or caretaking. I was one of those mothers and wives who raised 4 children while working. And I want to tell you, it was not easy. It was not easy leaving the front door of my home and leaving my children, my husband leaving the front door of our home, leaving our children in the hands of caretakers, babysitters, and then later on to school. It was not easy, but today, we are truly upsetting the apple cart in this body.
All right, so we're listening in here out of New York City. They are outside of City Hall where they are speaking ahead of the council's full vote on the legislative package making child care more accessible, known as the Universal Child Care Act. Live now from Fox, stepping away for a brief 2-minute break, continuing to bring you top stories, events from across the country when you return.
427,000 fewer women. Notably, there's been a decline in the child care workforce. Child care has become more expensive and there are fewer options. And we've seen shortages in child care workers. A report by the Comptroller's Office found that the average cost of child care for toddlers surpasses $16,000 per year. For infants, that average, Jamani, rises to over $21,000 per year. That is unaffordable for our city's working families. And that's why this council prioritized the passage of legislation to make child care more affordable and more accessible. By pursuing universal child care, we are seeking to not only alleviate the costs for families, but also bolster our city's economy and recovery from the pandemic, with an emphasis on gender equity. Today's unprecedented legislative package will make a huge difference for parents across this city, especially women in the workforce. That includes some of my colleagues who are standing here today. So once again, this Women Majority Council is demonstrating to the entire country what happens when women lead. We prioritize differently and support solutions that benefit our families and our communities. We will continue to work together to deliver on behalf of all New Yorkers, and I'm so excited that what we will accomplish in partnership with everyone here, our advocates, we thank you for your strong support. Make the Road and others, we thank you for your unwavering commitment to this very, very important issue. And our babies, we love you and we'll always be here for you. Let's continue to work together. Thank you again, and let's pass this universal child care package.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And now I'm thrilled to say we've been joined by our public advocate, a new dad, Jamani Williams.
Thank you. Peace and blessings. Love and light, everyone. Can we give it up for our Speaker and Councilman Menon again, please? I appreciate both of y'all for the leadership that both of you have been showing. And I got to say, I want to underscore what the Speaker was saying, because in the past few months, I've been so proud to stand with the Speaker and the Majority Women Council, pushing issues that have been around for decades. The first was on black maternal health, an issue that's near and dear to so many of us. And now we're dealing with child care. And so when the Speaker says, look what happens when women lead, that is a very real thing. And I want to clap it up one more time for her and all the women who are leading. And I'm proud to be part of the Men Who Get It caucus. That's right. And I'm here. And as soon as I came, I was asked about my newborn, who I'm usually having with me. And the reason that I had it with me is because we had child care issues. Yeah. But I'm happy to say we actually found some child care finally. Right. And so she's in daycare. But it really does hit home when it happens to you, and you understand the difficulties of trying to find childcare. And Madam Speaker is correct. Averaging around $20,000. What if you only make $30,000 or $40,000? You now need over half of your income. This is before taxes for childcare. How are you possibly going to find that? And I have to always mention, I understand how privileged myself and my wife are. There is some flexibility when we have childcare issues. It becomes more of a frustration to figure it out, but we can. There are some people who cannot. What if you have an hourly job and you don't work? You don't get paid. These are decisions, real decisions, that New Yorkers have to make time and time again, as was mentioned. That means we have an exodus from the workforce as people are trying to figure this out. This is not a healthy way to live. And so I'm so proud to be supporting and a part of passing these pieces of legislation that the City Council is going to pass to make our child care better. I got to tell you, the difficulties of us trying to find child care, trying to vet child care, no central place where we can figure out what was happening. All that's going to change here. We're going to have ways to figure it out. We're going to have funding attached to it. We're going to make this thing universal so people don't have to make these tough decisions. And I have to tell you, I would be here even if I wasn't a new dad with a newborn child. But it's the right thing to do. And when it hits home, it shows you even more how important, not just important, essential. Child care is not a luxury. It is essential. It is essential for able to live the lives that we want everybody to live. So I just want to thank all of the advocates, all of the council members, excuse me, Julie Manning, our Speaker, for the leadership, and all of the council members and advocates who are here. Peace and blessings, and of course, for the kids. You gotta love the kids. Peace and blessings, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our public advocate. And I've got a few more colleagues who are here. I'm just first going to call on the co-chair of our Women's Caucus, Amanda Farias.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Councilmember Amanda Farias. I represent District 18 in the Southeast Bronx, and I'm the co-chair of the Women's Caucus. It takes a village to raise a child, and I would know. I come from a matriarchal, intergenerational family where my grandmother had my aunt, and my aunt took care of my mother, and my mother took care of her daughter, and her daughter babysat me, and I babysat her kids and my brothers. And that is really representative of why we're here today. It shows that childcare is essential for the women who run their families. Our government needs to be an active member in supporting the growth and development of New York City kids. Black, brown, and immigrant women are too often left to carry the burden of childcare alone and are among some of the lowest paid people in the nation who are often still struggling to afford the basic needs. As we heal from the trauma of COVID-19 pandemic, we as leaders have to prioritize the group of people who have held it down the most, and that is our Black and brown mothers and childcare providers. The New York City Council has already made significant strides this year with an investment of $4 billion from the state for New York City childcare needs over the next 4 years. This funding signals the transformative moment we are in now, but we have to do more. The 5 bills in this package will be crucial in centralizing information to support providers and families alike, which is the first step in ensuring accessible and universal childcare. As co-chair of the Women's Caucus, I'm so proud of our caucus member and my colleague, Councilmember Julie Menin, for being a leader for New York families. Our childcare system is led by a network of women, so it only makes sense that we have now created our own network of women here to get this first of its kind legislative package accomplished for our working families. Thank you to the advocates here for your leadership, and to all the parents, grandparents, caretakers, or sisters and nieces like me who have been taking care of their babies and family members. We see you and we see your hard work. I really want to applaud the work of my colleague here. This is a historic moment for the City Council, a historic moment for New York City, and I'm proud to be a part of it and to support it on its way. Thank you all.
Thank you. And I know he's been patiently waiting. I really want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Chris Marte. We're in his district, and so I want to ask him to come up and speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. And give it up for Julie Menin! None of this would have been possible if it wasn't for her leadership, her organizing outside with advocates and inside in the council to make this a priority. Councilmember Menin campaigned on this and now is delivering on this. So if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have these packages built. So let's give it up for her for all the hard work she's done. As many of my colleagues have said, many parents have to make tough decisions every single day. Have to make a tough decision whether to choose a job that's going to make them work all day or not. Make a decision of whether they get to go to higher education or not. Whether they get to spend time with friends or not. Or even harder decisions, whether they have to take their child to their own job or not. I remember when I was a kid, my mom worked in the garment industry, and my mom would take me to Williamsburg and put me under the sewing machine, and I would sit there with my transformers while she spent hours making dresses. No child has to go through that, and no child will go through that because of the package of legislations that Julie Menin have led and will pass today. So thank you all for the countless of years of organizing and work. You guys did this. You guys made this happen for the little ones. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Marte. And now.
All right, looks like we did lose that event, but our speakers there were speaking ahead of the council voting on this act. They were all trying to help with those costs. We know how expensive it can get when it comes to providing child care. Let's go ahead actually and take this opportunity. We'll step away for a 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll give you some looks at some other live events that are coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we're always keeping track of the top stories happening across the country. Thank you so much to all of our viewers who tune in and day out. Right now, the White House does not have the president there. He is wheels up in the air on Air Force One. He is traveling to Colorado, where he's going to be speaking about protecting and conserving America's iconic outdoor spaces. So he's going to be speaking from Vail, Colorado, a little bit later here this afternoon. It is scheduled to take place around 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 12:30 for those on the West Coast. We'll keep track of the president's movements, just as we always do whenever he is away from the White House. But speaking of the Biden administration, we did have an event with Vice President Kamala Harris, who's also on the road here today. So she was speaking as they were having a discussion with a group. She was giving some remarks to Communities in Action during their summit. Let's go ahead and bring that event to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Again, thank you for the work that you've done with the president. He just thinks you just have been a great partner. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the Vice President.
And of course, Mitch, our dear friend. You know, the president and I both started out our careers in local government. As you know, I was the county DA, I was state AG in the Senate, and the work that we've been doing in the last 20 months was and is work that was motivated and informed by all of you who have feet on the ground, ears to the ground. You know what the people need. You know what we need to accomplish as a country. And you all then, from the very beginning of our administration, helped inform our priorities. You told us what Michigan needs. You told us where people were hurting. You told us what would help. You know, recently I find myself talking a lot, especially these days, about, you know, real leaders can't only be about talking about problems, participate in the solution. And that's what you all have done. You've helped with what solves problems. And so we've been able to then do the work that we did with everything we did from the beginning around relief during the height of the pandemic to once in a generation investment in our infrastructure to most recently what we did with the Inflation Reduction Act, which directly impacts so many issues that are immediate and need an investment now for the long-term benefit. And so I am here to thank you all for, one, helping to inform all of the work we've done so far, but then to make it real. Because, you know, I often say to our folks, you know, it's not about sitting around here and patting ourselves on the back when a bill gets passed. It means nothing until it hits the streets. And that, again, is where you all come in, to make sure that we see it through and that the people actually feel it. It's not just about a press conference, it's about making sure that people feel it. And so that's what you all have been doing. When I look at what we have done in terms of, I have some numbers here in particular about how it has benefited Michigan. The infrastructure bill, it's $2.9 billion for 120 projects in Michigan, which is going to have a huge impact when we look at roads, bridges. One of my particular favorites about what we did with the infrastructure bill was an investment in public transportation, which I know is a big issue for Michiganders. When we look at what we did around lead pipes, and it is our intention that in the next 10 years to rid our entire country of those pipes and service lines. And you all were some of the first in the country to be the loudest in a way that was forceful and powerful to say our country needs to deal with this. You all in Michigan. We're talking for generations, and the grandparents, the grandmothers, the grandfathers, the parents, sadly for generations, talking about the fact that our babies should not be drinking that toxic water and what it does to impact their health and their ability to learn. And finally, we're having a nationwide investment that's going to see what you all have been demanding to see it through. I look at Great Lakes, some of the most beautiful Great Lakes in the world, and what we need to do in terms of restoration. And so we've got $1 billion going into that. We've got $80 million going into the Detroit Metro Airport, right? And all of that is because, again, of you all helping to inform where the priorities should be in a way that impacts the most people and the people who are most in need, which can often be a different set of folks. So I want to thank you for that. Electric vehicles. You know, I just was in Korea and Japan a couple weeks ago, and I was there actually representing our country at the funeral of the former Prime Minister of Japan. But while I was there, I met with Japanese CEOs and separately met with the Koreans around their investments in the United States. And our encouragement that they do more, because that means American jobs and contributes to what we need to do in terms of U.S. manufacturing in our country. And as you know, some people have been critical of what we did, right, with the CHIPS Act and Science Act, our administration focusing on what we need to do in terms of homegrown investments. And we've been very clear, that is part of our policy, is to invest in our country and in our people and in our workforce. While we, not to the exclusion, while we work with our allies on the issues that we know are to our mutual benefit, and we often talk about it in the context of our mutual benefit as it relates to prosperity and security. But what we are doing in Michigan in particular on this issue is quite extraordinary, where we are so proud of what we intend to do to invest in the American workforce, to invest in American manufacturing, around some of the most exciting technology when it comes to electric vehicles, both in terms of automobiles and buses, trucks, but doing it in a way that we are and will continue to maintain standing as a world leader around doing some of the best work. All of this has happened because of you all. The work that we did around the most recent Inflation Reduction Act, it was focused, some might ask, well, what was the title about? It was about dealing with the fact that life shouldn't be too expensive for working people. People work hard. They should be able to afford to pay their bills and feed their children and take a vacation from time to time. And so we focused on that by doing the kind of work you all talked with us about. Let's focus on the fact that too many people in our country are dealing with medical debt. Literally debt that is weighing them down because the cost of relieving their pain and extending the quality of their life is too expensive. And because of the conversations that we all had, we said, you know what? We're done with the fact that for too long in this town, the big pharmaceutical companies have gotten away with setting the prices without fair negotiation. And so for the first time, our administration, with your support, has accomplished the ability to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices with Big Pharma for 16 years. You know, a lot of us come from a labor background. We understand what this means. It's about allowing the collective to bargain. Because if you're requiring that one person who needs medication to bargain against the big corporation, and if you agree that the outcome of the negotiation should be fair, unlikely that outcome's going to be fair given the disparity of power in that negotiation. So we're changing it up. We said, hey, the issue of diabetes in our country, big issue. And then when you look demographically, Black folks are 60% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes, Latinos 70% more likely. And the cost of insulin, which saves lives, is far too expensive. And so we have now capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Again, it's about dealing with the daily needs that folks have. to get through the day and the month at a certain quality of life to which all Americans should be entitled, and addressing the details. And so that brings me back to where I started and to all of you, because you keep us focused on the details, and you follow through on the details. And there's nothing that we could do in this town without all of you informing the work and then seeing it through. So with that, I thank you all. Welcome. I'll actually be in Michigan on Saturday, and I'm looking forward to being here. And with that, Mayor,
Thank you,
back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, take care.
And thank you to all of our viewers watching here with us live now. Stepping away for a break, continuing on with top stories when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Wanted to give you a live look at just one of the press conferences we are waiting on. This is going to be with Secretary Austin as well as Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Mark Milley. So they will be holding a press briefing here together. So we will be in this as soon as we do see it happening live. We do also have a press conference coming to us out of Minnesota, where right now Senator Amy Klobuchar is speaking. They did also have their Governor Tim Walz, who was also just speaking. They are talking about the 2027 World Expo. So that's another event, press conference happening right now. We'll be bringing this to you a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But I did want to continue to be in another live event that's taking place, this one coming to us out of Wisconsin. So we've been keeping track of the latest in the trial for Darrell Brooks, who is again accused of killing 6 people, injuring more than 60 others when a vehicle had driven through a parade route back in November of 2021. Another new witness up on the stand here at this time. Let's go ahead, listen in live to what this person is saying as the prosecution team is in questioning at this time.
From what was the floats and the participants and the spectators to something else. Something, was your attention drawn away?
Yeah, there was one point when there was a break in the actual parade and an SUV came down the road, and it was coming faster than any parade float should have been coming, so it was confusing, and I didn't know what was happening at the time, but it did veer into the crowd just right in front of me where my son got hit.
Okay. So first of all, can you draw an arrow on the direction that the vehicle was going?
Sure. It was coming from this way.
Okay. And what direction, if you can kind of follow that line, what direction was it going as you said it veered towards you?
It wasn't going straight. It was just kind of like, and then it just kind of went in this way and ended up right about there.
Were any of your kids, one was in a stroller that was by you, up on the ledge, I think, or the...
Yeah, further back.
Were either of your other two kids struck by the SUV?
My middle son, Owen, was struck by the SUV when it came through.
And Owen is 7?
He was 5 at the time. He's 6 now.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's exactly
He's the
what I
middle
had done.
one.
I was just testing you to make sure that you knew the ages.
It's hard to
of
keep
your
them
kids.
straight, but I sometimes do.
Thank you. Did you see the path of travel after the SUV came towards you and hit Owen?
I didn't, because I gathered up my kids as fast as I could, and we had parked in the public lot down here. And so I just gathered them up as fast as I could, and we just ran to the car and to get out of there. There was a lot of chaos and screaming and crying. And
did you? What injuries did Owen receive?
He ended up needing 6 stitches. He had a gash on his eye, above his eye, like in his eyebrow. So we needed 6 stitches because it was pretty deep. They couldn't just glue it or anything like that.
Now, you put your hand above your right eyebrow. Was it above his right eyebrow?
Yeah.
Okay. And where were the kids facing, if you recall, right before the SUV came and struck Owen?
They were waiting for the next float, so he was turned facing the way the floats were coming because there wasn't anything going on at the time. We were just waiting for the next thing, so they were just watching for the next float to come by.
Okay. So I'm assuming his body...
Yeah, he was turned.
Okay, thank you. Did you get medical attention right away?
I dropped my youngest and my oldest off at home, and then I quickly took Owen to Waukesha Memorial.
And that's where he was treated?
That's where he was treated.
Did you see, first of all, what color was the SUV?
It was a maroonish red.
Okay. Did you notice anything distinctive about it other than it was a maroonish red SUV?
No.
Did you see the vehicle prior to it striking Owen strike anyone?
I didn't.
Did you see the vehicle strike anyone after it struck Owen?
I didn't.
Nothing further. Oh, sorry. Nope. We'd ask that a screenshot be taken of State's Exhibit 51. I believe that would be 51A.
Objection.
And we'd ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Objection.
Overruled.
My objection was to clarification on whether she was done or not.
I believe it is 51A. It is also captured, and did you move that one in to evidence?
Thank you.
Sorry, did you move 51A?
I did.
All right, so once again, we've been listening in here on Live Now from Fox to this trial. We'll be popping in and out of it here throughout the morning. But I do want to turn our attention to a press conference that's just underway. Secretary Austin there, General Milley just stepping up to the podium. Let's go ahead, listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley. The Secretary and the Chairman will provide some brief opening remarks, and then we'll have a few minutes to take some questions. I will moderate those questions and call on the reporters, and I would ask you to limit your follow-up since we do have a limited amount of time today, and I appreciate your assistance with this. Mr. Secretary, over to you, sir.
Thanks, Pat. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We've made excellent progress at our 6th meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. And we were joined by my good friend, Oleksiy Reznikov, Ukraine's Minister of Defense, and by Major General Moskalyov, Ukraine's Joint Forces Commander. I'm very grateful to them for joining us and for their heroic leadership. They updated the contact group on the latest battlefield dynamics on Ukraine's priority needs, and on Ukraine's requirements to defend itself for the long haul. I'm also very pleased that ministers and chiefs of defense from some 50 countries took part in today's discussion. That again underscores the resolve of the international community to support Ukraine's self-defense after Russia's cruel and unprovoked invasion. And that resolve has only been heightened by the deliberate cruelty of Russia's new barrage against Ukraine's cities. Those assaults on targets with no military purpose again reveal the malice of Putin's war of choice. But Russia's atrocities have further united the nations of goodwill that stand with Ukraine. So we are here because rules matter, because rights matter, and because sovereignty matters. And in the past few days, Putin has given us all another grim preview of a future in which the appetites of aggressive autocrats outweigh the rights of peaceful states. We would all be less secure in a world where big powers can assault their peaceful neighbors and trample their borders by force. And the free citizens of Ukraine have an inalienable right to govern themselves and to choose their own future. These are bedrock principles, and they underpin the rules-based international order that makes us all more secure. This contact group will stay true to those values, regardless of the outcome of any individual battle, and we will not waver in our support for Ukraine's right to defend itself from Russia's imperial ambitions. Ukraine's forces have used systems like HIMARS to change the dynamics of the war that Putin started. And that's helped Ukrainian forces seize the initiative during their counteroffensive. So we'll continue to rush in the capabilities to help Ukraine in the current fight. And I commend the contact group members who have moved heaven and earth to get weapons and equipment into the hands of the Ukrainian forces. At the same time, our allies and partners are driving hard to sustain Ukraine's defenders for the long haul. As the conflict has evolved, the mission of this contact group has evolved as well. So today, the contact group underscored our shared commitment to keep on supplying Ukraine's defenders with the capability that they will need in the difficult weeks, months, and years ahead. We discussed ways to do even more to train Ukrainian forces who are making such impressive use of their new capabilities. And we pushed to galvanize our industrial bases to fire up production for the systems to defend Ukraine, even while meeting our own security needs. The leaders here built on the important progress from the September 28th meeting of our national armaments directors under the auspices of this contact group. Denmark and the UK shared updates on several Copenhagen conference initiatives, including the UK's International Donors Fund for pooling international funding for critical capabilities. And as we increase our long-term support for Ukraine, transparency and accountability remain crucial. At today's meeting, we discuss the accountability measures Ukraine is using to ensure that advanced weapons are fully tracked. We also discuss ways to work together to build on our momentum and to meet new challenges. We know that Ukraine still needs even more long-range fires and air defense systems and artillery systems, along with other crucial capabilities. And I'm grateful to our many allies and partners who have raced to meet Ukraine's self-defense needs, often pulling from their own stocks or purchasing capabilities from domestic industry. And let me especially commend Germany for its recent delivery of an Iris-T air defense system. This critical donation will help Ukraine better defend its civilians from Russian airstrikes. And Germany also recently announced that it will deliver more Mars rocket systems and howitzers. And all that shows long-term support for Ukraine's defenders. I want to also recognize several countries doing especially important work together to ramp up production on key systems and reinvigorate their industrial bases. And so Norway, Germany, and Denmark have all invested in Slovakia's homegrown production of howitzers. And that just shows how much we can do when we come together in common purpose. These initiatives and many more will help us build momentum and ensure that the future Ukrainian armed forces are capable and have the ability to sustain themselves. Now, some countries aren't in a position to offer lethal assistance, but we urge them to provide vital non-lethal aid such as medical supplies and cold weather gear that the Ukrainians need to fight in the winter. Because every contribution counts, and the members of this contact group stand united in our support for Ukraine's self-defense through any season. We stand united by our commitment to the rules-based international order that underpins global security. We stand united against the deliberate use of war and atrocity to seize territory, redraw borders, and trample the sovereign rights of peaceful states. And as President Biden has said, we stand united against the global politics of fear, coercion, and conquest. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to General Milley for his opening comments.
Thanks, Secretary Austin, and thank you for your steadfast leadership. This contact group would not even be in existence without the leadership of Secretary Austin. And I also want to thank Ukrainian Minister of Defense, and especially also, who's not here, General Zaluzny, my counterpart in Ukraine, for leading the Ukrainian military in their efforts for their freedom. I maintain contact with him 2 to 3 times a week. General Cavoli, even more than that, and of course our staffs are in contact on a day-to-day basis. I also want to thank all the ministers and the chiefs of defense that were here at this meeting today, representing 50 countries. That's an incredible statement of resolve and international support for the freedom of Ukraine. And I am confident that this group will stay together for as long as it takes. Today, as Secretary pointed out, this group met for the 6th time with senior representatives from each of these countries, and it's a testament to our condemnation, collective condemnation, the international condemnation of the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. This fight is not just in Ukraine's interest. It is in the global interest to protect, as the Secretary pointed out, the rules-based international order. And that is our purpose that has been given to us, the uniformed military, from our civilian leadership, which is to uphold the rules-based international order that was established some 80 years ago at the conclusion of World War II. And our end state is equally clear. It is to ensure that Ukraine remains a free, independent, sovereign nation. And the ways and means that we are doing that is through security force assistance with lethal and non-lethal aid in order to enable Ukraine to fight for themselves. Ukraine is not asking for soldiers from any other country. The Ukrainians are willing to fight for themselves. All they ask for is the means to do it. And as President Biden has said, and many other national leaders have said, we will do as much as we can for as long as we can, and we will do as much as it takes for as long as it takes. This contact group remains critical to the mission of supplying Ukraine with the capabilities they need to fight for their country. And this war is a war of choice by Russia. And Russia is paying an extremely high cost, a high cost in human life, in casualties, in weapons, materiel, and in their economy. Each day that this war goes on costs Russia more and more, and the Russian people begin to suffer. Russia has chosen, in response, to escalate with a recent mobilization of 300,000 call-ups for conscripts. They have tried to conduct an illegal annexation of 4 of the oblasts in occupied Ukraine. They have increased their rhetoric to include rhetoric about nuclear weapons. And of course, in the past few days, Russia has increased their strikes on civilian infrastructure, power generation, and dams. Russia has deliberately struck civilian infrastructure with the purpose of harming civilians. They have targeted the elderly, the women, and the children of Ukraine. Indiscriminate and deliberate attacks on civilians targets is a war crime in the international rules of war. Ukraine and its citizens have suffered greatly, but the people and the nation of Ukraine endure, and they are an inspiration to all. The nations gathered here today are committed to assisting Ukraine defend itself. Ukraine continues to fight with bravery and honor, and the Ukraine military is making continued progress, as you see in their counteroffensives in the Donetsk, Kharkiv, Kherson, Luhansk, and elsewhere. The Ukrainian military has fought extraordinarily well, and the discussions at this contact group today were about meeting Ukraine's current needs and also supporting them in the long haul. We focused on air defense, on cannon artillery, rocket artillery, maneuver, tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers, also discussed training and a wide variety of non-lethal support. These systems and the associated ammunition are critical for Ukraine to continue the fight, and they are employing these weapons extremely well. So I will stop there, and I thank you and welcome your questions.
Mr. Secretary, Chairman, thank you very much. Our first question will go to John Ismay, New York Times.
Mr. Secretary, in your opening remarks today, you said, quote, "Our resolve to support Ukraine's defenders extends through all seasons," unquote. With winter fast approaching, do you expect the Ukrainian armed forces to continue fighting to retake their territory throughout the season until spring?
Thanks, John. The battlefield remains dynamic, and winter always presents a challenge when it comes to fighting. But the international community remains united and focused and committed to doing everything that we can to help Ukraine protect its interest and defend its sovereign territory. I expect that Ukraine will continue to do everything it can throughout the winter to regain its territory and to be effective on the battlefield. And we're going to do everything we can to make sure that they have what's required to be effective. And most recently, we've seen them be very effective, both in the east and down in the south, as they've taken back quite a bit of territory from the Russians. So we can expect that that type of activity will continue on through the winter.
Let's go to you, Deborah Haynes, Sky News.
Thank you very much. A British spy chief this week said that Russia is running out of weapons. How concerned are you, though, about Western stockpiles and whether Western weapons could run out first, and specifically on air defense systems? Given the need from Ukraine, why are Western allies not sending these systems in faster? Is it because of a lack of political will or a lack of supplies?
Well, it certainly is not a question of lack of will. The commitment, the resolve that the chairman and I witnessed in this contact group meeting today was inspiring, and that's what I told the members of the group. They remain committed to doing everything they can to generate additional capabilities. And you heard me say at the top that several countries are working together to expand capacity in their industrial base. And I think it's that kind of initiative, that kind of activity that will create other opportunities for us as we go forward. We talked about air defense, the requirement for additional air defense capabilities. And countries, I have every confidence that countries will do whatever they can, if they can, to generate additional capabilities. You've heard us talk about providing NASAMS, and that's good capability. It's going to really help the Ukrainians. You heard me say earlier that Germany is providing an RST system, and again, I expect to see more capability come forward. We saw some additional countries volunteer to provide munitions for those NASAM systems today, and that's always encouraging, refreshing. So the will is certainly there to do everything we can for as long as we can, and the commitment again was inspiring.
Okay, let's go to Sylvie Lantemont, Agence France-Presse.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, after President Putin's threat about use of nuclear weapons, you said repeatedly that you have seen nothing that would cause you to change your nuclear posture. Will you communicate when this posture changes? And Chairman, I have a question for you too. We spoke about air defense as a priority and the NASAMS and the German IRIS-T that have to be ordered to the industry. But it's urgent. So in the meantime, are there other systems, maybe older systems, that the allies of Ukraine could find faster?
So let me begin by saying, Sylvie, that Putin's saber-rattling is reckless. Nuclear saber-rattling is reckless and irresponsible. We don't expect to see and hear that kind of behavior from a major nuclear power. And so that's very dangerous, and you've heard a number of leaders around the world emphasize that. You should know, and I know you do, that we take this very seriously. And this is something that we remain focused on. And we continue to watch indications and any type of warning that he may have made a decision to go in a different direction. We've not seen any indicators at this point that would lead us to believe that. But again, this is not something we look at once and leave alone. This is something we remain focused on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So, Sylvie, put it in context a little bit. What Ukraine is asking for and what we think can be provided is an integrated air missile defense system. So that doesn't control all the airspace over Ukraine, but they're designed to control priority targets that Ukraine needs to protect. And what you're looking at really is short-range, low-altitude systems, and then medium-range, medium-altitude, and then long-range and high-altitude systems. And it's a mix of all of these that deny the airspace to Russian aircraft, fixed-wing or rotary-wing aircraft, and Russian missile defense, right? So that's what you're trying to create. You're trying to create a defensive system. So far, Ukraine has very effectively used their SA-6s and 8s, S-300s and S-10s, 11s, et cetera. So they've been very effective at denying Russian air superiority. And that, in turn, has denied the Russians the ability to conduct ground combined arms maneuver. So what needs to be done here by all of the various countries that were at the conference today is chip in and help them rebuild and sustain an integrated air and missile defense system. Specifically older systems like you were just asking about. Ukraine has asked for HAWK, or improved HAWK, IHAWK as it's called. That's a medium altitude, medium range system. It's an older system, but it's quite effective. And there's other systems out there throughout the world that are available. Many countries have Patriot. Many countries have other systems. There's a whole series of Israeli systems that are quite capable. The Germans have systems, as we mentioned. So a lot of the countries that were here today have a wide variety of systems, and the task will be to bring those together, get them deployed, get them trained, because each of these systems is different, make sure that they can link together with the command and control and communication systems, and make sure they have radars that can talk to each other so that they can acquire targets on the inbound flights. So it's quite complicated from a technical standpoint. It is achievable, and that's what we're aiming at. It'll take a little bit of time, that's right.
Thank you, sir. Our final question will go to Vladimir Runets from ICTV.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm one of those who this Monday, wasn't sure that I would be able to be here because of the airstrikes that we experienced in Kiev. And the question I'm going to ask is not mine. It's the people of Ukraine would like to ask you, when will they be able to just sleep well and not be afraid to leave their families behind and go on a trip like this? Because I'm here and I'm really anxious about what is happening to my family back home. So when are the systems going to be provided, and is there a possibility that the sky is going to be safe?
The short answer to your question, sir, is the systems will be provided as fast as we can physically get them there. And this is something, as I said at the top, that we remain focused on. We're going to provide systems that we have available, that countries like Germany has available. We're also going to try to provide additional munitions to the existing systems that the Ukrainian forces are using. As long as there's the conflict goes on, there will always be uncertainty. So it's very difficult to predict exactly when it's going to be safe to move about, move in and out of the country. And I know that you're concerned about your family, and you certainly that's understandable. But we're going to do everything we can as fast as we can to help the Ukrainian forces get the capability they need to protect the Ukrainian people. That's very, very important to us. And by the way, it was important to all the 50 members that were in that meeting today, and their chiefs of defense. And this is, the utility of this Ukraine Defense Contact Group. I just can't. I can't overemphasize how useful this is, because it helps us to address current near-term problems and mobilize resources much faster than we otherwise would be able to. And again, I don't want to exaggerate this point, but I have to tell you that I remain impressed by the commitment of the members of the group. And for the most part, these are ministers of defense that show up to every meeting, and not surrogates. So.
I'm afraid that's all the time that we have available for today. Mr. Secretary, Chairman, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, appreciate it. This concludes our press briefing.
The United States going to continue to support Ukraine as the war is continuing on. Remember, it was back in February of this year that Russia troops had invaded Ukraine, and since that time they have been dealing with not only the battle down on the ground, but also those airstrikes. Recently, there's been more airstrikes happening even around the capital, Kyiv, Ukraine. So here we were listening in with some of our leaders, but there are leaders all around the world speaking about the Russia-Ukraine war as they are debating what to do about Russia annexing 4 regions of Ukraine. We'll be bringing you some more sound from the United Nations General Assembly happening here in New York City after this 2-minute break.
Thank you, Mr. President. Aotearoa New Zealand condemns unequivocally Russia's attempts to illegally annex Russia-occupied regions of Ukraine. Russia's sham referenda in Luhansk, Donetsk, Kherson and Zaporizhia are illegitimate and have no legal basis for acquisition of Ukraine's territory by Russia. Let us be clear. Russia's attempts to annex these regions are a further act of aggression in clear violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and in flagrant breach of international law. This hall has made clear that annexation by the use of force of the territory of another state or part thereof qualifies as an act of aggression. We, as a General Assembly, as an international community, have an obligation to speak up when there is a violation of international law. We must use our collective voices to condemn any state's flagrant violation of the UN Charter. This is not just our opinion. The facts speak for themselves. The UN Secretary General has been clear. Russia's actions have no basis in any international legal framework and are a clear-cut violation of the UN Charter. Russia must comply with the legally binding orders of the International Court of Justice to immediately suspend its military operations in the territory of Ukraine. We also cannot ignore the real human suffering that extends from this violation of the fundamental purpose and principles of the United Nations. These concepts are not simply theoretical. Russia's illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has already caused thousands of deaths, a massive humanitarian crisis, and untold suffering. It must end. We also reiterate the Secretary General's points that the impacts of this war extend well beyond the region, affecting our global economy, especially those of developing countries, and setting back our critical work to deliver life-saving aid in Ukraine and beyond. As we have seen from the start of Russia's invasion, New Zealand continues to call on President Putin to act consistently with international obligations, cease Russia's invasion of Ukraine, withdraw troops, and return to diplomatic negotiations as a pathway to resolution of this conflict. New Zealand continues to stand in support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We call on delegations in the hall to vote in favour of the presented draft resolution. This is a vote not only to support Ukraine, but a vote to support the UN Charter. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of New Zealand, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, Slovenia aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and would like to make the following remarks in our national capacity. Earlier this week, we were again shocked to learn about the missile attacks on Kiev and other Ukrainian cities by the Russian army. We strongly condemn these latest attacks, as well as denounce the Russian Federation's threats to use nuclear weapons. As civilians are often the main victims in armed conflicts, the vast majority of whom are women and children, we once again underline that shelling of residential buildings, as well as other civilian infrastructure, represent most severe violation of international law that cannot remain unpunished. Moreover, we call on the Russian Federation to fully respect international humanitarian law and to allow safe and unhindered humanitarian access and assistance to all persons in need. We call for an immediate, complete and unconditional stop to all fighting. We strongly support all efforts in order to de-escalate the current situation through political dialogue, negotiation and other peaceful means in line with the UN Charter. Mr. President, Slovenia is committed to promotion of culture of peace and dialogue. As a member of the community of small states, we believe in peaceful coexistence of states and cooperation between them. Our future, prosperity and security depends on international cooperation and the respect of the norms set out in the UN Charter and wider international law. The resolution we'll be adopting today is clear. It firmly stands by the goals and principles of the UN Charter, which are being gravely undermined and disregarded as we speak. Mr. President, today's meeting is taking place in response to an attempted illegal annexation of Ukraine's region of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia that are firmly within Ukraine's internationally recognized borders. While the principle of self-determination remains the cornerstone of my country's independence, we cannot but echo the Secretary General that a referenda conducted in occupied regions of another country cannot be a genuine expression of a popular will. We therefore firmly reject this attempted illegal annexation. We call on respect of sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of all countries. Slovenia condemns any unprovoked invasion on any sovereign country under any pretext. Violations of the international legal order that we have all worked so hard to build cannot and must not become the new normal of today's world's affairs. For this reason, Slovenia will be voting in favor of this resolution. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Slovenia, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uruguay.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Uruguay ha expresado claramente en las declaraciones realizadas en las sesiones de la Asamblea General Especial celebradas en marzo del presente año su firme condena a la invasión militar de Ucrania por parte de la Federación de Rusia, subrayando que se trata de una clara violación de los principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas que todos sus miembros deben respetar. Esta posición fue ratificada hace pocos días en el debate general de esta Asamblea por parte del ministro de Relaciones Exteriores
Francisco Gustillo when he addressed this assembly. When addressing this assembly, that minister called upon Russia for a cessation of hostilities and for the withdrawal without delay of troops from Ukrainian territory. Our minister also called upon parties to the conflict to do everything they could to return to the negotiating table in order to resolve their differences peacefully, as stipulated by the United Nations Charter. In the face of new acts conducted by Russian Federation through its use of force to occupy the territories of Ukraine, we state that we do not recognize the annexation by Russia of Ukrainian territories, following sham referenda convened in the areas of Luhansk, Donetsk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia. These referenda are in clear violation of international law. Uruguay has been very clear regarding its unfettered respect for international law, particularly with the principle of military territorial expansion through the use of force, or when it comes to other principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. These principles have been endorsed by the General Assembly, by the Security Council, and by the jurisprudence of the ICJ, and that means that the referenda held on the occupied territories in Ukraine have no legal value. The declared annexation in a context of aggression against another state and in violation of the United Nations Charter and international law means that the votes that took place cannot be considered as a free and genuine expression of popular will. As such, the government of Uruguay reiterates its firm support for the sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. And once again, we appeal to the Russian Federation to cease its aggression. It is for these reasons that Uruguay will vote in favor of the draft resolution on the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Finally, we reiterate our appeal that through mechanisms for negotiation provided for in the United Nations Charter, with the participation of the Security and the Council and the Secretary General, we find pathways for dialogue which allow us to agree upon steps for the de-escalation of conflict, and we hope that through diplomatic negotiation, parties to the conflict will resolve their differences and put an end to the war. Many thanks.
I thank the distinguished representative of Uruguay, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Papua New Guinea.
So these remarks going to be made all day here today, again, from the United nation's General Assembly. Now, the full 193-member assembly is expected to vote here on Wednesday. Again, they're debating whether to demand Russia reverse course on annexing 4 regions of Ukraine. The assembly rejected 107 to 13. 39 absentees to Russia's earlier bid for a secret ballot. So live now from Fox, going to continue to monitor here things out of New York at the UN General Assembly, just as we are with all of our top stories coming to you from across the country. We'll take you into some more of those coming up here after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A 19-year-old suspect is dead. 3 Philadelphia SWAT officers are in the hospital after gunfire had broke out. Authorities were serving a homicide arrest warrant early on Wednesday morning. Now, police say shots rang out while those SWAT officers were approaching the home on an 800 block of 10th Street to arrest that 19-year-old wanted in connection to a recent homicide and multiple armed robberies. The suspect opened fire on those SWAT officers through the front door and windows. According to police, a short time later, the suspect tried to flee through the back door where he was encountered by more officers. A shootout ensued, and in the rear part of that property, and officers did fatally strike that suspect. So he was transported to a local hospital where he was pronounced dead. 3 SWAT officers were injured in the shooting, transported to a local hospital. 1 was shot in the leg, 1 in the hip, and a 3rd was hit in the chest after a bullet ricocheted off their protective vest. So all 3 officers are said to be in stable condition, and 2 could possibly be released from the hospital later today. Now, police do say the 19-year-old was wanted again for a homicide that occurred in August, and said he was responsible for at least 2 armed robberies over the past 2 years. We did have one of our police representatives called the shooting ridiculous in a press conference outside the hospital where SWAT officers were being treated early on Wednesday morning. Now, these officers, he did go on to say, these officers sign up to do a job. It's to protect and serve, but not to take gunfire. At some point, it becomes enough, and I think we've reached that point. So that was the Philadelphia Police Deputy Commissioner, John Stanford, who was saying that. And this gun violence, we have seen it on the rise, not only in the city of Philadelphia, but all across our country as well. Now, Stanford did continue to say that some of these people need to be in jail, saying at the end of the day, it comes down to some folks, not everybody. I want want to be very clear about that. Not everybody deserves to be in jail, but some folks that have a lengthy record, they deserve to be in jail because, again, there are too many innocent citizens that essentially their lives are at risk every day because there isn't any accountability. Saying the bottom line is we need everybody, parents, family members. This is an all hands on deck situation where everybody has to be held accountable. Now, 3 people were handcuffed by police as our Fox 29 Philadelphia team had arrived on scene. Police did say that they were in the house as the shooting had unfolded. They do not believe they were involved at this time. And again, our police officials do say the commissioner is out of town at a major city chiefs event, but will be able to speak to the injured by phone following this incident. Now, Philadelphia does have about a monthly meeting between the mayor as well as police and other city leaders. The administration is going to be doing a meeting here today talking about anti-violence efforts underway citywide, and we do expect they could be giving an update on those 3 SWAT officers who were shot early this morning. That is set to take place at 1:15. So we are getting closer to that time. As soon as we do see that shot, it's usually a meeting that happens over Zoom. As soon as we do see that, we'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us. That's just one of the top stories we're following here for you today. Just as we're also following the latest out of the United Nations. They're speaking about trying to make Russia accountable for the actions that they have been taking, especially in the war on Ukraine, as they have been doing invasions all across the country and airstrikes also all across the country as well. We'll continue to monitor those live feeds coming in. We have just multiple speakers, again, each of the countries who are part of the United Nations having their own turn to share and discuss. So we'll get back into this here in just a bit on Live Now from Fox, but let's go ahead and bring you yet another event that we haven't gotten to yet here today. We did have some of our representatives on Capitol Hill who were speaking about trying to introduce new legislation that would stop U.S. arms sales to Saudi Arabia. So let's go ahead and bring you that from Capitol Hill right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for coming in during a recess. And I particularly want to welcome my colleague and friend, Congressman Ro Khanna of California. He has been at the forefront of this issue. His leadership has really been invaluable, and his insights are very much a part of the legislation that we introduced in the Senate yesterday. I also want to thank the President for his remarks last night, which seemed very favorable to this kind of legislation. He said there need to be consequences. We agree completely. One of the consequences should be a temporary halt in arms sales. This 1-year pause in sales of all arms, repairs, supplies, support really is in defense of our national interest and security interests. The long and short is the Saudis need to come to their senses. They have committed a humongous blunder, very much against their own economic and security interests as well as ours. The only apparent purpose of this cut in oil supplies is to help the Russians and harm Americans. It was unprovoked and unforced as an error. The Saudis were making windfall returns. Only the Russians were making less profitable returns. And now we need to rebalance our relationship, and the Saudis need to restore trust. So this effort hopefully will begin a path toward rebalancing that one-sided relationship. And there are larger security concerns here because the Saudis' actions aid and abet a murderous and brutal criminal invasion by Russia they endanger the world economy, and they threaten higher gas prices for Americans at the pump. But it's more than oil that is at stake here. It's also human rights abuses, butchering journalists, fostering civil war in Yemen, failing to respect our 9/11 victims in this country, and that is part of the context for what we are proposing here. There's a national security concern because we are selling highly sensitive advanced technology to a country that has aligned itself with an adversary, Russia, that is committing terrorist war crimes in Ukraine. And so there's a moral imperative, but also a national security imperative. And just to give you an idea of what we are selling now to Saudi Arabia, Patriot and THAAD missile systems, air-to-air missiles, advanced helicopters, and of course, jet fighters, other kinds of systems that are highly sensitive, like radar and air defense. So these continued sales pose a national security threat. And I am very hopeful that the President will act immediately. He has the power to stop these sales, and he should exercise that power, in my view. But we hope that this legislation will provide an impetus for the Saudis to reconsider this action and reverse it. There's still time. The oil supply cuts don't take effect until November, and the Saudis can act in the meantime. If this halt in arms sales does take effect, the impact on American jobs is minimal. Most of these jobs are in Saudi Arabia. The effect on American companies is likewise going to be negligible because it represents only a fraction of their total revenue. And so I think that the Saudis still have time to correct this really disastrous mistake, which is against their own interests as well as the United States. And with that, I again want to thank Congressman Khanna for his leadership and his partnership in this effort.
Well, thank you, Senator Blumenthal. I very much appreciate Senator Blumenthal's voice and leadership on this issue, being the first person in the Senate to say that we needed to take action against Saudi Arabia, and of course, given the respect he has in the caucus in the Senate among all colleagues, the fact that he is introducing this legislation really is a big deal. So when he called me to say, can I help with the House companion, I was honored to join. And I want to echo Senator Blumenthal in being very encouraged by the President's comments last night. He made it clear that there will be consequences. And I appreciate Jake Sullivan's leadership at the National Security Council, who has always understood that we need to re-examine the relationship with Saudi Arabia. From my perspective, it's pretty simple. We have done so much for Saudi Arabia. I mean, the first President Bush basically sent troops to the Middle East to make sure Saddam Hussein didn't invade the Saudis when the troops were in Kuwait. As Senator Blumenthal said, we provide so much, not just in weapons, but in defense cooperation and joint defense initiatives to the Saudis. They get almost 73% of their arms from the United States. If it weren't for our technicians, their airplanes literally wouldn't fly. I mean, they have Pakistani and some others mechanics, but they're under American supervision. That's what makes their planes fly. We literally are responsible for their entire Air Force. And so what galls many of us in Congress is the ingratitude. It's the ingratitude. When Americans are facing a crisis because of Putin, when we're paying more at the pump, our ally, someone who we have helped for decades, should be trying to help the American people. Instead, they're hurting the American people. And that will not stand. The American people are not going to take that kindly. We're not going to allow that kind of ingratitude to stand. And that's why I'm very encouraged that the President has said that there will be consequences. Senator Blumenthal and I have a very reasonable proposal, which is just to pause the weapons sales, to pause the defense cooperation until they reconsider. And the only thing I would say is I met with the Saudi ambassador. She's actually a wonderful person when you meet with her in person. And I think that the Saudis should probably spend more time listening to her, because she has a pulse of the Congress. And to realize that their decision, and if they don't reverse this decision, it's going to have very negative consequences for the relationship. So I still am hopeful that they will reverse the decision. And if not, we definitely need to pause these arms sales.
Thank you. Question? Yeah.
Your recent legislative initiatives on Russia and Ukraine have been bipartisan. You and Senator Graham have stood up here many times in the last few months. Why isn't this one bipartisan?
I think it's more a matter of time. We wanted to act immediately. I've reached out to Republican colleagues. They have been receptive, non-committal, but favorable in their remarks that there need to be consequences. And this proposal, as Congressman Khanna said so well, is reasonable and sensible, calibrated to keep the relationship and preserve the cooperation, but restore trust and rebalance it, because it has been so one-sided. And I think many Republicans share that perspective. Yep.
Senator, I have two questions. So do you think you'll be able to get 10 Republican senators on board? And then also, have you spoken to President Joe Biden about this? He didn't specifically mention any sort of solution last night in the interview with CNN, just consequences.
The President was very unspecific last night, but we have been in touch with the White House. I have spoken to leadership in the Senate, and I can't give you a timetable for going forward. Obviously, nothing will happen before November.
Senator, you mentioned that there is time for the Saudis to change course here. So does that mean if they change course in the next few weeks, this is no longer on the table? And my second question is, you also said this was aimed at helping Russia. Clearly, it does help Russia. But wasn't it also aimed, or was it aimed, in your opinion, at Democrats and the Speaker, the President, ahead of the election, and possibly a boost to Republicans and Donald Trump, and how does that factor into your decision-making?
This blunder hurts America and helps Russia. And Americans ought to be deeply offended by a supposed ally siding with a murderous butcher who is literally committing war crimes. I've been to those mass graves in Bucha. I'm furious that Saudi Arabia is helping Vladimir Putin kill Ukrainians, invade the country, commit war crimes, and the only benefit is to Russians. It endangers the world economy. It exploits Americans at the gas pump. It does nothing for anyone except Russia. And I view that effect, without speculating on motives, as the main reason for this step. But in the broader context of that one-sided relationship, there needs to be a rebalancing and a restoring of trust. Saudi Arabia has broken trust with America, and it needs to come to its senses.
Senator, you mentioned that you approved of President Biden's comments last night. However, he's also taken some criticism for his handling of the relationship with Saudi Arabia, including going to Saudi Arabia earlier this year. And now OPEC Plus makes this decision. Do you think that he's handled the relationship properly during his term?
Do I think what? Sorry?
That President Biden has handled the relationship with the Saudis successfully while he's been president.
You know, the president's trip to Saudi Arabia was about more than just oil. It was about human rights abuses and the civil war in Yemen and American interests generally. This blunder, a disastrous mistake by the Saudis, can still be corrected. And I'm hopeful that the president, in his actions, will prompt that kind of reconsideration and rebalancing by the Saudis. So I think that the president is certainly moving in the right direction by saying there will be consequences. The Saudis cannot pursue this kind of mistake without there being some consequences.
Senator Menendez called for a halt on all or freeze on all security cooperation and arms sales. Do you agree that it should be all-encompassing or just halting the arms sales?
Our focus is on arms sales. We're not talking about withdrawing troops. We're talking about repairs, components, parts, everything that goes into the arms that have been provided, and a halt, temporarily, a pause on arms sales. There are separate measures that deal with troops. They're worthy of consideration. I personally support the NOPEC bill. I've been a long-time advocate. In fact, I was telling one of my staff, I advocated the NOPEC bill before it was known as the NOPEC bill when I was Attorney General, and I wanted to sue the Middle Eastern nations that are part of this cartel. I said, why can't we sue them? And they said, they have immunity. And I said, Congress ought to reverse it. That was 15 years or so ago. So there are other measures that can be taken, but our focus is on arms sales.
I'm curious about legislative vehicles to get this passed. When you folks come back after the elections, you have limited floor time, so are you potentially going to file this as an amendment to the NDAA, or are you hoping for a floor vote there? And also, so under Trump, both chambers were very aggressive about using the Yemen War Powers Resolution. That's been introduced in this Congress, but no one's brought it up for a vote. So I'm curious why, no one here has pursued the War Powers avenue when Biden's been in office.
We are listening in here as we have some representatives, as well as their Senator Blumenthal here speaking on Capitol Hill about Saudi Arabia. Some Live Now viewers going out to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in right here on Live Now from Fox to This press conference.
On that kind of vehicle. As for the NDAA, I think it is possible. As you know, Jack Reed went to the floor yesterday and began our consideration of the NDAA. I think it is questionable whether it would be part of the NDAA. I don't want to create expectations, but there are other vehicles, the omnibus, for example, that could provide a path forward.
Senator, Congressman, I just want to get your guys' perspective on this. You guys both have talked about these consequences that Saudi Arabia could face. Would you be able to give some specifics? Because obviously, this decision from Saudi Arabia, along with OPEC, it definitely couldn't have come lightly. They had to have considered some of the consequences, correct?
I'm yielding to him on the more difficult question.
No, that's it. I was happy to have you to answer all of that. but let me just say on the war powers, because I had led that effort in the House, President Biden made a lot of progress on Yemen. That's why it hasn't been introduced. I mean, he stopped the refueling. There has been a truce there. Obviously, we need to make sure that the truce continues. But the facts on the ground are much different in Yemen. And this action that the Saudis are taking, which to overcome the truce, is problematic, and we're monitoring that. But that, as Senator Blumenthal said, is totally different than this bill. I believe the Saudis have consistently been miscalculating in the past couple years, and it's probably because Trump candidly gave them carte blanche. I mean, a lot of the deals that were taking place over the previous administration gave them a sense of security. And what President Biden is trying to do is just return to the proper balance. And they may have been lulled into a false sense of complacency because of the previous administration.
Yeah, I agree totally. And Congressman Khanna has been a leader on the war powers, and I have supported efforts in that regard, but it is a separate issue. And frankly, this relationship with Saudi Arabia is so fundamental and important, relating to Iran, relating to Israel, the complexity of these issues go way beyond just a single decision on oil, and the President is absolutely right to be considered and deliberate. We regard this legislation as sensible and reasonable. It's targeting a specific decision. The one-sided relationship has been documented. I commend all of you to some work done by the Yale School of Management, Jeff Sonnenfeld and his team there. We relied on that work and other industry experts and academics who have been very thoughtful on this issue. But this is a targeted, sensible, reasonable measure, which we hope the White House will support. But certainly the President has been commendable in his restraint and his consideration. Yep.
Two questions. First, there's a similarly intentioned initiative in the House from Representative Malinowski. I know sort of different methodology, but that legislation includes both Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Why did you guys decide to focus only on Saudi Arabia and to not sort of loop the UAE in here? And then secondly, what sort of consequences do you anticipate this might have for the U.S.'s efforts to counter Iran and to protect our troops and allies in the region?
I'm not sure I understand the second question.
What sort of consequences or what sort of implications do you think cutting off these sales might have for the U.S.'s efforts to counter Iran in the region?
The answer to the second question is none. The answer to the first question is Saudi Arabia is clearly the driving force in this decision. It's the dominant power in OPEC plus. It has been for years, and so singling out Saudi Arabia makes the most sense. And in fact, arms sales have been going to Saudi Arabia in predominant amounts. So Saudi Arabia is the major driving force here in the decision to cut supply by 2 million barrels.
I would just add that the fact that Senator Blumenthal is helping lead this, I mean, he's a reasonable, thoughtful person. It's not, I've been critical of the Yemen war, and he joined the resolution, but people could say, oh, okay, here's Khanna again or Sanders. I mean, Senator Blumenthal is very, very deliberate in the way this legislation was crafted. It is not in any way the most severe, and it values the relationship and the history of the relationship, and that's why I think it's going to get broad support in both the House and the Senate.
How significant are other allies like sales from British companies? UAE is a huge supplier to Saudi Arabia, so to what extent do you need them to come along on this? British government.
Good question. Obviously there are issues of interoperability, different weapon systems. The halt by America of its arms sales, I think, will have an effect that could be supplemented by decisions by other countries. Certainly they are impacted by the economic effects of these oil supply cuts. They will make their own decisions. Our allies like the UK and France may wish to join, but the effect of this action by the United States will be effective, we hope, in forcing the Saudis to reconsider and to rebalance this relationship.
Connecticut Senator Blumenthal here speaking on Capitol Hill on ways that we're trying to combat what's been happening with our relationship to Saudi Arabia. Do want to say thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Just a quick look here at the big board because we opened our markets this morning in the red, but we have been staying in the green here now, nearly halfway through our trading day, up more than 120 points. Always great to see it in the green. So I like to pop it up instead of always just showing it in the red. Thank you so much again for being here with us. My name is Christy Larson. I want to go over just a top story that we're keeping a close eye on here for you, especially as it had just happened this morning. Philadelphia SWAT officers shot at a scene where they were serving a warrant. A 19-year-old suspect has been killed. Let's go ahead and just reiterate what had happened here at this incident earlier here this morning. So police say shots rang out while SWAT officers were approaching a home on the 800 block of 10th Street to arrest a man who was wanted in connection to a recent homicide and multiple armed robberies. Now, that suspect opened fire on SWAT officers through the front door and windows, according to police. A short time later, that suspect then tried to flee through the back door, where he was encountered by more officers. A shootout had happened at the rear part of the property, and officers did fatally strike that suspect. So he was transported to a local hospital where he was pronounced deceased. And those officers, all three of them, are expected to be okay. One of them was shot in the leg, one in the hip, and a third was hit in the chest after a bullet ricocheted off their protective vest. So again, all three officers are said to be in stable condition. Two possibly could be released from the hospital later today. And then just want to show a live picture coming to us from Philadelphia, where we are expecting to hear from our administration. They're talking about an anti-war or anti-violence efforts that are underway in the city, but we're also expecting there to be an update again on the incident that happened early here this morning. So did want to let our viewers know we are expecting that to take place in about 10 to 15 more minutes is when it is scheduled to happen. We'll take you into this briefing as soon as we do see the representatives and leaders of Philadelphia come in here. I want to also just let our viewers know that when it comes to the trial in Florida, we did have nearly 3 months of trial and testimony happening in the case of Nicholas Cruz, who again is accused of killing 17 of his classmates during in high school during Valentine's Day. Now, jury today did begin their deliberations, and will be on standby as soon as we do have some of those once the verdict is coming through. So right now, our shot inside of the courtroom, just on the seal. I'll at least pop it up so you can see too. And so we'll keep a close eye on this. They have a lot of evidence to go through, though. As you just heard, it's been months and months that they've been hearing testimony from different witnesses, from those who had experienced this incident. And of course, as soon as we hear more developments in this case, we'll be bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But until that time, we've had quite a bit of news conferences already coming in here this morning. President Biden actually also out on the road. You can expect a press conference, some remarks being made with the president a little bit later here today. They're actually scheduled to take place at about 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, so 12:30 for those on the West Coast. He's going to Vail, Colorado, where he's going to be making remarks on protecting and conserving America's iconic outdoor spaces. Vice President Kamala Harris also out traveling today. She was speaking at the Communities in Action Summit. We'll be bringing you that press briefing here in just a bit. But let's go ahead and take you down to Florida, because while we've been speaking about their recovery from Hurricane Ian, that doesn't mean that their daily basis of trying to keep their communities safe has stopped or halted. So we did have some Florida officials who were speaking about a large fentanyl bust. Let's go ahead and play out to those remarks that were made just earlier here today for you on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us this morning for an important announcement. Truly a testament to the great work of our men and women in law enforcement, both state and federal. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce some of the folks that are with me today. Florida Department of Law Enforcement Commissioner Mark Glass, Hendry County Sheriff Steve Whidden, Florida Department of Corrections Chief of Investigations Darrell Cherry, Fort Myers FDLE Special Agent in Charge Eli Lawson, Tampa Bay FDLE Special Agent in Charge Mark Brutnell, FBI Tampa Assistant Special Agent in Charge Rodney Crawford, and Chief of Fort Myers Assistant Statewide Prosecution Tim Donnelly, and Homeland Security Assistant Special Agent in Charge John Dumas. Today's announcement truly is the remarkable result of hand-in-hand partnership between local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies. As many of you know, here in Florida, as in every other state across our nation, we have been faced with the frightening challenge of fentanyl. Fentanyl is a highly potent, deadly drug that is flooding into our country and resulting in the loss of life. Over 107,000 Americans died in our last yearly count, thousands here in Florida, the majority of those to fentanyl. And so that is why efforts by law enforcement to combat this overwhelming tide of deadly poison in our states is so needed. And that's why today's announcement is a source of pride for those that have been working so hard in Florida to save lives. It is important that you are here today to help us get this message out to Floridians so that they understand how deadly this drug is, and that it is not just being presented in the traditional ways we have seen illicit narcotics being pushed into our communities in the past. We are now seeing drug traffickers even target the most vulnerable and youngest among our communities, not only disguising these drugs to look like candy, but also taking fentanyl and putting it in the packaging of traditional candies that my children, and I'm sure many children in this state, so often enjoy. And that is terrifying. In just a minute, FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass will lay out the details of a massive, violent gang operation who were moving unfathomable amounts of fentanyl throughout Florida. My statewide prosecutors will be handling this case. We have charged 25 defendants, many of whom are linked to Mexican drug cartels. This isn't an anomaly. I wish today's announcement is a rare occurrence. But if you just look back a couple of months, you will see that throughout Florida, we have been announcing historic seizures of fentanyl. And not just fentanyl alone, but that deadly drug laced into other, more traditional illicit substances. Many who will die from fentanyl will never know that they have ingested this poison. Since June, authorities all over our state have seized nearly 35 pounds of fentanyl. And to put that in more dire terms, it is enough to kill 66 out of the 67 counties of population here in Florida in just a few months. 2 milligrams is all it takes to kill an individual. We recognize that law enforcement officers are dealing with a lot right now in Florida. In fact, we have all been praising their heroic actions in both preparation for the devastating hurricane that hit our shores and also in the recovery. We have also recently, as of yesterday, mourned an officer who gave his life bravely to protect Floridians and go after violent individuals. But the fentanyl crisis presents a new challenge. They know that if they don't get this off the street, it will. It's not if. It will kill Floridians. And not only are they working to take it off the streets, they themselves, when they have come in contact with it, have overdosed. We have seen routine incidents of mass fentanyl occurrences here in Florida where those rushing to help those that have overdosed, they themselves experienced the same symptoms. That is why I have pushed with other attorneys general around the nation in a bipartisan fashion to encourage this administration to secure our border. The Mexican drug cartels, many of which are involved in this specific case, do not value human life. Human life is an expense on their balance sheet, on their income statement. Human life has no meaning to them. They care about profit and they care about power. And the folks that helped work on this case today understand that. And so we have to continue to support the men and women of law enforcement who not are only bravely facing the challenges historically that they have signed up to face, now find themselves in a crisis that was not of their own doing, but has been pushed upon them because the surge of fentanyl into this country and into the state of Florida. The amounts that we are seeing and the number of Floridians they can kill is astonishing. Many presume that this drug is being stockpiled in our country now and could be used for mass casualty events. I commend the DEA for alarming the American public and telling them this is the most dangerous drug they have seen, that it's coming through the Mexican border. And I again call on the Biden administration, Secretary Mayorkas, to start enforcing public safety immigration laws and securing our border so that the folks behind me do not have to keep facing this deadly poison every day. Earlier this month, I met with Families Against Fentanyl, who is also a group that is pleading on behalf of families that have lost loved ones and children to fentanyl poisoning. I remind the public that this is a hand-in-hand operation between our local, state, and federal partners. We will continue to work collaboratively and proactively together to face this fentanyl crisis. Florida is a law and order state. We will not tolerate this in our state. That is why we are seeking the highest of penalties and charges, not only going after these individuals for their violent acts and their drug trafficking of fentanyl, but conspiracy to commit murder. I want to thank all of the partners that are standing with me today. I also, as a mother, again plead with parents, guardians, anyone who has interactions with young people. We are seeing more and more young people taking a pill, thinking it is something that cannot hurt them at the urging of friends or because they see it or purchase it online. And it ends up being laced with fentanyl. We know that a large majority of counterfeit pills are laced with fentanyl. This is the time to talk to your children. The potency of the drug, the sheer volume of the drug that is in our country is presenting challenges for parents like we have never seen before. I have had these discussions with my own children, and I plead with parents across Florida to do the same.
Attorney General Moody here speaking. Law enforcement officers there along her side as they're giving remarks on this massive bust of this dangerous operation happening in the state of Florida, but also it travels all across the U.S. Fentanyl, definitely a problem we are seeing from coast to coast. I'm sending some viewers out to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in here with other leaders across the state of Florida right here on Live Now from Fox.
I thank you for you challenging us and taking on this as a fight for American people and for the state of Florida. So thank you, General. The suspects you see here today are charged with more than 60 first-degree felonies of drug trafficking and violent crime. Everything from conspiracy to commit murder to directing the activities of a criminal gang to conspiracy to commit aggravated battery on prison inmates, racketeering, and trafficking controlled substances. The gang's kingpin is inmate Carlos Martinez, who is serving a 30-year prison sentence for attempted murder. From inside a correctional institution, he and his co-conspirator were able to move large shipments of narcotics and this atrocious drug throughout the United States into the state of Florida and to get it distributed. He provided orders and instruction to his gang members living in our communities and carrying out these orders where you live. And while much of the involved drug trafficking, many of these suspects use violence both inside and outside of prison to protect and enhance their drug trafficking operation. In some cases, Martinez would direct gang members to hurt other gang members who he felt disrespected him. There is no question that this was a very dangerous gang. Investigators uncovered dozens of firearms to be used by the Sewer 13 members and to be sold on the black market. In all, 45 guns were recovered. And to underscore this organization, more than $150,000 in cash was also seized. As part of this case, agents also seized 48 pounds. Hear me, you just heard the Attorney General tell you how much could kill you. 48 pounds of fentanyl and 15,000 fentanyl pills to be distributed in the state. They also seized more than 350 pounds of methamphetamines. And we do know how methamphetamines are infiltrated our counties and our cities and our communities and how it's reacting to family members and people that friends of yours. There's no doubt that the work of our FDLE agents in partnership with deputies in the Hendry County Sheriff's Office, HSI investigations, FBI, and Attorney General Moody's Office of Statewide Prosecution saved countless lives in Florida and most likely throughout the United States. I am proud of our work on this case, and I'm proud of our partnership. Without Hendry County Sheriff Whidden and his deputies, it would be extremely difficult to infiltrate this gang. But by combining our strengths, we were not only able to infiltrate it, but effectively shut it down. Sheriff Whidden, thank you and for your help, and would you like to say a few words?
Good evening, everyone. I can't say what an honor it is to stand up here before so many great men and women in law enforcement who worked on this case with us. This has been quite the case from the get-go, not only for reference to the amount of deadly narcotics that we've taken off the street, but due to the character of these bad actors that we've arrested. You know, I want to take some time just to thank some people, and I want to start out with my narcotics unit. I won't mention their names, but they did a very...
All right, guys, going to interrupt that press conference because our Philadelphia leaders have stepped up. Let's go ahead and get that very latest update on those 3 SWAT officers shot early this morning.
I visited the officers this morning at the hospital, and I'm thankful that they are all okay. I wish them a speedy recovery. Our officers put themselves in harm's way every day in service to protect our communities. Regarding this incident, PPD will conduct a full investigation, and we will share updates as they become available. As you'll notice, things look a little differently today. That's because we're in person in City Hall for today's update on the city's response to gun violence. We are committed to providing updates to the press and public around everything the city continues to do to confront this epidemic. Since our first bi-weekly virtual violence briefing in March of 2021, we've held at least 35 press conferences. That's 35 press conferences with members of the media. And I would like to acknowledge those who have made these briefings possible, especially during the pandemic. Over time, we've listened to feedback from both the press and public and are looking forward to holding more of these updates in the future in person. As a reminder, we are live streaming this briefing on the City of Philadelphia's Facebook page so that the public can see everything that we're doing to address this issue that remains at the forefront of our administration. As we continue to work day and night to reduce violence and make our communities safer, we have several updates today from PPD and from the Office of Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Before we get into those updates, I want to point out that while total homicides in Philadelphia are down slightly from this point in 2021, we recognize that we have so much more to do. It's just not enough. As I said before, I'll say it again, one life lost to senseless gun violence is one too many, and our city's families deserve to live safe from fear. I also want to acknowledge the frustration and anger that many feel, both to understand why these shootings continue, and as leaders of the city, how to find solutions that will put an end to this violence. But despite that frustration and anger, we will press forward and do everything in our power to fight this crisis. Our police department continues to respond to and investigate incidents that ensure people who are responsible for these senseless crimes are brought to justice, and we're on track, sadly to say, to take roughly 6,000 crime guns off our street. So let me reiterate that. We're projecting 6,000 guns, crime guns, being taken off the street, and that doesn't even account for it. It's a drop in the bucket compared to the number of guns that are actually out there, and it's a disgrace. But the flow of guns in this state is relentless, and it must stop if we are to make measurable progress on this issue. I've said many times before, but we also need the public's help to solve crimes and ensure that those responsible for these heinous acts of violence face the consequences of their actions. We encourage any resident with information about crimes to report it anonymously to 215-686-TIPS. Give us a lead so we can bring people to justice. The city has a standing $20,000 reward for information leading to an arrest or conviction of any homicide in the city of Philadelphia. As a reminder, we're also offering an additional $10,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest and conviction of someone who fires a weapon within 500 feet of a school, rec center, or library. Before I turn it over to Erica Atwood, Senior Director, Office of Policy and Strategic Initiatives for Criminal Justice and Public Safety, I want to take a moment to note that October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. It's important that we take time, especially this month, to shine a light on this topic and pledge our continued support for survivors and everyone affected by domestic violence. In recognition of this critical issue, the police department will include additional domestic violence statistics as part of their regular briefing. I want to stress that we all have a role to play in addressing domestic violence, from prevention and enforcement to sharing resources and working together to support survivors. I am grateful for the year-round work being done by the Office of Domestic Violence Strategies to raise awareness, educate the public, and work with city departments and local partners to support anyone affected by domestic violence. And on October 20th, which is next Thursday, I invite everyone to show their support for survivors by wearing purple, the color of the movement to end domestic violence, just as we paint Philly purple. You can also show your support this month by sharing Philadelphia's domestic violence hotline with your friends, family, and followers, 866-723-3014. That's 866-723-3014. If you or someone you know is experiencing domestic violence, you can call this hotline anytime, day or night, for crisis intervention, safety planning, resources, and referrals. All calls are free, confidential, and anonymous. One more time, that number is 866-723-3014. Now, for more updates from our Office of Criminal Justice and Public Safety, I'd like to turn it over to Erica Atwood. Erica?
Thank you, Mayor Kenny, and good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to those who will be watching the stream. I would like to provide some updates from our Criminal Justice and Public Safety Cluster in the Managing Director's Office of upcoming events and ongoing programs. Next slide. First, the Office of Criminal Justice announced its grantees for the MacArthur Foundation Safety. The Safety and Justice Challenge is designed to develop new and creative approaches to criminal justice reform nationwide, especially those who are disproportionately impacted by the criminal legal system. OCGA funded 15 organizations at $15,000 each for a total of $225,000 in funds. You can learn more about this grant and the funded organizations and the purpose of this work in our press release. Next slide. We'd also like to bring your attention to the Office of Reentry Partnerships is hosting an expungement and pardon clinic. Attendees can speak directly with a lawyer or supervised law student for free to learn about their options when it comes to their personal legal record. The clinic will be hosted on October 18th at 10:30 a.m. at the Office of Reentry Partnerships, which is located at 1425 Arch Street on the first floor. Next slide. And lastly, something we've been promising to discuss is our Community Crisis Intervention Program's evaluation. We have completed the first phase of the evaluation. From this portion of the evaluation, we received 5 recommendations, which we'll plan to share through our website this week. The recommendations include moving forward with an outcome evaluation. This phase 1 was a process evaluation. We will be using the outcome evaluation to update the program model for CCIP, as well as produce an analysis of clients' needs and costs of the program, along with the incorporation of structural and staff suggestions for the program. Phase 2 is currently in the final design stage, and we'll begin implementation soon. In addition to the Office of Violence Prevention already existing partnership with the Philadelphia Anti-Drug, Anti-Violence Network, also known as PAN, we are contracting 2 new providers to join our CCIP program. PAN stands as one of Philadelphia's leading nonprofits addressing the issues of substance abuse and violence among youth and families and community. With their leadership of their executive director, George Mosey, they have been a vital part of our efforts to address gun violence in Philadelphia. The Community Crisis Intervention Program's 2 new providers are the Institute for Development of African American Youth, IDE, and Eddie's House. Founded in 1991 by Archie Leacock and a colleague, IDE will focus on youth as a part of our CCIP. They have a long-standing relationship with communities that are the most vulnerable to gun violence and will play a vital role in West and South Philadelphia in reducing the impact of violence and gun violence on our children. Eddie's House, founded by 2 women, Shirley McGinley and Marion Campbell, their mission is to empower all those who struggle to be self-supporting. They will focus on supporting the 18th Police District. We are actually extremely excited that we are expanding the CCIP team. And with that, I would like to hand it over to DC Stanford for an update from the police department.
All right, thank you, Ms. Atwood. Before we get started on the actual presentation, where we will discuss crime and pinpoint grids, just want to take a moment just to update on the incident from this morning. As you all know, just after 6 a.m. this morning, SWAT officers were at the location of the 800 block of North 10th Street. They were there to serve a warrant for an individual that was wanted for a homicide, as well as he was a suspect in some additional gunpoint robberies. The homicide occurred on August 21st of 2022 on the 2600 block of West Burke Street. As those SWAT officers approached the residents there, they knocked and announced. They were immediately met by gunfire. As the officers breached the door, they continued to take gunfire. One of the officers is a 15-year vet. He was struck in the leg. Officer number 2, 29-year vet. He was struck in the leg as well. And the third officer is a 27-year vet. He was struck in the upper chest. Thankfully, he was wearing his ballistic vest, which is what deflected the projectile. The male then fled through the property, essentially exiting the rear of the property where he met other SWAT officers that were already positioned in the rear. At that point in time, he began to fire at those officers. They returned fire, striking the male multiple times. At that point, all 3 officers were transported to Jefferson Hospital. The male was transported to Temple Hospital, where he was pronounced at 7:32 a.m. The officers, 2 of the officers have been released from the hospital at this point in time. The 3rd officer is going to be kept for observation. We're just 5 days removed from the last officer-involved shooting that we had on the 3300 block of North 10th Street, where officers were ambushed simply for driving down the street. And now today we have another incident where, to be quite blunt about it, we are very lucky to still have those officers with us. This is not what officers sign up for. They sign up to become police officers, to provide service and to be there for folks when they need it, but not to take bullets. And that's something that we all, as citizens of this city, as employees of this city, everyone that is working towards gun violence, it has to be an all-hands-on-deck type of experience where everybody has to feel that this is enough. And we all have to move forward, work together, and find ways collectively to address that. I'm just grateful, and I'll speak on behalf of Commissioner Outlaw, who is in Major City Chiefs. We are very, very, very grateful for the work that was done by the staff at Jefferson Hospital this morning, and grateful that our officers are still with us. I'm switching gears now, moving into just reiterating what the mayor and Ms. Atwood have already spoken about regarding October being National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Just letting you know that there are some additional resources that the Philadelphia Police Department offer victims of domestic violence. Over the last several years, we have seen an increase in the number of domestic violence related homicides and assaults. Last year to date, there were 33 domestic violence related homicides, and this year there are 29. As of October 10th, there have been 10,146 domestic assaults, which is a decrease from last year, where we had 10,355 for the same period. The statistics are concerning because the statistics aren't just numbers, they're people. And these incidents have a long-lasting impact on individuals, their families, and the community around them. The physical, emotional, and financial implications of domestic violence are far too real, and they have a very drastic impact on the people that are involved. So we want our communities to know that we have additional resources through Philadelphia Police Department. Of course, the immediate help is 911 if someone is experiencing some incident, but there are additional resources that can be found on our website, which is www.phillypolice.com. Go to Programs and Services tab, click on the Victim and Assistance Programs link, and there you will find more information related to domestic violence and the resources available for victims, including the domestic violence hotline. The PPD is here to support victims of crime, not just through law enforcement, but also through the many resources that we offer to the community and through the organizations that we partner with. With that, I can now go into the actual homicide and shooting stats. Go to the next slide. All right. So year to date, we have 421 homicides, which is a 2% decrease to last year at this time, where we were at 430. 67 of those occurred inside of a location, which is down 3% from 69 this time last year. For shooting victims, we are up about 2% with 1,860 shooting victims year to date compared to 1,829 last year. 129 of those occurred inside of a property, which is up about 9% from this time last year where we had 118. The motive regarding homicides still leading is arguments, which is 150 for year to date, which is just up about 2% from this time last year where we had 147. The next category is drug-related homicides, 60 compared to 88 last year, which is down 32%, and domestic, 29 this year compared to 33 last year, which is down about 12%. Our clearance rate is still around 44%, just up slightly from this time last year.
Philadelphia leaders here are speaking about gun violence. This is a meeting that they have regularly over Zoom sessions. Today, it is in person in City Hall, especially after events unfolding this morning where 3 Philly officers, SWAT officers, were shot by a suspect that they were serving a warrant for, who was accused of murder. That suspect is dead. Police continuing on to give more remarks not only on that event, but also where they are seeing crime in their cities, what type of crime it is. LiveNOW sending some viewers out to a 2-minute break. You'll be back here listening into this when you return.
1,860, just over last year's numbers. And our fatal shooting victims is down 376 compared to last year of 383. Next slide. For the 28-day period comparison, for shooting victims, the 28-day period, we are down 20%, 174 victims compared to 218 for the previous 28-day period. As far as homicide victims, we are down 8%, 37 for this 28-day period compared to 40 for the previous 28-day period. Next slide. As it relates to Operation Pinpoint, in those pinpoint grids, we are down 7% in homicides, 164 compared to 176 for this time last year. Next slide. Shooting in those pinpoint grids are down 9% for 697 for this year compared to 763 last year. Next slide, please. VU for arrests For this year, we have 1,939 VUFA arrests, which is just slightly under last year's number of 2,083. Next slide. As far as crime guns recovered, the mayor alluded to this earlier. We currently have 4,840 crime guns recovered, but at this pace, we will be looking at somewhere over 6,300 for the year if we continue at this pace. Next slide. Privately made firearms that have been recovered, we are at 448 for the year. Next slide. And just pointing out the fact that there was one shooting that it has been subtracted from our numbers as a result of the investigation determining that the person was not shot. So just to make you aware of that. And that's all I have. I will pass it over to Deputy Commissioner Venora.
Good afternoon. I'm going to go over some homicide stats and just brief some cases that are involved. Just to let you know, we'll provide you with all photos and information about these arrests through Public Affairs if you're interested in any others that I don't cover. Since the last briefing, Homicide Division had 23 arrests and 9 arrest warrants were issued. And just to outline briefly some of those cases, there was an incident that occurred in the 1100 block of South 54th Street, September 29th, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In that case, a 14-year-old juvenile was shot and a 16-year-old juvenile was killed. We featured a video with a white Dodge Charger and an individual getting out with a yellow hooded sweatshirt. Through investigation and some help from the public, we were able to identify 2 individuals. Both were 16 years of age. Tahir Thompson, 16, was arrested on the 5th of October. And just this week, over the weekend, we were able to identify the individual in the yellow sweatshirt, and he was arrested for the shooting. His name is Asim Lee, 16. Both of them were charged with murder and related offenses. Second case I just wanted to talk about, it's also an arrest. It is a domestic case. Case occurred September 26th on the 1200 block of Fillmore Street. Police responded and found a Christopher Lork, 26-year-old, shot sitting on his porch. In that particular case, police that responded immediately were able to stop a Kimberly North Higgins, 29. Through investigation, a gun was recovered, and she was charged with murder and related offenses. The next case I want to outline and update you on is the case that occurred back on September 27th at Roxborough High School in the 4700 block of Peachin Street at around 4:41 in the afternoon. You all know 14-year-old Nicholas Elisante was shot and killed that day. 4 other teenagers were shot, and they all were stabilized and survived their injuries. Back on the 28th day after the incident, everyone does know that we recovered a Ford Explorer that we believed was used in the commission of the homicide in Southwest Philadelphia at 61st and Passyunk. Through evidence we recovered on a warrant in that car, that evidence led us to develop a warrant in early October, October 4th, for a Dayron Bernie Thorne, 16-year-old male. He's still a fugitive. We are still looking for the public's help to find that individual. That warrant charges him with murder, 4 counts of aggravated assault, and related offenses. Additionally, evidence that was also found in that truck led us to an individual by the name of Yassine Bivens, 21-year-old male. Now, what we found out about that male, just briefly, is that we found a receipt. That receipt left us to ammunition that was purchased by this individual. Because of his status as being a felon, we were able to use our federal partners and arrest him for being ineligible to purchase ammunition. He was taken into federal custody on 10/6, and he's been held since that point in time. Now, since that time, homicide detectives were able to further more evidence, and just yesterday, a warrant was approved for murder. So we believe he was a participant in the murder. He's one of the 6 that you see jump out of the truck. So he was charged with the same charges as Bernie Thorne, murder, 4 counts of aggravated assault, and related offenses in that case. I'm told by investigators just minutes before we walked in that we are very, very close to a third warrant for another individual. It may even be as soon as today, and we'll have more through public affairs if that happens today. Another case that I want to highlight is a case we're still looking for the public's help on. It's a domestic violence case. It occurred back in March 30th of 2021 when Upper Darby mom reported her daughter missing. She was pregnant. She had known that she was last with her boyfriend, a male by the name of Justin Smith, 23-year-old male. He got into his car, she got into his car, and that was the last time she's seen her daughter. Through investigation, it led police on Monday, April 5th, to discover the victim in this case, Deanna Bryce, 21-year-old, in Cobbs Creek Parkway. She was found deceased, and the medical examiner in Philadelphia ruled that case a homicide. Based on investigation, we later found out the location where it happened in East Division, and we developed a warrant for Justin Smith, 23-year-old. He is still a fugitive. So we need the public's help. Someone's got to know where the individual is, and you got to remember there's a $20,000 reward for each and every homicide. So we're urging somebody that if they know where he's at, to give us a call. Just going over some of the other stats, our shooting investigation group, which investigates non-fatal shootings, had 34 arrests since the last briefing. 8 of those were arrest warrants. One case, just briefly, where we made an arrest, September 23rd. Male was arrested for the shooting that occurred on August 9th inside McVeigh Playground. Individual in that case, Fahim Key, 20-year-old male, was playing basketball with the victim. They get in an argument over a foul, believe it or not, and he utilizes a gun and shoots the individual. He's been arrested and charged in that case.
Philadelphia police are going over a lot of different cases that they are working on, many investigations happening in the city surrounding gun violence, something that they are still having problems with. Even early this morning, they had another incident with Philadelphia SWAT officers who were serving a warrant of a suspect who they believed was responsible not only for a homicide but also for some multiple armed robberies. That incident did lead to an exchange of gunfire. Again, those 3 SWAT officers are all expected to be okay, some even released from the hospital already. That 19-year-old suspect, though, was transported to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. We'll continue to follow that story, see if they make more remarks on that incident from this morning, as well as keeping track of all the other top stories happening across the country. We're going to step away for a brief break, bring you more top stories in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A live look here at Air Force One that has just landed in Colorado. Now, again, President Biden traveling a bit here today as he's going to be giving some remarks in Vail, Colorado, speaking on protecting and conserving America's iconic outdoor spaces. That event is scheduled to take place at about 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 12:30 for the viewers with us on the West Coast. It was earlier here this morning when the president was getting ready to leave the White House that he did stop by the media for just a very, very brief moment, but he did make a few remarks. So I do want to at least play them out here for just a moment on Live Now from Fox.
Mr. President, what has your reaction been to the Herschel Walker controversy in Georgia, and do you think Democrats can hold that seat?
Negative and yes.
Mr. President,
politicians Blumenthal and Khanna right now, they're calling for a stopping of U.S. arms sales to Saudi Arabia. Do you support that legislation?
We're going to react to Saudi Arabia, and they're doing consultation when they come back, and we will take action.
What's your reaction to recent Russian attacks on civilian infrastructure in Ukraine?
Same as always, man. It's brutal. It's just beyond the pale.
Does the
President you said you would be open to meeting with Vladimir Putin to discuss Brittany Griner. Have you seen any movement on that front?
Not with Putin.
Does the rational
All right, so there you had it. Just a few very brief remarks. The president now in Colorado. Let's go ahead and see if we can't hear any of this conversation. I'm going to guess no, just with the usual sound of the airplane. So our Colorado governor, that's who's back of the head we're seeing standing here greeting Biden along with other officials there. Not able to listen into that conversation, but as I mentioned, he is set to give some remarks later this afternoon on iconic outdoor spaces, protecting and conserving those spaces as well. So we'll follow that here for you on Live Now from Fox, especially as we know the president always on the move. We're keeping track of him for you. All right. Thanks again to everyone who's been here with us. I'm going to jump away from that event because I do want to take us into some coverage with our Fox weather team. They are giving us a warning when it comes to a tornado warning in Waukesha, Wisconsin, and around that entire area. So let me go ahead and pop them in here for you on Live Now from Fox as we listen in to this alert.
The wind gust threat has still been huge.
So we just got a report from the National Weather Service, Elkhorn, a public report of a tornado just earlier this afternoon. So this is not a real-time report, but it was shortly after the noon hour. But that goes to what we were saying before about getting more reports of visuals and eyes on these tornadoes. So this one was in Walworth County at Elkhorn, but at 12:01.
Right, exactly. And I can't stress enough, if you are in an area where the line has already passed through, so maybe Elkhorn or parts of Waukesha County where there were reports of a tornado on the ground, don't go out and look at the damage. I mean, still stay in your safe spot. Be very, very careful. You don't really know what you're going to encounter as you step out the door, so still just be very safe. And if I were you, I would just stay put for a while longer. But once again, parts of Racine, Kenosha County, and still southern parts of Milwaukee County dealing with these strong winds.
And now our director just jumping in my ear to let us know that we have some shots of a jackknife tractor trailer on the highway. We talked a lot about this earlier, about how challenging it is to drive in these kind of conditions. So obviously, this is a great example of why it's important to take care and immediately leave the roadway in a severe situation like this and find substantial structures. This obviously is a very dangerous situation with this jackknife tractor trailer. That's at 45 and Silver Spring Drive. It's an additional hazard, obviously, in addition to the rain, obviously the heavy rain on the road, the strong wind. You can see the camera shaking around. And then you've got drivers coming up to this jackknife tractor trailer wondering how to get around. You can see the emergency lights flashing and everybody trying to adjust. If you are in the path of this storm, take a break. Get off the highway. If you've got a friend, a family member who's usually heading home or heading out to a late lunch or whatever the case may be, this is the chance for you to communicate to them that they need to get off. Don't text them. We don't want them looking down, but give them a call if they've got the hands free and let them know it's time to get off the road, get away from areas like this, and just give it another, Stephanie, maybe 45 minutes and we should be in the clear.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, so thank you again, as our weather teams are always trying to keep our viewers alert of those strong storms and potential threats to viewers all across the country. Let's go ahead and join in with our Fox 6 Milwaukee team as they are giving us a closer look as they're tracking this tornado.
Together as what we're seeing in Racine County, but just know there is still the possibility in and around the Pleasant Prairie area for rotation from this line.
And speaking of debris, just right off the printer here, we do have another report. West Dallas, trees down 68th and Harrison, and 65th and Cleveland Ave. That's kind of on the Milwaukee-West Dallas border, if you will. So some significant trees down there. And typically when you say trees down, it means uprooted. You know, when we talk about limbs down, if portions of the tree are taken down, we talked about that earlier, but these appear to be significant trees down. It's 68th and Harrison, and again 65th and Cleveland. That's in West Dallas, so an indicator of how these winds have been damaging. And again, Steph, it kind of backs up that debris tracker is telling this story fairly accurately, despite the leaves causing some grief.
Right, absolutely. We're really getting ground truth as to the strength of this line as it continued to move through these areas.
Look at this bullseye right here.
Exactly. So still perking up a little bit in parts of Kenosha County as well as Racine County. So we're not quite done just yet. Still take this seriously if you are in these areas.
Now, the good news is we are starting to see some folks get the all clear. Now, we haven't quite 100% given that in portions of southeastern Milwaukee County, but certainly Ozaukee County, you're now out of that. The vast majority of Milwaukee County has seen the worst of this pass. But as Stephanie pointed out, you've still got a huge portion of Racine and Kenosha County that is under this warning, and this line is still proving to be very intense. We were just looking at that return on the radar, and look at the speed. This is a very short, was it a 1 hour loop, Stephanie?
Yes.
Yeah, so a 1 hour loop, and how quickly that moved across the map. It goes from southwestern portions of Waukesha County into central portions of Kenosha County in an hour. That line is just racing across the map and generating strong wind, large hail, and obviously creating quite a bit of damage. You may have heard the printer go off in the background with yet another report, and this one just happens to be numerous trees and branches down, and this one is northeast of Cudahy. So obviously right there by the lakeshore.
Look at that wind gust. Do you see the wind gust with that report? 73 miles per hour.
Yes, I see that now. 73 mile per hour wind gust, pretty significant. I think we have a camera to take as well for this, so we may go ahead and take that. It'll give us an idea. I think you said we have the airport camera, but I'm not sure. That would be a good one. Any of the cameras that we have live, there's a good one right there. Now that's actually gotten better, Stephanie.
It has gotten better. In fact, I think the strongest part of the line is now out of Milwaukee County. You're still dealing with rain. And let's switch over to our Estabrook cam as well. Let's see what it looks like from that view, which I would assume is probably looking south, I would say.
Look at those low clouds, the dark clouds there.
Very low cloud cover. This is still racing off towards the east. And I mean, really, most of the reports, Rob, that we're seeing right now are damage reports as this line moved through. So
clearly, 3-inch tree limbs taken down, power poles broken.
Darien, and so that's a little farther south in Walworth County. So all across the area as this line moved through, this produced some damage.
Going back to our timeline here, and Stephanie, I'm going to try to bring up one of our smart WeatherNet cameras that's in the Kenosha area down at Carthage College. But you know, as you can see, we'll keep tracking that line. I'm somewhat concerned by that radar return that's just approaching 41 right now.
Right. In fact, you know what? Let's look at velocity scans real quick. Clearly, the wind is still very strong with this. And then we will go back to those debris signatures. Well, the good news is that you're not seeing a ton in Racine, maybe close to Racine itself, but definitely weaker. And, you know, there are still some signs in Kenosha County as, once again, kind of that stronger part of the line continues to move through.
It's interesting that we are seeing quite a bit of that as you get toward the state line there, starting to get into Lake County. Look at that.
Yeah.
A lot of debris tracking going on there.
I mean, it really is a very helpful tool that we don't actually often use too much here in southeast Wisconsin.
No, that's very true, but it is something that has been helping us quite a bit today, but it has been fascinating to watch how the leaves in this season.
Our Fox weather team here giving us some different looks at these storms that are passing through the southeast region of Wisconsin. LiveNOW sending some viewers out to our final 2-minute break of this hour as we continue listening into these warnings for those in the state of Wisconsin.
Graphic 7 here, it creates quite the time lapse at the moment that we're rolling. rolling through. We'll be able to bring that up for you shortly. And of course, we do have numerous cameras there. That's actually not looking too bad right now. I'm disheartened to see someone out walking the dog. That is not a good time to be doing that outside of the Civil War Museum as this line of storms rolls in. Sheboygan obviously looking a little bit better there. And there's Carthage College. Doesn't look too bad by that picture. Now, these aren't live cameras, so you can't see the trees moving, but you can almost see in the bend there of the tree that it was a challenging situation. So we'll keep an eye on that and run some of those time lapses a few times to see if we can catch anything.
Right, and let's go over those warnings again. So we do still have a tornado warning ongoing for parts of Racine, really far eastern Racine County, down into parts of Kenosha County as the main part of this line. This is the southernmost part of this line. We are almost out of it. Moves through Racine as well as Kenosha County, but there is still a tornado threat going forward as this continues to push on through. Rob, if you could remind me when those warnings expire.
Right.
My guess is shortly after 1 o'clock.
Right, yeah, we're just coming up to that now, so it's about 4 minutes to 1, so we're getting close to the expiry of that. Now, the last I got was that they will be expiring on time, so that's good.
Great. So, I mean, really, we just have a short time longer, but make sure you are hunkering down if you are in Racine and Kenosha County. Stay in your safe spot.
National Weather Service, in fact, Steph, didn't mean to interrupt you here, but saying that the terminal Doppler that's one at the airport is actually really picking up on these 2 rotations in Kenosha County right now. One by Summers, the other one on the west side of Kenosha. So let me see if I can zoom in on that.
So, I mean, certainly in this area. In fact, they probably just issued...
Yep.
Okay.
Now we have a tornado
just a new
warning.
warning box for eastern Kenosha County, likely with this area up in here.
There's Summers right there.
So we definitely have some rotation in that area, and that will continue to track eastward too. So that's really northern Kenosha County or northeastern Kenosha County as that moves in.
Uh-huh.
All right, let me clear that beeping in the background there. And just a report from Milwaukee County of some damage now too, ripping up some shingles off of home in Milwaukee County, and 1-inch tree limbs taken down there as well.
Okay, so this is still a very powerful line of storms. In addition to that tornado potential, there is still the potential for wind gusts as high as 60 miles per hour, which we just saw near Cudahy earlier as this line moved through. There was a reported wind gust of 73 miles per hour. That will still do some damage. And then in addition, there is still a hail threat too. We could see some larger hail up to about 3/4 of an inch. Now this will continue to track east-southeast here, this entire line from southern Racine County on into Kenosha County. Strongest part, again, where you're seeing some of these darker reds near Summers and north central parts of, really northeastern parts of Kenosha County. And there is still that area in southern Racine County, just east of Sturtevant, that's likely still at least producing some strong wind. But if you are in eastern Kenosha County, especially near or east of Summers, make sure you are in your safe spot. The lowest part of your home, basement is ideal, away from any windows. If you don't have a basement, the innermost part of your main level. And I know some think immediately bathroom. Sometimes bathrooms still have windows. So if there's a closet, if there's a stairwell, that would actually be a little bit better than your bathroom. But stay hunkered down as this line that could produce tornadoes, that has produced tornadoes, that have touched down for at least a short amount of time, continues to move on through.
And Steph, we were talking earlier, the National Weather Service, about what they call the terminal radar. So I've added that now to our sweeping radar. And that's that little dome that you see just underneath the radar label there. And that is really picking up on this line in real time and showing some really challenging situations.
Right, really, and still showing it pretty strong, again, in southern Racine County, but especially in northeastern parts of Kenosha County down into south central parts of that county. So Kenosha itself, you know, soon this is going to be moving in. We do still have those 2 tornado warnings in effect for just a short time longer. Pretty soon this line's going to be out over the lake, but until then, once again, stay in that safe spot.
Right, and this is something, of course, that we have reviewed before, but you want to find that interior room away from those windows because, as we talked about, there is anything blowing. That debris signature that we're talking about is, what we're looking at glass, whether it's, maybe it's leaves. If we're lucky, it's leaves,
Right.
but maybe it's 1-inch tree limbs. Now, look, Steph, they just updated it here to make this a severe thunderstorm warning and then kind of shrunk down the tornado warning.
Right, so we do still have that one tornado warning that was issued just a short time
Right,
ago for
through
eastern
1:15.
Kenosha until 1:15, so it's 1 o'clock right now. But still, even though the tornado warning was lifted for Racine and other parts of Kenosha County, you are still under that severe thunderstorm warning for those wind gust threats as well as the hail threat and heavy rain as well.
All right, so we're going to switch back over to that terminal radar stuff. And again, this is starting to look a little bit better. You can see that the folks up at the National Weather Service are, starting to breathe again, which is a good indicator that we're getting toward the end of this. But I definitely want to caution anybody in that southeastern corner of Kenosha County and the far southeastern corner of Racine County, even though you're not technically under the warning. This area is still under that warning. And this is a line that is still producing some very strong wind. Now, out ahead of it by just a little bit, it's not all that bad. We saw that live camera right down to the Civil War Museum. It didn't look like a bad day, and unfortunately the gentleman walking his dog there thought it was just fine. It's not. Don't go out right now. Wait till this line passes. I think we've got maybe another 15 minutes left for this line to clear our area. It'll be out over the lake, and then we can kind of go back and do the forensics, if you will, on what happened with this line of storms as it came through our region, and definitely kept us very busy for the last, what have we been on the air since about 11:30? So yeah, it's been a good long stretch. I want to give a huge shout out to the incredible work that meteorologist Stephanie Barrichello has been doing, and of course all of our behind the scenes folks here, even having to take shelter within the building at one point. Now, Stephanie,
And do want to say thank you to their team, too, from us here at Live Now from Fox. They're going to continue their coverage as they're keeping track of that storm. Again, there's already been reports of at least one touchdown. That storm system still making its way across that southeastern part of Wisconsin. We'll keep an eye on things, too, see if there's other alerts that we'll have to be on as that storm continues to push its way eastward. But I do want to let our viewers know that we do have a couple different live events still happening here across the country. Earlier, we were listening in with Florida Attorney General Moody. She was speaking alongside with FBI and other officials out of Tampa as they were speaking about a big fentanyl bust. Now, that is something that's happening also in California. So we'll be bringing this to you here a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. But right now, we still have Philadelphia leaders who are speaking. This is a press briefing talking about their gun violence response plans that they're putting in place to try to combat the violence they are seeing in their city. But they're also speaking to 3 Philadelphia SWAT officers who were shot while serving a murder warrant early this morning. So what I want to do is take you back just a few minutes ago to when they started taking reporter questions and answers. We're going to be listening in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Really spared no words when describing kind of an accountability crisis. Mayor Kenney, I wondered if you agreed with her?
Which particular comments you're talking
Of
about?
people being arrested over and over and not being held accountable.
Well, everyone should be held accountable for what it is they do. But since your earlier line of questioning, I think the people who sold the ammunition to that felon ought to be held accountable too, which gives you another good example of why this state is as wide open as it is. When a convicted felon can walk into a quote-unquote reputable gun shop and buy ammunition to go kill somebody. There's something wrong with that setup. And if you really claim to back the blue, like I hear a lot of people, making that statement and waving that flag, you should be in favor of gun control, because we have 3 people who went to the hospital this morning and could have been killed as a result of someone not backing the blue.
I mean, her statement did seem to really point to kind of the district attorney's office when it comes to accountability. I wondered if you thought...
You can read every record, find out what was adjudicated, what was not adjudicated, and make your own decision. If you're looking to create a conflict between myself and the district attorney, that's in no one's best interest.
Thanks, next question.
Hey, Commissioner Van Orr, can you say if Bivens, why he was a felon and why he wasn't able to purchase that ammunition? Is he known to police?
Yeah, he was a felon. He can't be in possession of that material. He's 21 years old, and he's eligible by age to purchase it, but because of his record, he's not.
You're not. Can you comment on that record, though?
I don't have it here. I could provide it through public affairs, but I'm sure you could pull it up.
Okay. And to follow up on Ellie's questions, Deputy Commissioner Sanford, today you did talk about accountability as well. Were you referring to the district attorney when you brought that up?
So I'm referring to everybody, and I say that because, you know, it always comes down to what are police doing, and it's everybody. And so there's an entire criminal justice system that folks go through, but there's also the accountability that's outside of the system, right? And meaning what's happening. For this young man to be 19 and to engage in the behavior that he's behaved in terms of committing a murder, and then and several other armed robberies, and then shooting at police. There are some long-stemming issues that go well beyond the police department, the DA, the criminal justice system. That's accountability that starts at home. And if there are services that are needed, there are services that are available. So that accountability goes across the board to everybody. That's not pointing the finger at one individual or one entity. That's everybody. And to be quite blunt about it, the citizens of this city also need to become angry, if they're not already, right? And many of them are. And so, but angry enough to get to the point where they're fed up with the nonsense. And all of us need to work together to find solutions, because, you know, I appreciate the mayor saying back the blue, but how about just back humanity, right? We're losing lives every single day. Children, you know, multiple people being shot. That's nonsense. Nobody should live that way. And again, you know, this morning, those officers are doing what they are hired to do in the sense of trying to protect and serve. They're trying to protect by getting a man in custody so he doesn't kill someone else, right? That doesn't mean that they deserve to take gunfire and deserve to be shot. That's not what any police officer signs up for. And so accountability goes to everybody, everybody that can hear my voice. Somebody should be asking themselves, what can I do better to serve this city? What can I do better individually to stop this nonsense? And that's what we all need to do.
We're hearing that this 19-year-old, his previous charges were nonviolent and didn't involve a gun. I don't know if there's truth to that, but in a situation where his previous charges were not serious enough for him to maybe be in jail today, what do you do about that?
Can I take that?
Sure.
I think that as we think about how we support young people who have been in contact with the criminal justice system, it's really important to think about what are the interventions that we can make on behalf of their lives so they don't go further deepen down a path of criminogenic behavior. And so when we think about a young person who has had a nonviolent crime, how are we connecting them to supports and services that are held in Commissioner Ali's department through Department of Human Services and in some of the interventive programs there? How are we connecting these young folks to opportunities? How are we helping them unpack their records so they can get a job, so they're not discriminated against? And so those are the things that we need highlighted. Those are the things that we need media support to push out for us. I want to say that when we have these conferences, when we talk about the issues that are of violence that are happening in these, you all have a tendency just to levitate around the incidents. But how do we actually focus on supporting utilization of solutions and supports for those who are perpetrators and as well as victims? And so I think in this particular instance, this is a really good example of how we need to start not only addressing what is happening in the incident and the aftermath of an incident, but how are we truly talking about supporting communities?
And he should not be able to have gotten a gun.
All right, Philadelphia leaders here are still speaking on the incident that happened this morning. We're going to pick things back up from this spot, but I did want to show our viewers that we are also keeping a close eye on Governor Ron DeSantis. He is set to hold a roundtable in Cape Coral, Florida here, so we'll be recording this, playing it out a bit later. Obviously, our news out of the Philadelphia area taking priority here today, especially with 3 SWAT officers who were serving that warrant were shot. Again, we're going to pick that press conference back up from the point where we were leaving off. The mayor just about to make some more remarks on this, especially as they're looking ahead to try to curb incidents like this from happening. So we'll be right back after this break.
because all of these circumstances have one thing in common: illegal guns should not be in their hands. These young kids are getting killed left and right. Would have been fistfights at a playground over a foul, over a hard foul in a basketball game. That's the insanity of this state.
Just to bring clarity to what you said, so the information that was provided this morning, and you may not be able to pull it if it is a juvenile record, but the information that was provided to us this morning is that he was involved in 2 gunpoint robberies prior to this incident. But again, just make this very clear, we're not just talking about today. I mean, if you look at what has been happening, you know, again, it's an accountability issue across the board for every one of these incidents, not just today.
But he wasn't arrested for those previous robberies. He was wanted for them.
No. So he has a juvenile record, which obviously we can't get but so much into. I was referencing those this morning. He was also a suspect in multiple gunpoint robberies within Central Division.
Thank you.
Yep.
So in terms of talking about supporting families, Dayron Bernie Thorne is still out there, correct?
Yes, he is. He's still a fugitive.
Previous contacts with the law?
He's still a fugitive. Any contact he had was juvenile. He's still a juvenile.
Okay. But, so then was there any kind of support offered to his family then that we know about? And what is being done with his family now to encourage him to turn himself in? Because at 16, if he's involved in these crimes that are very, very serious, and we've seen what happens when things escalate, including teenagers with guns.
And because he's a juvenile, I'm not at liberty to discuss kind of what the DHS involvement with him has been, and if there's something we can share, we will follow up with that. But for the other parts of that, in terms of the justice involvement, I'll leave that to police.
But then you see why we can't highlight some of the things if we can't find out about them.
Well, it's against the law.
Well, no.
He's a juvenile, but we just called out for glossing over.
Let's open that up a bit. So there's a individualized case that we're talking about in terms of this particular individual who is a fugitive. There are also supports and services that exist for families that need to be promoted. So if there is a child that is in trouble, that is in that same, they know that they have an opportunity to take advantage of them. And so that is what I am saying. I am not talking about this specific case. I am talking about the issue writ large.
Thank you. We have to move on. We have to get time to other.
Right, I know. Everybody else had far more questions than I had, so.
You were on your third question.
And it was my second.
We're moving on to.
When it comes to Dayron Bernie Thorne, have there been any contacts with his family, and do you have any other suspects that, from these warrants, that are in custody at this point, or are these people that you were out there still searching for in the Roxborough shooting?
I'm going to say this. We asked for Bernie Thorne to turn himself in through his family. I know they're working with his family. I know that Commissioner Outlaw stressed that people should turn themselves in, and I know Captain Smith said at the last press conference, we know who you are. So that's pretty obvious. Do I know if anybody else is in custody? I don't believe so. So what I'm telling you is we're getting close on a third and probably even closer on a fourth, so we're coming for you. So if you turn yourself in, things won't end the way they ended this morning, and that's what we're trying to avoid.
Thank you.
Cris Belmora, Telemundo 62. Voy a hacer la pregunta en español. Muy bien, lo primero, ¿podrían ofrecer la actualización sobre el arresto en el caso de la preparatoria?
And as we go into a Spanish question here, I do want to just let our viewers know who are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox a little bit about the incident that unfolded this morning. A suspect had opened fire on SWAT officers while they were serving a warrant. Now, this was in connection to a 19-year-old who was wanted for a recent homicide and multiple armed robberies. So while they were serving this warrant early Wednesday morning, that's when the suspect had opened fire on officers through the front of the house. And then as that suspect tried to flee using the back door, he encountered more officers where a shootout ensued at the rear part of the property. Officers then fatally struck the suspect who was transported to the hospital and confirmed and pronounced dead. 3 SWAT officers injured during this incident. All are said to be in stable condition as the injuries were one was shot in the leg, another one in the hip, and a third was shot in the chest after a bullet ricocheted off their protective vest. So thankful that we had that vest there in place. That 19-year-old, again, had been wanted for a homicide that occurred back in August. It says he was responsible for at least then 2 other armed robberies over the past 2 years. Let's continue listening in with Philadelphia officials here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to say thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on this very latest update coming to you again from Philadelphia City Hall. Let's go ahead and listen back in as they're just wrapping up some of those remarks, reiterating them in Spanish.
El incidente de esta mañana. Quisiera saber por qué la decisión de enviar los oficiales de SWAT a arrestar a este joven de 19 años. ¿Cuáles son los crímenes relacionados con este individuo que fue considerado como un alto riesgo para la comunidad, como lo dijeron en la conferencia de prensa temprano?
My second question has to deal with this morning's incident. What were SWAT team officers sent to arrest a 19-year-old? What crimes had he committed? What was he associated with that this called for him to be arrested by a SWAT team?
Why SWAT? Yeah, so that individual was developed as a suspect and a warrant was obtained for him for a murder that occurred in August of this year, where an individual was found in the 2600 block of West Berks, shot and killed inside a vehicle. The investigation developed Lee as a suspect, and Homicide had a warrant. The address we were at today was not one of his addresses we had. So a further investigation into some robberies developed that address could possibly have been connected to him. Homicide used that probable cause along with their arrest warrant and went to that location today where they confronted the male, and that's where the confrontation took place.
La respuesta es que este individuo era un sospechoso.
All right, so they're just giving those remarks back to the reporter in Spanish, but we'll continue to follow these developments on the very latest when it comes to that incident that had happened. Again, 3 Philadelphia SWAT officers who were serving that warrant were met by gunfire, unfortunately, but they were able to put a stop to that. The suspect was shot and killed in this situation, and thankfully our 3 SWAT officers expected to be okay. Live Now, we're going to step away for another break. Why don't we do that while we're still waiting for some other events to take place? We do have the State Department briefing's going to happen with spokesperson Ned Price. Plus, we do have our trial still happening out in Waukesha for the Christmas parade suspect who again had ran their vehicle across barricades in through a parade route back in November of 2021. That suspect is Daryl Brooks. He's also representing himself in this case. So that has been going on in Kenosha, Wisconsin. We've been in and out of that trial ever since it began just last week. So now we're in the second week as witnesses continue to share their testimony on the events that unfolded that day. But when we come back, we'll be going down to Florida, where we do have Governor Ron DeSantis. He is holding a roundtable, speaking with some of those local leaders as they continue to try to recover from Hurricane Ian. This time he's going to be coming to us from Cape Coral, Florida. So we'll be bringing this event to you from the top as soon as we come back from this 2-minute break.
we're doing that. Massive numbers of people working there, as well as Pine Island, and we understand how important that is. We also, though, understand, and from the time this was just a disturbance by, I think it was probably like at the coast of Colombia or somewhere in South America, we started our mobilization with the state of emergency, which of course people think about, okay, the search and rescue, the power restoration, the food and water, and that's obviously very important, and we worked hard on that. But Dane Eagle, from the time we did that, was working on mobilizing whatever support we would need from an economic, and we hoped that we wouldn't need a lot. I mean, we hoped it was going to be more in the Gulf, but you know, it is what it is. I mean, these are things that are happening, so you're prepared for that. And so we'll talk about some of the things that we've rolled out, but then listen to some of the challenges and the concerns that people have here. I think that there are a lot of challenges that we're going to have to deal with, but I also think you're seeing people bounce back quicker here than anyone thought was possible. So we just got to keep that momentum going. That's going to let us deal with these challenges more effectively. And sometimes these things are just like hopelessness sets in, and then there's kind of people are mired in some rut. And I'm not seeing that here. There's a lot of things that we've got to do, and we didn't ask for this, but we've got so many people coming together to want to really get this area back on its feet. So of course I have Dane Eagle, his hometown. We're here, CEO, or he's the Secretary of the Department of Economic Opportunity. We have the Deputy Secretary of Commerce, Laura DeBella is here. The DBPR Secretary, Melanie Griffin, is here, and then our Commissioner of Education, Manny Diaz, and then many other folks who Dane will go around and introduce as you guys are able to talk about some of the things that you see. Clearly, it's been a very disruptive time for everybody, but particularly when you look at businesses, pretty much had to close leading into the storm, without power some days, and some, unfortunately, the power restoration did better after this storm than we've ever done, but still, I mean, it's a big interruption. Other types of services in Lee County were interrupted, and then of course people are displaced from their homes. I mean, that's a major thing. You have employees that come in as a business, they may all of a sudden have their house in 4 feet of water. That's not something that is just, an easy thing to deal with. So there's a whole bunch of disruptions, and so we understood that there would be need for financing, for businesses to be able to either stay or reopen. There's also damage, of course, to physical structures, and there's different safety concerns that happen. And I would say the barrier islands and the more waterfront infrastructure, of course, got hit very hard. As you get more inland, it was, away from the coast. I mean, obviously, we had a lot of flooding that occurred. I've been saying this, but I think it is true. Some of the newer construction, I think, did much better than people probably thought. And it's interesting, because I've been saying the older construction didn't necessarily fare. Like if you look at like Fort Myers Beach, some of those places got totally wiped out. Sanibel got totally wiped out. But I actually was talking to folks, and they did make a good point. Sometimes the stuff built in like the 40s and 50s did better than the stuff built in the 70s and 80s. There was definitely a period where some of the structures that were going up, not just in Florida, across the country, maybe not built for the long haul, but the older sometimes those are, but then as you get, there's definitely a period where it's good. But nevertheless, I mean, I do think that some of the updated building and that I do think that performed better than people thought it would. So that was at least a little bit of a ray of sunshine. And then we mentioned, of course, the workers. And so I asked Dane to convene this meeting because we understand that we have certain programs. There's FEMA, there's different things, but there's probably going to be a lot more need, and not all of it can be done, or even most of it can be done by government per se. But I think you've seen we have the Florida Disaster Fund.org that people have donated to. I think it's like $43 million now of support. There's already been awards made to some of these great groups that are helping folks every day. We're going to have some good announcements this week about how we're helping some other folks right here in this community get back on their feet. So there's a lot of different things that can be done. And then from a government regulatory perspective, you know, if there's things we can ease up on or do things, we obviously want to be helpful in that regard, and we'll absolutely be looking to do that. So far, we have done things pretty much immediately. The business damage assessment survey immediately after landfall was done to gather the information about how the storm impacted local businesses. So we've had 2,100 businesses respond to DEO's business damage assessment survey. We also activated the emergency bridge loan program. So these are zero interest short-term loans. I mean, with inflation like it is now, you ain't getting a zero interest loan anywhere else. I mean, this is a big, big deal to help businesses stay open or reopen until revenue starts to flow in again. And again, look, I'm optimistic we're going to see a quicker bounce back than most storms of this magnitude see, but we know that there's going to be a period of transition. And these loans are important. You can meet payroll, keep your employees there, immediate repairs, whatever you need to get that business going. And we've awarded over 106 awards to businesses already that have been impacted by the storm. So that's millions and millions of dollars. And I know Dane will talk about there's more in the pipeline for folks that have been impacted. We've also opened disaster recovery centers in conjunction with FEMA. Our footprint there is really significant from the state's perspective. We've got DEO, we've got DBPR, Enterprise Florida, Small Business Development Council, Career Source Florida, Small Business Administration, along with FEMA, which is really significant. We're also awaiting federal approval of a $30 million request for the Dislocated Worker Grant Program. This will provide disaster relief employment in the form of temporary jobs to Floridians who were impacted by Hurricane Ian, but we're just waiting on that approval. But I do want to thank everybody here in the business community writ large, because what you saw, I mean, you saw a lot of the businesses spring into action to help with the relief in terms of what people needed. See these restaurants serving massive amounts of food to people, and not just some of the big chains. You have some of these family restaurants, you know, that are doing that. So that's made a big difference, and we really, really appreciate that. So we are here to listen, here to have suggestions, what can be done better on the economic front, and I will kick it over to Dane to be able to begin that conversation.
Well, Governor, thank you. I think I speak for all of us as a Southwest Floridian for your work and the First Lady's work and effort and focus on this area. It has been a breath of fresh air. It's a resilient community, and we're going to rebuild, and I know everybody at this table is going to help in doing so, but with your leadership, I know it'll be done quicker and faster than ever. So let's hear from them, but thank you, Governor, for convening this. I want to start with Steve Rye, Mercola, who has graciously hosted us. Steve's the CEO here, and he also welcomed twins last week, so he's had more than one storm blow through his household. But Steve, what do you see in kind of as a general idea as a large employer here in Southwest Florida? How are you feeling?
Yeah, thanks again for being here. You know, certainly this has been a lot to digest, and it's kind of a day-by-day thing where you see more and more as far as like what the impacts truly are. You know, we had already been impacted by COVID a lot as far as logistics go, material supply. There's a lot of complications that were already kind of sitting there. From what I'm hearing so far, you know, there's been a lot of displacement. We already had a housing crisis here. So you try and plan in the future of like, what's this going to mean, where you've got the displaced people looking for homes, you've got all the people that are trying to move into Florida, thanks to all the success Florida's had, trying to find homes, and then on top of it, we got all the construction people that are also coming in looking for temporary place as well. So we kind of turned a housing crisis into a little bit of a housing chaos, I think. So that's one of the areas of concern that I have, and I think generally with all materials and logistics that have been complicated throughout, this obviously puts a little bit more pressure on that as well. So to me, that's probably one of the things that will be really challenged here, is trying to keep people's homes fixed, trying to find them homes, the affordability of homes, all that kind of collectively is likely one of my top concerns.
And then we've got Marty Harity here and his partner, Mark Marinello. And, of course, they own restaurants along Sanibel, Captiva, and Fort Myers Beach, some of the hardest hit areas. And, of course, you're a large employer as well. What are you seeing, Marty?
Well, thank you, Governor, for getting that causeway. I mean, that's our umbilical cord. And I mean, it's miraculous what you've done. Absolutely miraculous. I mean, we went, in a matter of hours from 5 restaurants to 1, but it is what it is, as you said. And I think the biggest thing is momentum, and what can we do to help our people and get back in business again? And I think, we're doing everything we can to keep the momentum going forward, to stay positive. We're coming back. It's just, one of the things we look at is how the supply chain of equipment and stuff that we're going to need, because it's all ruined. And it's just, we're in the process of opening another store up in St. Pete right now, and we know how difficult it is getting stuff. Now we've got 4 more restaurants, so we've got to come up with equipment and so forth. And my people, the people that we have, it's hard to tell them what's going on and where their future lies and that kind of stuff. We were talking about making things simple. I said a lot of times when you get on the computer and you try to do unemployment or different forms, and everybody's computer literate, you think, until you get talking to them. And, you address a crowd up here, and they understand down here, and that's where I am. So the simpler we can make things and cut the red tape and so forth, which you're notorious for doing that. I mean, you've seen that. Just keep it going, and because we're coming back, and it's just going to take time, and it's a concern for the people and the rebuild and the community. I mean, it's we're an economy that depends on tourism, and we got to get the people back here and get them working again. But thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Marty. And Jay Johnson, the owner of Bubba's, his father is also Bernard Johnson, who owned, I should say, Bert's Bar, unfortunately, a staple here in the Matlacha community, along with we've got Tommy Kolar, who has a business on Matlacha as well as Fort Myers Beach, Leoma Lovegrove. Leoma is, she is the Lily Pulitzer to West Palm Beach, as she is to Matlacha. So we all know Leoma and her art, and then Captain Kathy and Matlacha as well. But Jay, what are you seeing from your point of view as a restaurateur and the Matlacha community?
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for getting the road open. The final road was the first one to reopen. I think you told us on Friday you have it in the weekend. It was done on Wednesday. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Our only hope is that road stays 2-lane, doesn't go 4-lane, and we lose our parking. We lose our parking, we lose our business. As already mentioned, the tourist industry for us is extremely important, and the part that we want to make sure is taking care of is the Florida, make sure that we continue funding that to get the tourists back here. And ask me if there was one thing that we would want, what would it be? That's a good season. And I think the only way we get a good season is to be out there saying that when we're ready, that people are here. And it's important that people know that not the whole state is in here, that it's our area, and we really help rebuild it, and now we appreciate it.
And we have Greg Spencer. There you are, Greg, sorry. Greg is the owner of Timbers Resorts, which recently purchased South Seas, and I know you guys are looking at making a very big investment into the northern tip of Captiva. You own what, the northern 4 miles of Captiva Island, basically, and of course that's right near where the eye of the storm went, and a large employer in the area. So Greg, tell us what you're experiencing.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Thank you, Governor, for the opportunity, and just to echo, getting that road open, gave everybody doing cleanup just a huge boost in the arms, so thank you for that. We do represent a third of the island of Captiva, and ironically, our 1-year anniversary was the day we started. So we had a different announcement planning to go out, but when life ends, you lose, make lemonade. So that's what we're prepared to do. We ironically finished a resiliency plan for island of Captiva 3 weeks before we started that. And your administration has been very supportive of those efforts. And it wasn't to benefit our property, it's to benefit the entire island. So we have already identified projects that we're going to make sure that we're working with no Valsine and the people try to push through. So I just want to thank you for the support. As far as rebuilding, I've talked to my financial partners. We estimate it's going to be anywhere from $800 million to $1 billion to not only rebuild the property, but to build it back to what current resort standards are. fast we can do it and how much we end up deploying. Number one is construction debt. Construction debt market is tightened anyway, and lenders have almost zero appetite of investing, funding projects in the hurricane zone. So we discussed that with Secretary Eagle. I think that's something that is going to be key not just for us, but for everybody in the room. I actually had a conversation today with the head of Truist, Florida, and I'm asking them, what would entice you to provide construction debt? So I think that's key. Second is permitting. We can't take 10, 12 months to get permits approved. I mean, it will grind us from a 3 or 4 year recovery to an 8 to 10 year recovery. So any assistance, both state and local, on that would be extremely helpful. Within Lee County, I think a lot of people are going to realize that the height restrictions were written almost 20 years ago. And they don't account for the FEMA flood map and having built ocean front 16 feet to 18 feet. So we think a lot of people will be surprised that they have a 2 or 3 story house and they might not be able to build it back because of the flood map. So that's something that we didn't talk to the county before the storm, and we're going to work with the county on. And then finally, just trying to figure out some type of property tax abatement, anything we can do in the short term. That's not profit, so that helps us put more people back. We're very proud to say that we're using 100% of our employees to do cleanup. We aren't using third-party companies coming from out of town, so I apologize to anybody coming from out of town, but we're going to try to put our people back. But those 4 things I think will be extremely pivotal to whether we're able to get the entire $1 billion deployed or whether we run out of our fund life and we can only get $300 or $400 million. So we respectfully ask, not just with their help with the county. The county's doing great. They understand a lot of these issues. But if you want to figure out how to get our 400 employees and 1,000 indirect employees back, those are 4 things that we know.
Thank you, Greg. Matt Sinclair, he's a local custom builder, Sinclair Homes. I know he and like Matt Simmons, who's a local property appraiser, Jaron Hull, who's a local engineer. You probably got some issues with permitting. What are you seeing, Matt?
Well, over the last year, the construction industry has been suffering from a shortage of labor, increased cost of materials, and this is basically causing a lot of delays in permitting. All that, really big is all ganging up on that. These delays not only cost us money, but also waste precious time as we are ready, willing, and able to begin the rebuilding process. We need to standardize and expedite the permitting process, but put in place something regardless of the county and municipality to get displaced homeowners back into their homes, and we need to do this as soon as possible. Unfortunately, some municipalities are still waiting out with bureaucracy and red tape, when others are able to get quick turnarounds with over-the-counter permits. We need to find a way for everyone to work together and have the same rules that basically get everything quicker to the builders so we can get everything done.
Is that city or county more?
I would have to say the city's really tough right now. They brought in a new software over the last year, and it really was really technical, and it really turned a lot of things upside down. It turned permits around where they had a great system that was working. We had a permit within 2 or 4 weeks, and now we're like 2 or 4 months to a permit. So it's really brought us behind. There's been a large shortage on labor also, too, I think, trying to staff. And they got a lot of issues at the city. I think a lot of things are holding back in regards to union. They can only cap and pay so much, which is not allowing them to bring the proper people. But everybody's trying to be really patient. It's really difficult. I did speak with the county building department. They put in a protocol, which is basically an excellent protocol. A lot of people get permits over the counter and get everybody immediately what they need. And their objective is to get everybody into the home as soon as possible. They have relocated due to the storm. They got basically flooded at the main building park. They relocated. Cape Coral has started doing over-the-counter permits also on the 11th of October. And they're working through processing permits that are existing in place right now, but the city website is down, so we really can't know what's going on. So a lot of people are really frustrated on that. I think it's just more of a staffing issue. We really need more staff to come help with that real good. I've had numerous phone calls from lots of people wanting to come down here to work, but the problem is not enough housing, and that's just a really big problem. We're going to be suffering with that overall, no matter what. I do want to thank you, though. You gave us a great gas break. You actually literally see that pump. $20 that means a lot to a lot of people all the way around. And you got 10, 20 trucks, and you're non-stop on the road, so you do your thing. I also want to thank you for getting the bridge built. It was
You're just listening into this roundtable there in Florida after Hurricane Ian. We're going to take a quick break for some of you and dip back into this on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Matt. Robbie Ropstorp, she is the president of Edison National Bank, which is a local bank. We don't see many of those anymore, but it's a testament to her leadership, and she lives on Sanibel as well. So what are you seeing on Sanibel, and what are you seeing in the financial community?
Well, I haven't been through Sanibel except to my house and back by boat, and that's not pretty. But I've touched base with all the banks, and the good news is all the banks in the Fort Myers market have a bank to service their customers. So that's the really good news. On Sanibel, unfortunately not. I've spoken with the two big banks, Chase and Wells Fargo. They really haven't been able to assess their situation. The other community bank is actually doing some business in the parking lot because customers need to get in their safe deposit boxes. He had minimal damage compared to our office damage, and I just cannot, from a liability standpoint, let anyone in until such time as it's safe. And so, Governor, first thing that we need is, I was ecstatic to see all of those utility buses go across because we were leaving our house and looking over there and thought it was a mirage, I'm telling you. They just didn't think they were on that big bridge, but there they all were. But we have invested in a huge generator. If I could get the generator people, and I'm sure there's plenty of places on Sanibel that have generators, but they may be flooded out or they just may need gas. That's a priority. And then we're not as dependent, and let the electricity trucks work on residential areas. And then the other thing is commercial restoration. Just my house, I was showing Marty some of the mold pictures. I just can't even imagine what's happening in our bank. I need to get our commercial restoration people in there. If I could get those two things in there, then we can be self-independent in servicing customers to get into safe deposit and do limited cash transactions. I have also spoken with a lot of small businesses, and they need to make payroll. First and foremost, they're scared and concerned to death about it. It took them a long time to get employees to come back to work. They finally got them working. They got good people. They were affected in their place of where they rent. They now don't have a job. They're going to leave us if we don't get them on a good payroll. So in order to help them, I would love to see our EDO office locally do like we did in the Charlie days and pull a meeting of a representative from every bank to go over these programs and to tell us, give us the shortcuts of how we can do them quick and easy to fund. If I know all the other bankers are like us, we'll set up escrow accounts to make sure that the money gets applied to the subcontractors, et cetera, et cetera. So there's just ways to do this that I think we can all get creative on. And I was happy to see I was not going to be the only one to also bring up, my county may kick me out of the county, but because the second thing I'm going to say there is, people do not need to get their tax notices in November and see what their taxes were based on their beautiful properties prior to this storm. It's going to be devastating for people. So if those notices could be deferred until after they do reassessments or do some abatements or forbearance or something, that's just going to be devastating to people who's lost their income, lost their roof, and now they get a property tax notice. So.
Yeah, we're going to do at the state level we will take action on there. We're working through exactly what all we can do. I think probably in terms of relinquishing it, I think the legislature would probably have to come in and ratify if we put it on hold. But I think there's a bunch of stuff on the table. So we're working through that. So we will definitely do something so people can rest assured that there'll be accommodations.
Well, I hated to say these things because you've done so much for us, and how I wanted to close was you need to tell us what we can do to help you help us. Okay.
Okay. Well, look, I mean, I think it's just a desire to bounce back as quickly as possible. I mean, we're working hard. I mean, when you have a storm like this, of course, the first thing it hits, and you want to save people and make sure people are safe, of course. Then you want to get the power and the water and all that, and just so that, because there's a lot of people in the community that didn't have catastrophic damage to their homes. So when they have the power and the water, then they're going to be okay. But we are in a situation where when you have infrastructure damage like these bridges, I mean, we view that as very significant. So we're good in Pine Island, and Sanibel was great yesterday. There'll be more probably trucks be able to go, but it's going to be open. People thought maybe at the end of October. Now we know it's going to be sooner. And look, I'm pushing them to do it as soon as possible because I think we were thinking about do you do a ferry, all this other stuff. It's like, honestly, just fix the causeway. I mean, like I would do a ferry, but it's like people are saying, oh, it's going to be out for 6 months. Well, no, it's not. We're going to be able to do that. So people are going to be able to go. But I think that what I'm seeing is Sanibel, you're going to need and they're doing it now, but you're going to have to reconstitute a lot of the electrical infrastructure. I mean, you'd see these concrete poles just snapped in half, lines everywhere. Pine Island was hit hard, but Sanibel was an order higher than that. And so it's just going to require, that's why you have all those trucks go, because it's not just rehooking up a line on a pole, it's having to rebuild a lot of this stuff new, which is fine. And that's why you have FPL is helping, Duke Energy on Pine Island, like they're all in this together because it requires a lot of manpower. So you could do that. But then on Sanibel, you just need massive debris removal because there's so much vegetation. So you have debris is everywhere, and then some of those really nice homes structurally, are fine, but they flooded, so there's damage. They're going to have to do stuff for that. And then some of the ones that weren't built as well, I mean, man, some of them just got totally wrecked. So that's just debris everywhere. But I think, though, the fact that we got people on the island via helicopter and via barge until the causeway yesterday, so they have been working for many days, and they're going to continue to do it. And my view is if you restore access to the islands, which we're in the process of doing, and then you have the electrical and the debris working on that around the clock, you're in a situation where all these other things become easier to do. It's hard to do when you just have massive debris everywhere, or you don't have the infrastructure in place. So we've put a premium on that, and I think that we were standing there out by the causeway yesterday to make the announcement, and obviously you see a lot of damage around you. But even in the midst of that, it's hard not to look and just see what a beautiful part of the world this is. So we're very fortunate to be able to have that here in this part of Florida. People, there's a reason why there's probably maybe of the top 5 places that have had homes, this has got to be one of the top 5 in the last couple of years. I mean, right here, people just coming wanting to build and buy homes. And there's a reason for that. And so a lot of challenges, but I think the desire to bounce back quickly and get the debris cleared, the power, all that stuff on the islands, you are going to be able to have. There's going to be people that when they see that, they're going to actually want to come down and check it out. And so we're just working really hard. So I just say, and we put this out with the counties very early on, get your debris contracts activated, and they have done that. I'll tell you, we were on Fort Myers Beach last weekend. Massive piles of debris, which is the first step to have that. Then they get hauled off. And so that's something that's really, really positive to see, because I can tell you, Michael, and granted, Michael was, that was a tough one. But I mean, massive debris. That was a very difficult debris thing, and I think this area is much ahead of where Michael was with the debris cleanup, and then that just makes things so much easier. So we're, I'm just pleased what I've seen. I think that they have got, and we get 100%, local government get 100% reimbursed for the first 60 days from the time the disaster was declared. So that would be the Friday or Saturday before the storm hit, 60 days out. Look, if we need to ask for more, we can. But I think the White House, understandably, is like, okay, we'll use what you have, and then if you need more, maybe we'll do it. But don't, ask for more when you're not even doing. But we're showing the sense of urgency here on the local level. So I think it's been really, really positive.
You were just listening in there to Governor Ron DeSantis there in Cape Coral, Florida. Of course, we're also waiting on President Biden in Vail, Colorado, as he will be speaking on conservation there in Colorado before heading west out to Los Angeles later on this week. We're going to take our final break of the hour for some of us and stick with this roundtable from Florida.
Housing, we see a lot of people that are looking for rentals. In our area, it's not one block, it's almost every block. And some of the houses are livable, some of them are not. And when you got some of the older population, they're more worried than others. And really, housing is a big shortage right now. And that's what we're seeing, along with the building prices, the permitting, and all the other things. But we're going to bounce back. You've done an incredible job, and we're just happy you're our governor.
Yeah, so on the temporary, so these affected areas have been approved for what's called TSA, Transitional Sheltering Allowance, and that was approved, and Kevin Guthrie can correct me on the exact figure, but I think that was approved at 250% of the per diem rate for this area. So a lot of these hotels are going to be able to offer those rooms, and they're going to do very well. Now, part of the challenge initially is just you had all the first responders, everyone staying in hotels. That obviously, as the search and rescue has happened, now you're due recovery, you're seeing a decompression of some of that. Of course, we see far fewer power trucks in most parts of the affected area, of course, because the power is restored. Most of them on the barrier islands at this point, and the beaches. So you are going to see that open up more, but there is going to be, to the extent that tourism isn't what it would be in the absence of this storm. A lot of those hotels, and I know Carol's worked to get them to participate, but I mean, they really, from a business perspective, you'll make money doing this. It'll be good for you, and then it gives people the ability, and sometimes, look, the goal is to get a stable situation as soon as possible. But some of the sheltering, I mean, you're talking could be 6 months to a year sometimes, depending on how things are going. There's also FEMA typically runs the housing mission. Kevin Guthrie is working with them about flexibility to maybe let the state do some more innovative things. They can build these like trailer cities almost, and people can go and look, that's better than nothing. But I think a lot of people, if they're rehabbing their house and it's going to take 6 months, they'd rather that trailer just be on their property. You can hook up all the utilities and everything. Now, the problem with that is not all local governments and local communities allow that to happen. And so that's going to be an issue for the county, the city, or whatever. Can somebody in a subdivision that had 4 feet of water, can they just put the trailer like in their front yard while all that stuff's being rehabbed or not? I can tell you the residents generally just want to be on their property. They don't want to be in some random place. But nevertheless, that's going to be something to work through. So all of that is happening. There's going to be a little bit of relief on the hotel side, I think, as the days go on, just because there'll be a decompression of the people that are here helping. But this is on the flip side of that. While they're not doing rescue missions like they were for the first week, you have so many of these private nonprofit groups that are here helping out. this Operation Rubicon. They'll fix your home for you. They help a lot of elderly doing that to clear debris and to do other stuff. So that's good, and there's a lot of manpower here for that. But obviously, that creates competition for some of those spots when you're talking about hotels and some of the other rentals.
Governor, you mentioned seeing the debris already getting cleaned off of Fort Myers Beach. Tommy Kolar and his family own a restaurant and a hotel. Nomiki has a restaurant there. Tommy, you were telling me you're thinking about opening sooner than I would have thought. What are you experiencing, Tommy?
Thank you so much. And Governor, I just want to first start off by saying thank you for your leadership. It's been incredible. So our beach got hit really hard. Our main focus right now has been cleanup and trying to get our people back to work. So we've offered them all jobs, help clean up and help get the businesses back up and operating. The biggest challenge for us right now at the 2 restaurants on the beach is going to be getting equipment. All of our equipment's totally ruined. Mr. Harity, Doc Fords mentioned that earlier. The other major thing is going to be temporary funding to help with the construction costs and the build-out costs of part of the hotel. So I think the bridge program that you implemented is a great first start, but for businesses that are going to require a little bit more capital, it'd be great to see a state-run program that we can get our hands on some capital initially while we fight the insurance companies on our claims.
Is the restaurant itself survive, or did that get ruined too?
So, I feel very blessed that everything is still there, but it did get hit quite a bit. All of Times Square basically flushed right into our hotel and the courtyard of our restaurant. So we got beat up pretty bad, but our staff is on the ground right now, help clean it up and mitigate all of that. And so we'll be in a good place. If we can get our hands on the proper equipment, we could be back and running, in a month and a half, 2 months. Get our people back to work.
And that's impressive. I've heard a lot. Tommy, you and then Greg talked about putting your staff to work and cleaning up. That's commendable. And what the governor's done, we have DUA, disaster and employment assistance, for those that don't have the ability to employ people. We encourage them to use it. We know people out of work to no fault of their own. What the governor's also done is we're waiting on a request, $30 million for dislocated worker grant. So people who don't want to sit and collect unemployment can go to work and help with cleanup efforts. So stay tuned for that. But thanks to the governor's leadership, we are cutting red tape in those areas and making it happen. Captain Kathy represents the captain community. We have quite a lot in the area. You've been on the water quite a bit. What are you seeing?
Well, Governor, thank you so much. My family's been on Mount Lachey Island for 45 years. And I've been on the water for 2 weeks tomorrow. And what I have seen is the building of a road. From the first stretch that was built by the National Guard with a ladder horizontal that they got to by kayaks that had floated up in the mangroves to what it is today. And it is such a viable road, bringing supplies and power to our islands. Thank you so much. One of the things I know as a captain, our tourism business on the water is a little different. What you see on the roads is that we see the debris in the water. So whatever was washed out, boats floating and trees and refrigerators and whatever came out of those homes are now obstructions in the water. So on behalf of the other charter captains, that's something that we're concerned about. And I'm running eco and nature tours, so our paradigm is changing a little bit. Our story is changing a little bit. And I'm just so grateful to you for what you're doing in the community. And we know we're going to be back, all of us, because we're Pine Island, Mount Lachey, Southwest Florida strong. Thank you.
Hey, Jason, you represent the healthcare industry and the private sector side. You've got patients to service and employees to service. How are you holding up?
Thank you, Governor, for being here. I come from a different angle than everybody else at the table. So we employ people that help people that are anxious and depressed. And you can imagine there's a lot of anxiety and depression going on in the community. So our first concern is helping the people. In order to help someone, you have to be healthy yourself. And they're going through all the things that we're going through. So we need to help them first. But from a legislative perspective, telehealth has been very helpful to us. So any restrictions or anything that could be lessened or have a 60-day, 90-day process where mental health patients could be seen, through telehealth with no restrictions would be helpful. A lot of people don't have internet or phone, or a lot of our physical plants are not ruined, but not open yet. So anything like that would be helpful to the mental health industry. But we don't have to physically examine patients to help them. So anything like that would be very, very, very helpful. What you're doing already has been amazing, so we appreciate it. But the community is sick mentally. Part of our community is, and so we need to be there to help them.
Jaron, you've got the mic. Do you want to chat about what you're seeing on the engineering side? I believe you helped with the bridges.
Yeah. First, before we talk about infrastructure, just echo something I've seen this week. Folks are really stretched thin right now. I mean, mentally, some physically, exhaustion. The traffic volumes are out of sight. So just one message for everybody that I kind of realized this week. Everybody wants to push and get restored, but we need to give it a little time too. Folks need a little space just to kind of get back to a good spot. And we had to realize that a little bit this week. We were pushing our folks a little too hard. So our business is a transportation infrastructure business primarily. We've been in business for 40 years, and we've seen a lot of hurricane work over the years, Katrina, Ivan, Michael, and so we've got a good experience, Irma, to compare this storm to, and the damage, how widespread the damage of the storm is amazing. It goes from Bradenton to the Everglades. So the process of cleaning up is just massive. But I can tell you we've been out on Sanibel. We're out there today. We've been out there, Matt Lachey, and we've dealt with Florida Department of Transportation all of our career. So we've got a good point of reference for that. A lot of different administrations, both Republican and Democrat. And Governor, I can tell you, you have empowered the Florida Department of Transportation leadership like we have never seen. We have never seen DOT be this empowered. There are 7 districts around the state bridges opened has never been done before in the state. And the difference is one thing: your leadership. I'm here to tell you, we've been doing this for 40 years, and your leadership has never been seen in the state of Florida like this. So thank you.
Well, I know we're stretched for time, but I want to take what you said and just the experience that we've had. You see the governor's, some of his agency heads here, being at the EOC days before the storm was even, we knew it was a real storm, to being on the ground, boots on the ground. The governor has empowered each and every one of us and led and encouraged us to do everything that we can and stretch the boundaries of what we thought would be possible, cutting red tape, making sure we're doing everything within the power that you, the people, have granted him, and then to us to get work done. And it has been an amazing experience, not only just for me to be an agency head, but to be able to serve my community through that empowerment. So, Governor, I know it's going to be a long road ahead. There are a lot of great things we've seen, miraculous things done, power, water, bridges built in a short period of time that I think all of us, having lived here a long time, would have said would not have been possible, and yet it was possible, and it's happened, and it's thanks to you. Thank you for all you're doing for us, Governor.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. And so I think definitely some of the things that we're hearing, I did mention, on the taxes, we're working on relief there. We are, there's this housing issue with the transitional allowance, but then also whatever FEMA would do, that is all being done. Some of the stuff, the costs and the supply chain, those have been perennial problems in this country, as you know. We've done our part in Florida to try to mitigate that with our ports and everything. But the reality is, we're in a challenging economic environment in terms of supply chain. That's just the reality. If there's things we can do more to push levers in the state, we will do so. But I do think that if this had happened 3 years ago, you're looking at probably a little bit different in terms of how some of this stuff would work. That's just the reality. It's also stuff that people making repairs. I don't know how much more it costs to repair a roof than it did 3 years ago, but it's a lot more, and people see that. So that's where we're at with there. We are looking on some other things. So we have opportunities to do additional funds for workforce training. So if there's new people that you need to train to work, we've got money for that we can put in the field. I also have a job growth grant fund that we can do to help with some of the key infrastructure. Of course, we put a lot of emphasis on the bridges and the power and everything. There may be some other things that we can do in the short term that could be a difference maker. So let us know if there is. I will say, people focus on the 2 bridges. Obviously, those were really catastrophic images. A lot of the other infrastructure, a lot of it did well, which is good. It just shows you that some of this stuff was durably built. I thought there would be more damage to bridges and roads than actually happened. It didn't surprise me to see Pine Island after it because of how powerful the storm was. Visit Florida. They are going to be doing economic recovery ads, so that will be coming. And of course, and this is just an issue we deal with in Florida at all. If there's like anything that happens anywhere in Florida, people say, oh, and then they try to act like it's all of the state of Florida. So you have places, even in Southwest Florida, that are fine. You have others, obviously, where there's challenges, but we're going to make that message clear. But also, I want to be advertising about the affected areas as soon as possible. we don't want to do it right now because we're still getting stuff, but as soon as that is, and I think, honestly, there's going to be opportunities because I think people, when they see these bridges, people are scratching their heads. They're like, wait a minute. In their states, it would have taken them 6 months just to come up with a plan, much less actually do anything. So I think the fact that we're doing this as progress keeps going and you see some of these places start to bounce back, I think people are gonna want to come. I think we have an opportunity for that. Not today, but I think it could happen in the not too distant future. So we are going to do Visit Florida. We also, there's...
You were just listening in there to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis holding a round table there in southwestern Florida. Of course, we are going to continue to follow that major story, but we're also following a live look in Vail, Colorado, as President Biden will be there in attendance talking about conservation at Camp Hale and different things there. So we'll take it to you on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Coming up after the break, we have a interesting story about 2 icons, Andy Warhol and also Prince, and a case that is now at the Supreme Court. We'll have an expert come on and discuss those details next on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We're going out to the Supreme Court as they're hearing oral arguments on this Wednesday about two iconic artists taken too soon. It is about the picture on the left. It was a photo taken by Lynn Goldsmith back in 1981, commissioned there to take that photo of Prince. And then later it was interpreted by Andy Warhol, as you can see on the image on the right. Now there is a lawsuit against Andy Warhol's estate about fair use. And of course, this might confuse some people in the art world as a whole. We're now going to be joined by Esquire Digital, Aaron Solomon, What can you tell us about the oral arguments that began today in the Supreme Court about this case that is ongoing between the estate of Andy Warhol and now Lynn Goldsmith?
Little bit about the case. So what happened was, as you said, you did a really great lead-in that Lynn Goldsmith came up with this photo that was going to be used for Newsweek. This was very early in Prince's career. He wasn't very famous yet. Newsweek actually opted not to use that photo. 3 years later, in 1984, Prince was becoming super famous. And what Andy Warhol did was 16 silk-screened images. One of those images, known as Orange Prince, because it's the orange one, was used by the Warhol Foundation upon Prince's death for a different magazine article. And Goldsmith then asked for 7 figures from the foundation, saying that this did not constitute transformative fair use. The argument was that he basically just took the photo. So what happened here, very quickly for our viewers, is that a federal district judge found that Warhol's series was indeed transformative use. However, on appeal, the Second Circuit said, no, this is not fair use because it was not transformative. It came to the Supreme Court. Oral arguments that I listened to happened today, and it's now in the hands of the court.
And you talked about it a little bit because these guys are two very iconic figures, both in music and then in art. And then I was reading an article online that also the Supreme Court judges are fans of these artists. Is the fact that these guys are just so iconic make this story even bigger?
I think it does, but actually the reason it's really, really important in practical purposes, I mean, I'm one of the biggest Prince fans and saw him a lot when he was alive in concert, but I think that the reason it's so important is because if the Supreme Court decides how I expect them to decide, which is for Goldsmith and against the Andy Warhol Foundation, it could have a real chilling effect for artists generally, for any kind of creator who builds on existing work. And this is going to be anybody from people who do documentaries and films to people who do artificial intelligence art. This could really be a big problem for them if the court, at least from what I felt from listening to the oral arguments today and reading a lot of briefs, feel that this is the way it could end up.
And I think a lot of people, when they think of Andy Warhol's art, is obviously it is about objects, it's about advertisements, it's about celebrities. A lot of Andy Warhol's art feels like it fits into the mold of what they're arguing right now. Does that open Andy Warhol and that estate to more lawsuits?
I personally don't think so. I mean, listen, like you just said, Andy Warhol and Prince were both artists that transformed other things. Prince didn't invent the genre of music that he did. Prince was influenced by many people, and Prince's musical journey, which changed so many times throughout his career, right? Everybody remembers, things like Prince and the Revolution, New Power Generation, Third Eye Blind. These were different phases of Prince's career. Now, Warhol was the same thing. We all remember the Warhol iconic Campbell soup can. Those Campbell soup cans were actually seen as being transformative of Campbell soup art. So that was not an intellectual property violation. That's why I think it's so interesting that Lynn Goldsmith's, work of art of a vulnerable Prince wearing purple eyeshadow and looking different than he used to look in 1981, that it's really being seen by, I believe, some members of the court, and I think this is going to be the opinion of the court, as not transformative fair use, what Warhol did.
Then for a question is what would constitute transformative in their eyes? If this isn't it, what would be transformative then?
So if you took Lynn Goldsmith's original picture and rather than simply colorize them, or as we like to think, anybody who knows Warholize them, if he would have maybe turned it into something pixelated or turned it into something that wasn't a human face, but you could still tell was influenced by prints, then I think it's clearly fair use and transformative. What the court is having problems with, just as the Second Circuit is having problems with, is it's essentially the same image of Prince's face, just Warholized. So is that Warholization of Goldsmith's work enough to constitute fair use? And that's something that the court's going to start to talk about this Friday. Even though we're not going to have this decision for months, this Friday the court actually has one of their conferences, and clearly they're going to talk about and get their clerks working on this decision.
Definitely, it's gone all the way up to the Supreme Court. And you mentioned also the fallout. Can you give a little bit of more background on what this fair use, this interpretation of fair use, could change in terms of art and other artists just being a little bit more concerned about this?
If the idea of transformative use gets limited by the case in what can be another landmark case, along with a couple cases that already exist, Campbell and Google, if anybody wants to go look those up, the problem is that so many artists who do work. In fact, one of the justices today in oral argument was talking about the Mona Lisa. Is it transformative if you change the Mona Lisa's hair color? Is it transformative if you change the color of the dress? If the court ends up becoming too restrictive on what is transformative fair use, particularly in things like artificial intelligence, which takes an existing work of art and transforms it into something else, then, as you said before, people could sue and say, no, this was actually originally my work of art and I'm owed a royalty on this. I think the court has to tread very, very carefully on the rights of future artists doing really what can be great artistic work.
Definitely, it is interesting to watch because, like you said, there is some artificial intelligence. There's websites out there that you can just type in a few words and it'll pop out an image that it interprets. So that is very interesting. Aaron Solomon there from Esquire Digital, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you so much as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Here's one more look at those two images that are now all the way up to the Supreme Court. Andy Warhol's interpretation of this Prince photo by Lynn Goldsmith. It's now in the Supreme Court, and we will likely hear the result in the coming months. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Of course, we are continuing on here on Live Now from Fox, and here is a live look in Vail, Colorado, as President Biden getting ready to speak and give remarks about conservation in Colorado. Certainly one of the prettiest parts of this country there in Vail, Colorado, in the Rocky Mountains. Right now, Governor of Colorado, Jared Polis, is at the mic with Biden just off to the side. They will both give remarks. So let's listen in here live on Live Now from Fox from there.
Shared with me by Sandy Treat. Many of you knew him, a 10th Mountain Division veteran. Lost him in the last couple of years, but active in the early days of forming this. And many of you know him at the Vail Ski Museum. He volunteered every Friday talking about the history of the ski industry. Sandy challenged us when he was with us to get her done. And today, Mr. President, you're going to get her done. Thank you, Mr. President. We have a wonderful relationship with our President and Secretary of Agriculture, who works hard with White River and has worked hard to advise the President on moving forward with the Campbell designation. It's my honor to introduce Secretary Tom Vilsack.
Thank you. Governor, thank you very, very much. Folks, it's an honor to return to such a special ground. To be here both in August and again with you today is such a privilege. You know, the Forest Service, as you know, manages a phenomenal system of the national forests that cover 193 million acres from New England to Florida, from Colorado to Oregon to Alaska. Our forests have rich histories. They provide recreational opportunities for tens of millions of people, and of course protect our water and provide valuable resources for our daily lives. Our national forests are vital parts of this nation's fabric, and they each tell their own story. And certainly Camp Hale is no exception. It is a storied place. When I was here in August, I heard from folks in the area who wanted this area protected to honor the contributions of the 10th Mountain Division veterans, while also fostering a vibrant outdoor economy. From snowmobilers and world-class ski resorts to anglers and hunters and local guides who make their living here amongst this great national forest. Our team has learned a lot about the first stewards of this region, the Ute, who today continue to have important knowledge and perspective to offer, all of which makes us stronger as a nation. We're committed today to continuing to defend what makes this landscape so worthy of a national monument, as well as ensuring continued recreational access, promoting its history, and managing the lands in the face of climate change. The Biden-Harris administration and USDA are proud to continue to work with this great community to steward this land in ways that will help the region thrive. It is places like these, with these inspiring vistas and important contributions, that make this land and our nation so special. In addition to the designation of Camp Hale Continental Divide National Monument, USDA is also working with Secretary Heelan and the Department of Interior to initiate a conversation and consideration of a 20-year withdrawal in the Thompson Divide area from mining. This would temporarily prohibit the issuance of new prospecting permits and leases from federal minerals and the staking of new mineral claims and mining claims, during which we will do a careful environmental analysis with much public input. This withdrawal action has been initiated in response to broad concerns expressed by stakeholders that the permits and leases could have a negative impact here in the Thompson Divide on wildlife, habitat, recreational opportunities, grazing lands, and of course protecting our clean water and air, all of which, as the governor says, is essential to the economy here. This is a pause, pending public input, and is one that does not affect existing rights or private land. On behalf of USDA, I want to express my gratitude to Senator Bennett, Senator Hickenlooper, Representative Goose, Governor Polis, and the many, many stakeholders who provided years of steadfast advocacy on behalf of these landscapes. But I really want to especially thank my boss, the President of the United States, President Biden. Mr. President, I don't know since Teddy Roosevelt that we've had a president so supportive of our Forest Service and its wildfighters, and I want to thank you personally, sir, for the incredible work you do. And speaking of our Forest Service employees, none of this would be possible without their tireless effort. particularly Scott Fitzwilliams and Steve Lohr of the U.S. Forest Service, who worked tirelessly over the past several months to make today's designation a reality. Your Forest Service employees are the reason this landscape is managed with such expertise and care. And as I look over this land today, I know that it is in good hands. Because all of you, the stories of Camp Hale and the surrounding areas will be protected for generations to come. And now it's my pleasure to introduce one of the great leaders of the Iowa House of Representatives, Congressman Neguse.
Let's give another round of applause to the Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack. Thank you, Secretary Vilsack, of course, to Governor Polis, to my two colleagues in the United States Senate, Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper, and to President Joe Biden. Let me just say this. It is truly historic, truly special for this president to have designated Camp Hale Continental Divide as America's newest national monument and to make the decision to do it here in this treasured landscape. Mr. President, we thank you. Eagle County, you can do better than that. Let's give a round of applause to the President of the United States. I could not be more thrilled to be here today on this historic day. We know that it would not be possible were it not for the tireless advocacy of the veterans of the 10th Mountain Division. There are many of whom are here today, their families. You heard the governor talk about one in particular veteran who's no longer with us, Sandy Treat. I believe Sandy Treat Jr. is here. If he is, I hope he'll stand, he'll raise his hand. Take a stand, Sandy Treat Jr. When I first began serving in Congress, I had the special opportunity to tour these grounds with Sandy, a World War II veteran who trained at Camp Hale and spent his final years working to preserve this land. And Sandy once wrote, "I grew up in an America that valued our wild lands. And this is a value that I hope lives on long after I'm gone." Today, we made good. The president made good. Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper and Governor Polis made good on the promise to Sandy that this land is valued and the service of the 10th Mountain Division will never, never be forgotten. I am so proud that after championing the protection of this area with Senator Bennett, who has been tireless for a decade working to get this done, that we can now honor the legacy of Sandy and the 10th Mountain Division, and that this will now be a reality. And finally, let me just say a special thank you to all of you who are gathered here today. Mr. President, before you, you have hundreds of county commissioners, of local ranchers, of conservationists, of veterans, of folks who treasure our public lands, who have spent a great deal of time and effort making this possible, beating the drum month after month, year after year, decade after decade. We are in your debt. We thank you, and we thank you, Mr. President. Today is indeed a special day. With that, I hope you'll join me in giving a warm applause to someone who needs no introduction. He, of course, is our former governor, with whom I had the pleasure of working for years ago, and now is our state's junior senator, but is doing one heck of a job in the United States Senate. Let's give it up for Senator John Hickenlooper.
And I'm so close to the main attractions that I'm going to be very brief, but I want to recognize Joe Neguse, and as always, he kind of hit the nail on the head. There can be no greater privilege than to have a mentor who's 10 years younger than you are, such as Michael Bennett. Oh, there he is. I'm not saying he's not a little sneaky in terms of his geography sometimes. I was enlisted back when I was governor. Michael Bennett came to me and started talking to me about the CORE Act and how relentless the whole community had been. And it was bipartisan. We had Republican commissioners, Democrat commissioners. We had people from all walks of life that were unified that these lands should be protected. And that we got a hearing in the Natural Resources Committee in the Senate. That CORE Act is not going anywhere. We're going to get it done in this coming year. But again, I give Michael the great credit to say, all right, well, if we're not going to get it done in the near term, when time is of the essence, where people and their families have been working so long to make this happen, to make this Continental Divide National Monument a reality, then why wait? Why don't we recognize that we can protect this land by making it a monument, by making it a reality, and allow us to move forward and have an event like this. And Secretary Vilsack, who certainly is one of the hardest working cabinet members I've ever known, for two presidents, not just one, but for two presidents. And he hit it the other nail on the head. I think we recognize that President Biden, really alone since Teddy Roosevelt, has come to the West and spent time in the West and recognized that we are unique and special out here and deserve that attention. And we appreciate it. So now I think I've thanked almost everybody, but I haven't thanked all the staff of Senator Bennett. I did not thank Governor Polis. I should mention that as one governor to the next, no greater benefit can you have in life than to have the next governor come along and be better than you were. And that is a gift, because he covers up all the mistakes you made by doing so many good things in his own right. Anyway, his staff, I want to recognize Governor Polis' staff. I want to recognize Senator Bennett's staff, Secretary Vilsack's staff, all of the Forest Service people, but especially the staff of the White House, who've worked so hard to make this as well a reality as well. And thank you all of you who really made it happen. Thank you. All right. Now I have thanked everybody, and I will ignore any speeches that they may have written for me and introduce someone who needs no introduction, truly needs no introduction, someone who's been working on these lands and this vision for more than a decade, your senior senator from Colorado, Michael Bennett.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. This is a historic day for Colorado, and I want to thank Senator Hickenlooper and Governor Polis, Congressman Neguse, Secretary Vilsack. Thank you for coming back again and again and again. And I also would like you to give a round of applause to my staff, too, for the work that they've done over the years for this. And so many of you that are here for your leadership, making it possible. And Mr. President, welcome to Camp Hale. Welcome to Colorado. If I do say so myself, and perhaps speaking for myself, you have excellent taste, Mr. President, for your administration's first national monument designation. Your designation means more Americans will come to appreciate the extraordinary history of this place, a history that goes back to before when Colorado was a state. According to Ute people, their ancestors lived here since the beginning of time. The Ute came to this place each year after the winter snow melted to hunt and gather plants for food and medicine. This designation honors their enduring connection to the land and their rightful role to help manage it. It also honors the singular legacy, as we've heard, of the 10th Mountain Division. A number of years ago, I came here to learn from 10th Mountain veterans about their experiences at Camp Hale. They joined 15,000 recruits who arrived here by train starting in 1942, not just from Colorado, but all across the country. Some had never seen snow before. Others had never been in the mountains. But among them were the best skiers and mountaineers and mountain climbers in America, and they learned from each other. Over the next 2 years, they trained relentlessly in 10 feet of snow and
You're listening in to Live Now from Fox as they're awaiting President Biden to give remarks. I want to jump into this Sandy Hook as they are in Connecticut reaching a verdict here on Live Now from Fox.
Plaintiff on the lines below. To plaintiff Robbie Parker, A, defamation/slander damages past and future, $60 million. B, emotional distress damages past and future, $60 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Robert Parker and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems at line A and line B, total $120 million, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff David Wheeler, A, defamation/slander damages past and future, $25 million. B, emotional distress damages past and future, $30 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff David Wheeler and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $55 million, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Francine Wheeler, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $24 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $30 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Francine Wheeler and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, total $54 million, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Jacqueline Barden, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $10 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $18,800,000. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Jacqueline Barden and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $28,800,000, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Mark Barden, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $25 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $32,600,000. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Mark Barden and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $57,600,000, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Nicole Hockley, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $32 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $41,600,000. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Nicole Hockley and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $73,600,000, initialed by initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Ian Hockley, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $38 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $43,600,000. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Ian Hockley and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $81,600,000, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Jennifer Hensel, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $21 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $31 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Jennifer Hensel and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $52 million, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Donna Soto, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $18 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $30 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Donna Soto and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $48 million, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Carly Soto Parisi, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $30 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $36 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Carly Soto Parisi and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $66 million, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Carlos Matthew Soto, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $18,600,000. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $39 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Carlos Matthew Soto and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $57,600,000, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Jillian Soto Marino, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $30 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $38,800,000. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Jillian Soto Marino and against Alex Jones and free speech systems, add line A and line B, $68,800,000, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff William Aldenberg, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $45 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $45 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff William Aldenberg and against Alex Jones and free speech systems, add line A and line B, $90 million, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Erica Lafferty, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $18 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $58 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Erica Lafferty and against Alex Jones and free speech systems, add line A and line B, $76 million, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff William Sherlach, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $9 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $27 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff William Sherlach and against Alex Jones and free speech systems, add line A and line B, $36 million, initialed by juror number 1. Number 2, award of attorney's fees and costs. Instructions, check yes or no. If you check yes, the judge will determine the amount due to the plaintiffs for reasonable attorney's fees and costs, and will then award the plaintiffs that amount at a later date. If you check no, the judge will award $1 to the plaintiffs for their attorney's fees and costs. We, the jury, find that the standard charge for the assessment of attorney's fees and costs have been met. Yes, it's checked. Reasonable attorney's fees and costs to be awarded by the judge at a later date, initialed by juror number 1. And the last page is the four-person juror number 1 signature in the date of 10/12/2022, also initialed by juror number 1.
The verdict may be accepted and recorded.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please listen to your verdict as it has been accepted and recorded.
2 minutes.
No. Verdict. We, the jury, have reached our verdict as to damages in this case. We award damages to each plaintiff and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, LLC as follows. Number 1, compensatory damages. Instructions. Fill in both numbers for each plaintiff, then go to section 2. Please enter your damages assessments for each plaintiff.
You can just see the emotion on the faces of those victims' families from the Sandy Hook shooting there as they were awarded millions upon millions in the defamation trial against Alex Jones there in Connecticut. Certainly a lot of emotion on those families there.
Initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff David Wheeler. A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $25 million. B,
We're still tallying up this the amount Alex Jones is being ordered to pay by this juror as they just reach this verdict on this Wednesday afternoon here in Connecticut. You can just see a lot of tears, hands going to faces as these families are on hand for this verdict to be read in Connecticut. Of course, Alex Jones there in this, the far-right talk show host, Alex Jones, ordered to pay those 8 families in this, of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting victims and 1 first responder. It was a 17-hour deliberation as they were going into the serious harm inflicted by this conspiracy theorist there. It's over $700 million ordered to pay to these various families in this Sandy Hook shooting that happened and the defamation trial that is ongoing. I want to continue to listen here on Live Now from Fox as it's just a massive number here in this Connecticut court as the jury ordered Alex Jones to pay it in this defamation trial.
$25 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $32,600,000. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Mark Barton and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $57,600,000, initialed by juror number 1. 2 plaintiffs, Nicole Hockley, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $32 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $41,600,000. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Nicole Hockley and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $73,600,000, initialed by juror number 1. 2 plaintiff Ian Hockley, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $38 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $43,600,000.
You're continuing to hear some of procedures in this courtroom there in Waterbury, Connecticut, as they have reached the verdict there in this Alex Jones defamation trial. Jones and his company were found liable for damages last year. The 6-person jury tasked with determining how much the InfoWars show host should pay those 15 plaintiffs, including victims' families and an FBI agent, for calling that 2012 massacre a hoax. The jury is instructed to arrive at 2 compensatory damage amounts per plaintiff, one sum for defamation damage and another for emotional distress damages. Jurors will also decide whether Jones should pay punitive damage. The judge should decide the amounts later. Each compensatory damage amount has to be at least $1, but certainly much more than that as we're hearing this verdict coming in right now. But there is no cap. Right now, we've heard over $700 million ordered to pay Alex Jones in this defamation trial. The plaintiff's lawyers have suggested total damages could be in the hundreds, and they were certainly right. Jones has bashed the trial as, quote, a kangaroo court, described it as an affront to free speech rights, and called the judge a, quote, tyrant. Of course, we are following this story here on Live Now from Fox, and you can just see the emotion, a lot of bent over, some elbows there on their knees of these families in these few seats here in the courtroom, and you can see just wiping away tears, $700 million over that amount in this defamation trial, in those compensatory damages to the victim's family and that one FBI agent for this 2012 massacre, as he called it, a hoax on his InfoWar shows there. So Alex Jones can't really see him in the courtroom today, but you can see the families and the judge there as they continue on this procedure. I want to listen in one more time, just as this is a monumental moment for those families of the Sandy Hook shooting there, of those kids that lost their lives back in 2012. So let's listen in again here on Live Now from Fox.
And against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $68,800,000, initialed by juror number 1. 2 plaintiff William Aldenberg, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $45 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $45 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff William Aldenberg and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $90 million, initialed by juror number 1. 2 plaintiff Erica Lafferty, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $18 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $58 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Erica Lafferty and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $76 million, initialed by juror number 1. 2 plaintiff William Sherlock, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $9 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $27 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff William Sherlock and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $36 million, initialed by juror number 1. Roman numeral 2, award of attorney's fees and costs. Instructions. Check yes or no. If you check yes, the judge will determine the amount due to the plaintiffs for reasonable attorney's fees and costs and will then award the plaintiffs that amount at a later date. If If you check no, the judge will award $1 to the plaintiffs for their attorney's fees and costs. We, the jury, find that the standard charge for the assessment of attorney's fees and costs has been met. Yes is checked. Reasonable attorney's fees and costs to be awarded by the judge at a later date. Initialed by juror number 1. The last page is juror number 1's signature and the date 10/12/2022, and it is also initialed by juror number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your verdict.
Yes. Yes.
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
All right. Now, as you will recall, when we started the case, I read some preliminary instructions to you, and I now have a brief, and I promise you, brief statement to read to you regarding post-verdict communications. You've now concluded your service as jurors, and jurors often ask whether they can discuss their jury experience with others. Under our law, that decision remains solely with each one of you. If you wish to discuss your jury service with others when you're asked about it, or even if you're not asked about it, you may do so. On the other hand, if you choose not to discuss your jury service with others, you may refuse to do so. The choice is yours. It is your right to decide whether to speak or not speak about your experience. Now, you may be contacted by members of the media seeking comment from you about your experience in this case. You are under no obligation to speak to the media, nor do you need to provide any explanation for not doing so. As you know, highly publicized trials may arouse strong reactions in the public. For this reason and others, you may wish not to publicize your service as a juror. That decision is entirely your own. Now I can deviate from the script. On a personal note, I would like to thank you all for your service and your dedication in serving on this jury, for taking time out of your busy lives. I hope that you found the experience a rewarding one, and I thank you for your service on behalf of the parties, the lawyer, and the court. You are hereby formally discharged from your service as jurors. Thank you again. All right, we are adjourned.
You just saw there as the jury was ordered to pay those amounts there to Alex Jones after this defamation trial here on Live Now from Fox. We are following this as closely as we can as you continue on here on this Wednesday as he's ordered to pay over $800 million. We're still getting an exact count just based on the amount of numbers they were throwing out there as the verdict was being read there by the judge there in this Connecticut courtroom. Of course, we were following this here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in. I want to rewind a little bit and go back out there to show you some of the emotion on the faces of these families as this verdict was read. Of course, this is just a replay of it a little bit ago, and I won't bring up the audio, but I want to take you back out as the verdict is initially being read in this Connecticut courtroom. You can see the families there watching and waiting this verdict, and just the emotion on their face after Alex Jones and the InfoWars host ordered to pay millions upon millions in this defamation trial there in Connecticut. Of course, they have reached that verdict, and it was some $800 million. The first few were just $60 million, and the next one $60 million, and then another $120 million, and then $25 million more. Jones and his company were found liable for damages last year. That 6-person jury tasked with determining how much that InfoWars host should pay to 15 plaintiffs, including the victims' families that you see on the screen right now, wiping away tears as they listened to this verdict in this Connecticut courtroom. Certainly an emotional day for a lot of them as they continue to mourn the loss of their child, but also just hear that being said over and over on the internet, but now $800 million there to this trial. We're also hearing now, live raw and unfiltered outside the courtroom. Here is what I believe is the defense attorney there for Alex Jones. Let's listen in here live on Live Now from Fox.
trial like this. And we very, very, very much look forward to an appeal. The jurors heard that Mr. Jones was responsible for the creation of all the craziness that affected the Sandy Hook world and the Sandy Hook parents. You and I, we all know better. Why the jury was permitted to make a decision based on an incomplete record is a mystery to us. And it's a mystery that we will address in the appellate court. From my perspective, this is as dark and disturbing an experience in court as I have had in a professional lifetime, and that includes cases involving the death of children and the murder of spouses. So we look forward to our prospects on appeal. I congratulate the folks at Koskoff, and Beater. My heart goes out to the families. We live in divided times. They've been weaponized and used for political purposes in this country, in my view. And today is a very, very, very dark day for freedom of speech. Thank you.
What did you expect?
Again, that was on the side of Alex Jones there. As you can see him walking away from this podium without answering any questions there on Live Now from Fox. This is, of course, very breaking news. We are counting up the dollars, and $965 million is what Alex Jones is ordered to pay in this defamation trial there in Connecticut. Of course, they're still having live feed outside of this Connecticut courtroom as we might potentially hear from more people, and we will keep you tuned into this ongoing situation as nearly $1 billion Alex Jones ordered to pay there by the jury in this Connecticut courtroom there just this afternoon. You can see a lot of media members outside of what we saw. And I want to take you back one more time inside the courtroom because I want to show you just the emotion on the faces of these families as they're read outside. Of course, this podium is still there, so potentially we could be hearing from more people, potentially from families, from different lawyers on the side of those families that were in this defamation trial. So I was going to go back to the victims' families, but I'm going to leave that be for right now as we wait for this continuing press conference here on Live Now from Fox. And if you're just joining us, we just heard the verdict within the last 15 or 20 minutes or so as this 6-person jury found Jones and his company. They were liable last year for those damages, and the 6-person jury, like I said, determined how much the InfoWars show host should pay those 15 plaintiffs, including the victims' families and FBI agents. The jury was instructed to arrive at 2 compensatory damage amounts per plaintiff, so per 15 people. One sum for defamation damages and another for emotional distress damages. Juries will also decide whether Jones should pay punitive damages, and the judge, they will be the arbiter in that to decide that amount there in this Connecticut court. And of course, each compensatory damage amount has to be at least $1, but we heard it was millions upon millions, and there was no cap, so they could have gone even higher. The plaintiffs' lawyers suggested that total damages should be in those hundreds of millions of dollars. You just heard there from Alex Jones, his lawyers here on Live Now from Fox, as they were quickly reacting to this verdict there in this Connecticut courtroom. Of course, this stemming from the Sandy Hook shootings that killed so many small children in this Connecticut town, and the so-called, what he called, Alex Jones did, a hoax. So this is the defamation trial regarding that that ordeal that was going on. And you just saw all the families there in the courtroom, certainly just on hand for a lot of these proceedings over the last few months, last few years here, as we also saw Alex Jones within the last month or two saying he was liable for those damages. So we heard plenty from Alex Jones within the last few months here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're still waiting on this podium here outside of this Connecticut courtroom as Alex Jones ordered to pay $965 million, nearly $1 billion. His reported net worth is only about $135 to $270 million, according to different reports out there right now. But this is what the court in Connecticut decided after he called the Sandy Hook elementary school shooting a hoax on his show InfoWars, and then this was awarded to people who suffered from that false claim. That's what the jury decided on this Wednesday in Connecticut. 965. That is $965 million in the defamation case. And I don't want to not reiterate that number because that is just such a large figure there in this defamation trial that saying it over and over almost doesn't make it real. And I imagine for a lot of these families it doesn't cover kind of everything they've endured, but certainly $965 million in this defamation trial. This, according to the jury, as they awarded, and they had no cap, but they could award the lowest amount was $1, and this was the decision they made was $965 million. Of course, we're still waiting on a press conference. You can see various media members outside of this courtroom right here on Live Now from Fox. I don't really want to go away from this just because this is such a gripping story that we've seen over the last decade since 2012 Sandy Hook massacre, that shooting in Connecticut. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox, though, and I want to take you back out to the courtroom one more time. We'll keep our eye on this podium, but just one more time as they read the verdict here on Live Now from Fox.
Emotional distress damages, past and future, $60 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Robert Parker and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems at line A and line B, total $120 million, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff David Wheeler, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $25 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $30 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff David Wheeler and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems at line A and line B, $55 million, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Francine Wheeler, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $24 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $30 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Francine Wheeler and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems at line A and line B, total $54 million, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Jacqueline Barden, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $10 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $18,800,000. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Jacqueline Barden and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems at line A and line B, $28,800,000, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Mark Barden, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $25 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $32,600,000. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Mark Barden and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems at line A and line B, $57,600,000, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Nicole Hockley, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $32 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $41,600,000. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Nicole Hockley and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems at line A and line B, $73,600,000, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Ian Hockley, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $38 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $43,600,000. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Ian Hockley and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems at line A and line B, $81,600,000, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Jennifer Hensel, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $21 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $31 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Jennifer Hensel and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A and line B, $52 million, initialed by juror number 1. To plaintiff Donna Soto, A, defamation/slander damages, past and future, $18 million. B, emotional distress damages, past and future, $30 million. Total fair, just, and reasonable damages to plaintiff Donna Soto and against Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, add line A.
You were just listening in to this verdict being read earlier here on Live Now from Fox in this defamation trial against Alex Jones, the InfoWars host. He's ordered to pay some $965 million in this defamation trial. Of course, we're going to keep you with this story here on Live Now from Fox. We will keep up this shot hopefully we'll get some sort of a reaction after this verdict being read here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break to catch our breath and then get into some other stories as well. Welcome back into Alive and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We just passed 4 o'clock on the East Coast, and we're hearing some big breaking news out of Connecticut as the jury reached a verdict and has ordered Alex Jones to pay nearly $1 billion in the defamation charges. They're $965 million to those families of the victims from the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting back in 2012. Of course, we are following this here on Live Now from Fox. We heard the jury reach that verdict that it was millions upon millions in compensatory damages there for each of those 15 victims there after the InfoWars host called that Sandy Hook shooting a hoax. Of course, we are waiting to hear any more updates from lawyers. We heard from the lawyer of Alex Jones, but we're also waiting to hear from the lawyer potentially of some of the families there in Connecticut. Of course, we will take it to you there live on Live Now from Fox. We're also following this out of Vail, Colorado, as President Biden. This is a live look out there as he was giving some remarks on conservation in Colorado. We missed his remarks from earlier as he was introduced by the governor, a couple senators there in Colorado. I want to take you back out to his remarks earlier on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This one working? Hello, hello, hello. Not working, is it? It is. Can you hear me? All right. Well, by the way, I wanted to come out here because I love being in Colorado. I love being in the West. I love even being in Alaska. One of the things I was saying earlier to some of the folks that we came over with is that one of the great treasures we have are our national forests, our national parks. And from the time my kids were old enough to travel with me, I've taken them to almost every national park in the country, down the Colorado, down the Snake River, just everywhere, because I wanted them to see. I wanted them to see what so many people don't get to see. But folks, I want to thank Scott for the introduction and mostly for his service. You're right, this is the story of America the Beautiful. The way you talk about being a forest ranger is you just can feel the power in this place when you talk about it. And as you just heard, you have the same way of these incredible leaders around you thanking you. Governor Polis, Joe, I tell you what, I didn't know that former governor had worked for you. But Joe from the House and John and Michael, all of you have been determined over the years to protect this sacred and historic lands. And Michael came over here. I want Michael to come back up here a second. Come on, Michael. And the reason why I do, I want you to tell you what happened here. This guy, he made this finally happen, at least me signing this shortly. And he came to the White House and he said, I told you what I need. And I said, I'll do it. You know why? I was worried he'd never leave the damn White House if he didn't go. And I'm also honored to be joined by several tribal leaders here because this is your progeny, this magnificent land. You've been great stewards of these sacred lands, but I just want you to know, the reason why he's an environmentalist, he married one, otherwise he'd sleep alone. So I just want you to know that. Look, it's great to be with Tom Vilsack, Secretary of Agriculture, Brenda Malloy, Chair of our Council of Environmental Quality. And while she couldn't be here today, I especially want to thank our first Native American who is a cabinet member, Deb Haaland, who is the Secretary of Interior. Folks, as I said, when I served as Senator and Vice President, Jill and I made sure to take our children and grandchildren to national parks all around the country. They're treasures and wonders that define the identity of us as a nation. They're a birthright that we pass down from generation to generation, and they unite us. And that's what today is all about. We're doing it not just for today, but for all the ages. And it's for the people of Colorado, but it also goes well beyond the people of Colorado. It's for all the people across America and the world. It's a permanent decision. An action that no future president can overturn. In 1906, President Theodore Roosevelt first used the Antiquities Act to designate a national monument. He essentially invented the national parks. Since then, presidents of both parties have used the Antiquities Act to preserve America's natural treasures, from the Grand Canyon to the Statue of Liberty, to Colorado's canyons of the ancients. Today, the authorities under the Antiquities Act, I'm establishing Camp Hale Continental Divide National Monument today. This is the first new national monument of my presidency under this authority. When you think about the national beauty of Colorado and the history of our nation, you find it here. More than 50,000 acres, including the 10-mile range, soaring peaks and steep canyons, black bears, bald eagles, moose, mountain lions, waterfalls, pristine rivers, alpine lakes, a scent of wildflowers at the right time of the year, and a stunning backdrop of ski slopes and iconic trails. These treasured lands tell the story of America. For thousands of years, tribal nations have been stewards of this sacred land, hunting game, foraging for medicinal plants, and maintaining a deep spiritual bond with the land itself. But by the 1800s, mining activity and federal government drove out indigenous tribes from their homes. But those tribes continue to use these sacred lands. Last year, I issued a historic proclamation officially designating Indigenous Peoples Day to honor the contributions of Native Americans to our society and acknowledge the history of violence committed against them. 2 days ago, we observed that day in this nation. Today, I'll be signing a proclamation to preserve these sacred tribal grounds as a national monument. It was also where the U.S. Army, as you've already heard, 1st and only Mountain Infantry Division trained to take on the Nazis in World War II. The 10th Mountain Division, stationed on the valley floor, surrounded by rugged boulders, forest, mountains stretching 14,000 feet high, among the tallest mountains in America, facing high altitudes and harsh terrain, deep snow, bitter cold. Soldiers of campaign learned to scale rock, ski, and survive, preparing for the war they were about to fight. The pivotal moment came, as the senator pointed out, in February 1945. A surprise Allied attack in the mountains in Italy. Imagine, it's pitch black, punishing cold. The mission, high in the mountains, that hinged on the skill, strength, and stamina that could have only been gained in a place like this. They were more than ready. They were more than ready that day and since then. American soldiers of the 10th Mountain Division scaled that 1,800-foot cliff at night, caught the Germans by surprise, captured key positions, and broke through the German defense line at a pivotal point in the war. Just imagine, I mean this sincerely, I say this as a father of a man who won the Bronze Star, the Conspicuous Service Medal, and lost his life in Iraq. Imagine the courage, the daring, and the genuine sacrifice they all made. After the war ended, Camp Hale became the hub for innovation and winter warfare. And even when it closed in 1965, many veterans returned to the area. Some became scientists who studied rock glaciers, endangered animals, and wetland forests. Many returned to heal their wounds, both visible and invisible, seeking the solace and sovereignty and serenity in ways that only nature can do. Other veterans returned to build world-famous ski resorts, as you all know, and outdoor recreational industries to define Colorado today. Industries that support millions of American jobs, generating hundreds of billions of dollars for our economy, and provide countless memories for families. I taught my boys to ski here. I taught my family to ski here. And by the way, as you all know, especially for us Easterners, we talk about that at dinner. No, I'm serious. All those memories that you all understandably take for granted, they're a big deal where I come from. Today, as Commander-in-Chief.
You are hearing from President Biden, but I want to take you back out there to Connecticut as we are watching the lawyers and some of the family members from Connecticut and the Sandy Hook trial on defamation there. So let's go back out there one more time to Connecticut here on Live Now from Fox and listen into some of these remarks that will be taking place soon.
Good afternoon. Today, a jury representing our community and our nation rendered a historic verdict. A verdict against Alex Jones's lies and their poisonous spread, and a verdict for truth and for our common humanity. For over a month in this courthouse, this jury bore witness to Alex Jones' 10-year attack on the family standing behind me. An attack that made him very rich, an attack that exploited the fears and resentments of his audience, an attack that targeted these families with the lie that they were frauds, that they faked the deaths of their loved ones, including their 6- and 7-year-old children, who Alex Jones claimed never existed at all. And all for Alex Jones's personal profit. And so after years of fear, threats, harassment, after realizing that Alex Jones's cruelty and greed knew no bounds, they decided to take a stand. take a stand for themselves, take a stand to affirm that the lives of their loved ones, their children, were real, beautiful, meaningful, not to be used as cheap props to be torn apart by Alex Jones for profit. So they sought refuge and justice from this jury. And in doing so, their courage has inspired us, and they've done a great service for this country. The jury's verdict is a testament to that courage, and a resounding affirmation that people of goodwill, dedicated to the truth, mindful of their responsibilities to their fellow citizens, can come together to protect the innocent, to reveal lies masquerading as truth, and to set right a historic wrong. We are so very grateful to this jury. We want to thank them for their service, for their dedication, for their time, for their commitment, for their compassion. We want to thank all of the court staff and personnel, the marshals, the court clerks, the courtroom secretaries. I especially want to thank these families, the trust that they've shown in us, allowing us to carry forward for them the memories of their loved ones and the people we lost at Sandy Hook. I want to thank our team at Koskoff. I want to thank my partner Josh Koskoff, who presented the evidence with me. I want to thank all the lawyers who participated in this case: Matt Blumenthal, Sarah Steinfeld, Colin Antaya, Doug Morabito, Jess Hartman, Lorena Thompson. I want to thank our staff, especially Pratika Seshadri and Aaron Susko, who worked tirelessly and to the bone in this case. And I especially want to thank my partner Eleanor Sterling, who's been on this case with me from the very beginning. And words cannot convey what she has meant to this case and what she has meant to me over the course of all this. And so all I can say is that we would not be here without Eleanor Sterling. So thank you for your interest. I want to introduce my partner, Josh Koskoff. Thank you very much. It's Mattei.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here in this historic moment. It's an inflection point, I think. This jury has taken back, for all of us, something we've been hemorrhaging over the last decades, which is core decency and humanity. The failure to be able to hear each other or listen to each other, and the gullibility of believing that people are bad people or good people, the maligning of people, the maligning of these families. This is an incredibly restorative moment, I think. The jury's verdict is a verdict for common decency and humanity. And it is a message to those that would be willing to pounce, to use tragedy for their own distortive purposes, to divide us all. We're better than that. And it doesn't pay. In the end, it won't pay for you. It won't pay for you financially, it won't pay for you morally, and it won't pay for you spiritually. And I'd like to turn this over to the real heroes here, which are the families that we've had the privilege to represent these going on, in my case, almost 10 years. Those are the real heroes here, and those are the voices that Alex Jones tried to malign and trounce and disparage, and those are the ones that speak most proudly today. So I'd like to turn it over to my friend, Robbie Parker.
I couldn't be more proud to stand here and with all of these people, and I really miss my wife and daughters right now. They can't be here with me, but our lawyers helped give me the strength to finally find my voice and to fight and to stand up to what had been happening to me for so long, and for how I let my voice be taken away from me and my power be taken away from me at the expense of my daughter and at the expense of my family. So I have to thank them for helping me get the strength, and the families that I've been associated with for 10 years through this tragedy are the most beautiful people you'll ever encounter, and their children and their moms and their wives are the most beautiful people you could ever get to know. All I can really say is that I'm just proud that what we were able to accomplish was just to simply tell the truth. And it shouldn't be this hard, and it shouldn't be this scary. I shouldn't have to worry about what my daughters are going to go through when I tell them that it's best if they just tell the truth. Because that's all we did. Every day in that courtroom, we got up on the stand and we told the truth. Everybody that took the stand told the truth except for one. The one who proclaims that that's what he does. But while the truth was being said in the courtroom, he was standing right here lying. I can't express enough gratitude for their jury, not just because of their verdict, but for what they had to endure, what they had to listen to, for what they did in their lives, and that they just simply were able to take the truth that they heard and do an impossible job and render a verdict with it. No matter what it was, it didn't matter, because what we got out of it meant more than anything that anybody could ever give us. And honestly, for anybody that still chooses to listen to that man, just ask yourself, what has he ever given you? And compare that to whatever it is that he's taken from you. Do you still have your family members with you? Do they still believe in you and trust you? What have you ever gotten from him? And what has he taken from you too? Thank you for everything. Thank you.
My name is Erica, and I am the daughter of Don Lafferty Hochsprung, who is the principal of Sandy Hook Elementary School. And as I was upstairs testifying about the rape threats that were sent to me, Alex Jones was standing right here holding a press conference. After almost a decade of threats and messages from conspiracy theorists led by Jones, this is a moment years in the making. And in this big moment, like in every big moment, since the shooting, I wish I could just call my mom and tell her about it. I would tell her about the horror of watching Alex Jones hold court with the press outside right here. About the disappointment of so many news outlets who've known us since 12/14, run his words unfiltered. The heartbreak of reliving the shooting as so many families shared stories of their slain loved ones. But I would also like to tell her about the bright spots. News station like NBC Connecticut refused to give a dangerous conspiracy theorist a platform throughout this trial, and I thank them. The jury bravely bore witness to our pain, sitting through hours upon hours of testimony that will never leave their minds. And then there were people who were by my side throughout this the trial, and Chris, Eleanor, Josh, Matt, and team. You guys were my guideposts and my shining lights throughout all of this. And I cannot thank you enough for your compassion, extreme expertise, and your friendship. I wish I could tell my mom about all of this. I wish I could tell her about so many things that have happened since she was murdered. Mostly that I'll never stop missing her. I wish that after today I could just be a daughter grieving my mother and stop worrying about conspiracy theorists sending me threats or worse. But I know that this is not the end of Alex Jones in my life. I know that his hate, lies, and conspiracy theories will follow both me and my family through the rest of our days. But I'm also hopeful for what happened here today, that it may save other families from high-profile tragedies from the cycle of abuse and re-traumatization that we have all been put through as we simply try to survive the hardest days, weeks, and years of our lives. I'm incredibly proud and thankful for the message that was sent here today. The truth matters, and those who profit off of other people's pain and trauma will pay for what they have done. There will be more Alex Joneses in this world, but what they learned here today is that they absolutely will be held accountable.
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley, and I actually wasn't going to speak today. I think I'm still in a little bit of shock. And in addition to the thanks that Robbie and Erica already shared, there is an additional bright spot. Just reconnecting with so many of these families again has been something that I'm going to miss tomorrow. I'm not going to miss not coming back to this courtroom, but I'm going to miss not being able to sit and talk with them. And I have always believed in the goodness of people. And when I first started engaging with followers of Alex Jones back in January 2013, I was looking for the good, and I didn't find it. And I gave up until I decided to fight. And today, with this jury, who I have so much gratitude for listening so attentively, for not just listening, for hearing us. I'm so grateful to them, and this is sending the right message that people are good and that good does prevail. And thank you for restoring my faith in people about that.
Good afternoon. My name's Bill Sherlock. My wife and Dawn Hochsprung were the first two people to approach the shooter that morning and paid for it with their lives as true first responders that had nothing at their side but their want to protect the kids and the staff. And I've come to know these people over almost 10 years. These beautiful people, they're good friends under the worst, most horrendous situation that you can imagine. And to belittle that horrific event is criminal in and of itself. We came in here with a default verdict, so we knew there would be some sort of statement coming out of this trial. Didn't know what it was going to be, but there would be a statement. And the jury today, and our thanks to them, came through and responded as we hoped they would for our entire community. And from a personal standpoint, what it does to me is it shows that the internet is not the wild, wild west, and that your actions have consequences. And for someone to stand in front of a camera, probably right now as we're speaking, to spew the lies, to enrich themselves, well, now there's a cost-benefit analysis that'll have to be done, because we've sent a response. We put a dose of civility into the society that we really need at this point in time. And going forward, because unfortunately there will be other horrific events like this, people like Alex Jones will have to rethink what they say, how they say it, how long they say it. And for those who want to be Alex Jones wannabes, this trial, this verdict, set a pretty high hurdle in cost in terms of what the cost would be to them to enter into that realm of lies and deceit. Again, my thanks to Koskoff Law Firm. This is just an unbelievable team. They become like family to us, and my entire family thanks them, and thanks the media coverage. Thank you very much.
to a couple questions. Chris, Josh, bring down.
Josh and Chris, can you please give us a sense of the sweep of this? This could shut Alex Jones down. Is that what you want? Is that what you're thinking might happen? Just give us a sense of just the historic nature of this verdict.
The family's objective in all of this, in all of it, was just to hold Alex Jones accountable and to make clear to the world the harm and wreckage that lies like the ones he pushed can have. Not just on them, but on families like them, on the next families that have to deal with the unspeakable tragedy of a mass shooting. And so what we think is that this jury's verdict reflects their considered view of just how devastating his conduct was. And he has to bear the consequences of that. You know, we said in our closing argument that the spread of this lie, which reached upwards of 1 billion people we know, that was his doing. That's what he wanted. And so the jury's verdict should reflect that type of damage, and that's what we think happened. And so in that sense, we believe it is historic, and we are going to enforce this verdict. I want to make that very clear, that we are going to go to whatever forum we have to, whether it's in Texas or in bankruptcy court or right here. We are going to enforce this verdict as long as it takes, because that's what justice requires.
Anyone wants to get that, if not.
The families are the most important thing. That's how you get through this. And if, besides this amazing law firm, it's the families that have helped me come up every day. And when every name was called, it was a moment to send each and every person who has suffered the most horrible thing ever, the most love we can. Because that's what it is for me. And that's what it is for these families. We love each and every person, and we want each and every person to be recognized for the harm that's been done to them.
Well, one of the things that Alex Jones tried to do throughout this case was to hide his assets, to conceal from the court, from the jury, the true extent of his profits here. But we're going to find out. You know, one of the things that the bankruptcy court allows, and the action we brought in Texas to go after his fraudulent transfer of assets, is a lot of scrutiny on what assets he has, what he's transferred, and what is available. And so whatever is available, you can rest assured that we, as representatives of these families and the other families who have brought cases, will be coordinating to make sure that those assets are available for recovery to the victims of his offenses.
Last one or two, guys. It's been.
I mean, is anybody surprised at that? I mean, how many millions did Alex Jones make off a trial about Alex Jones making millions off of the backs of these devastated families? How many millions did he make off of this process? How many more millions? How much beet juice is he selling right now? How much bogus iodine supplements, or whatever else he sells at great markup to his gullible listeners? It doesn't surprise me at all. And if this verdict shuts down Alex Jones, good. Does Alex Jones have a legitimate business going? Since 9/11, he's been walking in the shadow of death to try to profit from the backs of people who have just been devastated and uprooted. That is not a business model that should be sustainable in the United States of America.
Guys, last question. It's been a long day. Can you tell folks what the next step is? I know punitive damages next month.
Right. So the next step of this proceeding is for Judge Bellis to consider punitive damages under Connecticut's Unfair Trade Practices Act. That's a decision for her to make. Those damages, if she awards them, will be on top of the jury's verdict here. And we'll be making a presentation to her over the course of the next month. Once that is concluded, whether there's an appeal or not, we will be active down in Texas in an action we brought to track any fraudulent transfers of assets he's made, and in bankruptcy court, where we are now very significant creditors of Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems, his business. So this is going to continue on. Hang on 1 second. But we will be at it as long as it takes. And if you're out there right now and you're one of Alex Jones's audience members and you're considering giving him money, I just want you to know that based on the jury's verdict today, it's not a very good bet. And to go back to what Robbie Parker said, all Alex Jones does is take from you, exploit you, lie to you, feed your fears and your anxieties and your mistrust. And the only person that benefits in that equation is him. Well, that stops. That's stopping today, thanks to the courage of these families. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
You were just listening in there in this Connecticut courtroom of families and their lawyers outside of this as they're ordered to pay $965 million in this defamation trial. Of course, I want to take you back inside the courtroom one more time here as this was the scene as it was going on there here on Live Now from Fox. The jury ordered to pay that $965 million in the defamation trial. Of course, we're, excuse me, we're following this very closely here, and we want to bring in a lawyer now. Seth Baron Zweig, what can you tell us about this newest defamation and the $965 that Alex Jones is ordered to pay here?
Well, this is really a verdict that is historic. This has really started out in, unfortunately, some of the most tragic circumstances imaginable. As far as the posture of the case is concerned, it was 3 separate cases that the judge decided to consolidate into one. So you had 15 plaintiffs in this case in total, with some really incredible allegations. And remember, this is not just a case of defamation involving Alex Jones coming in and generally saying that this horrific mass shooting didn't happen, or that people were generally, actors that were just trying to play certain parts, which in and of itself is terrible enough. But he also called out people specifically. He named names. He brought the people who would ultimately be the plaintiffs in this case out into the public forefront, and they were subjected to some horrible online harassment. They were terribly mistreated, and it was just, it's been almost a decade of torture that they've gone through on top of the horrific loss as a result of the murder. So this is a very unique case. It's really a historic verdict from a damages standpoint. There is no cap for compensatory damages under Connecticut law. So it really is just a massive result, $965 million for these 15 plaintiffs.
And we were listening to the verdict here on Live Now from Fox, and it was 60 million, 60 million, 120 million. When you say 965 million, nearly $1 billion, they also say they're going to enforce it. That's what their lawyers just say there for the families. Where does that number come into play? And can you give us a little bit more background on 965 million they're ordered to pay?
Sure. So what happened is as a result of the consolidation, the damages in the hearing all was brought into one fell swoop. And as a result of that, those pieces that you're describing were the various components for the plaintiffs that add up to the $965 million. Now, Jones has said that he is going to appeal, but I really think that appeal is really not going to likely be successful because, again, there is no compensatory damages cap in Connecticut, contrary to Texas and what occurred in the recent Texas trial where Alex Jones really lost big time there too, but not nearly as much. So what you're going to see next is you will see an appeal that will probably be filed. You will see Alex Jones probably trying to continue to transfer money. The attorney there referred to what is essentially known as fraudulent transfers. That's when a judgment debtor tries to tuck money away and hide it from judgment creditors. I don't think that's going to work. The law understands that people try to do that. That money gets clawed back. Alex Jones is really not going to avoid this. He's really in a lot of DP right now.
Definitely, and $1 billion, and like you said, some of those moving money around a little bit, but he also said he's going to enforce it. How would that transpire? How would they make sure to enforce it? Because he's only supposedly net worth in the $100 to $200 million range. So how do they enforce that directly?
Well, that's a great question, and that gets into a body of law known as creditors' rights. And to make a long story short, there are a lot of tools in the creditors' rights toolbox to bludgeon a judgment debtor over the head and to try to determine and uncover where are your assets, where are your bank accounts, where you have a judgment against the individual, you have a judgment against the business enterprise. You can enforce and collect assets from the business. You can garnish bank accounts. I had a judgment here in the District of Columbia one time where I had the United States Marshal Service go into someone's office and just clean out his office of all belongings, and including fine art on the walls. There's a lot of different ways that you can enforce a judgment. He probably doesn't have $1 billion, but he has perhaps several $100 million. That was a finding that came forth in the Texas case. So I don't believe that he's going to be able to avoid this for the most part, and to the extent that he's trying to reduce his net value per fraudulent transfers, that's going to fall flat, and he's just going to fail miserably on that attempt.
Definitely. Thank you again, attorney there, Seth Behrens-Zweig. They're talking about this Alex defamation trial that is just wrapping up. But you also mentioned appeal. How long is this going to take? Because we've also seen this go on for the better part of a decade since this 2012 massacre. What does the appeal process look like, and can this be extended even further? As you heard the family saying, it's been a long time, a long journey. How much longer must they endure?
So an appeal typically takes between 1 and 2 years. However, unless the court issues some kind of an injunction, some kind of a stay against execution of the judgment, or requires the party to post some kind of a bond that's adequate to cover the winning parties, they're going to enforce the judgment regardless of an appeal. So the appeal will take a while, but that doesn't necessarily stand in the way of enforcement and collection. The other thing I'd like to add that's also very important, that's directly along the lines of your question, is that I think it's important to take a step back historically and see what is the significance and importance of this verdict, even much higher than the dramatic Texas jury verdict. This is a kick in the gut to fake news on social media. This is a demonstration to people who are going online every hour of every day peddling fake news to people to try to get them to give them more money, to demonstrate that they can't hide behind the First Amendment because defamation is a recognized exception to that. They can't hide behind a bunch of attorneys because that's not going to work either. So people are going to be held accountable. There's a new age of defamation that is now going to be recognized. It's a kick in the gut to fake news. And this is not by any means the defeat of fake news, but it's an important historic initial chapter that really needs to be recognized.
Definitely, and you mentioned it because with some of the parents outside of that courtroom were talking about some restored faith in just the internet and what they can see with is not just the First Amendment. You can say anything. You can be held liable for saying that that massacre was a hoax. We also saw that Alex Jones in Texas, you mentioned the $50 million in damages there, but now with this nearly $1 billion. This isn't the last we're seeing of Alex Jones in court, though, is it?
No, there's a third trial coming up, and that's coming up around the corner. And none of these trials are being halted as a result of any kind of bankruptcy, automatic stay, or anything of the like. So these trials will continue. The damages will continue. I predict that there'll be another verdict that will be coming down against him over the coming months. So I don't think it's going to be very long also for InfoWars to just be shut down. I mean, there's just so long that this terrible, terrible organization is going to be taken down because you need resources in order to operate any business. And at the end of the day, once you have an execution of a judgment for these hundreds of millions of dollars, that's going to really just unplug the cable on that show. So it's very interesting to note that during the verdict, he was sitting in his studio mocking the verdict live as it was happening. He wasn't even in the courtroom. So that just shows how intellectually incapable he is of even showing one inkling of being a human being through this entire process. And no doubt that will be a moment that he'll also have to be held accountable for as the next trial occurs.
Definitely. And thank you so much, Seth Baronswag, there as we continue to talk about this trial there with Alex Jones. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It gave some good context to what we were watching earlier here.
My pleasure.
All right. Thank you so much. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, here's one more look at the verdict being read there in the defamation trial. Nearly $1 billion they're ordered to pay in this defamation trial. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We want to go right back out to President Biden from earlier today here in Colorado, talking about conservation in Colorado.
Where's Francis? He's going to come up later. Francis, as my mother would say, God love you, man. God love you. 100 years young. Enlisted in the Army at age 20, stationed at Camp Hale, fought overseas, earned 2 Bronze Stars, and among many other medals. A war hero who came home to become a teacher and a principal. Thank you, Francis, for your service to our country and all you've done to get this monument designated. Thank you. He's also joined by another 10th Mountain Division man, a guy named Robert Scheuer, 99 years young. Trained at this camp, served his country before joining his dad's business just a few years ago. He came back to Colorado to be with his family. Robert, thank you for your service. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm honored to sign this proclamation to preserve this special part of our military history. In addition, Secretary Vilsack just explained, today my administration is announcing steps to conserve the Thompson Divide, another 225,000 acres, 60 miles from here. It's another congressional priority for Michael, John, and Joe. We're standing with Colorado's farmers, ranchers, hunters, anglers, who have forged generations to protect beautiful streams, aspen groves, and the Thompson Divide area. But let me be clear. There's no current or planned oil exploration production in the area. We're just keeping things as they've been for a long time for the next 20 years while we study, for the next years while we study whether we can get this done. In my first year in office, I protected more lands and waters than any American president since John Kennedy. After the previous administration rolled back protections, I restored full protection to 3 national monuments in Utah and New England. And I signed and designated the Amache Japanese incarceration camp of World War II as a National Historic Site in southeastern Colorado. We purchased additional land at Sand Creek Massacre Site outside.
You're listening in to President Biden here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we are going to hear his full remarks later on tonight. But first, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break so we get into our Hurricane Ian coverage and the recovery efforts by the American Red Cross. Coming up after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Of course, we are following Hurricane Ian as Hurricane Ian made a landfall in Fort Myers, Florida, exactly 2 weeks ago as a Category 4 storm, punishing with 155-mile-per-hour winds. The storm left a trail of destruction across the state from coast to coast, from west to east. In the wake of Ian, at least 113 people lost their lives, including 104 of those deaths reported in Florida. Thousands of homes have been damaged or destroyed, and more than 2.6 million businesses and homes lost power. At this time, 99% of power has been restored, but relief efforts ongoing as the journey to recover is in its early stages. And that's where our efforts are focused today. Live Now from Fox has teamed up with the American Red Cross to help those affected by Hurricane Ian. And of course, you can see the QR code on the bottom left corner of your screen. Thank you so much for joining. I am Andy Mack. Of course, you can take out your phone or tablet and scan that code, and it will take you to the donation page. All proceeds go straight to those who need it most. Fox Corp has donated $1 million to relief efforts, and over the past 2 weeks, employees and viewers have matched that and then some, contributing nearly $1.5 million at the last check. And for the next hour, we're going to continue with our coverage of this relief effort in Hurricane Ian. And we're going to bring you some stories of survival, stories of humanity, those who put their lives on the line to help their neighbors, and so much more. But first, here on Live Now from Fox, we want to bring in more on that mission from the American Red Cross and how they've been helping those across Florida in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. And for more, we are going to now be joined by a volunteer with the Red Cross. Becca Ray is joining us now here in Florida. Becca, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What can you tell us about the relief efforts as they still are underway there in Florida?
The people that come through the doors support and love, and giving them a place to stay and sleep, and also giving them food, and just try to be that person to listen and be a support to them as they work through all the different things that they have to go through to get back on their feet.
Definitely. And you're a volunteer out there with the American Red Cross. What does that entail? What are your duties? What are you trying to help people with now on the front lines there of Hurricane Ian?
Yeah, so a lot of what I do, I'm a site manager, and what I do is help the volunteers just provide the support. But we also do a lot of connecting them to resources that are in the area so that they can get back to some part of normalcy to their life and be able to move on with their lives. It's sometimes overwhelming for the victims here. And so what we do here is just to be that ear and be that person to answer their questions. And just sometimes it's just giving them a hug.
That is amazing. I know a lot of people in Florida probably could use a hug. And while Fox Corp has donated $1 million to help the American Red Cross and provide relief and recovery for Hurricane Ian, in what ways can you see those dollars helping people in need after Hurricane Ian?
Well, those dollars, I mean, we're all volunteers. And what those dollars do is help us provide meals, provide a place for people to sleep, provide some blankets and comfort kits. A lot of them have lost everything. So this provides some comfort for them while they're trying to get their life back together, while they meet with different organizations so that they can go back to their homes or figure out how they're going to be able to move on.
How have you seen people help other people? Because obviously the American Red Cross doing such a great job, but we've seen the National Guard, we've seen other states providing help. How much good is there out there after such devastation from this Category 4 storm?
You'd be amazed how much support